Good morning, everybody. I'm Jesse Cofield. You are watching The Sweat, coming to you live from the DraftKings studios. We got a full show today, so let's just do it. Starting with our baseball guys, DraftKings contributors Nick Fryer, Matt Meiselman, along with RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Fellas, we got a stacked 15-game MLB slate tonight. And FYI, Game 1 of the Sox-Yankees doubleheader is not in the main slate, okay? Keeping that in mind, let's start at the top with the most expensive guy on the slate, Milwaukee's Corbin Burnes. He's going to face the Cardinals tonight. He's going to cost you $10,200 in salary. Now, last time out, he went for 49.6 DK fantasy points against the Cubs. Plus, Burnes matched an MLB record by striking out 10 consecutive Cubs during that dominant stretch of a 15 strikeout, 8-inning masterpiece at Wrigley. So Nick, chase or fade, Milwaukee's ace is a must roster tonight after that resume-building Cy Young Award performance.
If you're running multiple lineups, then it is a chase. But otherwise, I'm going to fade and not going to go with Burnes tonight. Now, making the case for Burnes, he's done well against the Cardinals the 2 times he's seen him this season. He hasn't seen him in a little bit, though. And you look at the Cubs, of course, we bring up the 15 strikeouts, but the Cubs strike out a lot against right-handed pitching. The Cardinals, they don't necessarily do that quite as much. And I know Burnes had a pretty good showing against the Reds, I want to say 4 starts ago, prior to his Cubs outing. But in between that, he wasn't necessarily putting up the fantasy production that you needed for him at his price tag. So that's why if it's multiple lineups, yes, you absolutely have to mix him in. Otherwise, the guy I like most over 8K tonight, the pitcher I like most, is actually Alek Manoah going up against the Nationals. And I know when you look at them and their strikeout numbers against right-handed pitching, it's not necessarily as favorable. But this month, I know Charlie Morton has gotten 7 strikeouts twice against them. I know Wheeler only got 5, but then I see Aaron Nola got 7 against them as well. And then Marcus Stroman got 8. So I'm looking at that, and that is a depleted lineup, and this is a guy who has a lot of strikeout potential. I like him more, and you're going to save a little bit of salary, and there's a lot of good hitter options, and I'd rather save up for that.
Matt, what do you think? Do you feel like Burnes is a must roster, or are you going to go elsewhere?
So that last point there about saving salary for hitters, I think that's always where I'm kind of leaning, especially on a slate this large. Corbin Burnes should be the most expensive pitcher on the slate. He probably deserves to be the highest owned pitcher. But you just don't necessarily win tournaments by playing the top pitcher when they're really popular. And even if Burnes goes out and puts up 30 points, 35 points even, you could find 2 other pitchers with so many different choices that are all pretty good, or there are a lot of good ones anyway, that could get 25 or 30 themselves, and then you just don't need Burnes. And some of the other pitchers are cheaper, so you can afford bigger bats with them. So I think Burnes is a really good play. This is obviously not the Cubs. That was basically the best matchup in baseball, where he put up the nearly 50 fantasy points last time out. The Cardinals against righties have struggled, but they're still a much better offense than the Cubs are right now. So I think Burnes is a good play. I think it's not necessary to force him into your lineups, though. And if you're playing a cheaper stack, go ahead and use him. If you want to play a more expensive stack, and that means you can't use him, I think that's a totally fine thing to do also.
All right, Eric, where are you going?
Yeah, I think Burnes is at a territory where the only reason not to go with him is because everybody else will. I think he's just that good. He's the most expensive pitcher on this slate. He should be the most expensive pitcher on every slate, close to it. He's easily the top pitcher in points per game here, not counting Luis Gil, who's only made 2 starts. And the only guys he trails, even on slates that aren't, even on guys who aren't on this slate, are Jacob deGrom and Tyler Glasnow, who are both injured. He won't get to face cleanup hitter Frank Schwindel this time around. It's a rare opportunity when you get to do that, but clearly when he gets a matchup that good, he's record-setting. He doesn't need to be record-setting to be the best play here. He's, I think, might be the best pitcher in baseball. He leads in strikeout rate, 36.1%, and he's second in walk rate at 4.4%. And he gets a ton of ground balls, too. There's nothing he doesn't do well. And if you're playing in a cash game, I think you have to have him. And even in a tournament, again, you may want to differentiate yourself from the crowd, but if you do, there's a good chance that that's the losing move. That's just how much better he's been than nearly everybody else this season.
Okay, now let's talk about a high-priced hitter tonight. So Ozzie Albies has been on a tear for the Braves. He's currently on a 6-game hitting streak, and last night he went 3 for 5 with 3 RBIs against Miami. Now tonight he's going up against Sandy Alcantara, who he's had a lot of success against, 7 for 18 with 5 RBIs. So chase or fade, Albies is your favorite bat over 5K, Matt. You said you like to save up for these hitters.
Yeah, this isn't the spot where I'm necessarily looking with the Braves in general. Last night they were facing Braxton Garrett, who is just a much worse pitcher than Alcantara is. Garrett's okay, but Alcantara, I think, is just a much, much higher level starting pitcher. And this is also a really difficult park to hit in Miami. So I don't actually have the numbers in front of me, but I would imagine that a lot of Albie's success when you look at head-to-head stats comes in Atlanta, which is a much more hitter-friendly park. And in Miami, even if he were good against a pitcher over a small sample, you wouldn't expect hitters to have a ton of success in this park because it's one of the more pitching friendly environments in baseball. So I am looking to pay up for offense tonight and maybe get away from Corbin Burns, but I'm looking to teams more like the Blue Jays in Washington in a good matchup, or maybe the Coors Field game, which could go a little bit overlooked because it's harder to afford these guys tonight without having cheap pitching to choose from. A lot of the pitchers that I think will get most of the ownership are in the 8 to 9, and then obviously 10K range with Corbin Burns. So I think I'd rather play the Blue Jays than the Braves, and then that means I'm probably picking Marcus Semien, maybe guys like Trey Turner over Ozzie Albies, who I think could be a decent play if he's contrarian, but if he's a popular pick tonight, then I don't really want any part of it.
Eric, how do you feel about Albies? He's going to cost you $5,300, so he's not like super expensive.
Yeah, this is a hard fade for me, even though he's been hitting well lately. I actually recommended him yesterday, but that's because he was facing a lefty. One thing I don't look at for these is matchups against individual pitchers. It's just too small of a sample. You'd have to get a guy facing a pitcher like 600 times before we really start to care. And by the time somebody's had a career long enough to face a guy that many times, he's not the hitter he was at the start of that sample. So I just don't find those to be very useful. Something like handedness stats matters way more. And with Albies, for his career, he's got the same WRC plus as Aaron Judge when he faces lefties, and he's got the same WRC plus as Kevin Kiermaier when he faces righties. I'm not paying up over 5,000 for Kevin Kiermaier, even if he's been hot lately. A guy in a similar price range I like a lot more would be Max Muncy, just having a fantastic year. Cut his strikeout rate, which is maybe his main issue in years past. It was 25.8% over his previous 3 years with the Dodgers. It's down to 17.9% this year. Hasn't sacrificed any power to get there. He's got the 5th highest barrel rate in the league, right between Aaron Judge and Miguel Sano. He's got a great matchup too against Will Crowe, who's got an ERA that starts with a 5. So if I'm paying in that range, Muncy's a guy I like a whole lot more than Albies tonight.
All right, Nick, how do we feel about this? You just don't like this matchup either? Is it going to be a hard fade for you?
Yeah, well, the thing is, too, Alcantara's coming off. He's had 2 good starts in his last 3. I know there was one in the middle there that was pretty brutal, but he's been good, and I respect the matchup. But if we're talking about matchups against, history against certain pitchers, Joey Votto is the number 1 guy for me tonight at over 5K. He's 13 for 34 against Kyle Hendricks throughout his career, and he's got 4 home runs and 3 doubles against him, 14 walks mixed in that as well. And over his last 10 games, too, he's got 4 home runs, 3 doubles, 12 RBI. So this is a guy part of a hot lineup right now, and against a pitcher that the Reds have done well against in general, but nobody more so than Joey Votto. I feel like this is the number 1 pitcher hitter matchup in favor of a hitter tonight. So this is the guy that I would be going with over 5K.
All right, now let's help the people out with some value tonight, okay? So Padres infielder Jake Cronenworth has beat up Colorado this year. He's got a .361 average with 4 home runs, 8 RBIs in 17 games against the Rockies. So tonight's game is also at Coors Field. Are we going to chase or fade? Cronenworth is a top value play tonight. Eric, he's only $3,900.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. A lot of the secondary factors are pushing in both directions. For one, everybody loves everyone at Coors, so maybe you want to differentiate yourself from the crowd and not go there. Also, he's facing German Marquez, who is quite good, even with Coors Field factored in. He's got a 3.77 ERA on the year. He's been a little shakier lately, 5.40 ERA, although some of the underlying numbers in those starts are still just fine. But I think the value's there that I would still go with Cronenworth tonight at just $3,900. He's the 24th most expensive shortstop, and he's 12th at the position in points per game, and he's got the most hitter-friendly park in the league. I mean, that you just don't see that kind of value very often. And he's even batting cleanup now, which is not what I think we would have expected heading into the year. Not really known as mostly a power hitter, although he has definitely some power. Anybody can have power in Coors too. So I think there's enough value that I still like it. And the main reason that I would go against it again is just wanting to differentiate myself from the course chasing crowd.
All right, Nick, what do you think? 3,900. Do you like that?
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely one of the top guys tonight, and I'm with Eric. The only reason that you would want to go away from this one at all would be because everybody's going to want to get a piece of this action because, of course, this Padres going at Coors Field. Why not? But with Cronenworth specifically, he's got double-digit DK fantasy points in 5 of his last 10 games. And where I talk about Votto, and he's got a pretty decent sample size against Hendricks, he doesn't. Cronenworth doesn't have a big one against Marquez, but he has done well in his opportunities. A few extra base hits mixed in there. And at this price, you can't pass up on him. If you're worried about this being too common of a play tonight, there's another guy I will throw at you, Mike Brosso, at 3K going up against John Means. But again, limited plate appearances against this guy, and this is someone who just got called back up on Sunday. But in 11 current plate appearances against Means, he has 4 home runs. That's just something I cannot ignore. You can mix both of these guys into your lineup tonight, but if you're worried about Padres being too frequent of a play in other lineups tonight, then I would say that Brosso's a guy where you can differentiate.
Matt, $3,900 for Cronenworth. How do we feel?
So we still have the same dynamic that we had yesterday where Fernando Tatis Jr. and Jay Cronenworth and Trevor Story are all shortstop-only eligible players, and all 3 of them are at Coors Field. So in yesterday's big $5 GPP, Tatis came in at 29%, Cronenworth and Story were both at 13%. I think tonight probably looks pretty similar, and at that ownership, if that's where Cronenworth is, again, I think he's a really, really strong play. It's just hard to not play Tatis, right? Like if you're stacking the Padres, Tatis is their best player. He's probably the best hitter you can use in DFS in any context. One, because he's a shortstop, so he's playing a position where there's just more value in getting more production there. But he also hits for power, steals bases, like he scores fantasy points, and he's a great player. So playing Cronenworth means you can't have Tatis, and that's just kind of a tough call. But I do like all of these guys. It's just, like everyone else is saying, the ownership could be high. But the other dynamic you get here is that there are other great shortstops on this slate who no one will have because these 3 guys will take up so much ownership. So the main reason not to play Cronenworth for me, it's not so much that we're actively trying to be contrarian. It's that you have Carlos Correa is in a really good matchup and won't have much ownership, and Corey Seager and Bo Bichette and Tim Anderson, and there's so many choices here. So I think Cronenworth is among the best, but you could get some shortstops who are really good players tonight who are maybe 1 or 2% owned in tournaments just because of this 3 shortstop thing going on at Coors Field.
All right, guys, got to be real quick here on this final one. It's Slate Approved Pick Time. So, Nick, who's your favorite overall DFS play tonight?
Talked about it before, Joey Votto, and I would say in general, stacking the Reds lineup tonight is a good play going up against Kyle Hendricks.
Matt, who's it going to be?
I don't mind the Reds, but I'm actually going to the other side of this game for the Cubs, where I'm not sure about ownership, but I just don't believe in Vladimir Gutierrez at all. He has an ERA just under 4, but his underlying stats are a lot worse than that. Good park to hit in. So I'll take the bad Cubs lineup and hope that the context will make them a lot better than the player's skill set that we normally look at.
Eric, where are you going?
Talk about one pitcher we haven't talked about yet, and that's Logan Webb at 8,800 against the Mets. One of the pitchers I've really fallen for the most this season. Really high ground ball rates, 60.2%, 3rd highest among pitchers who've thrown at least 80 innings. Combines that with a 26% strikeout rate. Among the guys top 15 in ground ball rates, only Lance McCullers has a higher strikeout rate than him. He's doing everything I want to see, and he's doing it against a Mets lineup that hasn't been all that good. So I like him if I'm not going Corbin Burns at the top tonight.
All right, that's an A block. Thanks, fellas. Quick break here, and then the Sweat will be back to price check the field at the Northern Trust. It's a big week here at DraftKings as it's the return of our live finals with the Fantasy Golf World Championship from the Northern Trust in Jersey City. 250 qualifiers now down to the top 40 competitors vying for $4 million in prizes. Now the winner walks away with the $1 million top prize as well as a ticket to our Fantasy Tournament of Champions live final coming up in January of 2022. It's all going down this week, and you can follow along on all our DK channels, including right here on the Sweat. So let's price check this contest with our very own DraftKings contributor, Jeff Ulrich. Jeff, we're gonna just take a look at your favorite plays in the following price ranges. You know how price check works. So let's start with the guys who are gonna cost you, all right? 10K and up. Who are you going with?
Yeah, I mean, these guys are all expensive, Jesse, and they're all really good. So sometimes when that happens, it's just best to take the cheapest among the group. And you've got to like the way Rory McIlroy is coming into this event. He's 10K flat. He is the cheapest of the 10K and above crowd. And Rory, for all his, ups and downs in the season, he's got one win, and he didn't really do that good at the majors. But this guy's really striking the ball well. He's gained over 4 strokes on his approaches now in his last 5 U.S.-based starts. He was absolutely mashing the ball at WGC St. Jude. He gained over 11 strokes ball striking there. Obviously, he got himself in the playoff for the bronze medal as well at the Olympics. So the game is starting to come together for Rory. It's just, when is he going to have that hot week on the greens? Now, it could easily happen here at Liberty National, a place he's played a couple times. He was T6 here in 2019, actually putted very well that week too. And look, Rory is a guy who gets up for the playoffs. Like it or not, I know he talks a big game about wanting the majors. This guy likes the money of the FedEx Cup playoffs too. He's got 5 FedEx Cup playoffs wins, obviously has won the big trophy at the end a couple times as well. So I think Rory McIlroy 10K, a very, very good bargain, and that's the player I'd be targeting first and foremost among the 10K and above crowd.
Okay, let's move to the 9K range. I don't want to give it away here because I did read your article on DK Nation, and there's a guy who's $9,300. Is that who you're going with?
Yeah, did he rhyme with Slotty Schleffler? Yeah.
Oh my
Scotty
God,
Scheffler.
Yes! Wow, look at us.
Scotty Scheffler at 9,300 is a guy I definitely like. And let's talk about him first, because this player's been so consistent all throughout the year. Obviously, had the runner-up finish the WGC match play earlier, but it's really been the summer for Scotty Scheffler. Top 10s at the PGA, the U.S. Open, and the Open Championship. I mean, that is a very impressive run here for a young player who's really only in his second year. Now, I know he hasn't grabbed a win yet, but this guy is starting to get up there just in terms of consistency among the top young players. And you have to love this setup, I think, for Scotty Scheffler. It's a little bit tougher. He's very consistent off the tee. He's long, but he also hits a lot of fairways. He just has a good all-around game. He can scramble when he needs to. He can sink some putts. So Scheffler also coming off a decent week. And I think this is a player you want to target right now. I think he's trending towards, something big, a win at some point. I think it could easily come here. He did well at this event last year, was T4. The other player in this range, and look, I mean, I got to toe the company line here, but Bryson, we all forget at 9,600. This is one of the cheapest salaries you're ever going to see on Bryson DeChambeau, regardless of the event or the field. I mean, this is a player who's coming off a T8 at the WGC. Yes, we all know he imploded on Sunday, but it was a very good event for Bryson. He gained over 3 strokes on approach, his best mark in that statistical category in 3 or 4 months. So Bryson and Scotty Scheffler for me stick out the most. This is a range chock full of talent, but those 2 guys are the ones I want this week.
All right, let's talk about that 8K range. A guy that sticks out to me is Adam Scott. Won in 2013, finished 5th in 2019. He's 8,400. Is he appealing to you?
I mean, you've done your research, Jesse. This is great. You're talking to someone knowledgeable, so much better than when Emerson hosts. But look, Adam Scott, definitely the good course history at Liberty National. Obviously, a couple good finishes here. One here back in 2013. He's coming off a massive week at the Wyndham too. Had a short putt to win there, missed a 6-footer, gave it away to Kevin Kisner. I don't mind Scott at all. I think he's a reliable play down there at 8,400. He's cheaper than guys like Casey, Harris English. I think Webb Simpson, though, for me, is probably the top play in this range. And I know he's a little bit more pricey at 8,900, but Webb gained over 8 strokes on approach last week. He was hitting fairways. This looks like a player who's really out of that summer funk. He missed 2 or 3 cuts in a row. He's top 20 now in 3 straight events. Webb's played Liberty National a couple times too. And all things considered, when Webb gets the approach game going, it's just a matter of time before that putter gets hot. So I feel like Webb's upside significantly better than Adam Scott's, who again, those short putts, man, they'll get you. So I kind of like Webb in this range for me, although Scott would probably be a close second.
Okay, so a guy you wrote up in the 7K range in your article is Kevin Na. So he's just been like right there on the edge for the past couple weeks. Are you interested in him?
Na is definitely, another player coming off a big week. He gained over 7 strokes on approach at the Wyndham. Obviously, it's a weaker field, but when Na gets hot with the putter, man, this guy can just compete anywhere. And this is kind of the style of course for Kevin Na where he could potentially, pop up and grab himself like a FedEx Cup playoff win. Because these pure bent grass greens, if he gets rolling early, he will just go nuclear with the putter. I really don't mind that play at 7,500. I think a guy like Kevin Streelman could make for a good cash game play as well. But Na's upside with the putter, again, we saw it at the Wyndham last week. This guy's all over leaderboards, two runner-up finishes now in his last 4 starts. I like that. I also like going up to Sergio Garcia. It's just so consistent with the ball striking. If he just putts to feel average, Sergio could easily top 10 here. So Na definitely at 7,500, a player I like. And again, I think he's more of a GPP play because either the putter's going to show up or not, but I love the upside there with him on these greens.
All right, Jeff, let's talk a little value here. Take me below 7K. Who are you looking at in this range?
Yeah, a player I really like. And again, look, there's a lot of big contests on DraftKings this week. A lot of big GPPs still go out there. They're big field events. And for big field events, you need players who, maybe 1-2% owned, guys who are really going to pop for you, but no one else is going to have. Eric Van Ruin, for me, is that guy this week. This is a player who he's inconsistent. He does miss some cuts, but when he pops, he goes off, Jesse. He's got a T3 at a WGC from 2020. He was T8 at Bethpage Black for the PGA Championship in 2019. Close to Liberty National as well. He's a good ball striker. He gained over 3 strokes at the Wyndham last year, or last week, excuse me. The putter comes and goes for him, but when it shows up, he'll compete. And I like the fact, he's coming off a win a couple weeks ago. He's coming into the FedEx Cup playoffs with nothing to lose. This is a player who was well outside, wasn't expected to make the playoffs before that win at the Barracuda. So I think Eric Van Ruin, to me, is a very, very good GPP pick this week. That's a guy for big fields, again, going to come in very low ownership. I like taking a shot with him. If you go down lower, though, KH Lee at 6,500, also playing very good golf. Look, this is an elite field, so we're getting some good players down here at the $6,500 range. KH Lee, another winner on tour in 2021. Really consistent ball striking last week. If he gets hot with the putter, he'll compete. So some guys down here in this range, Jesse, they've got very good chances this week considering how cheap they are.
All right, real quick, slate approved pick, Jeff. Who wins this week?
Yeah, I want to give it to Scott, but I love Scotty Scheffler. I wrote him up, but I got to go with Rory McIlroy. He's just hitting the ball too good right now. When Rory gets in these phases, I think it's just a matter of time, and he's going to be my pick for this week. I do think he picks up another FedEx Cup playoff win here.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Back to baseball after this quick break. Welcome back to Nick Fryer, and welcome for the first time today to Gary and Thorne for another baseball segment. It is MLB Cover the Bases. So we're taking a sportsbook look at today's slate. Going to get your favorite bets in the following categories. So again, 15-game main slate today. First base is a run line or money line that you're targeting. Nick, where are you going for this one?
So tonight I am backing one team and one team only for all of my picks, and that is the Cincinnati Reds. So I'm going to start by doing that with the run line at plus money, going up against Kyle Hendricks tonight. I know Vladimir Gutierrez is going too, and I know he's had like one bad start since the All-Star break. I think it was actually his first start coming out of the break. Other than that, he's been rock solid. Hendricks got racked last time by the Brewers, and I know he's kind of turned a corner this season too. He's only had a few hiccups, it's since like April where he was brutal. But one of those hiccups was against the Reds over on July 26th, and the Reds are one of the toughest teams on right-handed pitching this season. They've been tough on him over the last couple weeks as well. And then you look at the Cubs bullpen too. We saw what happened with the game last night with the Reds, where they, it was 8 runs late in the game. So any way you look at it, I like the Reds in this one, and I'm going to start by backing them first with the run line.
All right, Gary, and run line or money line bet you're interested in.
Yeah, sort of like Nick, there's a lot of games tonight where you've got teams that are trying to get into the playoffs or are already in the playoffs going up against teams that have just waved the white flag so far in 2021. And I think another example of that is the Toronto Blue Jays taking on the Washington Nationals. This is a pretty lopsided pitching matchup when you start to look at recent trends. It's Alek Manoah versus Eric Fedde. Fedde has a 7.43 ERA in his past 9 starts. Manoah has a 1.53 ERA in his past 6 starts. He's been looking really, really good as of late, coming off a career-high 11 strikeouts in his last outing against the Angels. I think the run line is also the way to go here because if we're just being completely honest, when the Blue Jays win a game, they win a game by about 11 bajillion runs. They only have 8 one-run victories so far this season. To put that in perspective, the only 2 teams with fewer are the Baltimore Orioles and the Arizona Diamondbacks. So it's really strange for a team 9 games above 500 to have as few one-run victories as Toronto. If they cover on the money line about 90% of the time, they cover the run line too.
All right, Gary, and how about a game total that you're interested in?
So I'm going to take the under in Game 2 of today's doubleheader between the Yankees and the Red Sox. The Yankees have just really been playing to the under lately. If you go through the recent trends, under is 5-0 in the Yankees' last 5 home games. It's 11-3 the last 14 times the Yankees have played a team above 500, and it's 17-7 in their last 24 games overall. Even with all the deadline acquisitions New York brought in, they have still not been scoring runs, and their starting pitching has been incredible. Luis Gil has looked amazing both times we have seen him so far this season. And also, Nate Eovaldi has absolutely shut down the Yankees so far this season. He's got a 1.71 ERA in his 4 starts against New York so far this season. He's easily been Boston's best and most consistent starter in 2021. So I think by the time Game 2 rolls around, maybe we see a couple guys who were in the starting lineup in Game 1, not in there for Game 2. I think this game goes under 7 runs.
Nick, back to the Reds here.
Yes, and this one is my absolute number 1 favorite pick of the night. Reds going over 5.5 runs. I thought I saw it fluctuate to 4.5 at one point over on DK Sportsbook, but it's still at 5.5 right now. And I prefer it there because the payout's going to be better. And I'm just as comfortable with backing the Reds to score at least 6 runs tonight. They've done so in 9 of their last 13 games. So if you've been backing the Reds offense, which I have done quite a bit recently, they've been you've been rewarded handsomely. When I talked before about how they've done against right-handed pitching, they lead all of baseball in OPS and WOBA against right-handed pitching on the season. They're 7th in ISO against right-handed pitching on the season, and then over the last couple of weeks, they're the number 1 team in ISO and OPS against right-handed pitching. So, and you have good matchups against Hendricks tonight. I talked about Votto when we were breaking down DFS. There are other guys who do well against Hendricks. No one quite as well as Votto, but either way, when you have a mix of guys like that who can go and get after a guy who's usually a good pitcher but has definitely had some issues, I'm going to feel very comfortable when it comes to backing them to score at least 6 runs.
Okay, so hit me with your pitcher prop for this game.
Yeah, so this one was a little bit confusing at first because naturally I would think, all right, let's go with Hendricks for his hits allowed prop because the home run prop, you're not going to get your bang for your buck on this. And I know you don't have Winker in this game, of course, as well, but I still like Kyle Hendricks to give up a homer and the Cubs to lose this one. Of course, I totally think that the Cubs are not going to come through in this game. And then Hendricks is a guy who can be home run prone. I know last month he only had 1 game where he gave up a home run, but he gave up 2 in that 1 game, and that was 3 starts ago. And then last start against the Brewers, he gave up 2 home runs. So this is a guy who I want to pick on tonight 100%, and Votto's a guy who can go and get this job done for me. But there are other options as well. There are other guys who have hit Hendricks for power in the Reds lineup, but I have no question about the Reds winning this game. So why not go and see? I think Hendricks is definitely capable of giving up a home run tonight.
All right, Gary, and where are you going for your pitcher prop?
I'm going to go with Taylor Hearn to go over 3.5 strikeouts. It's kind of a weird one. I understand why this number is set so low because Hearn has only thrown about 70 pitches his last 2 starts. He's still being stretched out from his relief role that he was pitching in earlier in the season for the Rangers. But Hearn is nasty. I know a lot of people don't watch the Rangers. I can understand why that is. They're terrible. But for his career, Taylor Hearn has a 9.9 K per 9, a 25% strikeout rate. He can get over 3.5 strikeouts in 4 innings, and he might pitch 5 innings in this game. And Seattle is also key here. They struggle immensely with left-handed pitchers. They have a 26.2% strikeout rate against against Southpaws. That is the third highest mark in baseball. So at plus 105, I know there's some pitch concern and some volume stuff, but I'll take Taylor Hearn to go over 3.5 Ks.
Okay, let's move on to a hitter prop. Gary, and where are you going to go for this?
I'm going to go down to the total bases props. Randy Arozarena is also plus money. He's plus 105 to go over 1.5 total bases in his matchup with John Means. We'll start with the Means side of this. Had a great start to the season. He was like the one shining light for Baltimore. It's been bad. His last 9 starts, and this includes, his span on the IL. So obviously this is a large sample. He's giving up 3.3 home runs per 9 to right-handed batters. Arozarena, meanwhile, has hit left-handed pitching really well all season long. He's got an 880 OPS within the split. He's also got a 203 WRC plus since the All-Star break. Really, no one in baseball has been hitting as well as Randy Arozarena the past 5 weeks, and he's kind of starting to look like the guy who took over baseball in the second half of last season and carried that into the playoffs. So I think Arozarena is really dangerous right now, and I like him to go over this total base prop.
All right, Nick, a hitter prop for this Reds game.
Yeah, so I'm going to go with Joey Votto over 1.5 total bases. I was looking at the head-to-head ones that Garen actually usually likes to cite, but there wasn't one there wasn't a payout that I necessarily liked here. With Votto, it's pretty reasonable. And again, against Kyle Hendricks, I said it when we were talking DFS. This is one of the best matchups tonight. Again, for a hitter perspective, Joey Votto 13 for 34 in his career versus Hendricks. There's 14 walks mixed in there as well, which doesn't do anything for our total bases, but his 4 home runs and 3 doubles do. So this is a guy who he hits well. He hits for power against him. So this is the person I want to back tonight to at least get 2 total bases.
All right, guys, that'll do it for baseball today. We're hitting the hardwood with our NBA panel. The Sweat shall return. Say hello to DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Nick Whalen. Julian Edlow was supposed to be in this segment, but a car crashed into a pole outside his house and he lost power. Allegedly. No, I'm just kidding. That actually did happen. All right, guys, it is the final night of NBA Summer League action. I know we're all very sad, but the good news is we have the championship game between Sacramento and Boston at 9 Eastern, so let's just hop into our last Summer League slate. Kenny, favorite high-priced DFS play, who's it going to be?
So to pay tribute to Julian, I'll pretend I did no research for this show, and I'll just drag on these answers as I look through the DraftKings. No, I like Trey Murphy III, $8,500 for the Pelicans here. This is kind of insane what's happened at Summer League with him. He was priced around $4,000, and now all the way up to $8,500. But I am absolutely paying this price because the way he's played is like a $9,000 player. Coming off a 42 DraftKings fantasy point game. The thing you like about Trey Murphy is this guy has shot the 3 all Summer League long, and he shot it, pretty well in 2 games. He's bookended his performance with 2 good shooting nights, but he's clearly getting the ball a lot. He's clearly been given the green light to shoot a lot. He's played a lot of minutes, coming off a 30-minute performance or 30-minute game. So yeah, I think I'm ready to fire him up here against the Timberwolves in the Summer League finale. I definitely think that this is, he's been one of the standouts of Summer League, especially on the Pelicans. I think he should end it with a nice night. So I'm paying up for Trey Murphy III.
Nick, who are you paying up for?
Yeah, I was looking forward to talking with Julian about his Celtics. I mean, looking for banner number 18 tonight with a potential win over the Sacramento Kings. Be watchful of Peyton Pritchard, who's the highest priced player, of course, of the Boston Celtics on this slate. It sounds like he's angling to play in this game. It sounds like the Celtics don't want him to play in this game for precautionary reasons. So make sure you check on his status if you are going to put him in your lineup. I'm going to stick with Alperen Şengün from the Rockets, who's been like the steadiest player in all of Summer League throughout this last week and a half. You're going to have to pay up. He's at 10,100, but 30 plus DraftKings points in all 4 games, 35 plus in 3 of those 4 games. If you want to look elsewhere real quickly, Precious Achiuwa for Toronto, probably a little overqualified to be playing at Summer League. He's at 9,200. Cam Thomas in Brooklyn has been insane these last 3 games. It's pretty much all scoring for Cam Thomas, but if he's giving you like 36 points every single night, that's not necessarily a problem. You can get him at 7,700. And then if you're playing that 2-game early slate on DraftKings, I would check into Paul Reed. I mean, you really can't not at this point. 75 DraftKings points in his last game, 24 points, 20 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals, and 4 blocks. I mean, that's one of those Summer League games that you're going to be telling your grandkids about.
Oh, man, can't wait. Favorite DFS value play, Nick, if you had to go on the other side of things?
Yeah, if you're looking in the kind of 5,500 and below range, I would steer towards McKinley Wright, a rookie out of Colorado for Minnesota. Just kind of one of those like quintessential classic college point guards who nobody thinks is going to be good in the NBA, but he's been really steady. He's at 5,200, 20 plus DraftKings points in all 4 of his games. Another rookie, Herbert Jones, Herb Jones, some call him at 5,000 for New Orleans. He's been really steady. And then another Timberwolf to keep an eye on, Isaiah Miller. This is a guy who's undrafted out of UNC Greensboro, 3-time Southern Conference Defensive Player of the Year, 2-time Conference Player of the Year. He's at 4,900, had 28 DraftKings points in his last game. I have no idea if he's going to make an NBA roster, but just go look up some clips of what Isaiah Miller has done in Summer League so far. Like it's otherworldly, the kind of athleticism and power that he has at his size. I've been really impressed by him.
All right, if you're looking for value, Kenny, where are you going?
Yeah, I was actually going to mention Cam Thomas because, look, $7,700 for the Summer League's top scorer, I believe, is just kind of insane. He's been unbelievable, over 40 DraftKings fantasy points the last 2 nights. So I think you get a lot of savings there at $7,700. But if you're going down, I do like McKinley Wright at $5,200, undrafted free agent out of Colorado. He did a lot of good work there for the Buffaloes, and clearly very excited to be a member of the Timberwolves, where he grew up in Minnesota. You look at the way he's played in Summer League, the thing I like about him is he has not scored in double digits yet, and he's continued to go over 20 DraftKings fantasy points. Is this guy the highest ceiling player in the world? Probably not, but the way that he's filled up the stat sheet in rebounds, assists, he's gotten you steals as well. He had 5 steals in his first Summer League game, and then 2 per game after that. I think that this guy should easily be able to hit value for you, and you got to get him in your lineup. He's a good all-category performer, and that's what you want around this price. And he's also going to be playing a lot, coming off a 28-minute game. He's played 28 minutes twice already in Summer League. McKinley Wright, go for it.
All right, Kenny, let's talk sportsbook. Your favorite spread or money line bet?
Yeah, look, why are we even bothering betting any of these other games? Okay, let's go right to the title game with the Kings and the Celtics. And you got to take the Celtics -5. I really do believe that. I mean, this is just an unbelievable Summer League team. Clearly, they are not supposed to be, or a lot of these players are not supposed to be in Summer League. Peyton Pritchard was deprived of Summer League last year because they didn't have it. So that's sort of why he's here. And he has been, far and away one of the 5 best players on the floor at all times. So, yeah, I think that the Celtics just have way too many scorers here for the Kings to keep up. It should be a fun game, though. Expecting another one out of Lewis King. But, yeah, give me the Celtics -5. Again, my Julian Edlow tribute here. I also don't mind just playing them on the money line because I really do think that this team is just, their roster is way more talented.
Nick, what's your favorite spread or money line bet?
Yeah, I like kind of riding with the Edlow boost here on Boston, especially if Peyton Pritchard plays. Sacramento is going to be without its starting center, Chimezie Metu, who punched a guy in the last game and has been suspended. So as far as Summer League absences go, that's kind of a big deal. I also like Toronto -3 over Brooklyn. Kenny and I and most of the basketball world has been fawning over Cam Thomas, but Brooklyn doesn't have a whole lot outside of Cam Thomas. We've seen Scotty Barnes play some really good defense on some really good scorers so far in Summer League. So I think if Scotty Barnes, is able to slow down Cam Thomas, I think that could be a relatively comfortable victory for Toronto.
All right, how about your favorite game total, Nick?
Man, I would be lying if I said I had a ton of confidence in any of these, but Lakers Warriors under 170.5. The Warriors played an overtime game yesterday. They're turning around, playing again. And they're at, they only scored 80 points in that game that went into overtime. The Lakers have been under 80 points in a couple of their games so far. And as you get to the end of Summer League, you might have some situations where, key players are starting to sit out games. Teams have seen what they need to see. So it wouldn't be surprising if, we see some late scratches. Moses Moody already missed the Warriors last game with what sounds like a very minor injury. So that's something to keep an eye on that could impact these totals.
All right, where are you going, Kenny?
I am going to go with the over in the Rockets-Portland Trailblazers game, 169.5. Look, this Rockets defense has been really bad all summer league long. They've given up a lot of points. Their offense has trailed behind in all but one of the games where they scored 111 points. But when you look at both rosters, Sengun, we've talked about in this segment, is a great talent. Anthony Lamb has emerged off the bench. You have Jalen Green here as well. You have Michael Beasley on the floor for Portland. I just think that there's a lot of scoring that's going to be done here. Not a lot of defense is going to be played. 169.5, a little too low for my liking. Again, one of the lower totals on the slate, and I think that easily, with the way that the Rockets have played defense, this should hit.
All right, Kenny, your final Summer League slate-approved pick, favorite DFS or sportsbook play. Where are you going?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Anthony Lamb at $6,000. This is a guy that I love. I fell in love with him when he played at UVM. He definitely deserves a spot in the NBA. And we saw what happened last time out against Orlando. He was just $5,200, and he hit 5 threes. Anytime you're taking 11 threes, you're clearly a favorite of the coaching staff. And whether or not he has the approval to shoot 11 threes in Summer League, we've talked about it. This is the type of guy I like to target, a guy who's just going to chuck shots. I think Anthony Lamb, feeling it now, coming off that 36 fantasy point game, I think that in a game where I think there's going to be a lot of scoring, he should easily go for 30, 35 plus. And that should make you pretty happy if you paid $6,000 for him. So I think this is a guy on the ascendancy. You get him a nice performance to end Summer League, and you put some money in your pocket along the way.
Nick, slate approved.
I'm going to go back to the guy that Kenny mentioned right away at the top. Trey Murphy is my pick. 8,500. He has 43, 32, 27, and 43 DraftKings points in his first 4 games in Vegas, respectively. And like Kenny said, great three-point shooter. That was kind of the thing that he was built for coming out of Virginia with the number 17 pick, but he's rebounded really well in Las Vegas. He had a game with 7 assists earlier last week. He's been blocking shots. He has 2 games, I should say, with 3 steals. So it's not just shooting for Trey Murphy. If he has an off game from 3, he can still give you some value.
All right, guys, thank you. One more block to go on today's show. We're going to look at some futures bets in the NFL. Stay tuned. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to The Sweat. It is time for NFL Best Bets. Say hello to DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Gary and Thorne. No Julian Edlow. He's having a little bit of an issue with his power. Guys, time for NFL Best Bets. So we're going to look at starting quarterback futures after the first week of NFL preseason action. How about we do it? All right, guys, Justin Fields was impressive in his preseason debut with the Bears. The Ohio State product went 14 in 20 for 142 yards and a touchdown. He also added a touchdown on the ground. So right now on the DK Sportsbook, you can get Fields at plus 190 to take the first regular season snap for Chicago. Jeff, are you taking it?
Oh, man. I mean, these situations are obviously tough. You're trying to read the tea leaves. You're trying to get inside the mind of an NFL head coach, which is like, I mean, you almost have to like think backwards with some of these guys. But I do kind of like this situation. I don't mind these odds of plus 190. I think you have to look at the fact that the Bears, Andy Dalton is the incumbent, but it's not like Andy Dalton has been a Bear any longer than Justin Fields. Andy Dalton is still being marched out in the preseason games. They're getting him reps. They're looking at Andy Dalton just like they're looking at Justin Fields. And you have to like what you saw from Justin Fields in the first game if you're part of the Bears organization. Matt Nagy's come out. He hasn't said concretely that like this competition is over. Andy Dalton's still the guy, but they're both going to be out there in week 2. And I think that's significant. The Bears are still evaluating. And I think that at plus 190, Justin Fields is a better talent. So I don't hate this bet.
All right, how do you feel about this bet, Garion?
Yeah, I think going back, it might have been 2 months ago, we talked about this prop. The odds were a little bit steeper for Fields at that point, but that was one of the key points that I remember really wanting to drive home that Jeff brought up, which is Dalton is also learning this Bears offense. Dalton is also trying to get the communication down with the coaching staff. Like, he didn't really have an advantage just in the sense of, I've been inside this organization for years. So maybe Fields had a little less ground to make up, aside from the fact that, he's just also Andy Dalton, who might be a pretty easy quarterback to catch in a competition like this. I did want to make the point, as someone who watched way too much of this game, that Fields did a lot of this damage in the second half against third and fourth stringers. He actually looked really bad in the second quarter when he played. I believe he was 2 for 7 going into halftime. He'd almost thrown 2 interceptions. The Bears didn't score a point in the first half of this game, but that's sort of what reminded me that, Andy Dalton also looked terrible against the number 1 Dolphin defense in this contest. So I don't know. I don't think Dalton really got any more of an advantage in this game. And I think if you look at it, the only guy who could have taken a step forward in what happened on Saturday would be Justin Fields. So plus 190 is some nice value. I think at the end of the day, Dalton's probably going to start just because this is the NFL and boring things tend to happen when you leave it up to NFL head coaches. But yeah, it's not the worst bet.
Okay, so third overall pick, Trey Lance, had a solid debut as well. 5 for 14 for 128 yards and a touchdown. That 80-yard bomb, though. He's plus 250 to take the Niners' first regular season snap over Jimmy G. Garion, has Lance done enough to tempt you into taking this number?
No. I think this is the one, and I think most people probably felt this way because we were presented Trey Lance as maybe the highest upside quarterback in this draft, but definitely the most raw. A guy who was not going to be NFL ready right away. And, for as much as Kyle Shanahan, I'm sure, looked at that game tape and was salivating at what Trey Lance can possibly do, I think, again, you have to look at how these quarterbacks were sort of utilized in this contest. And unlike the Bears, who had Andy Dalton kind of go out there and play a couple, 3-4 series because they need to take a look at this guy, the plan was always going into this contest that Jimmy Garoppolo would play 1 series. Well, Garoppolo played 1 series. It just doesn't seem like right now the distribution of snaps is the kind you would see for a competition that is actually open. I still think Trey Lance is going to start at some point this season, but I don't think it's going to be.
Jeff, what do you think?
Yeah, this is one I would stay away from too. It feels like the 49ers, even with Jimmy Garoppolo coming off injury, like they're not really in a rush to like get him reps. It just seems set. This is what we're doing. We're starting conservative this year. We're going with Jimmy G. We're just going to try and not lose the games on offense and let our skill players, make simple plays and get the ball into their hands. Trey Lance, his performance in week 1 was a lot better than it looked on the stat sheet. So there is a door here, because if he comes out and he just rips it in week 2, things could change real quick, because some of the throws that he was making were, like Garion said, absolutely ridiculous. He did also have like 4 drop passes by the 49ers wide receiver crew, and he was up against the number 1 D-line for the Kansas City for a lot of that game. I don't know what Andy Reid is doing, but they got a lot of reps. So it was a tough spot for Trey Lance, and he still ripped some absolutely mind-boggling passes. So a situation that could still flip on its head, but I'm not really expecting it to, and I don't really want a piece of this bet for Lance to start week 1 either.
Okay, guys, one more rookie to look at here. Mac Jones. He saw significant playing time in the Pats' first preseason game against Washington. Now, he went 13 for 19 for 87 yards. So, the numbers don't exactly jump out here, but he did look significantly better than Cam Newton. So Mac is plus 250 to take the first regular season snap for New England. Jeff, is there a shot that this happens? We know Bill Belichick isn't going to be like, I'm loyal to Cam Newton.
No, you're right. I don't think he's going to be like that. And I don't think there's been any indication that that is actually happening. The more we go into preseason, and obviously Mac Jones having a solid week 1 in preseason has something to do with this. But the further we get, the more I'm starting to come over on this, that this might actually happen. The Mac Jones might be the guy they march out there. Just on top of just, looking like he's a slightly better fit for the Patriots offense. I mean, what do the Patriots have to lose here? I mean, with starting Mac Jones over Cam Newton. I mean, Cam doesn't really offer any kind of significant upside outside of maybe as a red zone rusher, but it really feels like, they've left this competition open. I mean, Cam is another guy. He's been there for 1 year. It's not like that big an advantage. And if Mac Jones is capable of just keeping the ball, in the Patriots' hands on offense, I mean, letting their skill players do what they do, I think this has a chance of hitting. So, plus 250. This one is much more appealing to me than the San Francisco situation right now, which seems a little bit more, just set in stone. I think that with the way Cam Newton's been over the last year and a half with the Patriots, which is not spectacular, that there's a real wide door open here for Mac Jones to potentially even take this in week 2 of the preseason.
Gary, and if anyone is going to make a YOLO exciting decision, it's going to be Bill Belichick.
Yeah, known for fun.
Yes.
Look, it's interesting. I don't know, like maybe I follow too many Patriot fans, although one could argue following more than one Patriot fan is too many Patriot fans in your Twitter feed. But this seems like it's been the most talked about quarterback rookie taking over for the incumbent situation so far throughout camp. It really seems like, if you're to believe the beat writers who are watching training camp, that Mac Jones has looked significantly better than Cam Newton. And while I, again, will always side with, I think the boring thing is going to happen in the NFL, I think the veteran will start week 1 more likely than not, I'm surprised at these odds. The fact that they are plus 250, like Trey Lance, instead of plus 190, like Justin Fields, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I do think they're the best odds we've talked about so far. And I think that, Jeff said it. Cam Newton was very unimpressive last season, only 5.44 adjusted net yards per attempt. And those numbers are almost, I don't want to say they're inflated, but this is someone who was pretty good to start the season and then tapered off significantly his past 7-8 starts of the season. So it was bad. And I think they're looking for a solution in New England. And if Jones has really looked as good as we're led to believe, these odds are too long.
All right, finally, let's look at one of these futures with closer odds. So the Denver Broncos have a tight quarterback competition heading into the season between Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater. Now, Lock had an impressive showing in their first preseason game, going 5 for 7 for 151 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's the favorite to take the first snap for Denver at minus 130. Gary, and how do you see this competition playing out?
So this one's tough. Obviously, we've already found out that Bridgewater will get the chance to start in week 2 of the preseason, so you can't really take too much from the fact that Locke was given the first opportunity in week 1. They both looked really good. I think that for me, this still comes down to, if you ask me to choose the better quarterback, the safer quarterback, I think it's Teddy Bridgewater. But if you ask me to select the quarterback that the Denver Bronco organization still has the most tied into, I think it's Drew Lock. I think there's enough reason, if he looks not even better than Bridgewater throughout the preseason, but if he just looks good throughout the preseason, I think they are tied to him, and that front office is tied to him to the extent that they will give him one more chance at being the starting quarterback for the Broncos. So I think it's definitely justifiable that he has the inside track here on the odds. I don't know if I'd bet this, because then I would have to watch Drew Lock play preseason football. But I do think more likely than not, it is Lock who ends up starting week 1.
Jeff, under a minute, what do you think?
Yeah, it kind of feels like a situation where John Elway might just walk down the stairs and be like, hey, Drew's our guy for week 1, okay? I mean, at the same time, this could blow up. It's Drew Lock. He could easily follow up a great week 1 with a stinker in week 2. I'd stay away from this one just because of the odds, minus 130. If you're getting like plus 100 on Drew Lock, I'd probably take that. But from all accounts, this is still even Steven the competition. I'm kind of expecting Lock at this point too, but not really one I want to bet on.
All right, that's a show, folks. Thank you. Full slate of Madden Sims coming your way today, starting at noon. The Sweat will be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m., which means I will be back tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. So I'll see you then.
Well,
All right, man.
well.
All right, before we do this, hold on.
Before we do this, let me turn this air conditioner off here real quick.
Start over.
Moment of silence, everybody. A moment of silence, please, for the Jacksonville Jaguars career of Tim Tebow, the one, the only Tim Tebow. We know Terrell Asak, who is producing this game today. He meant the world to her. She is crushed. She is emotional. She is confused. So pour one out for him if that's your style on a Tuesday morning, wherever you live. And let's do this. Let's do this in memory of Tim Tebow today. Amen.
Amen.
Brendan Glasheen, I am so effing happy to be here with you today. How are you doing?
I am great. It's been a while since we've worked together. It's great to see you. Glad to see the doggies are healthy.
Yeah, one of them is. The other's in surgery.
Oh,
she's spayed. She's getting spayed, regular kind of thing, We're just no kids for you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been using this for a while. I think it's the first time you and I have been together since I've had this. It's how I sound freaking amazing, don't I?
Yeah, it looks like a little planet.
Yeah, it is. It kind of looks like a ball.
Yeah, it's floating, a floating ball.
Certainly what it is, 100%. How you been?
All right, been all right.
That's why we love you, man. You're honest.
Yeah.
You're really, really honest. One thing I want to do today.
Okay.
One thing, it just remind me to do something that I'm thinking about right now at halftime. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Just remind me to do something that I'm thinking about now at halftime, if that makes sense. This is the perfect way. This is the perfect way to start a tongue out or tasty Tuesday, if you will. Probably tasty. You got a couple snacks on your screen here. Emerson Latzia, Brendan Glasheen, 6 Madden Sims today. Frangelico and my dude, Pat, behind the scenes. Johnny French Fry. T-Sack, Andrew on the 1s and 2s. This is absolute perfection, this group that we have together. Speaking of perfection, let me hear your lineup, babe.
Okay, I think I'm ready for this. We need this. Raheem Mostert is in the captain spot.
Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, come on. I mean, there's only so many weeks left. I've got to do it,
I know. I agree.
Captain.
Okay. What else you got?
Tebow, Kittle, Niners defense. And then on the Giants side, Saquon and Graham Gano.
Nice. I like that. I went Ingram in the captain spot. And I'm looking at our Glash and M together one final time, question mark contest. Shout out to everyone who got a lineup in, 115 of them. So I got Ingram in the captain spot, Mostert on there, 92% own in our contest. Oh my God, I already have the doorbell ringing. I got Jones. No, I think it's, I got these 2 new poop bag holders for the 2 leashes for the dogs, and they have built-in flashlights. So I'm just on Amazon the other day, and I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely buying that. It's $11. So continuing on, speaking of crap, yes, I put Jones in my lineup, Slayton, Shepard, Pettis.
Wow, that sounds like a
It's
winner.
gross. No, it's disgusting. It's silly. I was being rushed out of the house this morning, and I said, let me do this real quick, honey.
Okay. Well, I believe in you. I believe in us.
I'm always going to remember these times together, and I knew 100% when I saw we were on a 49ers game together. All of the OGs of the DK Sim fam, anyone who was here since day one, is Jimmy G incomplete on his first pass of the day. Anyone who's been here since day one knows the legendary moment of Brendan Glasheen and Raheem Mostert, and then it turned into its own hashtag that started going viral on social media. Raheem to the stream. That coward never got back to us. And now we are here, babes. We are here, about to put the cherry on top of an epic adventure. Did they pick up the first down there? Yeah, they did, man.
Sure did. 9 yards.
There he is. There he is. Right on cue.
Well,
you were with Steve Buchanan that night too. I can't even remember. I can't even remember the last time Steve Buchanan's been on one of these.
He did one in the late spring with yours truly because he missed me, and he'll never admit it. But it was a good time. It's good hanging with Steve. That was a great night.
Oh,
Oh,
wait.
Oh! Oh!
Wait. Yeah! Yeah! Oh my God!
Let's go!
Oh my God, this is the best day of my life!
Yes.
DK Simfam, clap it up.
Yes.
DK Simfam, clap it up, baby.
Yes.
Oh
Heed to the
my
stream.
God. Dude, oh my God, if you build it, he will run.
Wow.
Oh, for Angelico, he's having a meltdown behind the scenes saying, my captain.
Wow. Let's go. The chalk hits. Everyone's happy. I mean, 92% of people in our contest had this guy. 78% in the public contest available on DK. Amazing.
So 8% of the nincompoops in our contest. A little brokenhearted right now, but it's okay. Hey, could this be the day where the running backs shine? We'll see if the quad father, not the OG, but quad father maybe 2.0. We'll see if he can answer back here as the Giants offense getting ready to take the field. Raheem Mostert scoring on the opening drive of the day.
As happy as I am to be with you, I mean, we should just end the sim now. I mean, that was the moment of the sim in the first minute 20.
This is just a gorgeous start to the afternoon. Oh my God, Nathan Jones, I'm so glad I rostered him. Almost intercepted.
I mean, that is a true. Remember how often we were asked by the chat at the beginning of these to speak it into existence? I mean, that was spoken into existence.
They would want you to speak players and certain performances and hitting certain marks on the stat sheet into existence, and then you would get a little crusty. Mentioned they were approaching a certain territory that starts with a B word.
Yeah. That B word. That one. I know you all know what we're talking about.
Oh yeah, and we're not talking about Big D Mad, who is currently tied for first place in the large showdown. About 8,000 entries there for this one. Mostert already just a tad under 20 points in the captain's spot, 73 rushing yards, and the one long touchdown here.
You really are beautiful.
It's good to see everybody here over on YouTube, Glass. You got it opened up?
Oh, yeah, I do. 257 watching. Already 33 likes. People are here and strong.
Alex Fox, what's up, dude? I haven't seen you in forever. I remember early on in our streaming days, Fox would tweet me some of his incredible workouts. He's like holding weights and jumping out of pools. You know, looking almost like a Saquon Barkley workout. Yeah, insane. Come on, Fox, step it up, dude. It's the summer.
Fox must be hiding himself because he's so jacked.
Yeah.
And tan.
Yeah, I need this. That was last summer, Fox. I need to see what a year of these insane workouts have done to the shrine, bro. Oh, yeah.
Uncle Buck, I'm going to miss you too, clown boys. LOL.
No, man. I know.
Yes, aliens exist. That was me. Strap on in. Mostert's off to a good start.
Bill Connor, get to the chopper. Glash and Emerson, best way to wake up mid-morning. Where you at, Bill? You sleeping in a little bit today? You on the East Coast? You making it past noon? I would love to sleep in past noon every day. I could sleep for 12 hours a day, every day. Sleeping is the absolute best.
I truly can't remember a better start to a sim. It's a Niners sim. It's noon. You know better. I mean, you never get touchdowns when you're on the noon sim.
No, I'm actually bad luck. I'm one of the worst people on the planet to ever put on a noon sim. Oh my God, Mostert cannot stop.
You know what I'm bummed out about, though, for the people, outside of the fact that we'll be done commentating on the 31st. But
what's that?
We'll I don't want to talk about that. I'll get emotional.
Yeah, okay.
I'm curious what he's going to look like in Madden 22 for the people.
Ooh.
Yeah. Last year, Kyle Shanahan used 4 running backs because Mostert was always hurt. He had that great playoff game against Green Bay. Oh my God!
Oh my God! Oh my God! Yeah! Yeah!
This is unbelievable.
This is amazing. Woo! Honey!
Frangelico, you all right now?
Dude, Frangelico, focus. We need you.
Hop in the shower. Let Patrick handle it for you.
Yeah. Frangelico, if you need a cold shower, big boy, you go, you take it. Patrick here will take care of you here behind the scenes for a little bit, but holy smokes. Dude, I don't want anybody else to get a single point in this game. I don't care. I need Raheem Mostert. I'm sorry. I need it. I need 700 rushing yards. I need 10 touchdowns from this guy. Let's destroy Dream Stream history and records. Watch it crumble. Watch it fall like the walls of Rome centuries ago.
By the way, that's the bonus for Mostert for those keeping track of him.
Yeah, really, really easy. And just like the past 3 carries, he's hit the bonus.
This is something. If this might be our last sim together, we might have to go out this way. It actually might be. I don't know for sure. Wow. Is everyone okay? Is everyone breathing?
Yeah.
Unreal.
Frangelico, blink twice if you're alive, even though I can't even see you. Oh, baby. All right, 14-0. We got a little more than 3.5 minutes to go here. First quarter of the first of 6 sims today. Emerson Latzia, Brendan Glasheen on your beautiful screen. 300 people hanging with us already. We're up to 52 likes. Let's go. Let's go, babe. Inmates uprising. Respect. Yeah, right back at you. Right back at you. Bruce Harding. Carbon. Emerson's forehead. Ernest. The Guru. Oh my God, these names. Uncle Buck. Small Ben. Super Bowl baby.
Whoa.
Okay. All right. What do we got? A little Sterling Shepard action. Daniel Jones is 3 for 4, 59 yards. All right. Dude, is it too late to get Raheem to the stream?
I don't know.
Is he on Cameo? Could we do
Ooh, that's a good question.
You know what I mean? Maybe we could Venmo him $20. He could send us a 10-second clip, just being like, "Yo, Glash Daddy, appreciate your love since day one," and R.I.P. and P, stream.
There's one thing I do know. He did view the eyebrow shave. He
did?
You can go back and look and see who watched it. Raheem Mostert watched the eyebrow shave. He may have only watched a second, but he opened it.
Yeah, that's right. That's all that matters.
Raheem Mostert watched it. Now, I got heavy crickets on Instagram and Twitter with direct messages, but I only sent him one on each platform.
Oh, you didn't go all crazy, drunk ex-girlfriend on him?
I mean, when the first sentence says, "Hey, we use you in Madden at DraftKings," that's a little weird.
No, not really, because once you throw in DraftKings, we're the official partner of the NFL. These guys know it. It's a huge respected brand with within the planet Earth, within the entire universe. Like these guys know what's up, but they, you could be just some crazy dude who's just making that up.
Well, it doesn't
But at
help.
least he knows your commitment.
It doesn't help when the guy who works at DraftKings is reaching out, has no eyebrows and has like no sideburns.
No, I agree there.
Ooh.
That's no. All right, here we go.
Vulture.
We got, yeah, that's real. That's disgusting, actually. Like this, it's a buzzkill. So we have Elijah Penny. We have Elijah Penny. We have the fullback here.
That's disgusting.
That is, I want to vomit. And speaking of shaving, I was just looking and seeing if by any chance Travis Kelce was able to view the story I put up. Because did you guys see this? Dream Stream, DK Sim Fam. Did you guys see that Travis Kelce is now clean shaven? He looks like a completely different dude. It's actually kind of weird and uncomfortable. I said Travis Kelce without a beard looks like Will Ferrell if Will Ferrell was playing Travis Kelce in a movie.
That's good. Okay.
I don't know, man. People are questioning, is he still a tight end one?
I'm just trying to figure out how I can request a cameo from Raheem Mostert.
Dude, I don't have the app. Like, do you have the app? Are you on it? Like, could I?
No.
Okay.
Well, I just made an account.
Oh, you did? This is unreal. Hold on. Wait a second. Look at this. Frangelico has done some research. Mostert does have a profile on Cameo. Not available now, but maybe.
So yeah, he's seeing the same thing as me. It says notify me when available. Be the first to know when Raheem Mostert is back. Submit.
Yeah, submit that, dude. Because even if it's after August 31st, like we've connected with enough of the DK Sim fam, like on Instagram and Twitter. And again, you guys should follow us because I want to make sure that we remain best friends and we remain sweet chinchillas together for eternity. So find Brendan Glass Sheen, and then find myself, Emerson Lazia, on Twitter and Instagram. We need you. We want to hold you forever. Jimmy G gonna wind up and go downfield, and that is incomplete. He's 3 for 5 for 29 yards. Because we've connected with enough of them to where if it happens after August 31st, you can put it on your story, you can put it on Instagram, and the DK Sim fam will be brought pure joy in maybe a time where they're a little sad. You know who's not sad?
Who?
How about the squad over on Twitch right now?
Twitch fam's great.
Twitch fam since day one. OMG. That's all you have to do. He's a one-man wrecking crew in this game. Raheem Mostert with the reception. 3 of them. All right, so here's the deal. He's ran for a bajillion yards already, 2 touchdowns. Jimmy G has completed 4 passes. 3 of them have gone to Raheem Mostert.
Raheem's crushing it. Ernest, the Sims are not going anywhere, my man. They are staying, but the commentators are moving forward. We have a lot of NFL coverage coming up this season. We have to put our attention on it. So the commentating will be on pause. That is the official word.
I like that. I like the wording. It's almost like someone a lot more professional than me put that together, the verbiage. Because I don't think it's like I don't think it's a goodbye. I think it's an I'll see you later. Isn't that what they say? Those are like those real passionate, emotional captions you'll see on a lot of influencers' Instagram posts.
Yeah, I would like to think you're onto something there. I really would.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Yeah, dude, yeah. 5 of 6, Daniel Jones. 3 for 4, I think I saw with Jimmy G. So Mostert's been the story of this one. He has run for 144 yards on 6 carries in 1 quarter. And he's got 2 touchdowns. And then shout out to Elijah Penny, who's out-rushing Saquon Barkley right now. So the fullback out-rushing Saquon Barkley. Penny's got 1 carry for 4 yards. Barkley has 1 carry for 0 yards. And Penny also has the vulture touchdown. This is why I said Barkley, dude. Not today. Not today. You're not going to land on my roster, dude.
And since so many people rostered Mostert in the captain, now I'm in 24th place. This Penny guy kind of ruined it. Frangelico's in 8th. Nice job, Frangeli.
Is he really?
Yeah. No wonder he wants to shower.
Oh.
He's doing really well. Jacob says Mostert is so hungry he uses a shovel instead of a spoon.
Ooh. Oh. I love that.
Love that.
Hey. Kendrick Bourne, newest Patriot, wide receiver.
That is right.
He's I've listened to a little bit of his recent media avails, and that guy's playing with a chip on his shoulder. He's a little salty that other teams, including the Eagles this week, who they're having joint practices with and will play on Thursday at Lincoln Financial. He's a little salty that they kind of overlooked him. And he's being very vocal about it. He was throwing some shade at the 49ers as well, like last week, talking about just how the Patriots are a little more organized, a little more structured. And that makes sense with Bill Belichick at the helm for sure.
Yeah, the Philadelphia Eagles were one of those teams that could have used a little more depth at receiver. They were banged up there last year. Then they also had some parts move out and some unfortunate injuries.
And for real, don't you want to put Jalen Hurts in a better position to succeed? Which they did by going and grabbing his old Alabama teammate, right? Their first round pick, Devontae Smith.
Yep.
Who was banged up and injured, missed the first preseason game.
And look, that dude, Travis Fulgham, who was a popular waiver wire pickup for folks at the end of last year, he's shined. Greg Ward is also listed as one of their starting receivers. I think it's Jalen Reagor.
Yep. Nailed it.
He's another draft pick or a higher end draft pick, a first round pick from 2020. So they've got some first round, in theory. See, we're not used to it here in New England. They don't really get the whole first round receiver thing right. But other teams, they have some history, I think. I'm not sure about Philadelphia, as I can't think off the top of my head who have they taken in the first round at wide receiver in the past. But shall see.
Wait, Nelson Aguilar, also a former Eagle wide receiver. Unlike Aguilar, he's also chilling with the Pats now. A lot of chatter in the chat. A lot of chatting in the chatter about Tim Tebow. Mo asking me how I feel about Tim Tebow. Let's go. Born again. Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne. Damn, San Fran just rolling right now. What'd you think? What'd you think of Tim Tebow? We had a Mo, if you go back to the top of this sim here, when we opened things up, we did do a moment of silence for Tim Tebow because producer Terralyn is in love with him. She actually has said in our Slack channel, and I am not kidding here, she will sacrifice herself for him. Whatever the hell that means. But what'd you think, man? I honestly thought they'd hang on to him through the final cut. Well, but is what it is. I know we kind of went viral for some of those rough-looking blocks. I mean, it's kind of difficult. He kind of looked like a 34-year-old former quarterback who was trying to play tight end for the first time after not playing in the league for almost a decade.
Right, 7 years since we last saw Tebow. I look, it made some sense for Urban Meyer to do it, and I guess it made some sense for the Jags to create more buzz, which I don't get personally because of the Lawrence hype coming into the year. Yeah, it didn't look good. It certainly didn't look good. I'll say this. Last week, I was with Matt Meiselman on the slate.
Yeah.
And we spent, folks who watched, you'll remember this. We kind of talked ourselves into considering the crazy odds of Tebow maybe winning comeback player of the year. And that was like the takeaway from our show. And wow, we looked pretty silly after that. So, yeah.
I think I saw Florio had I saw like an old takes exposed about like Florio earlier when the Jags signed him. He was like, mark my words, like he'll work in Jacksonville, the Jags will make it work and he'll find a way to be successful. And, that's what happens sometimes with hot takes. Sometimes they're hot and they set ablaze the universe. And then sometimes they end up just going completely ice cold as Jones gets hit as he releases the football. Evan Ingram, let's go, baby. My captain, 33 coming up.
Hey, Jacob Herbert, any relation to Justin? Mostert has 2 scores. Bourne has the other for San Fran. And Elijah Penny, the fullback for the Giants. The G-Men.
Yeah, Jordan Lindenbaum. They cut him. They did. That was big news this morning as Golden Tate, former Notre Dame Golden Domer. 1st and 10 coming up here. 4 minutes to play in the first half. I was thinking because he's just such a good dude. Like you want someone like that to be successful, but at the same time, I got to take a step back and I say, bro, tight end 4 here, kind of a crowded tight end room, not necessarily a ridiculously talented one, but the team should be investing in tight ends that have experience and can actually help Trevor Lawrence be successful. It's also not an easy position just to pick up on the fly, like reading tweets and hearing some of these former and current NFL players talk about it, like especially when you're 34 years old and you haven't played football in so long.
Right. Yeah, I know you're a Jags fan, of course. Are you? Yeah. Do you think it was more of a publicity stunt?
I think some of it had to do with Tebow's relationship with Urban Meyer. Urban just being a first-year NFL coach and just maybe trying to do something a little different. Yeah, absolutely. There's a little bit of, hey, we could bring ourselves some attention. I know his jerseys were like through the roof, jersey sales, but we, in a way, you got to forget about that narrative as well, like the jerseys and tickets, because the Stadium A wasn't even close to being full on Saturday for his first game. And then the amount of jerseys being sold isn't really going to turn into like any real big amount of money for the team. It's almost like a meaningless thing to argue about. It's good though for like NFL branding and team branding. Smack dab down the middle. Oh, who was that? Sterling Shepard. 36 yards on the touchdown, and the Giants are now within 1 score of the 49ers, who have been running this train.
Look at all these points. This never happens to you.
No, this is amazing, which means at 2 o'clock, everybody, at 2 o'clock when I will be with the talented Christian DeAndrea. I don't know what game. I built a contest for it. I think I got a Century Club. So you guys check that out. I don't know if it's filled yet or not, but check it out. But yeah, man, that's why I thought at the same time as we were coming down to the wire, like if he made it through, today was the first round of cuts. And then you got one more next week and you got the week after before week 1. I thought, you know what? Keep him around if he can actually look semi-decent and there's not a whole lot of other talented dudes fighting for a spot there for that 53rd spot. Maybe keep him around, but I just don't think he's been able to grasp the position. And that's okay, man. I'm not going to crap on a dude for going out and trying to chase his dreams and do what he can. The coach is the one who gave him the opportunity here.
Right.
And the coach could have said, like, no. Went out there, got it done, and you live and learn. Clearly, the Jaguars feel that there are other players on that roster who have a better shot at making it and who are fighting for it, and they could use. Again, we're talking about a tight end 4. Like, come on.
Yeah, that's true. Who's their tight end 1? Eifert? Eifert's back for another year.
I don't think so. I thought Eifert was gone. I think they had like James O'Shaughnessy there. I think Manhurts is there.
O'Shaughnessy. Yes, that's right. Manhurts coming over from.
Okay.
Coming over from Carolina, I think. That makes sense. I'm looking at the Jags depth chart right now.
Again, not this. It's got to be the weakest position like on that team. But, and then I'll just say this, kind of like one more thing. And again, love him as a man. Done a lot of charitable work. He's probably the closest thing to a living saint on this planet. But I think we could also kind of forget about the narrative that the heart and passion can't be measured, and that he can kind of lift his teammates and to be better, and by like the work he puts in each and every day in practice. I mean, fourth string tight end. This is the NFL. This isn't college football or Pop Warner. I mean, guys are getting paid to do their jobs, and they're not going to be super inspired by someone who is really bad at theirs, but tries really hard at practice. And even at one point, I think it was back in May, Michael Lombardi, good friend of the program, good friend of Nesson, as you are as well.
Thank you.
He said the longer Tim Tebow was on that team, the more respect he would lose with a lot of players.
Wow.
But anywho, the experiment is done.
It's over. Right. So at this point, they've already played one preseason game. So I think the rosters had to be cut by about 5 players, right? Something like 90 to 85 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't.
Is that my internet or is that his internet, Andrew? Losing you, Flash. We are losing you. And in fact, we need you because halftime's coming up. Halftime's coming up, and I had that one thing that I needed you to remind me about. I absolutely need you. D-Sack says he has drifted into the abyss. Well, this is an absolute perfect time to check in on the large free showdown. He's back. He's back.
Hi. Sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. We got a solo leader in the large free showdown. What do you got?
Nothing's changed as far as my internet, as far as what I've been paying for, but the last couple months it sucked, and I don't get it. Like you used to be the Emmernet guy, and now I think it's me. I'm falling in the internet power rankings at DraftKings. I think it's time to get out of the house. So, and I heard you, by the way. I already forget what the heck you said to remember for.
Yeah, no. I didn't exactly remember what I needed you to remind me to remember at halftime, but losing you sparked my memory to remind you to remind me about something that I needed to say.
Well, that's productive.
I think the worst week of internet was after Ducey moved and was using the hospital internet. Kettle fighting his way down to the 1. Oh my God, this is ideal Raheem Mostert territory.
Oh, right. San Fran ball. Okay. Sloppy says.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good.
Glash went out like Tony Soprano. Fade to black. Oh. Yeah, let's talk about that Sopranos ending. It was the worst. Come on, Mostert. Get in there. Let's go.
Oh my. 3 touchdowns. 3 touchdowns for Raheem Mostert. Raheem the Dream Stream Mostert.
Boston Joe, when's the last time you rebooted your wireless router? Like, I think 2 weeks ago. Maybe it's time to do it again. Look at this. This is crazy. 6 touchdowns in the first half.
This is amazing. This is the best noon sim I've ever called.
You never get this.
In the world. I never get this. I get like a 10-3 game. I'm telling you, 2 o'clock will suck, which is why I built the perfect lineup for a game that I anticipate not being high scoring, if you know what I mean. I do know we have 400 people watching. There are 20 seconds left in this first half. We are 7 likes away from the Century Club. Who wants to get us there? Punch that like button, babes. Oh, Andrew on the 1s and 2s, taking a guess at what my lineup could look like at 2 o'clock. Kicker, DST, fullback. Bro, if I built that and I won a contest with that lineup, it would be one of the greatest achievements in mankind history.
Artist formerly known as Brother Phil. I can't read some of what you're saying, but I laughed. Whoa! Whoa!
Whoa! Whoa! Oh my God!
We're getting a lot of rise out of ourselves here in this first half.
Reed Tees Did You Know says over on Twitch, sucks to have a meeting right now. Muting Emerson and Glass is one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. Dude, call in sick to your meeting. You have to stay here with us. Don't mute us.
Go to the end zone. Go to the end zone.
Yes. Oh, wow.
I'm out.
Interesting throw. Yep. They got 1 to go. Disco 7, you're damn right. These quads, baby, a gift from the gods. I did set a PR on a 30-minute ride in the Peloton right before this. That's why I'm still kind of sweaty. You can look at my shirt. This is a fresh shirt. So my hair's just fucking nasty. Just really, really gross. So we had 2nd and inches coming up. 2nd and inches, 28-14. 3 seconds to go. They're gonna go for the 40-yard field goal. Is that 40 or are they gonna say it's 39?
40. I think it's 40. Pretty sure it's 40.
That's important. Okay. All right. That's important there. That's a difference between a point for anyone who decided to roster the kicker. Here we go. I'm not going to lie. Not going to lie. 28-17 on noon sim on a Tuesday, folks. Does it get much better than that?
It's like 2 sims worth of points for you on a day.
You want to rip through some of these stats?
Sure, I can do that.
Okay.
Raheem Mostert, 150 yards, 3 touchdowns. He's been a beast. Through a half. How many points does he have in the captain spot? 67.8. 67.8. Holy cow.
God damn.
Tate, 4 for 47. Bourne, 3 for 37. Engram, 3 for 24. Kittle, 3 for 22. Slayton, 2 for 15. Samuel, 2 for 15. Bourne's got a touchdown also, by the way. So it's Mostert times 3, then Bourne, and for the G-men, it's Shepard and Penny, the fullback. Bonus in play for Barkley? Possibly, yeah. 55 yards.
What's he? Okay.
55 yards receiving, right? Or am I? Yeah. 55, 4 for 55, yeah.
Boston Joe, I normally roster both defenses when Emerson is doing a noon game. I don't know what's changed. I think I'm on the schedule for the next couple days here, too, at noon. Oh, wow, I'm with Kenny. I'm with Kenny the next 2. High noon tomorrow.
Carter Robinson, I know.
High noon on Thursday.
I know. The internet is not cooperating.
Yeah, this is really unlike you. This is the first time I have ever worked with you. And your internet's being a little difficult. The one thing I did want to say, all right, so tonight, a reason you're not doing any late sims, you're going to be on the call for the Connecticut Sun tonight on Nesson Plus. Does that mean with no Red Sox game on Thursday, are you guys on actual Nesson on Thursday night? Do you know that? You got to be.
Because the Red Sox are off?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I know where it is.
My only what I was going to bring up was I thought it would be fun, and I don't want to make it inappropriate. It would be fun if maybe we came up with a word that you would have to incorporate as you're calling the game tonight or in your broadcasts. Like a word that obviously makes sense, maybe something a little funny, nothing inappropriate. It's going to get anyone in trouble. Is that stuff that you have done in the past? I know a lot of play-by-play guys. A friend will be like, hey, man, work in the word smorgasbord or chinchilla tonight.
We've done this experiment before with the chat. I think
oh, really?
There's a good energy in the sim.
Even on your professional, even with your professional games, your really professional games.
Yeah, a word or a them's the stats. Yeah, we've worked in some jargon, some fodder. Yes, we are on Nessun Thursday. Nessun and NBA TV. That'll be fun.
NBA TV for you?
Yeah, we got a couple NBA TV games coming up too.
Let's go, man.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be a good time. Freak of Nature, Perkins. Yeah, we'll keep Skip Perkins on the Dream Stream. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get any points scored here in the second half because all of them were scored in the first half.
No. Meager 66. By the way, I think I saw it was your birthday, Meager. Happy birthday. Jones stack works. That's right. There's that dynamic Jones stack on the Connecticut Sun. I've been dialed more and more into that league this year too. Some of it has to do with the partnership between WNBA and Nessun, but also like what you can do at the draft DK Sportsbook and a fun league. It also helps that one of the best teams in the league is right here in our backyard, and one of my good friends does the play-by-play for him.
It's gonna be a good race. They're home for 5 straight. They're home twice this week and then 3 times next week. So they don't travel at all for 2 whole weeks. So I'll be spending some time in Connecticut. Quite a bit of time in Connecticut, actually. So, yeah, it's a good squad. They've been doing well. It feels like a new season because of this Olympic break. And I'm looking forward to working with Rebecca Lobo, who is a legend. I'll be with her a couple times this week. Congo Cab says, check the NBA TV chat that night. I'll be there chatting for you. There's a chat on NBA TV?
Whoa, Congo Cab. Breaking news, right? I didn't know that. So can I watch it over on Twitch? Is that what you're talking about, Congo?
If so, that's news to me. That's a pretty cool feature. Angelico, you're in 3rd place now, man. You're great. You're here at 2. Have we gone through the rest of the schedule for today?
No, feel free and crush it if you'd like, if you have it in front of you.
All right. So after Emerson and Christian do Bengals Saints at 2, Get the Green returns. Today you'll have Jeff and Reed. 4 o'clock, Texans, Steelers, Christian and ZT will join you. And then after the 4 p.m., you can tune into the slate right around 5:10. Matt Meiselman filling in for Steve Buchanan, Gary and Thorne alongside. So Garion in the 1 chair. That'll be fun. Garion gets to put Meiselman on the spot. That's good. And then the late slate of Madden Sims. 6 o'clock, Panthers, Broncos, Rossi and Christian. 8 o'clock, Ravens, Browns, Rossi and Tommy Freeze Pops coming in for the... Oh, boy.
Go, baby, go, baby. No, come on, store it. You're the fastest tight end in Madden, for crying out loud. You've changed, Evan.
And then Madden After Dark is Kansas City, Washington football team with Jeff and Freeze Pop. So Jeff comes back. Moose is back for Madden After Dark tonight. Mo, it's just the commentary, my man. Commentary.
Yeah.
Sims are staying.
Yep. They'll be sitting here chilling all day. Who calls? I haven't played the actual game in forever. Yes. All right, dude. He finishes what he started. Evan Ingram. Thank you. That's incredible. He's like a rich man's Tim Tebow. Good stuff.
Ingram's criticism in the past is, can he catch the ball? They're going to go for 2, make it a field goal game. I'm proud of the Giants. I was not hopeful they were going to score. That's
Give it
easy.
to him
There
again.
you go.
What do you got? Golden Tate. Yep. Oh, look at this. 3-point game.
Who hasn't showed up in this sim? Like Darius Slayton, maybe? I'm guessing off the top of my head.
Yeah, I don't
Dante
know.
Pettis?
Yeah, let's look. DK Sim fan, what do you got? You got anyone who's just laying an egg right now?
Debo's been Pettis has 1 catch.
Andrew on the 1s and 2s. I know he's a big fan of stacking the DSTs, and he doesn't really like what he sees right now. Yeah, Slayton, bro. Although he was 6,600, he's only 21% owned in our contest, so 3.5 points, 2 catches, 15 yards.
Kittle's not delivering for you. By you, I mean the people. It's not delivering for me either. I played Kittle. 1 point for the Niners defense. Nice ball by Jimmy. First down. You on the hype there in San Fran with Trey Lance. I know that 80-yard touchdown was beautiful. He took some sacks, held onto the ball a little too long, but it's really hard to ignore the energy and the buzz in the building at Levi Stadium. But I think Kyle Shanahan, as much as he wants to go to Lance, I feel like they're going to go to Garoppolo still week 1.
Bro, yeah, I think 100%. Like, it's all the money. What is it? Is it 20-something mil that they're paying this dude? You want that, like, sitting on the sideline? What? And doesn't he control the no trade clause? Like, basically, he'll be able to call where he wants to go. I don't know. This is off the top of my head. I could open up Google, but I'd rather just have a conversation about it.
Here's what I do know. If the Niners don't cut him by week 1, like technically after the preseason is over and we head into the beginning of the week of week 1, they have to pay him $24 million.
Okay.
So what they're essentially gonna do is they're gonna commit. When you combine Jimmy's salary with Trey Lance's salary, you're paying like a stud quarterback, but it's for 2 guys.
I got you. Okay. The biggest question with him,
yep,
because he feels like Mr. Glass at some points, it's can he stay healthy? The guy's 22-8 with the Niners.
Right. Exactly.
He clearly gives them, the rookie can shine all he wants throughout the preseason. Means nothing. Is he really going up against the number 1 defenses all the time, top defenders, the best defenders on these opposing football teams? Garoppolo gives the Niners the best chance to lift the Lombardi Trophy in February. He does. A rookie has never won the Super Bowl for a reason, people. So, like, if the team does stick with Jimmy G, I think he's set up for a big season of throwing the hell out of the football to George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, Tebow Samuel in this Kyle Shanahan offense. And look at their early season schedule too, Glash. At Detroit, at Philly, home against Green Bay, home against Seattle, at Arizona.
That Green Bay game is on the road, correct?
Yes. No, it's versus Green Bay, so it's at home.
Wow.
So is Seattle at home.
That's a favorable start. At Arizona,
Yeah.
could be a tough game at that point, but it sets up for Jimmy to get off to a good start. And like to your point, never mind has he been good with Shanahan, but when Shanahan has anyone else, his record as a coach is not all that good. Now, is it fair to argue that Trey Lance might be the most talented guy he's had outside of Garoppolo since he's been there? Yes, but he's still also really young. He's 20. Mostert is just, oh my God.
My.
Wow.
I have no words anymore, man. I really, really don't. 33 yards. I got to wait and see. Once Patrick and Frangelico add up these scores here. Oh, dude. Dude. Oh, my God. They just did it. In the captain spot, Raheem Mostert has 83 points. He has 83 points right now. First place team in the showdown. Currently taking home $10. Tanks Giants 44. 154.72 points. Boston Joe. San Francisco could win the Super Bowl with a healthy Garoppolo.
I don't think that's ridiculous.
I don't either, but I'd still say this too in terms of fantasy. Like if Lance could be an excellent draft and stash for anybody with some patience there. Just saying, because if this team is like a quarterback situation away, maybe Jimmy G, little mediocre. Well, hell, if he's mediocre, I think that could be good enough for as good as everyone is around him in that defense. Let's say he's poor. They put in Trey Lance, who all he has to do is be mediocre. Then you got him on your bench. Bring him in.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is the healthy part. That would be surprising. If we're going to argue if he's healthy and they can win the Super Bowl, yes, but what are the chances Jimmy Garoppolo stays healthy for a whole season? Not very good.
No.
Not very good. Boston Joe, Belichick wanted Jimmy G over Brady. Well, that's been a discussion here for a while. Owner made the call, I think. Tim Green says, Mostert's my captain, barely got in the tens. Unreal. It's one of those days where the chalk is absolutely delivering. Look at this! No one wants to play defense! No one wants to play defense! Sterling Shepard! Oh my gosh.
That his second touchdown reception today?
Yep. Oh.
Varder says, oh my God, are you freaking serious? Damn it, Saquon, why didn't they call your number? Bucky says, how about 49ers defense step it up? I think it's too late for that, dude. They've mailed it in.
Yep, big goose egg now in my lineup, the Stanford MD. Barkley is probably our Not My Kid Award winner because 7.2 is not getting it done.
Terrell and Andrew, anybody? Does anyone know? Is this this has got to be nearing the highest scoring sim territory? Has to be.
As far as combined points, I think it's up there.
Yeah. Providence Pack was asking. My guess, if it is nearing that mark, has to be. Emerson's Peloton, good to have you. My apologies to what I did to you earlier. Emerson plus Glash equals fireworks. You're damn right. If this is our last sim together, if producer Drew really screws it up and doesn't put us together again over this closing 14-day stretch, it'll be 2 weeks from today, everybody, then you and I will go out with one of the highest scoring sims in the history of the Dream Stream. He has 185 yards, Raheem Mostert. He's got 3 touchdowns. He's got almost 40 yards receiving.
Closing time. It's been really fun to watch Mostert shred the D. Closing time. Raheem is really awesome. He just can't stop running. Do it again, Mostert. You won't. Go for a fifth.
Wait a minute. Is that who I think it is? Yeah, hey, Jordan Reed. Jordan Reed, tight end too. Little depth chart diver. Cliff says
the highest one he remembers. Yeah. Wow, dude, finish my sentence.
No. Did we just become best friends? Dude, let's just screw it. Let's just move in together.
Meg has...
Dude, no way, man. I'm coming with you. I am coming with you. I'm going to live in this casino with you for the next 3 nights. You can just find me at Johnny Rockets the entire time, sucking down milkshakes, those chili cheese fries, a little bit of onions, maybe a hot dog and a hamburger.
Their waffle fries are amazing. May have had that after a long evening back in July where the first half ended.
I could see that. I could see you mashing waffle fries like at 2 a.m. You're hammered off of just 3 beers and and you just got chili running down your face. Poor Sarah. Then she takes a waffle fry and just
dips it off,
scrapes against your cheek so you don't waste any chili.
All right, Daniel Jones, 1 yard, 1 from the passing bonus.
Yep, which means he's not going to get it. Oh, God. Garoppolo, 205 yards, right, and a touchdown. Mostert, 14 carries, 194 yards, and 4 touchdowns. DK should do a bonus at 200 as well, right? Wouldn't that make sense?
It would make sense because it doesn't happen all that often.
Yeah, well, it's just like the field goals, 3, 4, 5. So you get the 3 points, right? 3 points is the rushing, hitting the 100-yard rushing bonus. If you hit 200, you should get an extra 5 points. Does that make sense? I feel like I said something that makes sense.
Yeah, my internet's being weird again. I can already feel it. You guys hear me?
You can feel it? Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
We do have a replay of the sweat coming up. Jesse Cofield was in studio this morning for that one. Oh yeah, I don't know. Are they going to be able to? You guys going to be able to squeeze in the whole episode of the sweat? We have a whole 8-minute quarter to go. It's 35:32.
Yeah.
Wait, what's this? What are you guys talking about? Oh, is the 4 open tomorrow or something?
Yeah. 4. The 4 is for me tomorrow.
Okay.
in favor.
So it's going to be you and Jeff tomorrow on the 4.
Sure. I didn't know who was working it for also, but I owe Tara Lynn. She helped me out last Sunday, so I told her I told her at some point I'd make it up to her. And there it is.
You're a good man. You're a good man, Charlie Brown. Friendly reminder coming up at 2 o'clock. Bengals at the Saints. I'll be on that one with Christian DeAndrea. Let me see. I made a contest for that. 8 spots left in that one, guys. It's a Century Club contest. 92 entries right now. It's the Fill Me Up This Contest free roll. Get in there.
I see you in the chat there, Stakes. Great question. Hopefully more to come. I mean, we still have 2 weeks to go, and we understand you folks are going to have some questions as far as what it might look like, what it might sound like, what the flow might be like, and we'll do our best to give you some info. Because there's Kittle, big chunk, 25 yards. come on, you all have to hit the like button for this sim. I mean, this is magical. This is magical. And the fact that Mostert has been awesome, everyone else has been awesome. Everyone's followed Mostert's lead today.
Yeah. Hey, Disco 7 says that they do the whole 5 extra points if someone has 200 yards rushing in his fantasy league. I like that. Oh my God. Is he going to score again? He's over 200 yards. He's looking, he's 3 yards away from his 5th touchdown of the day.
If he scores again right here, he's going to be up over 100 in the captain. But he's already hit 100 in the flex. I mean, sorry, he's still working on 100 in the flex. Do it! Where is he at in the flex? Let's take a look.
He's not going to get 100 in the flex.
flex.
He's at 57 in the flex.
Okay. All right. Take it back. Right, you would know because you didn't play him at the captain. What's sim high in the flex? I'm pretty sure it's in the 60s. I will find it. 66.8.
Oh, he's not going to get it. Son of a gun. Pettis, baby. All right. Hey, I don't hate that. I think I rostered him. Yeah, I did. Sweet. Good for me, man. I definitely know what I'm doing in these free rolls. Fred, I wish he did, dude. I wish he was able to get that handful.
Must be, what do we do about all of those horrible takes you've had? You dream about them. You soak them up and then you wish upon a star what you could say to us in response to what happens during the season. So I'm looking back. Mostert at the Colts a long time ago. He rushed for 177 and scored 4 times. It gets better. He had 9 receptions and hit the receiving bonus as well. So he was everywhere. Everywhere. So he had 9 catches, 101, 177 rushing, 4 rushing touchdowns. So he had the production on the ground has been better than that sim, but he had 9 catches in that sim as well. That's wild. I'm gonna miss Must Be. Must Be is good fun. Must Be makes it fun.
I'm gonna miss every single person of the DK Sim fan. But again, we're hitting pause on the commentary. You're going to see DK all over the place. You're going to see Glash and I and a boatload of stuff coming down the pipe. Really exciting stuff. Really exciting time to be part of this incredible company. And also, just find us on Twitter and find us on Instagram. Instagram's really fun. I love it. Just the fact that it's pictures. It's so easy.
I've always thought of you as a guy who loved the picture books.
Dude, it's the best, especially the ones where like you open the book and it like pops out. You know, it's like a 3D like dinosaur or something.
Do you get those books for the dogs or for you?
Let's just say like when I go and visit my niece and nephew, 71 yards now for the quad father. When I go down and visit my niece and nephew and I bring them gifts, and a lot of times I do encourage the reading. I do get very creative books like that. So it's very fun to search for books.
Okay.
Jones has hit the bonus, everybody.
That's good.
He was a yard away entering this quarter, and he has gotten it done.
Also, folks, please follow me on TikTok at Brendan Glasheen.
Ooh, yeah, baby.
Trying to grow the TikTok presence. Much appreciated. At Brendan Glasheen.
I followed you.
Last name.
I followed you. I don't do anything on it, but I like the main reason I started an account was just to give you an extra follow because you mean that much to me.
Yeah, but you also said you were going to post something about dogs once a month, and you haven't done that.
Well, I did. Didn't I do Winnie last month, or was that 2 months ago? You know
that
what?
was in June.
Okay. You know what? That's my goal. I did just get a call from the vet, and he has texted my wife and I. It looks like, hold on. Georgie did great. I tried to leave a message on Emerson's phone, but it wouldn't let me. I left one on Megan's. Everything went well. She's waking up now, so pickup time is about 2:30, 3 o'clock. Okay, that sounds great. We're good. So that's great. It's always good to know. And I'll crush the 2 o'clock sim with Christian, and then I'll get the hell out of Dodge and go scoop up the little turd.
Kane, no sports hub this week. Just how the schedule worked out. Folks are going back to work. Those full-time guys, they're back in the mix because, football's here. It's a big time of year for the ratings, the books. Those guys are coming back from vacation. So once Labor Day comes around, there might be some more opportunity. But once we hit Labor Day, it's probably won't be at Sports Hub till Christmas time. But that's kind of how it goes. It's expected.
I don't know, man. I don't know, because you've been doing a damn good job on that, and that's definitely something that higher ups in that company notice. You know, it's good. It's good that, you have that. You're being humble. I think you're thinking, okay, this is likely what's going to happen, but I would say don't be surprised if you have more opportunities come up, and you can tell the other guys you work with, whatever show you're on, they enjoy working with you. And therefore it becomes good radio. It's good listening, it's entertainment, it's informative, it's infotainment. So if you just keep doing you, those opportunities are going to keep coming. You didn't have this many opportunities last year. And now you took advantage of those, and now look at it, it's double, triple, quadruple.
Big time, yeah. It's been fun. It's a good time. All good dudes over there at the hub. Sloppy says, "What about the Dream Stream? Will you miss them? Who will I miss the most? I can't single out anybody. I'm not there yet. I'm really not. It's not gonna sink in until I can't put in my availability for a schedule. That's when I'm gonna know, that's like part of my therapy. Like by Friday, I'm like, all right, gotta get my availability in for the following week, and that's not happening after this week.
Yeah, you got to get it in, otherwise producer Drew starts blowing you up and annoying the hell out of you.
Oh wow, Fooligan, that's a fantastic memory.
Oh, DK Elotsia, 4 points out of first base, intercepted. Jones is intercepted. Wow, just under 2 minutes to play. All right, so here we go. Let me see how. Wow, and Mean Machine 44 has McKinnon, who was $1,000. That's a big old fat goose egg right now. All right, so here we go. I do need Mostert or Pettis. I don't know if Pettis is going to happen, but
45.
I know Mostert will.
So the highest scoring game that folks have mentioned in the chat, Andrew, our TD, has mentioned this. 87. Where are we at right now? I'm doing math on the air. 74. Okay, 74.
Yeah,
We're getting pretty close.
I think it's going to hit it.
Pretty close. Still 3 timeouts for, two timeouts for the Giants. Brian C., that's a great question. COVID was awful. It still is awful. This has absolutely benefited, I think, everybody's careers across the board. We've learned how to be creative. We've learned a lot about each other.
I learned a lot about you, buddy, and I've worked with you for the past 5 years.
But I think I said this the other day, what this has allowed for is an opportunity for us to work with each other for longer periods of time, and it's made us better as coworkers, I think, as chemistry on air and whatnot, and knowing what pushes each other's buttons, but also how to work with each other and have a good time, and also just, I don't know, it's all been good. It really has. Jeff Ulrich, I'll give you an example. Moose, I talk to Jeff a couple times a week for 2-minute periods for a segment or something. then working with him for multiple hours a week, I got to learn about Jeff as a guy. Because a lot of times in this industry, you just work with someone. All right, see you next time. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. It's like, no, this was different. With no sports, we had to talk about other stuff besides the sporty stuff. And it's been great. I consider Jeff one of my favorite guys to work with, and as a friend too. He's awesome. And I'm just using Jeff as an example.
Yeah, interesting that you decided to use Jeff as an example.
Well, I already knew you.
Oh, that's right. Never mind.
I mean, sorry, dude.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
And then you'll really feel me.
Listen, the reason I haven't gone and seen Dina at Mini Lux to clean up my back a little bit is because I'm waiting on any day now for my doorbell to ring, and it finally not be groceries or my wife trying to sneak Amazon packages into the house, but you standing there with a can of shaving cream and a razor. And Ingram has hit the bonus. My captain. Let's go.
I'll use the same razor I used on my eyebrows.
Oh.
I'll transfer.
Oh.
I'll transfer some of my oil.
Oh. I love that. And it's funny, as we're talking about what the next great moment will be in human history, have you opened up, Tater Hater, have you opened up our contest? Open it up. Open up our free roll. Look how beautiful this is.
Who's winning?
I gotta take a
Oh my
picture of
God,
this
you're
real
winning.
quick. Dude, this is amazing.
You hated your lineup.
I hated my lineup so much.
Wow.
Yeah.
You
Great
don't have
day.
Barkley though, and who's that right there?
I don't know, man. Nobody knows anymore.
Come on, show yourself.
Reveal yourself, coward.
Who was that? Tate. You don't have him. All right. Oh no, you're in second.
No! Doesn't matter. I took a picture of it. Dude, Mean Machine, grow up, dude. Let me have this. Come on. Who is that? Is that
Slate,
Ingram?
You have him.
No, I do. Yes, I do.
Mean Machine doesn't. You're good.
The hell out of here, Mean Machine.
Wait,
did I just win the contest on the final play of the game? Did I just win the contest on the? Yes, I did.
Wow.
Get out of here! Oh my God!
Wow. I say this with all the love in my heart. I don't think we can work together again. It has to end like this. It has to. How could we possibly do another sim together after that?
To the sim gods, baby.
That was for Tebow. Yep. Tebow is watching down on you.
Oh, wow. Tebow. My boy, Blue. My boy.
I think that's going
Look
to
at
hold.
my dog. Look at Winnie. Look at Winnie behind me. She's like, what the hell?
Winnie! Oh, yeah.
Can't hear you, dude.
Yeah. I know.
Stop screaming in my ear.
Oh, you're right. I'm hurting your ears now. Wow.
Ooh. Yeah.
Unreal,
Yeah.
dude. Let's go. People, go back and watch the pregame show. The 1 minute pregame.
Yeah, man.
Everyone's like, no, it's not good. What did I say?
That's it,
what was
dude.
my line? Sounds like a winner to me. And you said, no, it's not.
I take a lot of pride in winning these free rolls that we make every day just to have some friendly competition with everyone else in the DK Sin fam and on the Dream Stream. So while I walk away with absolutely nothing except pride, I know that I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you, DK Sin fam. The reason I won is because you guys have pushed me to be the best and build perfect lineups, perfect free roll lineups. So with that, I got to take one more picture of it. Maybe I'll post it on my Instagram story. Who do you got? You want to dish out some awards?
Sure. This is a tough call. I don't know how we can't pick Mostert, but then again, you won the contest and Ingram was your captain.
Yeah, you could go either way.
Shepard was really good too. I think it might be. Oh man, this is a hard call, man. It's got to be. It's got to be Mostert.
Come on,
it's got to be Mostert.
We're not reinventing the wheel here.
Okay, Mostert for player of the game, and then for the not my kid, I think it's Saquon Barkley, 13.5. He did better towards the end. 71's not rushing yards, so he 13.5 though at 81.7%. Nah, not good enough. Not good enough. So I think both running backs, and that was another question you posed at the beginning. Is this when Mostert scored that first touchdown? You were like, "Oh, is this going to be a running back day?" Turns out one showed up.
Man, look at the DK Sim fam. Nothing. They'll support you. They'll support you when you have, you win something to the outside world that appears meaningless, but we all know to us it's everything. This is great.
Wow.
I love you guys. And yeah, whoever said this is the peak of my career, you're absolutely right. No, it's Emerson's forehead. Yes, I should have known better. Emerson has reached the pinnacle of his career. Okay, fantastic energy, fantastic time.
Yeah, dude, this was great. Looking forward to being on Nesson later. Connecticut Sun, Minnesota Lynx, 7:00.
Yeah, watch that tonight. That's on Nesson Plus, everybody. And once again, Ralph Flores, how much, Emerson? It was a free roll, dude. It was our silly little goofy competitive free roll that we do for all of these. By the way, there's another one for the 2:00, but I think it's filled up already because we did a little Century Club. But yeah, big old fat $0, but bragging rights. My wife, when I pick her up later tonight and say, "Hey, honey, we're going to McDonald's, baby." Cool. I'll be listening for you tonight. Have a great call.
Thanks. Appreciate it. That was fun.
And yeah, I'll see everyone back here in about 45 minutes with Christian Jandria at 2:00. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Frangelico. Thank you, DK Sim fam. Much love.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jesse Cofield. You are watching The Sweat, coming to you live from the DraftKings studios. We got a full show today, so let's just do it. Starting with our baseball guys, DraftKings contributors Nick Fryer, Matt Meiselman, along with RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Fellas, we got a stacked 15-game MLB slate tonight. And FYI, Game 1 of the Sox-Yankees doubleheader is not in the main slate, okay? Keeping that in mind, let's start at the top with the most expensive guy on the slate, Milwaukee's Corbin Burns. He's going to face the Cardinals tonight. He's going to cost you $10,200 in salary. Now, last time out, he went for 49.6 DK fantasy points against the Cubs. Plus, Burns matched an MLB record by striking out 10 consecutive Cubs during that dominant stretch of a 15 strikeout, 8-inning masterpiece at Wrigley. So Nick, Chaser Fade, Milwaukee's ace is a must roster tonight after that resume-building Cy Young Award performance.
If you're running multiple lineups, then it is Chase. But otherwise, I'm going to fade and not going to go with Burns tonight. Now, making the case for Burns, he's done well against the Cardinals the 2 times he's seen him this season. He hasn't seen him in a little bit, though. And you look at the Cubs, of course, we bring up the 15 strikeouts, but the Cubs strike out a lot against right-handed pitching. The Cardinals, they don't necessarily do that quite as much. And I know Burns had a pretty good showing against the Reds, I want to say 4 starts ago, prior to his Cubs outing. But in between that, he wasn't necessarily putting up the fantasy production that you needed for him at his price tag. So that's why if it's multiple lineups, yes, you absolutely have to mix him in. Otherwise, the guy I like most over 8K tonight, the pitcher I like most, is actually Alek Manoah going up against the Nationals. And I know when you look at them and their strikeout numbers against right-handed pitching, it's not necessarily as favorable. But this month, I know Charlie Morton has gotten 7 strikeouts twice against them. I know Wheeler only got 5, but then I see Aaron Nola got 7 against them as well. And then Marcus Stroman got 8. So I'm looking at that, and that is a depleted lineup, and this is a guy who has a lot of strikeout potential. I like him more, and you're going to save a little bit of salary, and there's a lot of good hitter options, and I'd rather save up for that.
Matt, what do you think? Do you feel like Burns is a must roster, or are you going to go elsewhere?
So that last point there about saving salary for hitters, I think that's always where I'm kind of leaning, especially on a slate this pitcher. But you just don't necessarily win tournaments by playing the top pitcher when they're really popular. And even if Burns goes out and puts up 30 points, 35 points even, you could find 2 other pitchers with so many different choices that are all pretty good, or there are a lot of good ones anyway. that could get 25 or 30 themselves, and then you just don't need Burns, and some of the other pitchers are cheaper, so you can afford bigger bats with them. So I think Burns is a really good play. This is obviously not the Cubs. That was basically the best matchup in baseball, where he put up the nearly 50 fantasy points last time out. The Cardinals against righties have struggled, but they're still a much better offense than the Cubs are right now. So I think Burns is a good play. I think it's not necessary to force him into your lineups, though. And if you're playing a cheaper stack, go ahead and use him. If you want to play a more expensive stack, and that means you can't use him, I think that's a totally fine thing to do also.
All right, Eric, where are you going?
Yeah, I think Burns is at a territory where the only reason not to go with him is because everybody else will. I think he's just that good. He's the most expensive pitcher on this slate. He should be the most expensive pitcher on every slate. Close to it. He's easily the top pitcher in points per game here, not counting Luis Heel, who's only made 2 starts. And the only guys he trails, even on slates that aren't, even on guys who aren't on this slate, are Jacob deGrom and Tyler Glasnow, who are both injured. He won't get to face cleanup hitter Frank Schwindel this time around. It's a rare opportunity when you get to do that, but clearly when he gets a matchup that good, he's record-setting. He doesn't need to be record-setting to be the best play here. He's, I think, might be the best pitcher in baseball. He leads in strikeout rate, 36.1%, and he's second in walk rate at 4.4%. And he gets a ton of ground balls, too. There's nothing he doesn't do well. And if you're playing in a cash game, I think you have to have him. And even in a tournament, again, you may want to differentiate yourself from the crowd, but if you do, there's a good chance that that's the losing move. That's just how much better he's been than nearly everybody else this season.
Okay, now let's talk about a high-priced hitter tonight. So Ozzie Albies has been on a tear for the Braves. He's currently on a 6-game hitting streak, and last night he went 3 for 5 with 3 RBIs against Miami. Now tonight he's going up against Sandy Alcantara, who he's had a lot of success against, 7 for 18 with 5 RBIs. So chase or fade, Albies is your favorite bat over 5K, Matt. You said you like to save up for these hitters.
Yeah, this isn't the spot where I'm necessarily looking with the Braves in general. Last night they were facing Braxton Garrett, who is just a much worse pitcher than Alcantara is. Garrett's okay, but Alcantara, I think, is just a much, much higher level starting pitcher. And this is also a really difficult park to hit in Miami. So I don't actually have the numbers in front of me, but I would imagine that a lot of Albies' success when you look at head-to-head stats comes in Atlanta, which is a much more hitter-friendly park. And in Miami, even if he were good against a pitcher over a small sample, you wouldn't expect hitters to have a ton of success in this park because it's one of the more pitching-friendly environments in baseball. So I am looking to pay up for offense tonight and maybe get away from Corbin Burns, but I'm looking to teams more like the Blue Jays in Washington in a good matchup, or maybe the Coors Field game, which could go a little bit overlooked because it's harder to afford these guys tonight without having cheap pitching to choose from. A lot of the pitchers that I think will get most of the ownership are in the 8 to 9, and then obviously 10K range with Corbin Burns. So I think I'd rather play the Blue Jays than the Braves, and then that means I'm probably picking Marcus Semien, maybe guys like Trey Turner over Ozzie Albies, who I think could be a decent play if he's contrarian, but if he's a popular pick tonight, then I don't really want any part of it.
Eric, how do you feel about Albies? He's going to cost you $5,300, so he's not like super expensive.
Yeah, this is a hard fade for me, even though he's been hitting well lately. I actually recommended him yesterday, but that's because he was facing a lefty. One thing I don't look at for these is matchups against individual pitchers. It's just too small of a sample. You'd have to get a guy facing a pitcher like 600 times before we really start to care. And by the time somebody's had a career long enough to face a guy that many times, he's not the hitter he was at the start of that sample. So I just don't find those to be very useful. Something like handedness stats matters way more. And with Albies, for his career, he's got the same WRC plus as Aaron Judge when he faces lefties, and he's got the same WRC plus as Kevin Kiermaier when he faces righties. I'm not paying up over $5,000 for Kevin Kiermaier, even if he's been hot lately. A guy in a similar price range I like a lot more would be Max Muncy, just having a fantastic year. Cut his strikeout rate, which is maybe his main issue in years past. It was 25.8% over his previous 3 years with the Dodgers. It's down to 17.9% this year. He hasn't sacrificed any power to get there. He's got the 5th highest barrel rate in the league, right between Aaron Judge and Miguel Sano. He's got a great matchup, too, against Will Crowe, who's got an ERA that starts with a 5. So if I'm paying in that range, Muncy's a guy I like a whole lot more than Albies tonight.
All right, Nick, how do we feel about this? You just don't like this matchup either? Is it going to be a hard fade for you?
Yeah, well, the thing is, too, Alcantara's coming off. He's had 2 good starts in his last 3. I know there was one in the middle there that was pretty brutal, but he's been good, and I respect the matchup. But if we're talking about matchups against, history against certain pitchers, Joey Votto is the number 1 guy for me tonight at over 5K. He's 13 for 34 against Kyle Hendricks throughout his career, and he's got 4 home runs and 3 doubles against him, 14 walks mixed in that as well. And over his last 10 games, too, he's got 4 home runs, 3 doubles, 12 RBI. So this is a guy part of a hot lineup right now, and I guess a pitcher that the Reds have done well against in general, but nobody more so than Joey Votto. I feel like this is the number 1 pitcher-hitter matchup in favor of a hitter tonight. So this is the guy that I would be going with over 5K.
All right, now let's help the people out with some value tonight, okay? So Padres infielder Jake Cronenworth has beat up Colorado this year. He's got a 361 average with 4 home runs, 8 RBIs in 17 games against the Rockies. So tonight's game is also at Coors Field. Are we going to chase or fade? Cronenworth is a top value play tonight. Eric, he's only $3,900.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. A lot of the secondary factors are pushing in both directions. For one, everybody loves everyone at Coors, so maybe you want to differentiate yourself from the crowd and not go there. Also, he's facing German Marquez, who is quite good, even with Coors Field factored in. He's got a 3.77 ERA on the year. He's been a little shakier lately, 5.40 ERA, although some of the underlying numbers in those starts are still just fine. But I think the value's there that I would still go with Cronenworth tonight at just $3,900. He's the 24th most expensive shortstop, and he's 12th at the position in points per game, and he's got the most hitter-friendly park in the league. I mean, that you just don't see that kind of value very often. And he's even batting cleanup now, which is not what I think we would have expected heading into the year. Not really known as mostly a power hitter, although he has definitely some power. Anybody can have power in Coors too. So I think there's enough value that I still like it, and the main reason that I would go against it again is just wanting to differentiate myself from the Coors chasing crowd.
All right, Nick, what do you think? $3,900, do you like that?
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely one of the top guys tonight, and I'm with Eric. The only reason that you would want to go away from this one at all would be because everybody's going to want to get a piece of this action because, of course, this Padres going at Coors Field. Why not? But with Cronenworth specifically, he's got double-digit DK fantasy points in 5 of his last 10 games. And where I talk about Votto, and he's got a pretty decent sample size against Hendricks, he doesn't. Cronenworth doesn't have a big one against Marquez, but he has done well in his opportunities. A few extra base hits mixed in there. And at this price, you can't pass up on him. If you're worried about this being too common of a play tonight, there's another guy I will throw at you, Mike Grosso, at 3K going up against John Means. But again, limited plate appearances against this guy, and this is someone who just got called back up on Sunday. But in 11 career plate appearances against Means, he has 4 home runs. That's just something I cannot ignore. You can mix both of these guys into your lineup tonight, but if you're worried about the Padres being too frequent of a play in other lineups tonight, then I would say that Grosso's the guy where you can differentiate.
Matt, $3,900 for Cronenworth. How do we feel?
So we still have the same dynamic that we had yesterday where Fernando Tatis Jr. and Jake Cronenworth and Trevor Story are all shortstop-only eligible players, and all 3 of them are at Coors Field. So in yesterday's big $5 GPP, Tatis came in at 29%, Cronenworth and Story were both at 13%. I think tonight probably looks pretty similar, and at that ownership, if that's where Cronenworth is, again, I think he's a really, really strong play. It's just hard to not play Tatis, right? Like if you're stacking the Padres, Tatis is their best player. He's probably the best hitter you can use in DFS in any context. One, because he's a shortstop, so he's playing a position where there's just more value in getting more production there. But he also hits for power, steals bases, like he scores fantasy points, and he's a great player. So playing Cronenworth means you can't have Tatis, and that's just kind of a tough call. But I do like all of these guys. It's just, like everyone else is saying, the ownership could be high. But the other dynamic you get here is that there are other great shortstops on this slate who no one will have because these 3 guys will take up so much ownership. So the main reason not to play Cronenworth for me, it's not so much that we're actively trying to be contrarian, it's that you have Carlos Correa is in a really good matchup and won't have much ownership, and Corey Seager and Bo Bichette and Tim Anderson, and there's so many choices here. So I think Cronenworth is among the best, but you could get some shortstops who are really good players tonight who are maybe 1 or 2% owned in tournaments just because of this 3 shortstop thing going on at Coors Field.
All right, guys, got to be real quick here on this final one. It's slate approved pick time. So, Nick, who's your favorite overall DFS play tonight?
Talked about it before, Joey Votto, and I would say in general, stacking the Reds lineup tonight is a good play going up against Kyle Hendricks.
Matt, who's it going to be?
I don't mind the Reds, but I'm actually going to the other side of this game for the Cubs, where I'm not sure about ownership, but I just don't believe in Vladimir Gutierrez at all. He has an ERA just under 4, but his underlying stats are a lot worse than that. Good park to hit in, so I'll take the bad Cubs lineup and hope that the context will make them a lot better than the player's skill set that we normally look at.
Eric, where are you going?
Let's talk about one pitcher we haven't talked about yet, and that's Logan Webb at 8,800 against the Mets. One of the pitchers I've really fallen for the most this season. Really high ground ball rate, 60.2%, third highest among pitchers who've thrown at least 80 innings. Combines that with a 26% strikeout rate. Among the guys top 15 in ground ball rates, only Lance McCullers has a higher strikeout rate than him. He's doing everything I want to see, and he's doing it against a Mets lineup that hasn't been all that good. So like him, if I'm not going Corbin Burns at the top tonight.
All right, that's an A block. Thanks, fellas. Quick break here, and then the Sweat will be back to price check the field at the Northern Trust. It's a big week here at DraftKings as it's the return of our live finals with the Fantasy Golf World Championship from the Northern Trust in Jersey City. 250 qualifiers now down to the top 40 competitors vying for $4 million in prizes. Now the winner walks away with the $1 million top prize as well as a ticket to our Fantasy Tournament of Champions live final coming up in January of 2022. It's all going down this week, and you can follow along on all our DK channels, including right here on the Sweat. So let's price check this contest with our very own DraftKings contributor, Jeff Ulrich. Jeff, we're going to just take a look at your favorite plays in the following price ranges. You know how price check works. So let's start with the guys who are going to cost you, all right, 10K and up. Who are you going with?
Yeah, I mean, these guys are all expensive, Jesse, and they're all really good. So sometimes when that happens, it's just best to take the cheapest among the group. And you've got to like the way Rory McIlroy is coming into this event. He's 10K flat. He is the cheapest of the 10K and above crowd. And Rory, for all his, ups and downs in the season, he's got one win, and he didn't really do that good at the majors. But this guy's really striking the ball well. He's gained over 4 strokes on his approaches now in his last 5 U.S.-based starts. He was absolutely mashing the ball at WGC St. Jude. He gained over 11 strokes ball striking there. Obviously, he got himself in the playoff for the bronze medal as well at the Olympics. So the game is starting to come together for Rory. It's just when is he going to have that hot week on the greens? Now, it could easily happen here at Liberty National, a place he's played a couple times. He was T6 here in 2019, actually putted very well that week too. And look, Rory is a guy who gets up for the playoffs. Like it or not, I know he talks a big game about wanting the majors. This guy likes the money of the FedEx Cup playoffs, too. He's got 5 FedEx Cup playoffs wins, obviously has won the big trophy at the end a couple times as well. So I think Rory McIlroy at 10K, a very, very good bargain, and that's the player I'd be targeting first and foremost among the 10K and above crowd.
Okay, let's move to the 9K range. I don't want to give it away here because I did read your article on DK Nation, and there's a guy who's $9,300. Is that who you're going with?
Yeah, does he rhyme with Slotty Schleffler? Yeah.
Oh my
Scotty
God!
Scheffler.
Yes! Wow! Look at us.
Scotty Scheffler at 9,300 is a guy I definitely like. And let's talk about him first because the player's been so consistent all throughout the year. Obviously, had the runner-up finish the WGC match play earlier, but it's really been the summer for Scotty Scheffler. Top 10s at the PGA, the U.S. Open, and the Open Championship. I mean, that is a very impressive run here for a young player who's really only in his second year. Now, I know he hasn't grabbed a win yet, but this guy is starting to get up there just in terms of consistency among the top young players. And you have to love this setup, I think, for Scotty Scheffler. It's a little bit tougher. He's very consistent off the tee. He's long, but he also hits a lot of fairways. He just has a good all-around game. He can scramble when he needs to. He can sink some putts. So Scheffler also coming off a decent week, and I think this is a player you want to target right now. I think he's trending towards something big, a win at some point. I think it could easily come here. He did well at this event last year. Was T4. The other player in this range, and look, I mean, I got to toe the company line here, but like Bryson, we all forget at 9,600. This is one of the cheapest salaries you're ever going to see on Bryson DeChambeau, regardless of the event or the field. I mean, this is a player who is coming off a T8 at the WGC. Yes, we all know he imploded on Sunday, but it was a very good event for Bryson. He gained over 3 strokes on approach, his best mark in that statistical category in like 3 or 4 months. So Bryson and Scotty Scheffler for me stick out the most. This is a range chock full of talent, but those two guys are the ones I want this week.
All right, let's talk about that AK range. A guy that sticks out to me is Adam Scott. Won in 2013, finished 5th in 2019. He's 8,400. Is he appealing to you?
I mean, you've done your research, Jesse. This is great. You're talking to someone knowledgeable, so much better than when Emerson hosts. But look, Adam Scott, definitely the good course history at Liberty National. Obviously, a couple good finishes here. One here back in 2013. He's coming off a massive week at the Wyndham, too. Had a short putt to win there, missed a 6-footer, gave it away to Kevin Kisner. I don't mind Scott at all. I think he's a reliable play down there at 8,400. He's cheaper than guys like Casey, Harris English. I think Webb Simpson, though, for me, is probably the top play in this range. And I know he's a little bit more pricey at 8,900, but Webb gained over 8 strokes on approach last week. He was hitting fairways. This looks like a player who's really out of that summer funk. He missed like 2 or 3 cuts in a row. He's top 20 now in 3 straight events. Webb's played Liberty National a couple times too. And all things considered, when Webb gets the approach game going, it's just a matter of time before that putter gets hot. So I feel like Webb's upside significantly better than Adam Scott's, who again, those short putts, man, they'll get you. So I kind of like Webb in this range for me, although Scott would probably be a close second.
Okay, so a guy you wrote up in the 7K range in your article is Kevin Na. So he's just been like right there on the edge for the past couple weeks. Are you interested in him?
Nas is definitely, another player coming off the big week. He gained over 7 strokes on approach at the Wyndham. Obviously, it's a weaker field, but when Na gets hot with the putter, man, I mean, this guy can just compete anywhere. And this is kind of the style of course for Kevin Na where he could potentially, pop up and grab himself like a FedEx Cup playoff win. Because these pure bent grass greens, if he gets rolling early, I mean, he will just go nuclear with the putter. I really don't mind that play at 7,500. I think a guy like Kevin Streelman could make for a good cash game play as well. But Na's upside with the putter, again, we saw it at the Wyndham last week. This guy's all over leaderboards, 2 runner-up finishes now in his last 4 starts. I like that. I also like going up to Sergio Garcia. It's just so consistent with the ball striking. If he just putts to field average, Sergio could easily top 10 here. So Na definitely at 7,500, a player I like. And again, I think he's more of a GPP play because either the putter's going to show up or not, but I love the upside there with him on these greens.
All right, Jeff, let's talk a little value here. Take me below 7K. Who are you looking at in this range?
Yeah, a player I really like. And again, look, there's a lot of big contests on DraftKings this week. A lot of big GPPs still go out there. I mean, they're big field events. And for big field events, you need players who, maybe 1-2% owned, guys who are really going to pop for you, but no one else is going to have. Eric Van Ruin, for me, is that guy this week. I mean, this is a player who he's inconsistent. He does miss some cuts, but when he pops, he goes off, Jesse. He's got a T3 at a WGC from 2020. He was T8 at Bethpage Black for the PGA Championship in 2019. Close to Liberty National as well. He's a good ball striker. He gained over 3 strokes at the Wyndham last year, or last week, excuse me. The putter comes and goes for him, but when it shows up, he'll compete. And I like the fact, he's coming off a win a couple weeks ago. He's coming into the FedEx Cup playoffs with nothing to lose. This is a player who was well outside, wasn't expected to make the playoffs before that win at the Barracuda. So I think Eric Van Ruin, to me, is a very, very good GPP pick this week. That's a guy for big fields, again, going to come in very low ownership. I like taking a shot with him. If you go down lower, though, KH Lee at 6,500, also playing very good golf. Look, this is an elite field, so we're getting some good players down here at the $6,500 range. KH Lee, another winner on tour in 2021. Really consistent ball striking last week. If he gets hot with the putter, he'll compete. So some guys down here in this range, Jesse, they've got very good chances this week considering how cheap they are.
All right, real quick, slate approved pick, Jeff. Who wins this week?
Yeah, I want to give it to Scott, but I love Scotty Scheffler. I wrote him up, but I got to go with Rory McIlroy. He's just hitting the ball too good right now. When Rory gets in these phases, I think it's just a matter of time, and he's going to be my pick for this week. I do think he picks up another FedEx Cup playoff win here.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Back to baseball after this quick break. Welcome back to Nick Fryer, and welcome for the first time today to Gary and Thorne for another baseball segment. It is MLB Cover the Bases. So we're taking a sportsbook look at today's slate. Going to get your favorite bets in the following categories. So again, 15-game main slate today. First base is a run line or money line that you're targeting. Nick, where are you going for this one?
So tonight I am backing one team and one team only for all of my picks, and that is the Cincinnati Reds. So I'm going to start by doing that with the run line at plus money, going up against Kyle Hendricks tonight. I know Vladimir Gutierrez is going too, and I know he's had like one bad start since the All-Star break. I think it was actually his first start coming out of the break. Other than that, he's been rock solid. Hendricks got racked last time by the Brewers, and I know he's kind of turned a corner this season too. He's only had a few hiccups, it's since like April where he was brutal. But one of those hiccups was against the Reds over on July 26th, and the Reds are one of the toughest teams on right-handed pitching this season. They've been tough on him over the last couple weeks as well. And then you look at the Cubs bullpen too. We saw what happened with the game last night with the Reds, where they, was 8 runs late in the game. So any way you look at it, I like the Reds in this one, and I'm going to start by backing them first with the run line.
All right, Gary, and run line or money line bet you're interested in?
Yeah, sort of like Nick, there's a lot of games tonight where you've got teams that are trying to get into the playoffs or are already in the playoffs going up against teams that have just waved the white flag so far in 2021. And I think another example of that is the Toronto Blue Jays taking on the Washington Nationals. This is a pretty lopsided pitching matchup when you start to look at recent trends. It's Alek Manoah versus Eric Fedde. Fedde has a 7.43 ERA in his past 9 starts. Manoah has a 1.53 ERA in his past 6 starts. He's been looking really, really good as of late, coming off a career-high 11 strikeouts in his last outing against the Angels. I think the run line is also the way to go here because if we're just being completely honest, when the Blue Jays win a game, they win a game by about 11 bajillion runs. They only have 8 one-run victories so far this season. To put that in perspective, the only 2 teams with fewer are the Baltimore Orioles and the Arizona Diamondbacks. So it's really strange for a team 9 games above 500 to have as few one-run victories as Toronto. If they cover on the money line about 90% of the time, they cover the run line too.
All right, Gary, and how about a game total that you're interested in?
So I'm going to take the under in Game 2 of today's doubleheader between the Yankees and the Red Sox. The Yankees have just really been playing to the under lately. If you go through the recent trends, under is 5-0 in the Yankees' last 5 home games. It's 11-3 the last 14 times the Yankees have played a team above 500, and it's 17-7 in their last 24 games overall. Even with all the deadline acquisitions New York brought in, they have still not been scoring runs, and their starting pitching has been incredible. Luis Gil has looked amazing both times we have seen him so far this season. And also, Nady Eovaldi has absolutely shut down the Yankees so far this season. He's got a 1.71 ERA in his 4 starts against New York so far this season. He's easily been Boston's best and most consistent starter in 2021. So I think by the time Game 2 rolls around, maybe we see a couple guys who were in the starting lineup in Game 1, not in there for Game 2. I think this game goes under 7 runs.
Nick, back to the Reds here?
Yes, and this one is my absolute number 1 favorite pick of the night. Reds going over 5.5 runs. I thought I saw it fluctuate to 4.5 at one point over on DK Sportsbook, but it's still at 5.5 right now. And I prefer it there because the payout's going to be better. And I'm just as comfortable with backing the Reds to score at least 6 runs tonight. They've done so in 9 of their last 13 games. So if you've been backing the Reds offense, which I have done quite a bit recently, they've been you've been rewarded handsomely. When I talked before about how they've done against right-handed pitching, they lead all of baseball in OPS and WOBA against right-handed pitching on the season. They're 7th in ISO against right-handed pitching on the season. And then over the last couple of weeks, they're the number 1 team in ISO and OPS against right-handed pitching. So, and you have good matchups against Hendricks tonight. I talked about Votto when we were breaking down DFS. There are other guys who do well against Hendricks. No one quite as well as Votto, but either way, when you have a mix of guys like that who can go and get after a guy who's usually a good pitcher but has definitely had some issues, I'm going to feel very comfortable when it comes to backing them to score at least 6 runs.
Okay, so hit me with your pitcher prop for this game.
Yeah, so this one was a little bit confusing at first because naturally I would think, all right, let's go with Hendricks for his hits allowed prop because the home run prop, you're not going to get your bang for your buck on this. And I know you don't have Winker in this game, of course, as well, but I still like Kyle Hendricks to give up a homer and the Cubs to lose this one. Of course, I totally think that the Cubs are not going to come through in this game. And then Hendricks is a guy who can be home run prone. I know last month he only had 1 game where he gave up a home run. He gave up 2 in that 1 game, and that was 3 starts ago. And then last start against the Brewers, he gave up 2 home runs. So this is a guy who I want to pick on tonight 100%. And Votto's a guy who can go and get this job done for me. But there are other options as well. There are other guys who have hit Hendricks for power in the Reds lineup. But I have no question about the Reds winning this game. So why not go and see? I think Hendricks is definitely capable of giving up a home run tonight.
All right, Gary, and where are you going for your pitcher prop?
I'm going to go with Taylor Hearn to go over 3.5 strikeouts. It's kind of a weird one. I understand why this number is set so low because Hearn has only thrown about 70 pitches his last 2 starts. He's still being stretched out from his relief role that he was pitching in earlier in the season for the Rangers. But Hearn is nasty. I know a lot of people don't watch the Rangers. I can understand why that is. They're terrible. But for his career, Taylor Hearn has a 9.9 K per 9, a 25% strikeout rate. He can get over 3.5 strikeouts in 4 innings, and he might pitch 5 innings in this game. And Seattle is also key here. They struggle immensely with left-handed pitchers. They have a 26.2% strikeout rate against southpaws. That is the 3rd highest mark in baseball. So at plus 105, I know there's some pitch concern and some volume stuff, but I'll take Taylor Hearn to go over 3.5 Ks.
Okay, let's move on to a hitter prop. Gary, and where are you going to go for this?
I'm going to go down to the total bases props. Randy Arozarena is also plus money. He's plus 105 to go over 1.5 total bases in his matchup with John Means. We'll start with the Means side of this. Had a great start to the season. He was like the one shining light for Baltimore. It's been bad. His last 9 starts, and this includes, his span on the IL, so obviously this is a large sample. He's giving up 3.3 home runs per 9 to right-handed batters. Arozarena, meanwhile, has hit left-handed pitching really well all season long. He's got an 880 OPS within the split. He's also got a 203 WRC plus since the All-Star break. Really, no one in baseball has been hitting as well as Randy Arozarena the past 5 weeks, and he's kind of starting to look like the guy who took over baseball in the second half of last season and carried that into the playoffs. So I think Arozarena is really dangerous right now, and I like him to go over this total base prop.
All right, Nick, a hitter prop for this Reds game.
Yeah, so I'm going to go with Joey Votto over 1.5 total bases. I was looking at the head-to-head ones that Garen actually usually likes to cite, but there wasn't one there wasn't a payout that I necessarily liked here. With Votto, it's pretty reasonable. And again, against Kyle Hendricks, I said it when we were talking DFS. This is one of the best matchups tonight. Again, for a hitter perspective, Joey Votto 13 for 34 in his career versus Hendricks. There's 14 walks mixed in there as well, which doesn't do anything for our total bases, but his 4 home runs and 3 doubles do. So this is a guy who he hits well. He hits for power against him. So this is the person I want to back tonight to at least get 2 total bases.
All right, guys, that'll do it for baseball today. We're hitting the hardwood with our NBA panel. The Sweat shall return. hello to DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Nick Whalen. Julian Edlow was supposed to be in this segment, but a car crashed into a pole outside his house and he lost power. Allegedly. No, I'm just kidding. That actually did happen. All right, guys, it is the final night of NBA Summer League action. Oh, I know we're all very sad, but the good news is we have the championship game between Sacramento and Boston at 9 Eastern, so let's just hop into our last Summer League slate. Kenny, favorite high-priced DFS play, who's it going to be?
So yeah, to pay tribute to Julian, I'll pretend I did no research for this show, and I'll just drag on these answers as I look through the DraftKings. No, I like Trey Murphy III, $8,500 for the Pelicans here. This is kind of insane what's happened at Summer League with him. He was priced around $4,000, and now all the way up to $8,500. But I am absolutely paying this price because the way he's played is like a $9,000 player. Coming off a 42 DraftKings fantasy point game, the thing you like about Trey Murphy is this guy has shot the three all summer league long, and he shot it, pretty well in 2 games. He's bookended his performance with 2 good shooting nights, but he's clearly getting the ball a lot. He's clearly been given the green light to shoot a lot. He's played a lot of minutes, coming off a 30-minute performance or 30-minute game. So yeah, I think I'm ready to fire him up here against the Timberwolves in the Summer League finale. I definitely think that this is, he's been one of the standouts of Summer League, especially on the Pelicans. I think he should end it with a nice night. So I'm paying up for Trey Murphy III.
Nick, who are you paying up for?
Yeah, I was looking forward to talking with Julian about his Celtics. I mean, looking for banner number 18 tonight with a potential win over the Sacramento Kings. Be watchful of Peyton Pritchard, who's the highest priced player, of course, of the Boston Celtics on this slate. It sounds like he's angling to play in this game. It sounds like the Celtics don't want him to play in this game for precautionary reasons. So make sure you check on his status if you are going to put him in your lineup. I'm going to stick with Alperen Şengün from the Rockets, who's been like the steadiest player in all of Summer League throughout this last week and a half. You're going to have to pay up. He's at 10,100, but 30-plus DraftKings points in all 4 games, 35-plus in 3 of those 4 games. If you want to look elsewhere real quickly, Precious Achiuwa for Toronto, probably a little overqualified to be playing at Summer League. He's at 9,200. Cam Thomas in Brooklyn has been insane these last 3 games. It's pretty much all scoring for Cam Thomas, but if he's giving you like 36 points every single night, that's not necessarily a problem. You can get him at 7,700. And then if you're playing that 2-game early slate on DraftKings, I would check into Paul Reed. I mean, you really can't not at this point. 75 DraftKings points in his last game, 24 points, 20 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals, and 4 blocks. I mean, that's one of those Summer League games that you're going to be telling your grandkids about.
Oh, man, can't wait. Favorite DFS value play, Nick, if you had to go on the other side of things?
Yeah, if you're looking in the kind of 5,500 and below range, I would steer towards McKinley Wright, a rookie out of Colorado for Minnesota. Just kind of one of those like quintessential classic college point guards who nobody thinks is going to be good in the NBA, but he's been really steady. He's at 5,200, 20-plus DraftKings points in all 4 of his games. Another rookie, Herb Jones, some call him at 5,000 for New Orleans. He's been really steady. And then another Timberwolf to keep an eye on, Isaiah Miller. This is a guy who's undrafted out of UNC Greensboro, 3-time Southern Conference Defensive Player of the Year, 2-time Conference Player of the Year. He's at 4,900, had 28 DraftKings points in his last game. I have no idea if he's going to make an NBA roster, but just go look up some clips of what Isaiah Miller has done in Summer League so far. Like it's otherworldly, the kind of athleticism and power that he has at his size. I've been really impressed by him.
All right, if you're looking for value, Kenny, where are you going?
Yeah, I was actually going to mention Cam Thomas because, look, $7,700 for the Summer League's top scorer, I believe, is just kind of insane. He's been unbelievable, over 40 DraftKings fantasy points the last 2 nights. So I think you get a lot of savings there at $7,700. But if you're going down, I do like McKinley Wright at $5,200. Undrafted free agent out of Colorado. He did a lot of good work there for the Buffaloes, and clearly very excited to be a member of the Timberwolves, where he grew up in Minnesota. You look at the way he's played in Summer League, the thing I like about him is he has not scored in double digits yet, and he's continued to go over 20 DraftKings fantasy points. Is this guy the highest ceiling player in the world? Probably not. But the way that he's filled up the stat sheet in rebounds, assists, he's gotten you steals as well. He had 5 steals in his first Summer League game, and then 2 per game after that. I think that this guy should easily be able to hit value for you, and you got to get him in your lineup. He's a good all-category performer, and that's what you want around this price. And he's also going to be playing a lot, coming off a 28-minute game. He's played 28 minutes twice already in Summer League. McKinley Wright, go for it.
All right, Kenny, let's talk sportsbook. Your favorite spread or money line bet?
Yeah, look, why are we even bothering betting any of these other games? Okay, let's go right to the title game with the Kings and the Celtics. And you got to take the Celtics -5. I really do believe that. I mean, this is just an unbelievable Summer League team. Clearly, they are not supposed to be, or a lot of these players are not supposed to be in Summer League. Peyton Pritchard was deprived of Summer League last year because they didn't have it. So that's sort of why he's here. And he has been, far and away one of the 5 best players on the floor at all times. So, yeah, I think that the Celtics just have way too many scorers here for the Kings to keep up. It should be a fun game, though, expecting another one out of Lewis King. But, yeah, give me the Celtics -5. Again, my Julian Edelman tribute here. I also don't mind just playing them on the money line because I really do think that this team is just, their roster is way more talented.
Nick, what's your favorite spread or money line bet?
Yeah, I like kind of riding with the Edlow boost here on Boston, especially if Peyton Pritchard plays. Sacramento is going to be without its starting center, Chimezie Metu, who punched a guy in the last game and has been suspended. So as far as Summer League absences go, that's kind of a big deal. I also like Toronto -3 over Brooklyn. Kenny and I and most of the basketball world has been fawning over Cam Thomas, but Brooklyn doesn't have a whole lot outside of Cam Thomas. We've seen Scotty Barnes play some really good defense on some really good scorers so far in Summer League. So I think if Scotty Barnes, is able to slow down Cam Thomas, I think that could be a relatively comfortable victory for Toronto.
All right, how about your favorite game total, Nick?
Man, I would be lying if I said that I had a ton of confidence in any of these, but Lakers-Warriors under 170.5. The Warriors played an overtime game yesterday. They're turning around, playing again. And they're at, they only scored 80 points in that game that went into overtime. The Lakers have been under 80 points in a couple of their games so far. And as you get to the end of Summer League, you might have some situations where, key players are starting to sit out games. Teams have seen what they need to see. So it wouldn't be surprising if, we see some late scratches. Moses Moody already missed the Warriors last game with what sounds like a very minor injury. So that's something to keep an eye on that could impact these totals.
All right, where are you going, Kenny?
I am going to go with the over in the Rockets-Portland Trailblazers game, 169.5. Look, this Rockets defense has been really bad all summer league long. They've given up a lot of points. Their offense has trailed behind in all but one of the games where they scored 111 points. But when you look at both rosters, Sengun, we've talked about in this segment, is a great talent. Anthony Lamb has emerged off the bench. You have Jalen Green here as well. You have Michael Beasley on the floor for Portland. I just think that there's a lot of scoring that's going to be done here. Not a lot of defense is going to be played. 169.5, a little too low for my liking. Again, one of the lower totals on the slate, and I think that easily, with the way that the Rockets have played defense, this should hit.
All right, Kenny, your final Summer League slate-approved pick. Favorite DFS or sportsbook play? Where are you going?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Anthony Lamb at $6,000. This is a guy that I love. I fell in love with him when he played at UVM. He definitely deserves a spot in the NBA. And we saw what happened last time out against Orlando. It was just $5,200, and he hit 5 threes. Anytime you're taking 11 threes, you're clearly a favorite of the coaching staff. And whether or not he has the approval to shoot 11 threes in Summer League, we've talked about it. This is the type of guy I like to target, a guy who's just going to chuck shots. I think Anthony Lamb, feeling it now, coming off that 36 fantasy point game, I think that in a game where I think there's going to be a lot of scoring, he should easily go for 30, 35 plus. And that should make you pretty happy if you paid $6,000 for him. So I think this is a guy on the ascendancy. You get him a nice performance to end Summer League, and you put some money in your pocket along the way.
Nick, slate approved.
I'm going to go back to the guy that Kenny mentioned right away at the top. Trey Murphy is my pick. 8,500. He has 43, 32, 27, and 43 DraftKings points in his first 4 games in Vegas, respectively. And, like Kenny said, great three-point shooter. That was kind of the thing that he was built for coming out of Virginia with the number 17 pick, but he's rebounded really well in Las Vegas. He had a game with 7 assists earlier last week. He's been blocking shots. He has 2 games, I should say, with 3 steals. So it's not just shooting for Trey Murphy. If he has an off game from 3, he can still give you some value.
All right, guys, thank you. One more block to go on today's show. We're going to look at some futures bets in the NFL. Stay tuned.
my Kenny Ducey. Do you
Kenny
think I
Ducey
would
style.
ever eat on Sim?
Never. And you would never lie about it to the Sim fam either. There's no way. There's no way
I don't
those
know, man.
groups would ever catch on. Good thing we're talking about this before the Sim goes up, because it would be very embarrassing if, say, our secret got out that we're eating behind the scenes all the time.
Oh no!
What? No.
What's
No.
up, man? Dude, look at you outside today.
Dude, I got a little glisten going. I've only been out here like 5 minutes, like 85, sunny, light breeze, partly cloudy perhaps, maybe partly sunny. It's beautiful though. It's lovely. Like I would turn it around and like get the nice, beautiful scenery, the luxury behind me, but a little like I want to stay in the shade a little bit. It's a little too hot for me. And plus I got this fair skin. Yep. I'm gonna burn, you know. It's a thing. How are you, Emerson Lotskia?
I'm doing great. I'm glad you asked, because in the noon sim with my dude Glash, let me tell you what, that free roll contest,
yeah,
I won it right here. First place.
Wow.
First place.
183. What happened in that sim?
Bro.
A point.
Let me tell you what happened in that sim. Raheem Mostert ran for more than 200 yards and 4 touchdowns. Had like almost 90 points, I think it was, in the captain spot. I didn't even have him in the captain spot. I had Evan Ingram.
Got 60 from him instead.
It was freaking wild, man. But you know how those noon sims, especially you and I, we're on them like all the time together. They're duds, which is why we'll just talk about anything and everything. But like Glash and myself, it was this magical moment that I will remember for the rest of my life.
Oh, and you got Glash on a sim. I mean,
yeah.
Magic all around. Glash. So yeah, I mean, you saw Glash come in your sim and you decided not to captain Mostert. I feel like that is.
I know it was bold. It was bold, dude. But I did it, and it's great. I actually just FaceTimed him after the sim too to make sure he was okay, because he's about to. He's calling this Connecticut Sun game tonight.
Oh, was he dialing in live from the Mohegan Sun?
No. He's on his way now.
Okay.
I wanted to see if he could bring me back something from Johnny Rockets when he comes back.
I mean, it's not good. Well, what do you get at Johnny Rockets? I always get that burger with the cheeseburger. It's like a Rodeo burger, really.
Yeah.
You got the big onion ring, a little bit of barbecue, some cheddar.
Dude, I'll eat anything and everything there. Looks like Caroline, don't forget to mute your Zoom, by the way. Your Zoom is not muted. There you go. All right. So what'd you decide to do for this one? Did you get one in a lineup in the Century Club?
I couldn't. The club was at capacity, and I did not bring enough ladies with me to get in. So I got stuck in the line outside, just waiting until closing time. A very familiar experience, if we're being honest. Even with this lettuce and these good looks, even I occasionally get denied the bottle service of the DKE Latvia exclusive Century Club. I did get a lineup in. I did. I threw my guy Uzama in the captain's box. I always do. Always got a captain CJ, even though mostly doesn't pan out. Saved me enough money to get Kamara, Thomas, Johnny Five Sticks, Cook, and Sanders, just because I feel like this is going to be a very painful sim for that man, Joe Burrow, and those Cincinnati Bengals. Like, this feels like it should be like a 42-7 kind of game. I don't know. What about you? What does your lineup look like? Emerson Latvia.
All right, so I got Cook, Breeze, Kamara, Ross, CJ, and I had to throw in Bullock. Yes, I did.
Matt Randy.
Yep.
Burger Walrus himself. And we'll see. We'll see. I mean, this is definitely a Bengals team you would feel bad about, like, finishing drives for. So, I had enough money saved up, like, in the end for true.
Damn it.
Gonna miss that in the new season of Madden. No one takes those backward sacks quite like Drew Brees, except for Phillip Rivers, who is the master of the dead end, shuffling through the nursing home. Don't remember where my room is. It's a terrible sack.
Well, how do you think he's going to – now, is Drew Brees going to be in the booth, or is he going to be like in the studio analyzing? Do you know the role exactly yet?
I actually don't know. I think they might start him off as a studio analyst, just because it's way easier. I mean, you've seen the massive book of boo-boos that Tony Romo has to go through. Nickelodeon, or they accidentally sent it to one of the Nick analysts, and she was like, "Oh my God, do I have to really read all 300 pages of this to know that Mitchell Trubisky is bad at football?" It's like the amount of prep work that goes into Tony Romo's job versus like a studio analyst job, where you can kind of just be low key and lend some good stories. And I feel like Drew Brees probably wants to take at least a year doing the studio side of things, which is still tough. I mean, you still got to know a lot, but you don't have to have the ins and outs down quite like Tony Romo does, which actually makes me sad. We never got to see Jay Cutler in the booth. He was supposed to go there, then the Dolphins brought him back, and now he's losing sponsors on Twitter for having bad ideas, which honestly pretty predictable from him. Anyway, that Saints drive stalls out thanks to the Breeze terrible sack, and now Burrow in play action.
Yeah. Give it to me. Last time I think past couple of sims I've done with the Saints, actually, as Cam Jordan comes up with the sack there, his X factor has kicked in. Like, he's been an absolute force in this 2021 edition of Madden.
All right, so Tagalog Kane Breeze is doing Irish games. I actually don't know. Let's see, Drew Breeze broadcasting. Let's see. Yeah, NBC Sports, so wouldn't be NFL. Good point.
Okay.
So yeah, he would. I mean, NBC Sports football. It's the only their one major property is all those Notre Dame games. Of course, they also have the Thursday night and. They have Monday night games either way.
No. I don't think NBC does. But is this this is the last year that NBC has Thursday Night Football? Is that right? And aren't they doing something? Aren't they going to like Yahoo or Amazon or something next year? Man, I honestly wish I could remember more things. I really do.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, it's years for me. It's like concussions, and then alcohol.
You get a lot of concussions running cross country.
You do. Yeah, I feel like you're bearing the lead that I was a freshman football starting quarterback at one Pilgrim High School, splitting reps.
Wait a minute.
A10 pitcher of the year, Zach Zercher.
Oh my God, I actually never knew that about you. That's incredible. We've been doing Sims together for more than a year, and now I'm learning you're an ex-quarterback. Next time you come here, next time you're in New England, we got to do another, we did like a tag football game like a couple winters ago.
Yeah.
And Steve Buchanan was our quarterback for my team. He threw like 7 interceptions. Yeah. Reed T. Fowler on the other team throwing like 7 touchdowns. You got to come in and be our quarterback, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, have you seen the touch on this arm? I can launch a ball a good 25, 30 yards in the air without it even bouncing, bro.
That's amazing.
Come on, yeah.
That's all we need. Yeah. That's all we need.
Yeah. Like, if we're counting bounces and rolls, I can get a good football out 30, maybe 35 yards, which is pretty good. Pretty good. You don't see a lot of pros that have that arm strength.
Okay. So I would wait. Yeah. Fox has the Thursday night football game. NBC is Sunday night. And next year, Amazon Prime will get Thursday night. Thanks, T. Kane. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
See what I mean, dude? I do 2 Sims. My brain is already mush.
Yeah. I know. Same thing here. I knew it was Amazon, but yeah, no, I spent the morning writing up a newsletter, and then SB Nation's Secret Base dropped The History of the Falcons, Part 1. It's a 7-part history. Part 1 is already 45 minutes, and it's still pretty solid. It's a great investment of your time if you're willing to burn some time and just read about or listen to some stories about some absolutely putrid quarterbacks. Because right now I'm still in the 70s, and it's like, oh my God, these guys literally could not figure out the forward pass. Amazing.
That's the 4th completed forward pass for Drew Brees. He's got 49 yards in this one. Emmanuel Sanders with his first catch in this game. Move those chains. 11 yards. Yeah, Andrew on the 1s and 2s, by the way, saying you're giving off very Uncle Rico vibes.
Yeah, man. The headband, the confidence that I can throw a football over them. Like, we're all there, yeah. Now, we also, Pilgrim, so my high school absorbed one of the other high schools in Warwick, and now they're good at sports, which is nice. When I was there, we had a good soccer teams and a great baseball team because the aforementioned guy who went on to get a scholarship at UNC and was like, I don't want to be here. Went to URI and was A10 pitcher of the year there. But we had some decent teams, but football was absolutely not one of them. I gotta go get an extra cushion for this bet. I got no lumbar support out here. I'll be right
What
back.
is going on? Man, wow. Anywho, Alvin Kamara on the reception there on 2nd and 8. Breeze now 55 yards. 3rd and 2 coming up from 39. We got under 3 minutes to play here in the first quarter. Good to have everyone here. I'm Emerson Lotzi. Christian DeAndrea just went away because he's an old man. He needs more back support. Patrick and Frangelico on the ops team doing that thing we like with the scores. T-Sack in the house, producer T-Sack. Andrew on the 1s and 2s. Kamara fighting his way for the first down. Something to definitely keep an eye on. I believe, Christian, I talked about it earlier this week or last week. Again, I can't remember anything. Is the fact that if Hill ends up being the quarterback for the Saints, just the impact that could have on Alvin Kamara's fantasy value. It's on a lot of people's minds right now, just considering it's draft season and there's still this whole quarterback situation going on there in New Orleans.
Yeah, and
we were talking about that the other day, I think.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what happens to Alvin Kamara's receiving value when Drew Brees isn't in the lineup, and you would think there'd be a little bit more hope because you got guys who are willing to throw it longer, but Hill just basically ignored him out of the backfield, tried to make something out of nothing with those underwhelming group of receivers. The good news is, if you're counting on Kamara, he might be the only guy, the only proven name to count on. Because Michael Thomas can miss the start of the season with that ankle injury, might miss more time. Who knows where he stands with Sean Payton? So whether it's Taysom Hill, whether it's Jameis Winston, both those guys might have to default to Kamara more often than not, just because they don't have a ton of proven wideouts who can step up. There's Traquan Smith, there's little Jordan Humphreys, there's Deontay Harris, there's Antonio Callaway, who Callaway could break free, could have a breakout season. I know a lot of you in the Sim fam are hyping him up as you get a Jared Cook completion there, red zone.
Finally.
Yeah, finally.
All right, so, 2 catches, 29 yards for Cook, which is great. Captain right here.
Oh, you Captain Cook.
Yep, certainly did, man.
Ooh, I got him in the lineup, but I was a little worried about him. I got 0 from Uzama right now. I'm 0 from Mike Thomas, so I'm not having a great day. I'm not having the worst day.
I love Andrew says, guy is all arms and chest and needs lumbar support.
True. Well, glamour muscles over here, Emerson Lazia. Many leg days skipped.
So, would you say Kamara right now is listed more under buyer beware, like in the land of fantasy football? So we got 1st and 10 from the 10, 30 seconds to play here in the first quarter.
I wouldn't go that far because I think he's still going off as a top 3 pick. I feel like if you are up at your fantasy draft, McCaffrey and Cook are already taken. Like, you'd still want Kamara over guys like Zeke Elliott coming off a down year and Derrick Henry, who doesn't bring you that PPR kind of juice. I think Kamara is still going to be a very useful guy just because there's not a lot of competition for touches in New Orleans right now. And even if he doesn't get all those passing yards that he usually gets, he'll still get some. He'll still get like 2 to 3 receptions per game on top of 15 to 20 carries. And we know he's good enough. He's young enough that he's not going to fall off a statistical cliff. So I wouldn't say buyer beware, but like it's very possible he falls short of expectations and maybe has fewer fantasy points on the season than a guy like Aaron Jones or maybe like a rising young running back like Jonathan Taylor or Antonio Gibson. He's vulnerable. Not he's buyer beware, but he's more vulnerable this year than he was last year.
Okay, yeah. And I know you mentioned the Michael Thomas injury too. That's got to increase Kamara's like PPR production there, becoming the focal point of Sean Payton's offense. Real quick, just anyone who's new here, welcome to the Dream Stream. Been doing this for quite a while. He's Christian DeAndrea. He's a good source for information when it comes to NFL football as well. You want to tell him where to go?
Oh yeah, absolutely. See, I didn't bring the sign outside.
Yeah, this is weird. I'm uncomfortable.
I'm blowing it right now. Like I really ruined this one. It's
like I teed you up to give you this platform, and you're failing.
I got it's postroute.substack.com. I'll get the sign. We'll make sure that's figured out. No, it just recently threw out the 4 offensive trades that we would make after overreacting to 1 week of preseason football. Tomorrow, we're going to have 4 more trades we'd make on the defensive side of the ball after 1 week of preseason football. So be sure to subscribe, postroute.substack.com. Get that information dropped free right into your inboxes. We are very, very grateful to those of you who have stepped up, signed up, and are part of our loyal listener base. So thank you so much.
I love it. It's so easy. Can you give us a tease of that article? Can you maybe give me not the defensive one, the one you've already released? Can you give me one trade you would make after overreacting to week 1 of the preseason?
I feel like America's quarterback, Gardner Minshew, if he's not in Urban Meyer's plans, which I don't understand why he wouldn't be, but they went out and signed C.J. Beathard, so we know Minshew is a little bit more available than he probably should be. You know where they need a good backup quarterback? Minnesota, because Kellen Mond did not look like the guy in his first preseason outing, and I think we are all a little bit uncertain on what Kirk Cousins is going to bring to the table. So why not send Gardner Minshew from Florida to the opposite of Florida? And right there, Alvin Kamara doing the opposite of scoring, which is scoring. You like that segue? I teed it up just for you, Emerson.
Yeah, that was phenomenal.
Yeah, nailed it. Yeah.
You know what was funny though was Urban building up Gardner like throughout the preseason and throughout training camp. Incredible. He's great. It's tough. The quarterback competition's still open. Didn't really look that good, but still a serviceable quarterback.
Yeah,
I love the idea of shipping him up to Minnesota. Hell, if the Colts weren't in the division, I think he would have been gone 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, very possible. Because not only do you need someone to take over when Wentz is recovering from that foot injury, but there's always a distinct chance that Wentz goes out there and just sucks. Like, he sucked last year. Granted, offensive line was in shambles. Won't have that problem in Indianapolis. Receiving core was in shambles. Probably shouldn't have that problem in Indianapolis. But still, it's possible he doesn't bounce back and become the MVP adjacent guy he was earlier in his career. And the Colts would love to have an excuse not to throw him in the lineup. That way they don't have to send the Eagles a first-round pick. Now, that's a conditional pick they sent to Philadelphia. Right now, it's a second-rounder. If Wentz hits certain benchmarks, becomes a first. If Wentz isn't very good, they're going to search for reasons to keep him out of the lineup so they can hold on to their day 1 pick. Having a guy like Minshew would make that a lot easier for them.
I just had a missed call from Brendan Glasheen. I have no idea why.
You think he's butt dialing you, trying to make you jealous?
Yeah, it was one of those, like, it popped up really quick and then went away. So it may have been an accident since we had just talked. Maybe I'm at the top of his recent calls, or
you think
I don't know.
Like, he's in the car and he's like fumbling for his Spotify playlist, like boy bands in the 90s, and accidentally clicked on FaceTime and just went through to you. The bad news is you missed. You probably missed him singing 98 Degrees in his car. Like, if that call went through, you would have been throwing out some like all or nothing for you. That's O-Town. What am I thinking? Ugh. This is one of my most embarrassing gaffes in Simland, Emerson Lacia. I just attributed all or nothing, the hit ballad, to 98 Degrees instead of O-Town, and I feel more shame now than almost any time in my life, especially in the sim broadcasting. This hurts.
Dude, I get them mixed up quite a bit. New Kids on the Block was here performing at Fenway 2 weeks ago.
Really? Fenway seems kind of big for for New Kids.
Yeah, no, they did. They had a week of concerts here because the Red Sox were out of town. Like Green Day performed one night, Billy Joel performed one night, Zach Brown performed one night, New Kids on the Block performed one night.
See, I feel like that's a big drop off there. Like, one of those bands does not belong with the others. That's very nice completion there to Tyler Boyd for a few yards on third. Yeah. And Bengals going to punt this one away at this point.
Bell Biv DeVoe was here.
Ooh, let's see. Yeah, but still,
that's a good one. That is a lot. Those two, New Kids on the Block and Bell Biv DeVoe, are like local. So like that was huge that night. They're out of like, they weren't performing at the same time before the same night. Yeah, I think Bell Biv came out, performed like for a little while. And the new kids on the block kind of brought us home. Dude, he just called me again.
Oh, this could be important. Maybe he's getting carjacked right now, and he can't remember the number for 911, so he's calling you. Oh, Kamara.
Oh, baby.
He's going to go? No, he gets caught, but wow. 50-ish yard run there. His good day continues.
The Toyota Camaro. Cruise control, baby, with 6 minutes to play in the second quarter.
Producer Mike is dropping in all the tidbits for the 6 p.m. sim right now, and it is freezing slack. It is that bad.
Oh, my God, he's calling me for a third time. I'm muting this real quick just in case something serious is happening. Hold on.
You're on. Yeah. We're going to see what's going on with Brendan Glasheen. Hopefully he is okay. I, again, maintain that he's just calling up Emerson to sing a little bit of O-Town to him. They have that kind of relationship. You know, started off as frenemies, now just besties. As Saints continue to pound here. More Kamara. Will be a first down.
Okay, I'm back.
Is he okay? Is he good?
Yeah, he's fine. He was actually just being a nice guy. He's like, sorry, when we were talking earlier, I thought I cut you short when we were having a conversation because I was just moving all my stuff to the car, getting ready to head out to call this game tonight. I said, bro, you're a great friend. It's not a big deal. I don't like talking very long on the phone anyway.
Yeah.
Good dude.
Also, I feel like 3 calls just to say that was a bit excessive.
Yeah. But again, he's a passionate friend of mine. Yeah, I know. Terrell's like, what a weirdo. He calls 3 times for that? I don't know. He's a good guy. He's a nice guy, you know? You know what, DK SimFam, you're a nice group as well. We're at 160 likes. There's 317 of you watching now. All I ask is that if you haven't hit the like button yet, give it a tap now. I haven't been on one of these sims when we've hit the 200 like mark in forever. That'd be really cool if we can get 40 more likes by the end of this game, get us to 200, as Kamara now has the Saints inside the 10-yard line, at the 10 rather. 2nd and 9 coming up. I have the hiccups. I apologize.
Never apologize for having hiccups.
What's going on with everyone over on Twitch?
I'm getting the spinny wheel now.
Love you, fam. Yeah, you're frozen. You're frozen right now, but I can hear you.
Laptop is struggling.
Okay. All right. You are. Yeah, you're frozen. Hear the audio. So careful what you say. And I don't know. Is it worth maybe going back inside where the Wi-Fi could potentially be a little stronger? Can't hear you. You are absolutely dead to me. But it sounds like you're moving.
It's the laptop that's just completely.
Oh, it's the laptop. Okay.
I'm gonna move back inside to see if that helps.
Okay. Yep. Let us know. Mute it while you're moving because it sounds terrible. We're hearing a bunch of just ruffling and muffling. We got a touchdown though. I know you can hear me, Christian Giandria. This one dedicated to you, lucky number 13. There's the man with the injured ankle in real life, Michael Thomas. 2nd touchdown of this game for the Saints, so a one-sided affair early on. We saw this a lot in the new game. The tides can turn very, very quickly. What's going to happen with Michael Thomas this year? He's going to fall dramatically in fantasy drafts. But we're taking a flyer on? Hell yeah. Question is how effective will he be coming off his ankle procedure?
Take him back.
Oh, welcome back. Welcome back. He's been the master of some cryptic tweets and social media posts this year too. We're talking Michael Thomas here.
Yeah, that's his thing. Like, he is forever online, eternally online. It's both a strength and a weakness for him. If you want to see just how online he is, just write a tweet about Michael Thomas. Like, it doesn't matter how many followers you have. there's like a 50-50 chance that he will see it and either like it or potentially respond to it, or dial up a burner and get into it where you're like, man, who is defending Michael Thomas this passionately? And you're like, oh, it's just Michael Thomas.
Wait, that's Kevin Durant-esque. I didn't know Thomas was like Kevin Durant, and and that whole like very offended easily social media, no matter if you have 2 followers or 2 million, he'll come at you.
Oh yeah, same way.
I think it'd be really healthy as an athlete. Like if you want to go on and post something like praising your teammates or get people fired up, or hell, even if you want to express your frustration with something, or you got to go on and you got to honor like a partnership with a sponsor or something. Besides that, if I'm an athlete, I'm staying the hell off Twitter. Like I really am. I don't want, like, no matter what, man, not everyone's going to like it. And some people are just going to want to try to get under your skin. Just stay off. Keep a healthier mindset.
I mean, never read the replies. Don't read the comments. That would be my rules for athlete social media.
Yo, I've read that Michael Thomas, by the way, because of this ankle injury, how many weeks is he going to miss here? So maybe like 7 or something like that? Is that like a handful of weeks? Do we know?
So I guess it's still up in the air, but it looks like he's ahead of schedule on the ankle surgery rehab. So, I mean, he traveled with the team for the preseason opener. He's with the team. He's saying the right things now. So there's a chance he's in like week 2, week 3. They think he's going to return sooner rather than later. But who knows when that'll be? I mean, he was supposed to not miss too much time, last season. And he wound up basically being hobbled all year, didn't score a touchdown in the playoffs, missed time because he squabbled with Sean Payton too. So like originally he was supposed to be well into the season. Now maybe he'll get in week 3, week 4. Who the hell knows?
So would you say he's almost like borderline untouchable, like inside first maybe 5 rounds of a fantasy draft or something?
Yeah, I'd say so. Just because
like 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, just because he's obviously got that huge upside, but we saw what happened when he struggled with injury last season. He was basically a non-factor. If he's in the lineup, he's going to get a lot of targets just because there's no one else around him. But he's so uncertain right now, not just because of the injury, but because of his squabbles with the Saints organization. That it feels like this could be a very frustrating season for him and thus for fantasy owners everywhere.
Got instant Kamara here as he has been off and running.
No, not him.
Oh, is that my guy? Yeah, that's my guy, dude. Cook. About time. Bring it home, baby. Bring home that bacon.
Yeah, he has got a very interesting understudy taking over his role in New Orleans, Adam Troutman, who's a guy with a lot of athletic ability but very little track record against elite or even very good programs. Came out of Dayton, which is absolutely wild. Dayton doesn't even offer football scholarships. They play in the Pioneer League with like Butler and I think San Diego is. They're basically a barnstorming league, kind of thrown weirdly across the United States, where they don't offer any football scholarships, but they are still an FCS program. And hadn't had a guy drafted in about 40 years. Troutman goes in the second round. He's got all the talent to make it happen. The question is if he can stand up to NFC South defenses. Looked okay in limited spurts last year. Is going to step into the big role this year. It could be a sneaky buy low candidate in season-long fantasy, just because, I mean, again, we keep bringing it up, but not a lot of talent on that Saints roster to begin the season. No Michael Thomas, you got Kamara there, but a lot of question marks around him, especially with Traquan Smith battling injury throughout the preseason. Troutman could be a guy who gets something like 7-8 targets per game, and that could pay dividends at a very weak fantasy position.
Yeah, just Googled his name because I had no idea who the hell he is, and it sounds like he has an interesting backstory after all the information you just delivered him. Looks like he's on a lot of preseason lists as a potential candidate for a breakout sophomore campaign here.
Yeah, agree there.
So what do you have? He hauled in 15 of 16 targets, 171 yards, and a tutty. Okay.
Yeah, reasonable numbers for a tight end too. As we're going with Johnny 5 Sticks finally. Burrow up to 37 passing yards. Bengals got one timeout, about 45 seconds. They need about 10 more yards before you feel good about that Fat Randy field goal attempt.
Okay. And then here's a good point here.
Oh, sorry. They need 27 yards.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all good. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Burrow goes to his other tight end. So he's 5-7, 55 yards right now. But you got to keep in mind, unknown makes sense to have him as a breakout candidate. Offensive heavy tight end usage, right? In his offensive scheme, talking about Sean Payton.
Yeah.
And let's see, in the past 10 years, the Saints' number one tight end has almost always finished in the top 3 on the team in targets.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a sneaky pick. He's got a lot of growing to do, and the learning curve is going to be pretty steep, but everything is in place for him to make that leap. The question is he maybe being overvalued? Is he too hypey?
I don't know. Yeah,
this isn't going to end well for them. Boyd gets the catch, but without a timeout left, the clock probably going to run out on this one.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Yeah, that's a bummer, especially if you had good old Randy in there. You know?
Sorry, Emerson. Well, the shutout will be preserved. So if you got that Saints D, you're feeling good about the way this one started. If you're heavily invested in Mixon or Bernard or Boyd or AJ Green or Johnny 5 Sticks, a little bit less impressive. 60 total yards for the Bengals in that first half. That's not going to do it. And the Saints threatening to run away with this one, although Bengals D did finally get a stop. And neither quarterback trending toward the bonus. Breeze, 103 and a touchdown. Burrow, 65, and that's about it. Hell, and hey, now that I'm back inside, I got the sign back.
There we go, babes.
Yeah. And look, I'm coming in nice and clear, no longer sweating. I'm sweating, but it's for different reasons because I ate half the brisket very quickly before we got on the screen, which
What?
Kamara absolutely lighted it up. 10 carries, 82 yards, and a touchdown. Got to think the bonus is in his future, especially with the Saints protecting a lead. Through the air, Mike Thomas, 4 for 26 and a touchdown. Kamara, 4 for 24. Cook, 3 for 31. Good day to have those three guys. Other side of the ball, Johnny 5 Sticks, 2 for 18. Tyler Boyd, 2 for 20. CJ Uzama, 1 for 18. That's about it in terms of notables for the Bengals right now. It has been a very Bengals sim through the first half. The Louisiana home field advantage not doing them any favors in the Superdome. Whew.
What do you expect out of? Oh, there's Traquan Smith, built by UCF. Let's go. 1 for 5.
Not good.
Who'd they take? Oh, it was Jamar Chase, right? At LSU.
Yeah, they reunited Chase with Burrow, and Chase is still kind of fighting off an ankle injury, it seems a little bit. Doesn't really have the pop that they were hoping that he would bring to the table, but still going to be pretty useful as a slot guy. Even if he is a step slow, he's just that dynamic. They can move him in there and really create a very, very painful slot duo between Boyd and Chase. Let T. Higgins run long. So I really do like what the Bengals have done to surround Joe Burrow with talent. Chase is a guy who, was the wide receiver 1A to Justin Jefferson's receiver 1B at LSU in 2019. So clearly the talent is there. If he gets going at full speed, he can be a dynamic playmaker for the Bengals, who are going to be throwing the ball a ton, just like they did in 2020. And we saw them kind of take that early Drew Bledsoe approach with Burrow. We're like, all right, go ahead and throw 60 passes a game. We don't care. Show us what you got. So could be another situation like that. Burrow, a guy who can give you the volume numbers, even if the efficiency isn't there in fantasy, and he's got a wide array of guys to throw it to. So I do like the Bengals for fantasy purposes, even though I'm not exactly in on the Joe Mixon train.
Because Jamar Chase was considered the best wide receiver prospect since Amari Cooper, I believe. They're pumping this kid up. And as you mentioned, in terms of fantasy football with the Bengals, the talent on that roster is going to be fun to watch. It's going to be a very productive offense. But it starts with the health of Burrow, and wasn't that offensive line hot garbage?
It definitely needs more. That's correct.
Okay. Also, shout out to Tater Hater, one of our loyal DK Sim family members. Am I on drugs or was Christian outside when this thing started?
I've never been outside in my life.
Yeah, it's both actually. But yes, he is back inside now. Both can be true, Tater Hater.
Dude, the heat, I think with the heat was just getting to my, like, I had too many things running, so my laptop was overheating, and then producer Mike for the 6 p.m. was just dropping in link after link after link, and the pings were just driving my browser crazy. I gotta get a new laptop anyway. This one had a toddler spill water all over it, so like half the keys don't work. Half the like lower level keys don't work. Like my shift key now does some weird like, it gives like umlauts on all my letters now if I try to use it for capitals. Like option command, those just bring up random tabs now. It's weird.
After this sim, Christian DeAndrea, it's going to be a Tuesday edition of Get the Green with Moose and Sweet Tea Fowler. Then at 4 o'clock, that is going to wrap up the early slate. Texans at the Steelers. You will return for that, and you will be joined by ZT. And then after that, an MLB edition of the slate. Matt Meiselman, Gary and Thorne. The late slate. Get those lineups filled out now, my sweet chinchillas. Panthers at the Broncos. Ross, wow, you're doing a 3-header today?
Yeah. Well, BK decided, since
that's right. Yeah.
disappearing, he's gonna I'm gonna go be a good parent and coach my son's football team.
I'm like,
come on,
dude. I saw that and I was like, what's going on, BK? I'm like, you could be a crappy parent for 2 more weeks. Like, stop trying to step it up now. Then Rossi and Tom, Ravens at the Browns.
A flex. The balls on that guy trying to spend time with his family when the Sims
know.
Right here.
And
come on.
The Sim fam here knows too. His dogs run away multiple times a week and he doesn't do anything about it. He has no idea where they are half the time. So KC at Washington, Jeff and Tom will bring you home for Madden After Dark. That's right. I totally forgot. Oh yeah, that was a little meaty drama behind the scenes for sure. I said, dude, what's going on here? Does he know he hit reply all? Oh, well, good for you. Good for you, my man. Shows what a good teammate.
Yeah, exactly. Your boy likes getting paid. And also, this is not a very difficult job. So
no, this is like fun as hell. We get to sit here and talk sports. I was telling the Sim fan before, I'm like, y'all are my best friends who I've never met in person.
Besties. All right, looks like Rossi and I are doing Tank Top Tuesday now. Let's do that. Let's get that going. I'm gonna have to go downstairs, do a little bit of bicep work before that 6 p.m. sin.
Yeah, be careful, bro. Rossi puts on a tank top, and your computer, it's on 4th and 2, they pick up the first down.
Yeah.
Your computer was overheating before. Get ready. It's my dude Rossi, a sexy, sexy man.
I'm gonna get the ice ready to go for it. It's maybe like drop the back. It's on the back, like it's a UFC fighter between rounds. Like I don't want, I understand the hazard there. I get it. Speaking of hazards, a bit hazardous to have Fat Randy in your lineup today because the Bengals going for it on 4th and 2 there and picking it up, taking away those bullet points, and Tyler Boyd racking up some PPR numbers. Well, actually, that's only his 3rd catch for 22 yards. He had a big would have been catch down the sideline that sadly could not stay in bounds for, and it does get the feet down here for a gain of 2.
You see I saw Jamal Adams getting paid now, huh?
He did, yeah. He got that big number. Let's see. Well, I know that producer Mike dropped it in one of his many DMs. 4 years, 70 million, 38 million guaranteed. Which, big number for a safety who is a bit one-dimensional, but I'm gonna let's let Kenny Ducey take over on that one, because Kenny's got some very strong thoughts on Jamal Adams. Is he a bit one-dimensional as a linebacker?
Of course he does.
Yeah, but he also brings value in against the pass as well. It's not as much. He's been able to be that center field kind of guy in the past. He just hasn't been that guy for the Seahawks. They haven't asked him to be that guy. They're paying him this much money. Seems like they're going to continue to use him as that hybrid kind of star linebacker blitzer. So you know what? More power to you, Seattle. I don't know. Maybe part of it's them going after a sunk cost because they traded 2 first-rounders away for him. They don't want to watch
exactly. Like that's a good point there, Christian. As on 2nd and 8 from the 11, looks like they'll get all right. 3rd and inches coming up from the 3. Yeah, like that was risky of them acquiring Adams, right, in a massive trade with the Jets without having a new contract for him, like already agreed to. So, to your point, that gave him leverage. That gave him a lot of leverage in these contract talks because no team wants to risk losing a player they traded 2 first-round picks for. Yeah. No way in hell. Burrow, don't screw this up. How about that, baby?
That Anzalone who just watched him go.
Yeah. Hey, man.
You know what?
Just holding down the spot.
Coach said, this is my zone right here. Whatever happens 5 feet to the left of me is not my problem. So Burrow gets the Bengals' first touchdown of the day. He does it himself. I don't think it was Anzalone. Let's see. Kiki Alonso. Kiki, you know better than that. Do you know better than that, Kiki?
Wait, dude. I didn't know this, that in recent days, the two sides were so far apart that the Seahawks were considering letting Adams hit free agency and using the franchise tag to keep him. Adams was planning on challenging the safety franchise tag, arguing that he's actually a linebacker. So now, he can go back to work and he'll be a happy camper. That could have gotten messy.
Yeah, but I mean, Jamal Adams and Messi go together pretty well. Like Messi is brand. He took time out of the Pro Bowl to go level the poor Patriots mascot who, took it all in good fun, but like, it's kind of a...
Wait, didn't he actually get hurt, the guy inside?
Yeah. Like, just went ahead and went and trucked the mascot. The mascot isn't padded up for that. The mascot's got padding on, but to get hit by a Pro Bowl safety is a whole different situation. It could have been one of those situations where Adams found himself staring down a lawsuit or something stupid, which is one of those things dude kind of just does things and says things without thinking them through, which makes him a very good instinctual safety some of the time, but also gets him in trouble and puts him at odds with his own team. So again, Kenny Ducey, if you want your Jamal Adams slander, wait till he comes on, because he's going to have some very, very, very strong opinions about this extension. Fooligan over on Twitch wants to know, Emerson, are you okay with the Tebow news? Did your heart break a little bit when you saw it?
No. And we talked about this a lot in the noon. It was going to end this way, and it's better sooner rather than later. Rip off the Band-Aid. Let's rip it off.
I'm kind of bummed we didn't get another preseason game of Tebow trying to run block, though, because that was delightful.
All right, so there was one that surfaced yesterday that looked a lot worse to me than the first one that surfaced over the weekend that went viral, had millions and millions of views on Twitter. And as Alvin Kamara picks up the first time, we get a flag on the play, though. This one could be coming back. A block in the back.
Still going to be a first down, but it's going to be an overall loss. About 10 yards.
Yeah. So I said, yeah, dude, it's just time. But that first one didn't look like all that bad. People were just looking to hammer this dude. He kind of did his job, and it helped that the defender was obviously faked out and went inside when the run was coming on the outside. And he just chipped the defender. He did his job, but it looked awful.
It just so slow motion. Dink.
Yeah, there was another one that I was watching today. I'm like, oh yeah, that just doesn't look good. Are there any good blocks? Did he actually have any really good blocks though? Are we not talking about those, or were there none of them? I don't know.
Per PFF, only 3 tight ends graded out lower in the run blocking game this preseason.
Oh my God.
One of them was former Patriot Eric Tomlinson, though. So he was better than at least one guy who'd actually started an NFL game at one point in his career. So we can say that.
Oh, man. Almost 400 people dialed in over on YouTube. We're 17 likes away, babes. We're 17 likes away from 200. Let's get us there. Come on. Let's do it. Put us on your back like JanSport, DK Sim fam. We got 2 more weeks of being together and holding each other.
Exactly 2 weeks left. Saddens me to say. Then I enter the realm of at least theoretical free agency. Got some things maybe on the horizon. We're gonna have to wait and see. At the very least, should be a little bit of pre-NFL season fun employment. Week of September. Oh, it should be. Yeah. Saints working to salt this one away. Feels like another touchdown will pretty much do it. Although the Bengals are coming alive here in the second half, led by Joey Burrow.
There's always a need, though. There's always a need out there for like what you do, like unique coverage of the NFL with the season just starting. You're gonna absolutely kick ass, man.
Oh, thanks, man. I think I'm okay with it. You know, like obviously this is a very fun, very great job. But, no complaints about it ending. It was crazy we even got to do this in the first place. And whatever comes next, this was a great way to bridge the gap between me being furloughed and me being laid off and whatever comes next.
Also, let's not forget, let's definitely remember the language in the announcement is a pause. It's a pause on commentary.
Right.
And you've been a great guy. You've been a great partner and teammate. You're not burning bridges. Exactly. You're not saying, I'm going to go start putting my kids first.
I'm not going to put my family first. Come on, get out of here.
No, they're going to have 2 more weeks of not being a priority. I love it. Oh God, that was so funny. I can't get over it.
All that means a lot to me, but the fact that you did it through bites of hot dog just warms my heart. It means that it was truly legit.
Oh man, one of these days, are you coming to New England anytime soon, buddy? Come on.
Well, I meant to come out this summer, and then we made the mistake of telling every one of our friends, "Hey, when this pandemic's over, you need to come out to Wisconsin for the summer." So for the past month, we've had visitors in our home every weekend, and that really limited my chances to get back home. And also on top of it, the guys I would have stayed with are going through some stuff. 2 have kids on the way, or just recently had a kid. One is just got through a divorce. So the places that we would have hunkered down originally are a little bit in flux. So might not be till next year. Might be a random holiday weekend we come out. Maybe Columbus Day. But even then, it's going to be tough. It depends on a lot of things. Also, dude, flight prices all of a sudden?
Stupid.
They are trying to make all the money they lost in the pandemic back in 1 month, because it's $750 from Madison, even just to Logan. Not even to get to TF Green in the great state of Rhode Island. To get to Logan, it's $750, and then you got to arrange a ride, drive that hour and a half down to Warwick, the lovely, lovely city.
Dude. What are airlines? It's the most unpleasant thing that nobody enjoys air travel. The whole process of going to the airport, which is an absolute cesspool. The flying, there's too many people who are on edge and disgruntled. None of it is fun. You're in a little tiny tin can up in the 50,000 feet in the air. It's miserable. Well, we do it because it's just quick to get to that destination. They know people will pay for convenience.
Yeah, and people are losing their minds on flights now because they don't know how to act on a flight anymore.
The dude duct taped the chair a few weeks ago. That was hilarious. That guy deserves to be shot into the sun, for crying out loud. And it was a bummer that the flight attendant, the large man who duct taped this moron to his seat, which was, in my eyes, the right thing to do. That guy was suspended for a little bit.
I think it was a mandatory suspension. They couldn't.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Dude, you talking about how your parents are worth all this money bro, you are flying Frontier Airlines. You might as well be on a bus right now. Like, there is no worse flying experience than Frontier because you got to pay for everything. You want a can of soda, $5. You want to get out of that middle seat, $30. You want to bring your own carry-on bag, $50. Like, just it's the nickel and diming.
Yeah.
Just a terrible, awful airline that I have no respect for whatsoever. And that dude's like, bro, my parents are rich. But you're flying Frontier? Like, this doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I don't understand how even when some people get so ham-boned, that's like a line that comes out of someone's mouth. What kind of person are you to like start spitting that off? And if your parents saw that, they'd be like, "Shut up, Chad."
It's some straight up like frat bro. My parents.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh man, we're all like big picture. We're all on the same team here, man. We're all dealing with the same old BS. It's really best to just not be a jerk.
Yes, Guru, you're right. Spirit and Frontier are basically kindred spirits in that. Like what are you even waiting? Like, it makes me long for the days of JetBlue.
Whoa. JetBlue's phenomenal.
I know. But like,
okay.
Like, that passed the die for that like budget airline experience. And JetBlue's whole thing was like, listen, dum-dum, we're gonna put a TV in the backrest, and the seat in front of you. And we're gonna ply you with sugar and salt and sweets.
Yeah, that's great.
To the fact that this whole flying experience is terrible. Like, JetBlue knew what they were doing.
By far, my favorite airline. I mean, it's a hub here in Boston, so it's what I take a lot. But you're damn right, man. My mom got sick recently, so I'm going in. I'm seeing her a lot lately, and it's punishing.
Sorry to hear that, man. She doing okay?
Not really. We'll catch up about it later. I thought you may have known about it, but it's like I've realized how expensive like flights are and stuff. There was a point there where if you were brave enough to fly and you wanted to, throw a mask on, bro, you could get anywhere for like $50. I could go to fly to Guam for like $10 and go stay at like ZT's old childhood home.
Ooh, I'm looking it up now. So, Madison to Providence. Let's say I want to leave. Let's go October 1st.
By the way, Saints adding a field goal here. We're in the fourth quarter of the second of 6 sims today, everybody. 6:46 to go, so 10-point lead here for the Saints.
So now you got me looking up flight. So, like, say I wanted to go on a Friday in October, come back on a Tuesday. This is travel. Oh my! All right, this is a lot cheaper. No, dude, it's like $266 round trip.
All right, I'd book that now if I was you. I did hear Tuesdays, and if any of you guys and gals listening right now have any like secrets, little strategy when it comes to booking air travel, I heard Tuesdays are a pretty good day for it.
Yeah, no, like, I mean, Sundays, like, everything goes way the hell up, but all right. So I could leave, get in Friday.
Oh man, Tim Green, I remember those days. I remember flying and they had ashtrays in the arms. I miss the good old days. I was a late bloomer when it comes to air travel. My first flight, I didn't take it until after my freshman year in high school. Yeah, we just never like went anywhere. So that was always it was an interesting experience.
Everything you want as a child is right next to you, basically.
Yep. Greg Sims says Tuesday for Frontier.
Absolutely. Never. All right. So if I wanted, all right, we got to. I would. All right. Sorry. Yeah, so I could go back for my Rhode Island Scumbag League fantasy draft. I'd leave Madison at 10-20. I'd get into Providence at 320. It only cost me 350. That's better than I expected. It's not too bad.
But you're looking to go back with the boys, huh?
In
theory, go back.
Yeah.
Okay.
The problem right now is like I don't know where I'd stay, and I have to bring a kiddo along with me, so I probably can't get it done. But I'm intrigued by the idea that flights are a little bit better now than they were. Yeah, to come out to Wisconsin in August. All right, Bengals trying to rally here. Down 10, 5 minutes to go. All timeouts because they don't get used before the 2-minute warning unless there's an inconsequential challenge flag thrown. And Burrow facing third manageable here. Got to be 4-down territory for them.
You know what? Until I moved up here to the New England area about 6 years ago, never really took train for traveling.
Yeah.
But I've done it, Meg and I've done it a few times, especially when we're going from like Boston to the city. Yeah. It's so easy and so pleasant. And it almost like if you count getting to the airport early, and even though it's a really short flight to New York City, and then trying to Uber to your hotel from an airport and the traffic, like walking here, we got a train station, like blocks from our house. You just go there. I could show up 2 minutes before the train rolls up.
Yeah.
Walk on, sit there, have a beverage, flirt with my wife, like have a good time, talk to some strangers.
Nice.
And then we're there in New York a few hours later. Very quiet.
Yeah,
I love it, man.
I've only ever done like long haul trains in Europe. Shout out Scott Rail. But yeah, it was on the docket up here. They were going to expand a high speed rail, like do a connection between Milwaukee and Madison. That got shot down. And like I kind of understand it because it would have been like $50 each way, and like it's like, oh man, that's real expensive. Like I would love to be able to get to Milwaukee in like 45 minutes, not have to worry about a car. But like it's a little bit like out of the realm of it's too expensive. Like I'd rather just go and drive to a Brewers game with 4 people, as we're gonna get a pass interference there.
Yeah, 100%.
Drive is gonna continue here. I would love to be able to sit back, like not have to drive, have a beverage, go see a Brewers game, go to like a brewery tour on the way there, and catch the rail back. But like just the expense of it all just seemed like unreasonable. Like just wouldn't get enough people on board. Oh, there's
there you go. Is that CJ?
It is my captain.
Nice.
Zama. Now up over double digits on the day. The rangy former day 3 pick who could be due for a bit of a breakout, as he had a decent connection with Joe Burrow to start the season before getting injured in week 2. If he can keep that going, might be a sneaky season-long fantasy pick. Gets into the end zone, makes this a 3-point game.
Speaking of connection, we have a fantastic one with the DK Sim fam. We are, last time I checked, 5 likes shy of the 200 like mark. What do you say? Who wants it? 5 of you. The fantastic 5. Gather around, hold hands, and take a leap of faith together.
See, I'm bummed right now, Emerson, since I feel like I'd be doing really well in the Century Club contest. I got 86.9 points right now. Uzama in the captain spot, Kamara, Thomas, Johnny 5 Sticks, Cook, and Sanders. 86.9. Where does that put me in your contest that I was not cool enough to get into?
My second computer died 5 minutes ago, so I've been over here kind of opening up pages again slowly, and I only have YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter open. I don't have any of the contests. I have nothing. I'm flying blind, but you couldn't tell. I'm such a professional.
It's true. It's true.
Oh, look at that. Look who's behind you. It's your roommate.
I know. Yeah. I didn't he was having a very tough conversation about where the Ducks go and how they need to stop it. So, you know, right? When you duck, you got to take it.
The best part about like not having kids and having friends and family who do have kids is being able to enjoy these like great experiences and these funny moments of these children. And then like when things start going south, being able to like leave and not have to worry about taking a kid with me.
You just duck out. Don't even have to worry about it. Yeah, it's the whole like grandma and grandpa experience, except you don't have to actually buy them things. It's like this is why she's so starved for like just human interaction that anytime we go anywhere, she's just like, hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Just like no stranger danger whatsoever. This kid's absolutely gonna get abducted at some point in her life. Oh, cool. Hey, I'll be with you in like, okay? It's 2-minute warning, okay? You know that.
2 minutes. Keep it together. Keep it together.
You got this.
3rd and inches here. This is a big one. Wow, Drew tries to keep it himself. He fumbles the football. Fumbles the football, and was it recovered by the Bengals? It was.
Just a garbage play call. Kamara had it all day. Breeze decided to keep it and fumbles, and now the Bengals take over in field goal range, even for Fat Randy. This game, overtime, very much in play right now because the Saints can not get out of their own damn way. Whoa.
I mean, hell, win this thing. 2 minutes to go. You're at the 30. Smack dab down the middle. Ross is a boss. 20-25 for Burrow. 6th catch of the game for Ross.
5 sticks coming alive, double digits for him now. So a useful play for a guy who's a little bit trick or treat here in Simland. Bengals would love to score a touchdown with the clock running down here rather than settle for that field goal. But oh no.
Oh, he's panicking, you son of a gun. I know what's going to happen. We're going to go to overtime because Get the Greens after this. And as someone who does Get the Green with Reed on Mondays, let me just tell you something. Every damn time we come in, a game's going to overtime.
Every time. But that's just a win for really the rest of us because sometimes we get to see you and Reed, Team Handsome, just pop up on our Zoom screens. It's like, oh, I feel better about things now.
Yeah, man. It is nice.
It is.
Like, I know the joy that I bring you, and seeing you happy makes me happy. And, you know, the happier I am, more handsome I am, the more, you know, you enjoy that.
You got that glow about you.
It's sweat. That's what it is.
Oh, 3rd and 11 coming up here. And, hey, if the Bengals get stopped here, the Saints will have a reasonable amount of time to pull off a potential comeback.
Oh, he's saying, oh, my God.
Oh, no. Are the Saints take a timeout here and preserve some clock, or are they just going to let it run down like 20 seconds before Fat Randy steps up for a 42-yarder? Good news for you, Emerson Lassie. This goes from a 3-point field goal to a 4-pointer after that sack, but just a rough turn of events here. Bengals get a first down, then sack, modest gain, sack, and we're going to get a Randy Bullock game tire here in just a moment.
Yeah, Jason Myers looking back on how Kamara was, 2 yards shy of the bonus, and they do a quarterback sneak with Breeze. Yeah. Jay, I'm with you. That was one pathetic play call.
It was unfortunate.
Now it will be the big beefy kicker. You said he's a hamburger eater. Is that is there a story behind that?
No, it's just a Trailer Park Boys reference.
Oh, dude, I saw the first 2 episodes. It's a great show. I just stopped after that.
I mean, pretty much every episode is more or less the same. Every season's follows the same exact arc as that Bullock field goal. It's good, but
yep.
It's worthwhile. It's definitely, they make the most of it. It's one of those where you can binge it and you kind of get a little sick of it, but if you go a little bit at a time, like it's always a good palate cleanser. Same with Letterkenny. Like they're both aggressively Canadian, but very well done, very well written, very funny. Well, maybe not well written, but very funny. Kind of reminds me like the League in that, you know, they kind of throw language out there.
Yeah.
Kind of stick in the zeitgeist.
Yeah.
But unlike the League, they both, you know, the quality dipped a little, but they both mostly go strong. And I don't mean to impugn DraftKings sponsor or DraftKings sponsoree in the League, but holy God, did that show go off the rails later on. It ended.
Wow. Yeah, it did. It was really incredible in the beginning because just about everyone on the planet can relate to, the fantasy football, like rivalry with dudes in your league. And I love how they incorporated athletes who were making cameos throughout the show. And then, who's the one really crazy? Yes. All right, there you go.
All right. Is it Glash again? Is he low?
No. It's a spam call. How are spam calls still a thing?
I mean, someone's got to be falling for him if they continue to go out at this rate, right?
But a majority of people who fall for him are probably from Florida.
Yeah.
All right, first and 10 here. They've got one timeout to go. Maybe a little deep bomb, pick up some yardage. No.
Well, this is where
they're going to call a timeout.
This in for Hail Mary.
What are they doing? They had a timeout. Oh God. Oh man.
Cool. I gotta hit the little boys from. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good, man. Go do your thing, bud. All right, we're going to overtime here.
Come on.
What?
I'll pick up. I'm going to pick up where Christian left off. So what do we got here, Emerson? Cincinnati, New Orleans?
Yeah. Nobody cares about the game, though, because the noon game was phenomenal with Glash. It was like a 50-40 game. Your boy Mostert scored 4 touchdowns, ran for more than 200 yards. So I knew this one was going to be a dud. And I said it earlier, Fowler. I said every Monday and Tuesday, if it doesn't go to overtime, like leading into get the green, there is a very serious threat of it.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. I feel like there's higher powers that are forcing Jeff and our show a little short. And I figured since you're the highest paid employee, you're the one, the puppeteer, pulling those strings. And I was talking with Jeff quite a bit last night. We were talking some trash about you.
Oh.
Yeah. It was about an hour-long conversation, so not too long.
All right, go ahead.
And we decided that as a unit, as the gorgeous golf gurus, that we need to have a connected and a concerted front as golf friends, Jeff and I, to make the second show the best. These are his words, not mine. I'm just a messenger, so don't shoot me. But that's, we'll talk about it on Get the Green. I won't break it.
Yeah, I can't wait for y'all's 5-minute Tuesday edition of Get the Green after this game goes to 4 overtimes. That is going to be something. If that is the case, if this thing keeps going along, moving at a snail's pace, I mean, to be honest with you, Christian and I should step back, and you and Jeff just start delivering all this information that you guys have about golf already.
During like the third overtime?
Yeah, during like the third overtime.
Sure. Or how about this? You guys can pick up Get the Green for this one. Christian seems like a guy who knows, the agronomy of Liberty National. He's a guy who knows the value place. He's easily the top golf guy that we got here at DraftKings.
Put all your money on Brad Faxon. Faxon.
Oh my God, man.
Fired again? Okay, sorry.
I'm listen, I need this thing to end more than anybody else. Georgie's ready to be picked up, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, her big day. Is she gonna come home the cone of shame?
Yeah, we're gonna do the cone of shame, and then we'll do the bodysuit. We'll do the bodysuit tomorrow. Yeah,
that's cool though. You're gonna have a dog that looks like a speed skater.
Yeah. She's speed skater with very saggy lips. That's for sure. Her lips on her face.
No,
very, very large.
Thank you for specifying.
I know. Yeah. I know Jeff. Jeff is floating around. He also has a springer. He knows about those big lips. You kind of just want to tuck yourself in them and smooch them.
Yeah, you often don't have a choice. They just tuck them right in wherever they want. So.
Yeah. How's Pepper doing, by the way?
Oh, great. She's, really made herself at home. Basically can jump on the counters now at will. So
yeah.
Really enjoying that skill that she's figured out. Just a perfectly trained dog.
Yeah, man. It's really good stuff. They have a mind of their own, don't they? Those Springers?
Yeah. Really glad you gave me the warning on that before I got her. It was awesome.
Yeah, the important thing is they're great with kids. And you've got
She's
two that
awesome.
look exactly the same.
She's great. She's amazing. Took her to the dog park for the first time last week.
Oh, how'd she interact with everybody?
She's good.
It's always
She's
an
good.
experience.
She had to deal with a ton of big dogs, Emerson. I'm not gonna lie. It was all just giants, but they were gentle giants, and she was good. She didn't like run away and cower in the corner like Reed would have or something, But
100%. If there's some big giants, I am cowering in the corner. I'm letting everybody else be in the front line, and I'll be the guy who's just standing there claiming the crown at the end.
Sure.
And both Reed and DeAndre here, they've got some larger, sausagier dogs as well.
Yeah, that's true. Reed does have like
He's a sausage
isn't
man.
huge, is it? I've seen him like once. He's not like
No,
massive.
like
He's
at his
Why? Is he
ideal
wide?
like
Oh, okay.
fighting, like his fighting weight, he should be about 58, 59. He put on the
Fighting-
quarantine
okay.
10.
Sure.
So,
Fair enough.
apparently you're not supposed to feed your dog carrots because they have that higher caloric intake. Yeah. See,
Carrots
same
have
thing.
nothing in them. Are you serious?
Yes, there's sugar in them. Clown? You
I
clown
do
shoes?
enjoy
What do you?
them. I
Come
do
on.
enjoy them. Okay, but that makes
And
sense.
bananas too. They have been connected. Bananas have to pour like the teeth. It can decay the teeth.
25 calories in your standard carrot, Reed.
For a dog, though, Christian, I don't know. I don't know if there's like 7 years for a year. I don't know if that's like 300 calories for dogs. I don't know the
That's
multiplications of
incredible.
that.
I've never thought of it like that.
Only 3 calories in a stalk of asparagus, so maybe I was the jerk.
Blueberries, on the other hand, fantastic for dogs. Give them all the bloobs you want.
Oh, yeah.
And watermelon, huh?
Oh,
Joe, row that boat, big boy.
Could have delivered us from the rest of the sim and dog chat, but no, you decided to run into contact, and it's gonna be very sad when you take 3 straight sacks and settle for a field goal.
Terrelyn, your phone charger says, "My dog loves carrots," over on YouTube. Also, they score this thing, we can end it, and we can send it off to the two gorgeous golf gurus standing by. You're hearing their angelic voices. Get in there, please.
End the national nightmare already, Cincinnati.
Phil Mixon's not gonna do it.
Look at that arm angle. Oh my God, who is that sexy guy?
Lefty.
Yeah,
Did you guys talk about golf on the Sweat this morning?
I did. Reed didn't show up because
That's 2 days in a row.
I was at the RMV.
Oh, God, that's worse. What is that?
Yes. He ran away from the goal line. He's trying to center this field goal attempt.
Reed, are you going to be at the DraftKings house this week?
Hopefully, if I can find my way to the DraftKings house, I will be there. If they let me in, Jeff.
Well, there you go. I mean,
It's oh my God!
Come on!
What the hell?
That's like
This is the worst sim of my life. I don't want to do this anymore.
Game, call it a draw. I don't care.
I don't want to be here. It's like Eric Bledsoe tweeting. I don't want to be here.
Dude.
Look at how, oh my God.
Now, I'm invested in this. What is going? That's impossible.
All right, they better go for it.
Oh my God.
God, this is the worst. I hope he misses it. Damn it, he made it. All right, we're gonna be here just a little longer here.
But speaking of golf, I got out the buddies come out, so we played like a local, but like a 30-minute away golf course. You can get on for like $40, 18 in the cart, and dirt cheap. And no one else is out there, so you can just bring the Bluetooth speaker, play whatever you want. I hit my one annual good golf shot, thanks to the power of Celine Dion. It's all coming back to me, playing in the background, using my veins. ripped a 320-yard drive, and I was like, I'm done for the day. It's not going to get any better than this. I got Celine running through me. She lent me her French-Canadian power, and I used it. All of it.
That's like something Samir would say. Like he goes out there and hits like a good shot, and he always says, "Oh, I'm so back. I am so back." And you'd be like, "Yeah, it was definitely that Celine Dion I was listening to."
How apropos though was Christian's playlist for that good shot to have? It's all coming back to me now.
Yeah,
exactly. Just theatrical. Well, I think it's Jim Steinman on that. The incomparable Jim Steinman.
Yeah, oh yeah. Little Jimmy.
Sure.
Jeff, what course is that you're playing at?
That's Stewart Creek in Canmore.
It looks like heaven.
minute.
Yeah, it's a beauty.
Wait. This is the one you sent us a picture
No, it's
from
a
the
different
same
one.
course?
Same course, different picture.
Okay. So
Yeah,
you played
yeah.
this multiple times.
Or maybe that was
My
the same
life,
day.
Yeah, but that's the same day. That's from my day. That's from the same day.
I didn't know you were a southpaw.
Most of us Canadians are.
That's what you look like when you go golf?
That's what I look
Jeez,
like.
Condescending
I know. I
Connor.
have clothes on and everything. It's amazing. It's hard to fathom.
Better than you with your white T-shirt and sweating in like this northeast heat.
The anniversary of that incredible day was recently as well.
Oh, that's right. This guy had like chubby pants on that were bright pink and aqua. Had his running shoes, a backwards hat that could have been that one, and a white T-shirt that before the first tee was already drenched, so you could see everything, which was by design. I might add.
Where were you guys golfing? Like the local pitching?
Like some muni. It was like $10 to get on.
Oh, it's awesome. It's great. It's a great little
Samir brought his bag that was as big as him, and I was like, "What's going on here?"
Samir's 30 clubs.
Oh my God.
Samir's got a 9-wood, and also the chipping, like the putter and the chip. That's like it kind of works around the greens.
Does he really have a 9-wood?
No.
Oh, okay.
Amazing. Like a lob wood.
I have a 7-wood, but I can literally hit that further than most people's 3-woods, so I'm not even embarrassed by it.
Ooh, watch out.
Better watch out for my 7-wood.
This is. Emerson.
Can't wait. Go ahead, Christian.
Properly critique Moose's quads in that picture for me. I don't have it on my phone, so I'm trying. Paint me a picture. What's the definition like?
Do I have your number? Here, just give me your number right now. Yeah, I can send it to you. I mean, they're leaner. Doesn't mean there's not meat.
Christian knows I'm a runner. He knows I'm a runner.
Yeah,
there you go.
Got those triathlon bona fides.
Right. I'm bony.
There they are. Yeah.
Dude. I mean, I think we talked about this. Oh wow.
I should probably put this on my Instagram account, like on my story.
Yeah, so I can see what Emerson's talking about here. There's not nearly enough quad meat in that photo to get like a perfect 10 out of 10 or even a 9, but like the rest of it looks good.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it.
Well, it's really nice when you
go straighter maybe, but like I think we're looking at a good 350, 360 on that drive.
Well, it's a 7-iron
with an iron. Damn, dude.
I can see it.
Has no one talked about the black shoes with white socks yet? I was sort of leaving that up for you guys.
Okay. All right, Connor condescending.
Yeah. He's got to hike him up a little bit more if he's going to pull off the full gym teacher look. But
with the 3 stripes as well, yeah, you're right. You got to go ankle socks there, Jeffrey. Come on.
It's a weak effort by me. I don't disagree.
Well, if you're rushing out of the house, yeah.
I was on vacation. I had to work with what I had.
It's a nice shirt, though.
Arsenal.
It's a picturesque picture.
That is gorgeous, by the way.
Oh,
it doesn't look
ball game. Guys, it's over. Guys, it's over.
National nightmare has come to an end. Kamara gets
nightmare.
Like 40 plus for him in the flex. He's going to be your crusty cough player of the game. And the babysitter Billy is going to be Joe Damn Mixon for failing to even sniff the goal.
I love it.
3 straight goal line carries. That guy can go straight to hell along with this sim.
I will say I had a lot of fun. While I typically would be miserable in overtime, some situations, it was nice to have the gorgeous golf gurus chiming in with us and talking dogs and Jeff's piss poor attire, golf attire, when he's on a gorgeous golf course. You couldn't look any better. Come on, man. All right. So that's it, guys. Keep an eye as Frangelico and Patrick are going to finalize the scores and stuff for all of these contests. So keep an eye on that. Not going to waste any more time. Appreciate you, Christian D'Andrea, Tara Lynn, Andrew on the ones and twos. But Jeff, Reed, you got a lot of golf to talk about. FedEx Cup playoffs getting underway. Reed T. Fowler's going to be there. So have at it, gents.
Thank you, Emerson. It's been a while since we all got together and just shoot the what's the past tense? I'll just leave you guys to it to figure out what that last part of that sentence and that claim is. But Jeffrey, let's get right into it. We're 20 minutes past 3, so you only got like 5 more minutes to go. Yeah. Forget the green. What are you looking at this course? Liberty National. We've seen it a couple times before, but give us a rundown really quickly on what this course is going to entail. I talked about it with Emerson yesterday, but I want to get your perspective on what we should be looking at this week.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more wide open, kind of American Links style off the tee. So wide open fairways, pretty easy to hit the fairways. A little bit driver heavy, you could say. It's in the same part of the country as like Bethpage Black, and I think that's probably a pretty good comparable. Tom Kite design, they did redesign it. Smaller bent grass greens as well. So I look at it as it's not necessarily it's not necessarily a bomber's paradise because it's not really like super long, but being good off the tee definitely helps. You look at what Answer and Reed did here. They were 1-2 in 2019. Patrick Reed gained 5 strokes off the tee, which is really, really uncharacteristic for him. But clearly, you need to be pretty good off the tee here. You need to at least get the ball in the fairway. Like neither of those guys are long hitters, but right. And then again, but smaller greens, like they all gained like over 2 strokes around the green. I think the big thing is here, you want to be emphasizing the approach game. I think that's the first and foremost, but it's kind of an all-encompassing thing. If you just got a guy who's hitting gaining 6 strokes on approach, but like legitimately can't chip or is like spraying it a little bit too much, I don't know if that's going to work that well here. So I'm really looking at like guys who can just bring it all, like the total package here. And that's probably why we've had some pretty classy winners with Scott winning as well back in his heyday. So should be a good course, a good all-around course. I think there's a little bit of rain in the forecast, so maybe it plays a little bit longer. It might play into the hands of the Bombers if that helps, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to be a huge deal. So that's how I'm looking at this week. Really just looking for all-around guys who've been trending well. That's the other thing, Reed. This really doesn't have to do with the course, but people who've come into this first playoff event, generally you've seen them play well, like the Open Championship or the last major, maybe that last WGC, and they come in and play well again. So, don't go too far off the beaten path with players in recent form.
Yeah, you tweeted out some trends, Jeff, on exactly. What should work well here. Not what works well, but like what type of winners we see. And it's true, right? This is a big golf tournament to win. Not only do you get the money, not only do you get, job security for 3 years on the PGA Tour, but you get 2,000 FedEx Cup points. Like if you're anywhere near the top 70, you're going to catapult into like the top 30 very quickly. If you're anywhere inside the top 40, you're in the top 10 very, very quickly. So that's huge. And so guys, what we've seen here, I think 5 of the last 10 winners have been inside the top 5 or top 10 in rankings. If you look at the 8 and 9 past winners, they've had top 5s or wins around this part of the country. So there's a lot of these trends that you always allude to, that you always tweet out and say like, hey, take it for what it's worth. It could mean nothing, but they could also mean something that the big time players, they know that if they win this and, sans your boy Louis, who's the only guy inside the top 10 that is missing this event because he's just electing to rest, which is fine. They usually play well here. So if you're taking a look, Jeff, as you can see right now on our screen when we get the screen share up and running, is you got a lot of guys here. You have 2 guys above 11,000. Guys, load up your questions here. We will get to them as soon as possible, as much as possible with the time that we have. But you have 2 guys at 11,000. You have John Rahm at 11.5, DJ at 11, Spieth 10.8, Xander 10.6, Morikawa 10.4. Interesting. Brooks 10.2. And Rory is at 10 flat. I've seen a lot of chatter with like the lower part of this higher band here. I've seen a lot of stuff on Rory. Obviously, JT is right there, and then Morikawa. So, how are you attacking the top end? I want to get your thoughts on that, and then we'll head to the questions once they start loading up.
Yeah, so for me, I mean, look, it's like, you could make cases for any of these guys. I mean, I think just whenever Morikawa isn't in the top 3 players, I mean, in terms of salary, you should probably be rostering him. So I would start by talking about him. I mean, if you want to pay up for Rahm, that's fine. He's clearly the best player in the world right now, but we haven't seen him for a month. I think going down to Morikawa, who really should never be cheaper than Spieth, ever at this point. Maybe that'll change next year, but not right now. He should not be cheaper than Spieth. He probably shouldn't even be cheaper than Dustin. So Morikawa is a screaming value, but I think Rory is a pretty good value too. It's a dude he hasn't gained less than 4 strokes on approach any of his last 5 starts. Gained, I think it was 12 strokes ball striking alone at the WGC. Ridiculous. He's hitting it well. Look, the putts, when Rory hits it like this, and Reed, you know this, when he hits it like this, it's just a matter of time. The putts will fall. So I think Rory at 10K, I mean, if you start Rory, Colin Morikawa, that's fine right there for me. But I also think you could just start with Rory and then pick someone from the 9K range.
Well, and look, right now, I think there is something to be said, Jeff, about guys who do well in the playoffs.
Yeah, totally.
And Rory's got 2 of these, he's got 2 of these wins over the last 5 years.
Well, he's got 2 of the FedEx Cup trophies. He's got 5 or 6 actual tournament wins too. So he really comes to play at this point. Yeah, for sure.
He's 26th right now in the FedEx Cup standings. He dominates Eastlake. Eastlake, for all of you guys who've potentially, like myself, who have saved Rory in one and dones in your survivor leagues for Eastlake, this might be the precursor to that, because we see a lot of crossover from guys who do well on these type of courses. And look, Webb Simpson has come out and said these greens remind him of Donald Ross greens and courses he's played in the Carolinas.
Okay.
So, kind of take it for what it's worth. Donald Ross design, Eastlake, ipso facto, if you want to play that narrative. Don't dive too deep into that kind of stuff, because then you can make a case for anybody doing that. But yeah, he's amazing. He's amazing in the playoffs. He's 5th in approach over his last 24 rounds. And, I think he was top 20 here in 2013 and 6th in 2019. So, I mean, a lot of stuff's pointing towards Rory. I do think, though, that Rory at 10K is going to be fairly popular. Yeah, it's coming in right now in Fantasy National at 17%, Jeff. And if that's the case, man, if you're looking at these top guys, Xander, we know Xander is a guy that, he's a gold medal winner now. That might be second to winning a major. But he's coming in at less than 8%. Right now. And if this is about tee to green, guys who can do well around the greens, Xander is that guy. Maybe you save him for one and done if you still have Xander. I doubt that anybody does for the next 2 tournaments, because the next 2 tournaments are no-cut events. And we know what Xander does at no-cut events. But I do like that Rory call. He's plus 2,200, Jeff, on the DK Sportsbook. So if you hop on over to the DK Sportsbook right now, we go to Northern Trust. He's some of that, like you mentioned, you talk about value. I like him right there at plus 2,200. Is that what you're doing with this type of tournament, is trying to stay in that range in the 2s? Or do you like some of the guys up here, like a Colin Morikawa, 16, not great, but we know what he can do?
Yeah, no. So for betting, I'm definitely looking. Look, even DJ at plus 1,600, you could consider him, I think. I think anyone but Spieth and Rahm to me. And again, Rahm is the best player. He deserves to be the favorite, but I don't think he should be double Morikawa, right? So, half of Morikawa's price. So, but for me, I like Rory is where I would start, is where I started looking this week. Rory, Bryson, I actually really like that price on Bryson. Bryson played well the WGC. Dude was 1 round away from shipping that. 1 back 9 away, really. So what if he fell apart? Just skews the stats and makes people think that he didn't play well. He played well, really well, for 3 and 3/4 days. So I think Bryson at plus 25 is too big. Even JT at plus 2,500, just with his win rate is, we always make this. Whenever he's over plus 2,000, you should just bet Justin Thomas, and I stick to that. So I think if you're looking to start betting cards this week, we know the playoffs are always where the elite players show up. You gotta consider at least one player in this range, man. For me, it would be Rory and Bryson. Those are the two guys I'd be looking at.
Yeah, you mentioned Go ahead.
Legitimately, we'll probably be betting. So
yeah, JT gained 6 strokes with his irons, Jeff, at Southwind, TPC Southwind.
He putted brutal too. Him and Rory just
brutal
on the greens. So
lost 5. So as many as he gained essentially with his irons, he lost as much with his putter. So it's like it canceled out. Exactly. Going to the chat here, Jeff, on YouTube, the Guru 805, a constant fan here on the Get the Green Tuesdays edition. Speaking of Scott, what do you think about him this week?
I mean, Adam Scott probably going to be semi-popular coming off a really big week at the Wyndham where he probably should have won because he had a 6-foot putt to win in the playoffs. Gained over 6 strokes on approach there, gained off the tee. I definitely don't dislike Adam Scott. I would probably rather try and get up to Webb Simpson in this range, but I mean, we're talking about a $500 price difference, so it's not exactly easy to do. A lot of people on Cam Smith, Finau probably gets some ownership because he's so cheap, but I think Adam Scott is kind of the class of this range. I'm just not sure. Again, like I like the upside on a guy like Simpson a little bit better just because of what he can do with the putter, but the Webb didn't even putt well last week, so I don't even know if that holds water. But yeah, I think Adam Scott's fine. I won't be shocked if he's like fairly popular though. Yeah, right now, like I even have him potentially as a top 5 owned player this week. So just looking at some projections. So yeah, that's what you're getting with Adam Scott. I think people realize the good course history. It's going to get talked about a lot. He's one of the 2 winners here from the last 2 playoff events, but he legitimately played well last week, and he is Adam Scott. So I think a really good cash game play, probably more of a tournament fade for me. But yeah, him and Simpson in the 8K range, kind of like the autos, especially for cash games, just makes it so easy to take those guys. They're good players. They got good course histories. So
we got first time playing Fortnite, talking maybe about his NFTs at the DraftKings marketplace. Talking about the Wayne
Gretzky's today. Yeah.
Yeah. Carbon Premier, number 1468. Obi-Wan saying, hey, nice, man. He'll be in line for the next drop. Very, very cool. We got, let me see here. Sean Preston, any love for Harris English and Vegas this week, Jeff? Harris English. If you've watched this show and if you've listened to Jeff and I, we are fans of Mr. English. But like go into more specifics about this course. Is Harris English a guy that can? Hey, look, I mean, if he wins one of these tournaments and ends up winning the FedEx, easily Player of the Year. But what do you think about English in Vegas?
Yeah, I mean, look. Harris coming off like the disappointing Sunday at the WGC was absolutely insane there for 3 days. I don't hate it. He's stuck in a range with Webb, who played so well last week. Paul Casey's under English. So if you like Harris, I mean, he's probably the pivot. Like he's probably going to be lesser owned than Webb Simpson. I almost guarantee it actually. Him and Casey will still soak up a bunch of ownership. To me, I would say Harris is probably the fade of those 3 guys for me. Webb is just he played so well last week, and I think Webb looks like a player who's kind of found something. So I kind of want to back that. Casey just so consistent. I'm not sure how Harris is going to react to that loss or what. He didn't run good with the putter there. A little bit different greens now this week with the bent grass. So he'd probably be my fade of that range, if I'm being honest. But I'm like, there's not much, English, Simpson, Casey, they've all been very close there. All 3 of those guys going to garner ownership. If you really want to make like a pivot, I mean, it's probably like trying to get up to Patrick Cantlay. I'm not even sure how low owned he'll be. Like this whole range is going to soak up ownership. So, the pivot might be Hideki, who's coming off the missed cut, and probably might even like drip under 10% owned. So I guess that's how you view that range. I think want to, kind of roll the dice. Hideki will probably give you the lower ownership of like between the 9 and 85K range.
Reed teased, talking about you got me, Reed, but you already know. Not sure what you're talking about. Maybe it's NFTs. But talking about Johnny Vegas, any Any love for Vegas?
So, I mean, I bet Vegas at 150 to 1 this week. Like, I just thought that for a guy who's so consistent off the tee, and I talked about this at the start, like the winner here in 2019 did gain over 5 strokes off the tee. I mean, Johnny Vegas is like up there with the best in the world off the tee. He hits fairways and he's long. So right off the bat, you like that. Tee to green has been pretty good. I really got nothing to say bad about this guy. Yeah, you should be considering him and using him for cash games, quite frankly, because 14 to 15 cuts, he's still only 7,100. You know, he's making like 20 birdies a week almost. I mean, in his last 4 starts, like there's not even anything to analyze here. Is he still like really wonky on the greens? Yeah. But if he gets hot with the putter, it's very much like a Rory situation. It's like a mini Rory situation. If Johnny gets hot with the putter, man, I mean, Johnny's probably going to win, like, or come close at the very least, right? So, there's, I think makes for a good, like, top 10, you know, each way, however you're betting. I'm not sure what he is on the DK Sportsbook. I know I got a little each way for him at a really good price, but yeah, even plus 10,000 there. I mean, I'll take him over guys like Hoffman. You know, even like a Munoz, I'd rather have Vegas because, you know, Vegas just been so consistent. So, yeah, there's, again, chalky, yes. Chalky's going to be like I
don't really think he is.
Yeah.
Here, Jeff, is that more people are going to make balanced lineups. It has this feel of a major / you see a lot of big names, like the last 2 winners, the last 2 events, Answer and Kisner were both 8,000, like in that range from 8 to 9,000. You see weekend on the extremely popular. So, you know, I think that's what you're going to see a lot of is a lot of people staying in that 8K, maybe low 7s or 9 and 7 and mixing one of these guys down in the 7K. I don't think you're going to see a lot of the stars and scrubs. So in GPPs, if you go stars and scrubs and like we were saying, rostering like a Morikawa Rory and you go down to a guy like Johnny Vegas, that's not a bad start though, Jeff, right? For GPPs especially.
No, absolutely not, man. I mean, I think that for GPPs, the nice thing about it is, like you said, I mean, so many people are going to be making balanced lineups. I mean, I just made one as we went with some of these chalky guys. You know, with like Scott and Webb and like, you know, maybe throwing a Burger or Vegas in there. And it's super balanced, but it's, you know, it's not even going to be touching like the 6K range. But look, we dive down there and I mean, you've got a guy in Roger Sloan almost won last week. You've got a guy like Charles Schwartzel who's been playing well, Chris Kirk. You've got a guy like Eric Van Ruin who won a couple weeks ago, very capable of popping up for a bit. I mean, the last time this was played here, Harold Varner III and Abraham Answer came 3rd and 2nd. So, you know, again, I think it's a good week for GPPs to kind of load up on some top guys like 9K and above, and then go searching for like those diamonds in the rough. Yeah, it's volatile, but you're going to just be able to set yourself apart so much easier than if you just go super balanced. I mean, I already talked about it. Like, you're not going to get much ownership, like, relief on anyone like in those kind of like under 9K ranges because English, Cam Smith, you know, even Finau because he's so cheap, Joaquin Neiman, these guys are all going to be owned. So you want the loan, you got to go cheap this week.
Yeah, agreed. Must Be has his traditional old guys tout. Look, it Must Be, if you say it every single week, you're going to hit one, you know, like 50, 140. So I get you. He's feeling good about Phil, Sink, and Streelman. Jeff already responded. A little typo there, but we know what you mean. Kev asks, can Scheffler hang with the big boys this week, Jeff?
Yeah, no, Scheffler's the guy. I mean, I think Scheffler's like a perfect GPP play. I think because, and again, when I first saw the salaries, I was like, oh, Scheffler's probably gonna be popular here. He's been playing well. But then, you know, you get some projections and you realize like, oh, you know, like, I mean, he's only $200 more cheaper than Hovland. So people are going to play Hovland.
Yeah.
You got Berger cheaper than him. You've got Cantlay cheaper than him. You've got Webb cheaper than him. And Casey, all these guys in the 8K range, like, I don't think Scheffler's even going to have that much ownership, which I love perfect kind of GPP play. You can pair him maybe even with a guy in the big, maybe even like a Rory or like a Morikawa or maybe just like a Bryson. And you can throw in like your favorite dart throw under 7K. And that's really going to set you apart because Scheffler's not going to have like the web ownership. So love him as a play. He's been playing well. I know you liked him a couple weeks ago. I think it was the WGC. I like him for a lot of the same reasons. He's got a good all-around game. He's long and straight off the tee, which is perfect. If the irons just pick up a tiny bit, I think he can. I think he gets surprised this week. So yeah, one of my favorite plays. And like I said, I think like a perfect tournament target in that range. Cantley's setting up kind of nice for that too. But I have more faith in Scheffler right now just because of his recent form. So Scheffler for me, like a big target there. Him and Rory definitely setting up as guys I want a piece of, and Bryson, quite frankly.
Yeah, that goes into the next question. Bryson top 10. Brian asks, well, he addressed it to me, but thoughts on Bryson finishing top 10 at plus 250. Hey, we're going to try and get a little sit down with Bryson this week. So maybe I can ask him, hey, what are your thoughts on top 10 plus 250? Should the crew be backing you at plus 250? I don't know if he's going to answer that question, but we'll see. Look, and this is what I want to get your response on, Jeff, because this kind of goes into strategy as well, is do you do top 10s, top 5s derivatives each ways for these top guys, right? That's sort of the general question. How I approach a betting card is not like that. If their odds are anywhere below, let's say 35 plus 3,500 to me, what I would bet on the top 5 or top 10, I would just put on their win rate, because those guys at that number, their win equity and their win rate is much higher than the guys that are behind them. Rightfully so. That's why their odds are shorter. Yep. I would save that, so then I would, instead of doing the top 5, top 10 for those top guys, if you want to bet them, I would just put that into the outright, because you're getting a bigger payout. Right? Because these guys win much more than the other guys. Now, the guys like Jeff talked about that are, the Niemans right now who are at plus 6,600, the Aaron Wises, all of those guys who are deeper in odds, top 10s, you're getting a much bigger number. And there's a higher probability that if those guys play well, they're probably not going to win, but they have a better shot at top 5, top 10, and their payouts bigger. So that's just a strategy from my point. If you don't want to even deal with outrights and you're just looking at top 10s, yeah, of course. Like Bryson at plus 250 to top 10, this guy's a major champion. So he can easily top 10 here. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, like I said, I like Bryson this week. I like the setup for him. I think that, again, a little bit open fairways. I think people are just overlooking the fact that he actually played pretty well. Like, he had his best week with his irons since the Players at the WGC. And, 9,600, he made like 24 birdies at the WGC, man. Like, he was playing well. So plus 250, I think, for a top 10 here in a 125 man field is absolutely fine. Reed's absolutely dead on though. Like, if you like Bryson a lot, probably better off long-term to maybe just put it in the outright. But, if you just want to bet a top 10, it's absolutely fine. I actually like that. Fair odds. Again, I don't think you'd be getting that on Bryson in a lot of these events. I actually don't remember the last time we saw like plus 250 on it for a top 10 on Bryson. So, I like the bet. I like the player this week. And I like him for DFS most importantly. I think 9,600 again, even if he doesn't win, even if he gets like a T8, I mean, his birdie rate is so good that he's probably going to pay off for you anyways. So, yep, that was his first tournament back, the WGC after COVID-19. So, again, maybe he was a little lethargic. He had a new caddy on the bag. Who knows, right? Could have been a ton of things that Bryson on the back nine just couldn't get it. You kind of saw it if you're watching. You kind of saw that he lost motivation. His tee shots are going everywhere. And so when that happens,
it's humid on that last day. Yep. It's Memphis, you're right. It could have just been maybe a little bit of fatigue. So,
yeah. So, Bryson is always a play, especially if he's going to be below $10,000. Yeah. Especially in these bigger fields where you have bigger names. And look, Mayo always talks about this. People don't like betting or playing guys that they don't like, right? Like Patrick Reed, Bryson DeChambeau, I don't want that. Whatever the case may be, use that to your advantage because Bryson is a great player. So, There is that, Jeff. Let me just see here. Let's get down to the, I think I saw a question on YouTube about players. Here it is. The Guru asks, Ryder at 6K, is that too cheap?
I mean, it's
the cheapest.
You can't go cheaper than that. But I mean, I'm looking at that range, I mean, most of these guys just haven't played that well recently. They've been so inconsistent. Sam Ryder is a guy who, once he gets sort of rolling with his ball striking, it can all come. I mean, you look at his birdie rate. Yeah, that's where I would go. Yeah, I don't even have like another option there. It would be Ryder or bust. And I mean, yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, look, if he keeps striking it, like he is, he's probably going to at least make the cut for you. I mean, the dude's like shot over par like once in his last like 12 rounds. I mean, he's clearly feeling it right now. So big week for him. I mean, he's going to be going for it. Yeah, I know. I mean, look, if you're, again, this is for tournaments. I mean, if you're making a tournament lineup that's like really heavy like that, top heavy, yeah, Sam Ryder's in play. I mean, you can't say that he's been playing, worse than some of these guys like Dylan Fratelli at 6,400 or, Kazire at 6,500. I mean, Ryder's too cheap. I mean, you don't have to play a 6K guy, but if you're going to, Ryder, the other players in the 6K range for sure.
Well, let's talk about that, Jeff, because there's one player in particular in the 6K range that I'm going back to, baby. When he shot 66 on Thursday last week, I was like, hell yes.
Oh, I know who it is. Okay.
Here comes AA Ron, opposite of dumb and young. Here comes AA Ron Wise, making me look like the smartest guy in the world. Then he comes out and he shoots 70. He doesn't do anything after that. Shoots 67 on Saturday. Great. And then 70 on didn't do much.
Yeah.
So 7 under par, not bad. What I really liked about Wise and why I think he's a better fit now this week too than over the last week is that the distance. Clearly he can use his driver to his advantage, but the putting was back. And what I'm hearing a lot of people say too about this week is that putting is not going to matter. I beg to differ. Even though they're smaller greens, that if you get on these greens, there's a way better shot of you making it because the smaller greens, the closer you are to the hole, you're not going to be 50 feet away for a birdie putt. You're most likely going to be 25, 20. And then the percentages, even though they're still small, minute, they're much greater on the PGA Tour at a more consistent basis than if they were to putt from 45, 50 feet. That's not rocket science. But his putting was a lot better last week. And this guy always plays coastal courses well. So $6,600. I love Wise. I think he's 200 to 1 or plus 20. Alluding to earlier. Yeah, look, plus 20,000 for an outright. His top 10 is plus 10. Look, plus 1,800, it's for an outright, sits him right here, right? So what are the chances that Wise can give you a top 10? Like the Xander up of them winning. That's the kind of stuff that you have to, choose and just DFS and on the DK Sportsbook. We've seen him also play, at the PGA Championship, he was there. Aaron Wise at $6,600, Jeff. I know I don't.
It's interesting. He had a 9 on a par 4 on the round 4. I didn't. I mean, I have no reason to just like start doubting KH Lee. He's striking it well too. If he picks it up with the putter even a little bit, I mean, look, he hasn't putted well in Bermuda the last few tournaments, but now we're getting off that surface. So I think that's a plus. I think KH Lee would be my guy down here. Definitely appreciate the reasoning with Wise. I mean, he is a very high end player. If he gets it going, I mean, could definitely challenge for top 10. But I like KH Lee, man. I think you go back to him. I also like Eric Van Ruin, gained like 3 strokes on approach. he's just popped over his career, Van Ruin, at events like this. So I think that's worth chasing there. Playing pretty well, obviously won a couple events ago, but then coming back with like a decent, like he shot 265s last week, made 21 birdies. So he's made like 44 birdies his last two events.
Jeez.
Really, really strong. So I think Van Ruin is a guy, 6,700, again, 2% ownership. We've seen him pop up in WGCs and majors with top tens.
Mm-hmm.
I think very similar to Wise, man. I think these guys are starting to show a bit of form. I think Van Ruin more than Wise, but both of them have that potential, right? So that's kind of like my upside play. But I like KH Lee. I legitimately think that at 6,500, that's the guy I want to target right there.
Yeah, winner on the PGA Tour, KH Lee. Someone else, Harold Varner, HV3, is someone too to keep your eye on. He's played this tournament well in the past. So he's someone too at $6,700. Like he's HV3 is always a popular name. People know who HV3 is. Yep. So he might go a little bit more roster than you'd like in this range. But with just a couple minutes left, Jeff, I want to ask you about, I think the $7,000 range to low sevens is fairly intriguing. We talked about Vegas. I think Matt Wolff at $7,100 always, I mean, if this guy has been close to below 7K or right around that, it is screaming value, even if he's not playing well. I'm a little bit worried about him, and I was worried about him on Monday. I think someone asked about Wolff on Monday show. I was like, nah. But then I dug a little bit into it, right? And when you see this guy pop, right, he's a birdie maker on these bigger courses. The fairways or the off the tee game is sort of like 3M, right? They have the same type of like where it narrows, the fairway narrows at 300 yards. I think it's like 30 yards wide. It's the same as 3M. And we know Matt Wolff likes those type of courses where he can really let the driver go. But here's what I want to talk to you about is Bubba Watson at 74 and Tringali at 73. And the reason why I want to talk to you about this, because I mentioned it on yesterday's show, so if you guys weren't there, Watson is at $7,400 here, Tringali at 73. If you go over the DK Sportsbook, Watson yesterday, and he still is today, is at plus 13,000. And Tringali is at plus 9,000.
Okay.
So where is the value, Jeff? Because I like both of these players this week. Where is the value, right? Is it Tringali on the DFS side? Or is it Bubba on the DK Sportsbook side? Like if you had to choose one or the other, because something's a little off, right? I mean, how is Watson more expensive on DraftKings DFS? And he's longer odds on the sportsbook. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, I would probably say, Tringali on the DFS side, 7,300. He's been super consistent. Bubba probably a touch bit overpriced, like he shouldn't be more expensive than Johnny Vegas as an example. Shouldn't be more expensive than Tringali. So Bubba a little bit overpriced. I think Tringali, pretty decent value there. I mean, again, if you want a piece of Bubba, like taking a small bite out of that plus 13,000 is fine. It's not going to cost you much, right? And I mean, again, Bubba has that upside where you can just go off. So Cam Champ is down there too, similar type player, very similar. I'd probably even rather like take a shot with Cam Champ than Bubba. But yeah, I think the answer is Tringali for DFS 7,300, a solid play. Obviously it's a deep field, you've got like Munoz down there too, but Tringali's been really consistent this year. I definitely don't mind that price in him. I know he stuck out to me a little bit. Not a must play, but player you can certainly think about. And I'd rather have him than Bubba for DFS. So
the two things I'll say as we close out this show, we got 5 minutes left until the 4 p.m. sim, is Tringali is at 40th right now in the FedEx Cup standings. I think he has a chance, Jeff, to be the Sebastian Munoz for this year's playoffs that Munoz was last year.
Right.
Munoz was great. Made it to the Tour Championship. We saw what he did, they kind of catapulted his career for this season. Yep. I think Tringali is trending to repeat itself, but it rhymes to an extent. I think Tringali can do that with the way he plays and he hits his irons. And Bubba has made the FedEx Cup playoffs every single year since it started, which is wild. And he's made the BMW Championship 12 times of the 14. He's at 71 right now. He's at 71st in the FedEx Cup standings. He's 12th in greens in regulation. What scares you about Bubba, and it's a very, very valid fear, is that his around the green game, hot garbage. Not great. He's struggling right now, Bubba. Not hot garbage. He's struggling. His putting, struggling on bent grass. Those are the two things that, as long as he can get, and I think a top 20, here's another one, top 20 at plus 500 on DK Sportsbook for Bubba is not bad. I don't think anybody's going to be rostering him. So GPPs, I like Bubba, and I like Tringali as well. So
oh, man. I talked about it this morning, and, I do like Bryson. I think he's going to have a good week. I think, definitely will pop up there with a strong one. But to me, it really comes down to like a guy like Scheffler, or it's going to be Rory. I'm starting to get pretty confident on Rory here. I thought he was put in really good effort at the Olympics. He seems to be close. He seems to know he's close. And I think that, he's coming to an event, a venue now, where he's played a couple times. He's probably got some good feels. If the course is a little softer too, Rory just loves soft courses at this point. So I'm gonna stick with Rory as my pick. I think it could be a Rory.
It's a Ryder Cup year, guys. That's going to matter. We've seen it matter a lot to these guys towards the end, because it finishes, the points to be eligible finish after, I believe the BMW Championship is the last tournament for the US team to qualify for the Ryder Cup this year. So keep that in mind. Cantley right now sits there at 11th. He's third in the FedEx, but he's 11th right now in Ryder Cup. If he wins, smooth sailing for Cantley. Guys, that will be our show. Let's see, 4 p.m. Texans at Steelers is Christian NZT. Then after that 4 p.m. sim, it's the slate MLB style with Matt Mieselman and Darian Thorne. 6 p.m. Panthers at Broncos, Rossi and Christian. Ravens at Browns, 8 p.m. That's going to be Rossi and Tom. And then Jeff here and Tom have that 10 p.m. Madden After Dark, Kansas City at Washington. Jeff, thank you very much. This has been fun. Guys, hit me up on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter, Reed T. Fowler, Instagram, all the socials, all what you cool kids do. I will be at Liberty National. There's going to be some cool stuff coming down the pike. And so make sure you follow all the socials for DraftKings and everything that we do here. Follow Jeff at The Fantasy Grind on Twitter. Good luck, everyone.
What's up, DK Sim fam? Off to a little bit of a late start just because it got hectic there at the end. We had that never-ending Bengals Saints game, which was a mess in all, I won't even say the best ways, but not the worst ways, just a regular mess. Then we had to get the green, which ran over a little bit too, because it had to, because you don't want to cut Jeff and Reed Fowler off too early. They got too much knowledge spread. So now you get us. You get me, Christian DeAndre, and my guy, ZT, Zach Thompson. Zach, how are you today? And wonderful that we get to spend some time together. Only our second broadcast ever together, I believe.
I know. It's our second ever, and we get another one tomorrow, unless the schedule has changed. I think we're on 2 o'clock tomorrow. We'll do it again. Run it back.
Right. Yeah.
So it's been a good last hour. Looking forward to this sim. Hopefully it's a good one between the Texans and the Steelers. I think we've got some potential here for some points.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a couple wild sims. The sim before this nooner was a game where Raheem Mostert sprang for something like 60 points, 4 touchdowns, 200 rushing yards.
Crazy.
Last sim was, I mean, the usual suspects came out to play. John Ross had a decent game. Alvin Kamara had like 40 points. Michael Thomas had a touchdown. So in this sim, are you thinking, did you go with the chalky guys here when you built your lineup, or did you go with maybe some deep dives, maybe some bargain plays for this Texans-Steelers matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I think the conversation kind of starts and ends with Deshaun Watson, right? Like, what are you doing with Deshaun Watson? Is he in your lineup as a flex play? Are you captaining him? I went ahead and captained him. I just didn't see anybody who could match his upside. Even against the Steelers defense, which does force turnovers, I like Watson because he does pretty much all the work in the Houston offense, right? He runs for a ton. He throws for a lot, and it looks like in our smaller free roll, about 32% of people have him in that captain's role. So not a huge differentiator there, but definitely somebody who I just couldn't see anybody else matching his upside. So I looked around and figured, where can I differentiate my lineup a little bit? I went with Brandon Cooks, who's cheaper than Will Fuller, which made no sense at all. But I went with Cooks. And then on the Steelers side, I went with Ebron and Juju, who catch most of the pass. I think Boswell's going to. I liked him at that salary. A steady play, and somebody that I like to go to. The Steelers' offense doesn't have much of a run game in this. Kind of like a lot of field goals. So that was my thinking on that. Deshaun Watson, go with in your lineup.
Oh, I have Watson and Cooks. Only Cooks is my captain. I bought the dip on him, even though he hasn't had a ton of big games lately. Solid bounce back. Useful. Does have potential for big games, but also kind of disappears from day to day. My third Texan is the Dirt. He scored a touchdown. He got me 10 plus today. 3,200. If you can give me 8 points on 3,200. I have enough money for Big Ben. Let's see if I.
All right.
Yeah, I don't love it. It's one of those things where I had the money, like I had savings were there, like I had James Washington in there, and my original plan was Deontay Johnson, and instead I was like, I got all this extra cash. Let's go Big Ben and Juju. And
there we go.
I feel like if my roster is going to hit an iceberg anywhere, that's where it'll happen.
It's for a first down as the Texans get things rolling. A little bit of noise with David Johnson. Is it a chart there? I don't think that's a huge surprise given his production and the point he's at in his career. But as we see an incomplete pass there from Watson. Is David Johnson done as a fantasy entity for you, aside from him being on your roster for this sim?
Yeah, no. to pick up the baton. And Johnson, when he was on the field, was useful. I mean, he had decent rush average. He caught a bunch of passes. Run game, no, you're not. Like, yeah, I liked you at Notre Dame, CJ, and that's about it. But yeah, in this stage of his career, it's Philip Lindsay, who was just a pass-catching non-entity after he broke his wrist last season in Denver. It's a big strike downfield going nowhere.
John Watson, ugly on that first drive.
But even if he could be 80% of that, you think he could still outplay Mark Ingram, Philip Lindsay. He might even cede snaps to Rex Burkhead, which is amazing to me. I don't know. I didn't like him in the first place just because that platoon was there and it was always going to be a bit of a carousel. Yep. And now I think he's only rosterable. Man, oof, what a fall from grace that guy had. Poor David Johnson. Loved him in that 2016 breakthrough.
I know, right? I was going to say 5 years removed from 1,200 yards rushing and good. 16. I mean, he almost had another 1,000 yards receiving that year. He was so amazing. I mean, done. Maybe, like you said, there's some injuries there. He gets a game or two where for DFS he's relevant, right? Where he's an option you can go with on the cheap in a good matchup. Maybe you get lucky and hit for a touchdown. But, yeah, not really involved. And of all the backs there, I mean, is Lindsay the guy you want? I think he is, but I don't have a lot of confidence in him either, to be very honest, as we see Juju with a nice catch there across midfield.
Yeah, particularly in PPR leagues, I don't know how you would go with look at Ingram or Philip Lindsay and be like, okay, I feel good about either one of these guys.
No.
It just feels like a trap to me. I mean, at the very least, when you had David Johnson, you knew he could have a random out of nowhere game where he catches 11 passes for 100 yards.
Right. The throwback game.
Yeah, it's one of those like out of the blue. Yeah, it's just season skewing games. Like, I don't think you're going to get that.
Even considering in standard leagues, incomplete there. Nice big shot though. I mean, Cooks has got to be somewhere, but with Tyrod Taylor starting, we assume, right? What does that do for him?
I think I would take Cooks somewhere around like the 6th round, 7th round.
Okay.
Like, if he's sitting out there and it's like, do I want Brandon Cooks or Jarvis Landry? I think I would go Cooks over a guy like Landry, maybe Cooks over a guy like Antonio Brown or Will Fuller. Like Fuller, I like his potential in a daily fantasy role, but season long, you know that guy struggles to stay healthy. You know he's coming off his best season, but it was also a season in which he got suspended for PEDs. So don't really know what to make of him. Like Cooks, at the very least, if he can stay on the field, is going to get a ton of targets because who else is Tyrod Taylor going to throw to over there? You know, is it really going to be the Nico Collins year, the Anthony Miller year? Is this going to be the year Kiki QT finally steps up? No.
Oh boy.
It's all.
Oh, James Conner stopped behind the line for a loss there on 3rd and short. They don't pick it up. And here comes my kicker. So there's that. But other than that, that was not a very exciting drive. Yeah, so right now Cooks is the wide receiver 35 coming off the board in ADP, which feels about right for me. I mean, you mentioned Will Fuller. Fuller's going one spot ahead of him. I'll tell you what, though, in that range, somebody who's going just ahead of him, about 3 picks ahead of him, 2 receivers ahead of him, Michael Thomas coming off the board that late, which if I can get him or Brandon Cooks, I'm taking Michael Thomas and saying, thank you very much. I'll stash him on IR and figure out an addition for the first few weeks, figure out when he comes back, he's going to be, I mean, they're not going to throw anybody else in New Orleans. I know there's been some news about Callaway and some guys stepping up, Traquan Smith back in practice. But I'm sure that was covered in the last game when the Saints were on. But yeah, Cooks is somebody that I'm not really excited about. I'll tell you, Michael Gallup, DJ Chark, both going around that area, guys that I'm looking at. Would you take Brandon Cooks, or here's an interesting name, Devontae Smith.
Ooh. That's Smith to me is such a weird case because the quarterback situation there's gonna be.
I know, right?
Philadelphia, and I know it shouldn't bother me, but the dude's build suggests that he's gonna miss some time with injury.
It's true.
He's a slight guy, and he obviously was not really a problem for him. He went out and had a Heisman Trophy year while being that size. Is that electric a playmaker that even if Jalen Hurts is winging 3-yard passes to him, he can still average 15 yards per reception because dude's just electric with the ball. I think I might err. I think it depends on the rest of my roster, right? If I have a bunch of solid guys, I might go for the higher ceiling, lower floor pick and a guy like Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you're looking at your wide receiver 4 at that point in standard league, so I'm probably reaching with Smith a little bit over Cooks just because I feel like the ceiling's higher. But yeah, not a lot else to like on this Texans team. I'm avoiding that backfield situation. Not playing. Watson would be interesting depending on how that plays out if we know he's going to play, but I don't think he's going to play.
Will Fuller, one of the guys we're talking about in that wide receiver 40-ish area.
Yep.
So he's up there, and there's kind of surprising names that are kind of set to languish on draft boards. Like you said, Michael Thomas going to Fantasy Pros has the consensus rankings, and Thomas, wide receiver 46, behind Gallup, behind way back there, way behind Devontae Smith, behind Corey Davis, who's 43rd, which I get it, I understand. The Zach Wilson hype derailment train is very real. But there's a guy going up, wide receiver 47, who I'm a little bit higher on now after watching and grinding a little bit of the preseason tape. That's Marvin Jones down in Jacksonville.
Yep, I like that call.
Yeah, Marvin is looking like he's going to be one of Trevor Lawrence's trusted guys, and he's the aggressive type of veteran who can really bail out. Oh, terrible. What? Duke. What? He's the kind of guy.
This has not been a impressive offensive start to this game. We had the Steelers go for it on 4th down. They didn't get it. Now the Texans can't get anything going. Had the one pass to Fuller, which you called out, and now just losing yards, bringing up 3rd and 10 here. They've got trips to the top. They like Darren Fells out of that trips formation out in the flat. See if that's the direction they go. Nope, over the middle. It is. Touchdown. I think it's Fuller.
It is indeed Mr. Fuller, former Notre Dame star, guy who never really got quite on track in Houston and languished in free agency. Kind of surprising to see him have to settle for that 1-year, $10 million deal in Miami. And honestly, I feel like that's one of the rippling outcomes of the Packers and their impasse with Aaron Rodgers. They come to an extension with Rodgers earlier and they figure out their cap situation by pushing that money down the line. They would have had enough money to go out there and get Will Fuller, a guy who had been rumored to go to Green Bay around the trade deadline. Now, I think Will Fuller and Green Bay are a terrible match. This is a guy who has a ton of soft tissue injuries. You don't want him playing on something called the frozen tundra. That dude's hamstrings are like when you take a rose and you dip it in liquid nitrogen. First time it gets touched, it's going to shatter. That same thing is going to happen to him up north. But still, could have had Will Fuller at a relatively inexpensive price. Instead, it's going to be Devin Funchess and Randall Cobb and Amari Rodgers instead in Green Bay. What could be the last ride for Aaron Rodgers? I think he would have been happier with Will Fuller. But listen,
I would think so. Devontae Adams, I think, is really the only name you need to know there, right? But yeah, Will Fuller definitely will be interesting. Just remember, he is suspended for the first game, I think it is, of this season, and then he'll be back with Miami. Not to jump around too much here, but a wide receiver kind of in that same range, actually a little bit lower, but who I'm very high on after watching him early on in preseason. Jalen Waddle was impressive. And I think I would take, I probably wouldn't take Waddle over Fuller or Cooks or Michael Thomas, that tier, but I might sit that tier out knowing that I can get Waddle in the next pass and then grab Waddle then, just because I think he has the potential to be their wide receiver 1. I was impressed with Tua in the first preseason game. I think the offense fit him well. And I think Waddle's a playmaker, and they're going to do what they can to get the ball in his hands. I'm not all in on the Dolphins. I think some of the stuff they did last year, as far as turnovers and those kind of things, probably not repeatable. But their offense, I think, will improve. I think Tua is going to be much better, and I think Waddle is somebody you can grab maybe in that next tier down from the options we've been talking about, who could definitely jump all these options and end up a very usable fantasy receiver from week to week. There's the new Cardinal, J.J. Watt, with the sack.
Smoking Big Ben on that one. So let's finish off the trifecta then. Where do you stand on Devontae Parker? Good 2019, 2020, very uneven for him. A bit of a disappointment, unable to follow up on some pretty solid potential there. Would you touch Devontae Parker in like the 5th, 6th, 7th round, or are you just going to let him pass you by and just kind of invest more in that Waddle group, thinking that Waddle is eventually going to usurp him on the depth chart? Thanks in part for decent play, great athleticism, and that long-standing relationship with Tua.
Right. At the right price, I'm interested in just about anybody. So I don't want to say, Devontae Parker last round, if he's still sitting out there, I'm passing. Sure. That's not the case. However, 5th, 6th, 7th round, no thank you. Pass, hard pass.
Yeah.
I would not have him as one of my top 4 wide receivers on my team. And, again, if he's a great value out there late, Big Ben. Taking him for a big sack there. Oh, this is ugly, man. This is ugly. But, I would not touch Parker early. If he's out there late, he's somebody I would grab as depth. I feel like him, T.Y. Hilton, somebody who's going around the same area, Michael Pittman, like those guys are falling big time. Yeah. If you can get them late, they can be solid insurance policies, because I feel like the floor for them is not as low as some of the flyers that you're taking at that point. They're relatively safe. So if I've got, and I think something you mentioned is always important to remember as you're drafting, is to kind of balance out your risk levels.
Yeah.
When you're looking at your roster, if you've got a bunch of high ceiling but high risk early receivers, then when you get to filling out your depth, you want to balance that out with some guys like Devontae Parker or T.Y. Hilton or Michael Pittman, who are a little bit safer than some of the other guys you can take at that point. Whereas if you are super safe with your first few receivers, then you're looking for those high ceiling hits.
Yeah. Even to pick up one of those rookie guys who slid. Maybe you take Terrace Marshall a little bit earlier than expected, because he can be a top 3 wideout in Carolina. Yeah, I get it 100%. That's just great advice.
Boy, look at these rushing numbers. Speaking of not great advice, that play any running back, because James Conner has 2 carries for -1. Duke Johnson has 1 carry for -3. The leading rusher is David Johnson. He has 1 carry for 4 yards. So all the rushing totals added together equals 0.
Terrible. But then, hey, at least through the air, some work getting done. Will Fuller, 2 for 49, a touchdown. Deontay Johnson, 2 for 30. Too many D. Johnsons this matchup. Randall Cobb, newfound Packer, Randall Cobb, 1 for 6. Juju, 1 for 30. So Steelers have been able to move the ball through the air with some efficiency, but have not been able to turn that into anything. Stonewalled on 4th down, and then the punt there. So Texans going to get a chance to extend this lead at Heinz Field, lovely stadium, which is also somehow Pittsburgh Panthers home turf, which is regrettable for them, because not only could they not fill an NFL stadium most weeks, but it's too far from the campus. You got to take like a bus to get down there. It's
nowhere close, right? I'm not super familiar with the geography there, but it's not very close.
No, it's you have to cross a river to get there. I mean, you're talking about the north end of the city, so the Heinz and PNC Park are both on the north end of the city, which leads to some great views. You're looking right at right at where the rivers converge in downtown and Point Park. It's lovely. But
we have a new leading rusher, Connor Gillespie. The fullback for the Texans, just ran for 4 yards. So he has now matched David Johnson in our leading rusher category. Not great, but he's on the board now. He did give them a little bit of breathing room on the fullback dive up the middle. But yeah, I enjoy when they do the PNC Park or Heinz Field, right? When they do that kind of blimp shot or the exterior shot, you get the river and some of the skyline there. PNC is a beautiful baseball stadium, to be sure. I have not been to Heinz Field for a game.
I've been for a couple Steelers games. I've been to way more pit games because they're so much easier to get into. Like Steelers games, even when they're bad, it's a rabid fan base, so it's going to be very, very difficult to see games there, especially now they got a nice, usable stadium that isn't Three Rivers, which was literally crumbling around them the last few years of use. They do a great job up there, and yeah, it's solid. Just watching poor pit teams compete briefly and then lose in a stadium inundated with another team's fans. It's actually something very familiar to me as a Vanderbilt fan, like watching your stadium fill up with opposing colors in a heartbreaking loss. That's a rich tradition I've carried with me from Pittsburgh to Nashville. And fortunately, it's not the case up here in Wisconsin, as the Badgers do a great job of selling out as many games as they can with the drunkest fans in the game.
It's true. It's true. Camp Randall, right?
Camp Randall.
Right? There you go.
Home of the greatest tradition in college football, the third quarter jump around. And a chant so profane, I can't even allude to it here on the Dream Stream.
Don't do it. Don't do it. We don't want to get in trouble. We'll just say it's 3rd and 8. Let's
back. Oh, right. We're calling a sim game. That's correct. Yeah.
Deshaun Watson gonna try and run, and does. There we go.
In time, so he doesn't fumble. So his first carry of the day is a good one. Now he is the leading rusher.
Yep, there we go.
Passing that hot potato back and forth. Texans not quite in business, but have moved out of the shadow of their own end zone. Brian Anger from here can probably blast a punt in the opposing end zone. Occasionally you get those good, like 83-yard punts. It's just glorious to watch.
Yep, it's true. Okay. Speaking of Pittsburgh here, we just got this from producer Tara Lynn. Thanks for that. Chase Claypool, who left practice earlier today. And there were some rumors as to exactly why, but Ian Rappaport reporting that Chase Claypool did not suffer a significant injury in practice. We'll see how, if he misses time and what he's looking at, but huge rookie season for Claypool. Had that one monster game. I think it was around week 4. I remember because I had played him, listed him in my value picks, and I was like, I don't know, really taking a shot on this one. I hit on one. I do that a lot. I think that a lot, and then a lot of times it's like, oh yeah, that didn't work. But this one actually did. And Claypool was pretty good. Yeah, exactly. Well, he wasn't awful. I guess he was okay. But he went off and had his big game, and really a great rookie season. So very important for them that he is okay. Now, does that mean he's okay for week 1? It still remains to be seen. No details yet, but at least not a season ender or anything brutal like that. Coming out of Pittsburgh.
The thing that worries me about him a little bit is that he is much more of a deep threat, obviously. He led the team in depth of target last year, like something like 13 yards. And he used him short range too, because he's got some great moves with the ball in his hands. But
he does.
Having a deep threat like that in a Ben Roethlisberger offense at this stage of his career seems like a bit of a waste. And I think it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for Matt Canada to figure out ways to infuse the offense with a little bit of Claypool. That was one of the things Randy Fichtner actually did really well, was move Claypool around and have him score rushing touchdowns, put him in the slot, put him at the sideline. Canada, a guy with a lot to prove in his first year there, and having a versatile weapon like Claypool really opens up his playbook. I'm interested to see what the situation is going to be there. Now, per Fantasy Pros, again, his average position, wide receiver 29, 60th
fumble.
5th overall is, oh no.
You alluded to it on his first rush.
Oof.
Devin Bush recovered it. I think he also knocked it free with the big hit on Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, so worst possible outcome there. At the very least, Ninka got it now.
Ninka got it, yep.
Makes sense. So at least the Texans created some space before turning it over, but Steelers offensive woes may come to a halt here as the defense, just like during the regular season, doing most of the work for him.
Yep, feels very appropriate, at least from that perspective. The big Pittsburgh, and we've talked about Houston. We actually took a detour through Miami somehow, but now let's talk about Pittsburgh real quick. Where are you on Najee Harris? Are you as crazy high as everybody is on Najee Harris? Think he's going to save this offense and be he's the 11th running back coming off the board right now, which feels very high. But then when you look at his potential, I get why he's that high. I would not have him that high. Okay, I'd have him 15, 20 in that range. But where are you on Najee Harris?
No, I think that line is just too much of a concern. I mean, the guys up front right now, the tackles in Pittsburgh are real shaky. The interior of the line, now with the Castro gone as well, is very shaky. I just don't think they're going to be able to clear
the whole line. It's pretty shaky.
Yeah.
Inside, outside, everywhere.
And you know what? Like, I get why you'd be in PPR leagues. Harris could be a very important player just because there's going to be a lot of checkdowns. This is Drew Brees late in his career, except he's bigger. He's built like Shrek, and he's wearing black and gold instead of black, or black and yellow instead of black and gold. That's where Ben Roethlisberger is right now. He's kind of at that noodle-armed part of his career where he's just not trying to make the throws into tight windows downfield because he knows he no longer has that zip. So Harris
Big Ben was never as accurate as Drew Brees. So I feel like he's not going to translate as well as Drew Brees did. I mean, Brees still was accurate enough that worked. I don't know that Big Ben's accurate enough to make that work. And we saw last year that once teams figured out he couldn't throw the deep ball, they were able to crowd the line and slow him down.
Yeah, and he's just a guy who wasn't super accurate, had a lot more bad throws than you would expect. And he got done few favors by a wideout core that did drop a lot of passes. Shout out to Deontay Johnson, but I think people are reading in way too much Najee Harris's value because he is a fresh face, a guy who did kill it at Alabama, a guy who is versatile. He does look like a modern NFL back, and because he got that kind of coveted first-round back status at a time where, oh man, you have to be pretty special to be a first-round running back. I don't like him. I don't like Etienne. Like, I would avoid both those guys unless they start to fall. I think I honestly might take a guy like DeAndre Swift or Clyde Edwards-Helaire ahead of Najee Harris just because, all right, CEH is probably going to get a few more opportunities. He's going to be inserted in the passing game a little bit more. I think he'll be better in year two, even though he's never going to be a goal line back. Like, he's just a short yard. It's exactly it. Like, dude squats like 560, and that rules. Like, he's strong as hell, but he's still a little guy. He just doesn't have the mass. And a guy like DeAndre Swift, bad line ahead of him, but he's got a check down quarterback. I think you can make the same exact case for DeAndre Swift that you'd be making for Najee Harris, except Swift is a year older. He's going to have probably a little bit more of a value in that receiving game. I think maybe I'd take Najee Harris in front of a guy like Chris Carson, but him going top 25, like a top 10 running back, no, not for me, man. Would not do it. Like, the other guy who's going, I think, way too high too is Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon.
Oh, really? Okay.
For me, yeah, he's going off like he's ranked right up there with Najee.
Yeah, he's right there with Harris. Yeah.
Yeah, and people are acting like last year didn't happen. Like, he didn't just have a season where, granted, he was hurt, but he still averaged 3.6 yards per carry. Nice. Deontay into the end zone, took him out of my lineup, and that's what I get for tinkering.
That's what you do.
There's no case of the drop C's there. Steelers an extra point away from tying this game up. Under 2 minutes to go here in the second quarter.
Johnson with a nice grab at the one. Shed the tackler, said James Conner will not be vulturing this score, and punched it in himself. Nice touchdown catch for him. Johnson had a few good games last year. The Steelers receivers are just tricky to figure out. We talked about Claypool, Johnson, and then you've got Juju too, who's involved. They're so hard from game to game to predict which one is going to be the favorite target for Ben. Like you said, there's a lot of short passes that then he relies on them to make those big plays after the catch. You don't know who that's going to be, who rips off the big wide receiver screen or slant and then go. Pittsburgh's wide receivers are also a little bit tricky, but I would agree with you on Harris. I think I would take Mixon ahead of Harris. I feel a little bit safer with him. I do think there were some injury issues last year. Obviously, became very one-dimensional in the Bengals offense once Joe Burrow got hurt. And their offensive line is the concern for sure in Cincinnati. But the offense, I think, will be okay. And I think they'll stay committed enough to Mixon because they've got to try and keep pressure off of Burrow.
Yeah.
And hopefully that offensive line can do enough to keep Joe Burrow alive and well back there, because that's what scares me about Cincinnati.
And I get it. Like, he's still a young back. He's only 25. But, like, in 3 of his 4 seasons, he's failed to crack 4.2 yards per carry. In that big 2019 season where he ran for 1,100 yards, he only had 35 catches in 16 games, so he's not going to bring a ton of PPR back. Maybe that changes now that Gio Bernard is a Tampa Bay Buccaneer, but I don't see the appeal. Like, if he drops down like RB20, like he's still floating around, then yeah, okay, sure, but just taking him ahead of some other guys doesn't make a ton of sense to me.
So if you're pushing those 2 guys down your running back rankings a little bit, is there somebody who you're moving up? I know you mentioned Swift, who I like that call. I think he's going to be very busy in Detroit. They don't have a ton of offensive weapons, so I feel like they're going to be getting him the ball as many times and in as many ways as they can. I like that call, DeAndre Swift. Who else are you kind of moving up your rankings while you move Harris and Mixon down a little bit?
So I get why everyone is a little bit trepidatious on David Montgomery, because Terry Cohen's coming back, and it's gonna be more of a split there. This is a guy who is single-handedly a fantasy season saver after coming out inactive in week 10. The last 6 games of the year, averaged 100 yards per game, 7 total touchdowns,
He was unreal.
averaged 4 catches per game. So this is a guy who can work in both facets of the offense. He's going to get leaned on quite a bit with a rookie quarterback there. And if Fields can be as good as we think he might be, that's going to mean he's running into fewer stacked boxes. Because that's all he faced his first 2 seasons in Chicago. No one was afraid of the deep ball. You put you put 2 guys on Allen Robinson, and you set it and forget it. You basically put Showtime rotisserie up in him, and just go, okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. You can just cram the box. And that's what they did. And Montgomery still found room time and time again.
Yeah.
Started off slow and then finally became the guy that the Bears thought that he could be when they took him in the 3rd round out of Iowa State. I think he's being slept on a little bit too hard right now. I would move him up a little bit. And I know it's going to be a timeshare in Baltimore with J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards, but J.K. has those pass-catching bona fides. He showed spurts as a rookie. In year 2, I think he's going to be even better, especially without Mark Ingram in the way. This is still a Ravens team that is going to try to run the ball first and foremost and keep things close to Lamar Jackson. So I think Dobbins is going to outplay his early draft position this year.
I like that call. I actually like the ADP on the other side of that timeshare too. The Gus bus is rolling out late, and if you can get the bus late, it could pay off for you. As we see Deshaun Watson, don't fumble, with a big run there. He's got over 50 yards rushing now, setting up 1st and goal from the 6th as time is winding down here in the 2nd quarter. Schefter updating a little bit more on Chase Claypool here, that he suffered a minor ankle sprain, quote unquote, and should be fine, per source. And that is from Shefty. Usually very solid information there.
Yeah, probably.
So, yeah, I think he'll be okay.
Another guy I think is probably going a little bit too low. Although,
Watson, walk-in touchdown.
Wow. Not going to fumble that one.
Nope.
So Texans.
Maybe on the celebration. I don't know. He got taken down on the celebration. But other than that, Texans back out in front, like you said. Very nice run there. Nice drive for my captain and your flex play, Deshaun Watson, looking good. Recovering from that early fumble that cost his team. But there he was able to hold on to the ball, slid on one of his runs, held on to it, and then walked into the end zone. Steelers did not spy him at all on that drive, and that's probably something you should do to that guy.
Ooh, okay. So we got a couple questions. One is more of a statement. He honors formerly known as Brother Phil. Detroit rookie Amon-Ra St. Brown looks fantastic, caught everything near him. How are you feeling about Amon-Ra in Detroit? Because that is a wide open situation for anyone to step up there. If you had to rank your Detroit receivers, is there anyone there you would want to take in your opening draft for season-long fantasy, and who would it be?
Yeah, no, great name there. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Not to be confused with Equanimous St. Brown, who's also a wide receiver in the NFL, but not on the Lions. You got to be careful with your St. Browns with weird first names.
There's a third St. Brown too with these similar crazy. Their whole family is kind of awesome. Like dad was
I love it.
Renowned bodybuilder. Like
oh really?
Like cover of bodybuilding magazines, bodybuilder, and they moved to France. It's the whole story about it. It's a really interesting family, and obviously the kids have super genes because apparently. And then there's a third St. Brown. I forget where he played. I'd have to look it up.
That's really cool.
They're all awesome.
Yeah, so I do like Amon-Ra St. Brown. He is probably, of all the Detroit wide receivers, the one that I would be looking for. We're talking at the end of drafts. We're talking filling out your roster. If you've got some safety in your higher wide receiver picks, like we were talking about earlier, and you're looking for a flyer who brings nice upside, I like St. Brown. I think he could be their top wide receiver. Obviously, TJ Hawkinson is probably going to get a ton of targets. DeAndre Swift, who we talked about, going to be very involved as a receiver out of the backfield. But St. Brown is a name I like a lot. The rookie they had last year, too, is supposed to be pretty involved. Yeah, Cephas.
Yeah, former Wisconsin Badger.
Yes, that guy. He's another one. I'm not touching Tyrell Williams. Thank you. No, thank you for me on that one. I think you want one of these younger guys instead. Yeah.
Agreed there. Yeah, Perriman and Williams. I mean, they're bodies. I mean, they'll each one could throw up a 100-yard game any given week. Like for DFS, maybe kick the tires on them, but neither one is so consistent that you can't have them. You go with the higher ceiling, like you mentioned before, with a guy like Cephas or St. Brown. As we are here at halftime, Deshaun 61 on the ground, a touchdown. He's also got a passing touchdown. He's also got a fumble, so it's a bit of a mixed bag. Steelers going to have to play from behind in the second half here.
Yeah, we'd expect a little bit more pass-heavy attack from the Steelers, but we'll see here in the second half. Deshaun Watson up to 30 fantasy points if you've got him in a captain spot, just because of that rushing touchdown and the 61 yards on the ground to go with his passing score. The leader in our smaller free showdown, Deshaun Watson in the captain spot there for Terry Beck, who has 65.97 fantasy points and actually a pretty comfortable 5-point lead at halftime. They've got Big Ben, they've got Brandon Cooks, Will Fuller, Darren Fells. It's a Houston stack with Big Ben and a punt play with Derek Watt, who hasn't been involved yet, although he's playing against his brother. We did see a fullback dive. It wasn't Watt, it was Gillespie. Yeah, the other one.
Tragic to see it there.
We'll see how it goes here as we head to the second half. Do you think Pittsburgh will be a little bit? I mean, I guess they're already kind of pass heavy. I was going to say, do they come out more pass heavy? But they've got nothing going on the ground. Might as well just throw.
Yeah, just in real world and here in Madden, it's just a disaster. And I like James Conner a lot. He's a very difficult guy to root against. And I think he's actually getting a pretty good season in Arizona. Like he's very useful as a power back. You put him in the right platoon, he'll be just fine. I think Chase Edmonds is the perfect platoon mate for him. I think
that's a really nice mix, yeah.
Yeah, it's great. It's going to be fantasy hell because those guys are going to be trading off quite a bit. But, like, as an NFL duo, like, Cardinals got two good ones there. But here in Simland and in behind that very, very shaky Steelers line last year, just got nothing going, nothing generated. And Jalen Samuels, well, if he was going to become a thing, it would have happened by now. So not much to
He's great, and he's pretty good in these sims, right? He's usually involved as that third down back.
Yeah.
Hasn't done much yet in this one, but if they do go to those pass-heavy formations, right, run a lot out of the gun, he could be involved here in the second half. We'll have to see, but does have 1 rushing yard and 2 catches for 3 yards as we start the second half. Samuels, yeah, I'm not high on him in real life, but you do bring up the Arizona situation, which I like a lot. As you said, going to be a pain for fantasy, probably staying away from it at their ADPs just because of the rotation. And you've got the Kyler running a lot as well, right? Kyler rollouts at the goal line, and as much as he takes off and runs, I think that's great for the Cardinals offense. Not so great if you've got either Edmonds or Connor there in the backfield for Arizona. Look at this. Pittsburgh comes out, throwing the ball, connects right away.
It is. Johnson having himself a day up over.
Sticking it to you.
Now. Yeah. That's what I get for tinkering, man.
Too many D. Johnsons here. That one's having a good game, though. He's up to 4 catches now. The bonus could be in play if he gets another big catch. He's also got the receiving touchdown for the Steelers. The receiving touchdown on the other side for the Texans is Will Fuller. So Fuller, Johnson, and then a rushing touchdown from Watson right before halftime is how we got to 14-7. This Houston defense is piling up some sacks as well because Big Ben.
Holy moly. The hits they put on Ben, too, have been kind of hilarious to watch because they haven't been like wrap-up sacks or even like the dead-end shuffle, like the quarterback's just kind of slowly meandering backwards. No, these have been straight up untouched and beaten into submission blitzes that have just ruined Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah, the Steelers' offensive line not doing him any favors in this one or helping to block it all for James Conner, who we mentioned has struggled. There's Samuels in the backfield now as they go to the gun for wide. Another pressure on the quarterback, but he's able to get it off to Samuels there, but not going anywhere. Brings up third and 20. Yeah, so now Samuels has 3 catches for exactly 0 yards.
All right, so Barter Robinson also asking us, how do we feel about Kyle Pitts? ZT, I'll let you go first on him. How are you feeling about Kyle, the rookie tight end out of Florida?
Yeah, I love Kyle Pitts. I think he's going to be great. However, I think he's going too early for me.
Yeah.
The reaction's just been too high.
So where would you put him? Like, at what point would you grab him? Like, which round are you thinking, all right, Kyle Pitts is here, I'm going to take him over a guy like T. Higgins or a guy like Deontay Johnson?
Yeah, for me, if I miss out on the top 3 tight ends, Kelsey, Kittle, and Waller, then I'm waiting till the end of that next, because I feel between 4 and about 20, I'll take 2 of those guys and see which one hits. So I'll go Logan Thomas, I'll go Jonnu Smith, so I'm just going to wait. I'm just going to wait and grab 2 of those guys that I like the upside on and hope I get lucky on one of those 2. Because I do think there's such a drop-off from that top tier as we see yet another punt from the Steelers. If I can't get one of those elite options, I'm just going to wait, and because I don't see there's a lot of variance between those guys. Some of those guys are going to go off and become elite, the top 10 plays, and some of them are not. I'll take 2 of those guys and take a shot. Pitts, I would love to have him, but I don't like him where he's going right now, which is around the mid-5th, late. I mean, if you can get him in the 6th round, great, but that's unusual. Normally he's going earlier than that. Sometimes even as the 4th tight end off the board after Kelsey, Kittle, Waller, and I just don't have the confidence in him that he's going to. I mean, rookie tight ends historically aren't great. They're just not.
Yeah, no, ADP on him right now, 45th. So 4th round, ahead of Mark Andrews, ahead of TJ Hawkinson, ahead of a guy like I just don't. I mean, the potential's obviously there, but he's there in the 5th. It's a very different situation. Early 6th, sure, but 4th round towards the end when there's still going to be a bunch of wide receiver ones on the board, a handful of decent running backs still left. Maybe at 45, that running back selection should be pretty grim. But I don't know, I feel like at 45, you might be like, oh, do I want Josh Allen or Kyler Murray or Kyle Pitts? And I think it's pretty clear who the better value is going to be there. No disrespect to Kyle Pitts, he's going to a perfect offense.
I like Pitts. I really do. I like the fit. I like his long-term potential. I just don't think he's worth using that pick on when you wait till the next round and you've probably got Hawkinson or Andrews, who are much more proven options than Pitts is at this point. And Logan Thomas, if the Philadelphia situation gets sorted out, I think that, whoever's starting there at tight end, whether it's Goddard or Zach Ertz could be really good too. I think they're going to get a lot of targets. I think you've got the New England tight ends on the board a few rounds later. Robert Tunyon's another guy who could pop. I think there's a lot of guys that could go off. One guy I'm not touching in that tier, but I cannot figure out why he's going so high, is Rob Gronkowski. Guys, he had a big Super Bowl, but he wasn't good last year.
Yeah, he's gonna play at about 80% until the game. Like, we know this about him. Like, it's like he'll have some nice games, but there are going to be a lot of games where he's kind of jogging through and kind of getting himself into game shape. He's basically
that's okay. I don't got a problem with it. I just don't want that on my fantasy team.
Yeah,
Thank
exactly.
you very much.
Like consider him like late stage Roger Clemens, where he's going to take like the first half of the season off and then come in and save his fastball for the playoffs. That's it. That's what he's going to do. It's fine.
Yep.
It works great for the Buccaneers. They have so much tight end depth that they don't need him to be on the field every snap. They can wait it out as, hey, the Texans might be forming the seeds of a drive here. A couple
I like it.
Yeah.
Will Fuller with the catch there. He's up to 61 yards, so he's a long touchdown or a long catch or two from a bonus. Maybe he gets another touchdown and really caps off his guy.
Tagallo pointing out another guy we were talking about last sim, who I think has some great kind of sleeper energy, is Adam Troutman, second-year guy.
Oh, love Troutman. Yep.
Yeah, great.
He's another.
Great shiftiness ability, great ability to change direction, can lose guys on one-on-one coverage, can create space up the seam. And we already talked about who's going to be catching passes for the Saints. We don't even know. It's going to be a mess out there.
It is. Yeah, and a second-year tight end like Troutman is more likely to take that leap, in my opinion, right? After a year, I think I like Cole Kmet, who's another second-year tight end going right around that same spot. I think he's going to be very involved. As you mentioned, the Chicago offense we think is going to be better because we think they're going to get better quarterback play. Even if you tell me Andy Dalton is their starting quarterback, it's going to be better. Right? It's going to be better. So either way, I like Kmet late. I like Troutman late. You can get Jared Cook pretty late. So that's why I'm on tight ends. Again, if I'm not getting one of those top three guys, which I fully endorse paying up for one of those three guys because I do feel like they are a separate level than the rest of the tight ends. Your opportunity cost there is worth it. Mm-hmm. But going with a Kyle Pitts early or even Mark Andrews early, and although now that they've got wide receiver injuries, that he's going to be very involved again. Yeah. So maybe Andrews is less so of a fade for me than he was because now he's going to be very involved.
Babe insert, Sammy Watkins is Sammy Watkins.
Exactly. So I might have to revise my Mark Andrews take. He's probably my fourth tight end at this point. But again, after those top three, it's a drop off, and I'm waiting till the end. Give me two. I'm in a 14-team league for my home league. And I grabbed three tight ends late last year, and it worked out fine. One of those three was T.J. Hawkinson. Worked out just fine. Year before that, I got Waller late. So there's always tight ends that emerge. If you try and grab those late guys with upside, if you miss out on the elites, just grab a bunch of them and see which one goes off. It doesn't always happen, but you can always hit the waiver wire too. So you let's say you take a shot on Troutman and Kmet. They both start really slow. Maybe somebody else starts going off, and then as soon as somebody starts producing from that tight end spot, maybe it's a Blake Jarwin or a Ferkser. They're going super late, probably undrafted. You grab one of them off the waiver wire, you're good to go. Gerald Everett, another name who's going undrafted in many leagues, who could be very productive. Nice run there out of your boy.
Productive. Yeah, David Johnson coming alive after a nothing first quarter, now up to about 42 rush yards. Yeah, nothing in the pass game, but for 3,600 or whatever, not terrible production for adjacent play.
If he gets a touchdown, he's having a huge game.
Exactly. And hey, if the Texans can milk this clock a little bit more and then score a touchdown, they're going to have this game in the palm of their hands. Assuming,
oh boy, or not,
or that, yeah,
or not.
Johnson hit so hard, his arms exploded, and the ball pops loose. So a lot of big hits.
Patrick again? No, that was I think that's Bush, right? Devin Bush, number 55.
No, Bush is 35.
He's good. Whether that was him or not, I like Devin Bush a lot.
I'm not. I thought 55 maybe Vince Williams, but I could be wrong. No, it is Devin Bush. You are correct.
He's a beast.
Yeah, he just did bad things to poor Duke Johnson.
It'll be okay, Duke. Maybe not, though. Deontay Johnson now called for an illegal block in the back. So this drive, off to a good start for the Steelers. They don't get the first down they just picked up, but instead facing 1st and 4 after the penalty, which is, normal, 1st and 4. But hey, made up for it. Guy gets called for the penalty, go right back to him. 5 catches, 73 yards, and the touchdown for Deontay Johnson. D. Johnson, very popular. If you could get all the D. Johnsons in your lineup,
They're all there.
just do it. James Washington, 5K, does not have a catch yet in this one.
He is sporting the 0.0 goggles. Probably not important enough to get the. Oh, hey, okay.
Or we can speak him into existence.
Yeah, just like that.
There we go. Took care of that problem. Anybody else need a catch that doesn't have one yet? Just kidding. I can't do that.
Ashley Edwards trying to make Juju a thing, but it'll probably have to wait until the 4th quarter. So Steelers trailing by 7, not quite in Boswell field goal range, but definitely driving. 1st and 10 coming up from the Texans 38. So cruising toward what could be a furious finish here. And you know what? As long as we get, I don't care if this goes overtime, as long as it's a better overtime than the previous one, I'll be happy, because that was a disaster. Made me feel really, really terrible things about Joe Mixon. And hey, if you are enjoying the discourse, be sure to sign up for the free newsletter over at postroute.substack.com. On Monday, we broke down the 4 trades we want to see based on 1 week of overreacting to the preseason. We got 4 more on the defensive side of the ball coming to your inboxes tomorrow. Make sure you sign up. It's completely free. Postroute.substack.com. So many of you have already subscribed, and we are so grateful to have you. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, Sarah's heart, Ryan's heart. It means so much to have you guys on board with us and reading our newsletter. Really cool stuff.
Check it out. Definitely worth doing.
Look at that top line.
You want to tease one of your trades? You want to just tease one?
Ooh, we talked about a little bit about it last time, but America's quarterback, Gardner Minshew. Well, it seems like I don't need him in Jacksonville anymore. Now I got CJ Beathard. So why not trade him somewhere he'll probably be needed? And after 1 week, it seems pretty clear Kellen Mond is not quite ready for the big show duty. So maybe they send him up to Minnesota. So when Kirk Cousins inevitably gets sidelined due to contract tracing or going to getting food poisoning at a pizza ranch or something stupid, they don't have to worry about throwing Mond into the fire. They got Gardner Minshew right there. What's he doing? He's wearing only a jockstrap and it's 6 degrees and snowing outside? Yes, let's see that too. I love the Minnesota Gardner Minshew pairing. I advocate for it over at the Post Route, and you can read all about it completely free.
There you go.
Substack.com.
I like it. I like that call. He does seem like he would fit in well.
Yeah.
He would fit in well up there.
Yeah.
Seems like a thing. Cool.
I mean, he's a guy who played his college football in Eastern Washington, and I mean that whole area. Once you get out like past the cities, like one giant Dakota, really, from like western Minnesota to eastern Washington. They should just rename that whole stretch just one big land Dakota, because it's pretty much all it is. The Badlands are delightful. I want one day to just make the road trip across the Dakotas, hit Waldra, go to Montana, go drink some moose drool, go to Boise, go to Moscow, Idaho, and watch a game in the Kibbe Dome en route to Washington State, Pullman, maybe. But all those states, pretty similar. Great, the big sky country. Love it. Just name the whole damn state Big Sky and be done with it.
Ooh, yeah, I'm good. Probably would still not be the most populous state. If you took all those, smashed them together, still one of the most sparsely populated areas up there. But it's great. It's good. Good stuff. Give them Gardner Minshew too.
Yeah. I mean, what's not? Win-win, really. Plus, Minnesota, they got those good juicy Lucy hamburgers with the cheese.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Bratwurst, too. Pair one of those with the bratwurst, and we are good to go.
Another spot with some great beers. Well, Surly doing the Lord's work up there. Fulton, pretty good. Distill, typically located in Bloomington, Illinois, but I got a buddy who works for them who got to move up to the Twin Cities and do distribution up there. So if you're into sours, which I'm kind of not. Like, I'll do one every now and then, but like the sours are a little too funky for me. Like, it kind of tastes like I'm drinking someone else's bile.
That's not really my favorite.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you kind of, but Distill does that very well. They do a lot of.
I'm surprised they don't use that in their pitch.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
tastes like you're drinking someone else's bile. Yeah, pass. JJ Watt not passing.
Yeah.
Neither is Big Ben when JJ Watt's sacking him.
All right, so big third down coming up here. The Steelers could settle for 3 and hope for a stop because they have been getting the stops lately. They've been a steel trap here in the second half, but obviously would prefer to tie the game up at 14 here.
Yeah, and how big was that fumble? I mean, from a fantasy perspective, Duke Johnson fumbling, whatever, helps the Steelers DST. But from a game flow perspective, you were in the middle of saying that the Texans were going to salt the game away. They get a score. They run the clock out. Looked like they were about to go up 2 scores. Instead, Big Ben throwing that one away on third down. Not great, unless you've got Chris Boswell, which I do, so I'll take those points. But other than that, not much. Good. I mean, I don't think they go for it. Still feels a little early to go for it, right? You take the 3.
6 yards a little bit too far, at least. Oh
boy.
Oh, okay. I like it. Be bold. Why not? Either way, you still need a touchdown to get in or stay in
But
this game.
throw a pass.
No. Threw short of the sticks.
Oh, ridiculous.
Oh, no.
Ridiculous play call there. Run that route past the first down. What are you doing? Washington.
They got Ben Roethlisberger, true to form, throwing a short pass that frustrates everyone.
That's true. The Madden gameplay is right on. That feels very Steelers. Very Steelers right there. That's the second time they've gone for it when they could have taken a field goal. They did that earlier, ran on 4th down. Connor was dropped behind the line. Went for it again on 4th down there. Failed to convert even though they did complete the pass. Their defense looks solid though on those first 2 stops, setting up 3rd and 10, maybe about to get the ball right back for them.
Yeah, this could work out. I mean, safety range as well, although with Deshaun Watson, pretty unlikely. We did see him run directly into a sack earlier in this game. So it's not outside the realm of possibility, but it's been a while since we did the safety dance here. And I feel like it's not going to happen at this point in time.
He's got a fumble! Oh, disaster avoided. They are going to give the credit for the sack there.
Yeah.
The Steelers DST, the forced fumble. It was recovered by Houston. Houston avoids total disaster.
They even gained 4 yards on that play.
They really did, yeah.
A little extra room to punt from as well. So,
which is important. We've seen some blocked punts. And they're always down here when the punter doesn't have the separation.
Yeah.
Who was it that recovered? Was that? I think that was David Johnson who scooped
I think David Johnson gets the 4-yard carry there, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm not certain.
I don't even know. But he does recover the fumble. We'll get a punt here on 4th and 6. So the Steelers getting the ball back. With just under 4 minutes left, see if they can convert this one into a touchdown. We've seen them go for it on 4th down twice, not picking up either one. They will start from midfield. Great field position as they try to tie this one up at 14.
Yeah. Wow.
See if Derek Watt gets involved. Playing against his brother, hasn't done anything yet, but won't see him on this formation though, because they are going to go 4 wide, set Jalen Samuels in the backfield there next to Big Ben, who's been under pressure all game. Is able to get that one over the middle. First down catch there to Johnson. Yeah, Deontay putting together a very nice game. Very nice game. I won't bring up the fact that you took him out of your lineup because I'm sure you're thinking about that.
No,
6 catches, 89 yards for Juice Cup. Where did that nickname come from?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't even know.
I think it's his Twitter handle or something, but I don't know where it came from. Yeah, it is his Twitter handle, JuiceCup_3. But I don't know.
It was like one of those like DeAndre Hopkins nicknames where it happened as a baby and just stuck with him. I like how that's gonna be the bonus for him.
There he is.
Half the Steelers' total yards today, and like normally in a Steelers game, I'm like, I'm gonna captain Deontay Johnson, and today I decided not even to roster him. And
I wasn't gonna bring it up.
Yeah, not working out great for him.
I'm trying to see if I can figure out where this nickname came from. Not finding it quickly on Google, but it is his Twitter handle. So, JJ Watt.
Ben, no, buddy. So 3 for JJ, 2 for McKinney. Ben's lack of elusiveness in the pocket coming back to haunt the Steelers today against this, well, very good Madden pass rush for the Texans. In the real world, did not pan out that way for him.
No, that is for sure. And now J.J. Watt, of course, with Kyler Murray and James Conner out in Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, for all the warts in his game, he still had a solid campaign last year. I mean, it wasn't great, but was certainly good enough to remain a presence, to be a positive impact on the field. Did a good job winning one-on-one, and you got to think if Chandler Jones is happy and healthy and stays in Arizona, that's going to make things nice and easy for JJ, and we should have some nice messes to clean up there in the desert.
Defense should be
no!
pretty good.
Oh, you got rid of it just in time. Looks like that could have been a fumble as McKinney just ruining Ben's day once again. 4th and 5 coming up. Steelers can get a first down without scoring. They're at the 6, but not a lot of wiggle room there.
It was McKinney again, wasn't it?
It wasn't
crazy. 4th and 5. They're gonna go for it for 4th down. This is the 3rd time this game. Can they actually pick it up this time? I don't think I've ever seen a team go 0 for 3 on 4th downs.
Oh no.
Wow. That wasn't even close.
He had multiple guys open in the end zone, and he skips the ball to no one in particular. So this Steelers team...
Again, it feels kind of accurate, though. As far as Madden getting the gameplay right, it feels about right.
All right, well, Texas is going to take over in the shadow of their own end zone once again. Oh, boy. So good news for
David. We want Gillespie.
Yeah, just dive him right up the middle.
Yep, just do it. Oh, they faked it to him.
Gillespie blocking someone who's already blocked, allowing David Johnson to stop for no gain. I'm getting the thing calling Gillespie may not be the answer to our problem, CT.
Man, come on. We want more Gillespie. Where did he go to school? I don't even know.
Colin Gillespie?
You're the guy who usually knows all the schools off the top of your head.
I mean, I know fullbacks just because most of them went to Wisconsin. He's an A&M guy, Texas A&M.
Oh, yeah. Colin Gillespie. Now with the New York Giants. I did not know that either. So there you go.
Yeah. That makes sense, though. He does a lot of special teams work, or a little bit of special teams work. And
yeah, a little bit.
Team coach and Joe Judge. So it makes sense that he would be eager to get him in there. All right, well, the game comes down to this snap. Texans pick up the first here. They can end it for whatever reason. Steelers not really crowding the line. They do have 8 in the box. It will be a keeper for Deshaun, and he loses it hard. The Steelers going to get one more chance to send this to overtime.
Sure, why not? Let's give the Steelers one more shot. It would only be fitting if they went for a 4th down a 4th time and got it for the touchdown.
Go ahead and golden sombrero their way through this one.
Oh, boy. Another punt from the end zone. This should feel familiar. Steelers going to get the ball at probably. This is a good
punt too. Wow.
Very good punt.
So
not much of a return.
Hanger added like an extra 20 yards to that punt off the last one. So.
Yep. Okay. All right. Deontay Johnson highlighted there, 7 catches, 108, and his touchdown.
You know what? I feel like we know who the crusty cough player of the game is going to be.
Yeah, it's got to be at this point. The only player to really hit the bonus. Deshaun Watson had a very solid game, but he was so chalky. I mean, 90% of line.
He's actually
boy.
Oh, no. Oh, I thought that was
almost.
Yeah. It's really good to stop the clock at least.
Yeah. Yep. So as we wind this one down, let's run through the rest of the schedule for the day. Right after us, we've got the slate looking at tonight's baseball. Garion and Matt coming in to do that for us after this. Plenty of baseball on tap for tonight.
No.
It'll be better than Ben Roethlisberger in this sim, I promise.
DJ Hall on the board now. Oh, my.
Oh, boy. Then at 6 o'clock, we've got Panthers at Broncos, Rossi and you, Christian. And then 8 o'clock, Ravens and Browns, Rossi and Tom. And then the nightcap, Jeff and Tom, the Chiefs and the Washington football team. If you're playing Classic, make sure you go over to playbook.draftkings.com. Check out my write-up for the Classic slate tonight. The picture on the front there is Tyreek Hill because he's on the slate against Washington. Great matchup there for him. There's a lot of really fun fantasy plays tonight between Lamar Jackson at 8 o'clock against the Browns and then the Chiefs in that 10 o'clock window. 4th and 3. Let's see if for the 4th time. Is the 4th time the charm? It is.
They got one. Of course, that's not going to make a difference.
Not going to matter.
Time on the clock left.
But at least they weren't over.
Might be able to get the snap off, but it seems very They'll get into formation at the very least. And hey, Juju with the bonus, Deontay Johnson with the bonus, and everyone else garbage. Just terrible. They 3, 2.
Oh, they got it.
All
right. Take a shot. Take a shot, Big Ben. Big Ben. What was that? Let's throw it short. But he hits the bonus.
Roethlisberger bonus. Oh my God, he threw.
He knew it. He knew he was just going for the bonus. I think he was just padding his own stats there.
He was. That's exactly what that was.
He must have known how much he needed to get the bonus. He throws it short of the end zone, but does pick up the bonus.
Oh, just terrible.
Whoa.
Just awful to see. Wow.
Whoa.
Okay.
All right.
Roethlisberger 308 and a touchdown. Deshaun Watson only 159, but hey, he won despite fumbling twice and losing one of them. So.
Yeah, he did have the rushing touchdown, ended up with 22 fantasy points. Juju with 21 fantasy points in the manual scoring right now. But the player of the game's got to be Deontay Johnson. The least owned of all those guys. He did hit the bonus. He did have the receiving touchdown. 7 catches, 108. So he is your player of the game. What do you think for the Not My Kid Award? I know we talked about the player of the game. We didn't really talk about Not My Kid Award. James Washington didn't do much.
Yeah.
I think it's Eric Ebron, though.
Ebron?
What about
didn't do
Ebron?
much, but okay, so David Johnson, it looks like, did get credit for those fumble recovery yards on his rush.
There you go.
I think interesting.
Why not?
I think Duke Johnson, as low owned as he was, he had -3 rushing yards and a fumble. He had negative points all day. I feel like if you get to that and you're like, even if you're not a punt play and you have negative points on a full day, like you got to be it. Like he was 6,200 in the flex. It's not like he was highly owned.
6,200.
He's only about 15% owned in our free roll, but -1.3. I don't know.
You and I outscored him.
Yeah.
We had more points than Duke Johnson.
Yeah,
so yeah, you're right. Yep, he gets the Not My Kid Award. That's awful. That's awful. That though is good. Check out postroute.substract.com. Get that.
Yeah.
And he's got trades coming your way if you go over there and sign up. For that, we are done. That was fun. It was ugly, but it was kind of fun to watch.
Yeah. All right. So coming up next, we got the Slate MLB edition with Garion and Matt, they're coming up now. I'll be back at 6. ZT, you and I will be back tomorrow at 2.
That's true.
So be sure to tune back in. We'll have more fantasy discussion and just more head shaking at the state of the Steelers then. ZT, anything left? We hit it all?
All good. Let's go. MLB time.
Matt and Gary. And hey, you guys take it from here. I'll see you guys, rest of y'all, in 50 minutes.
All right. Thanks, guys. Welcome to the slate. We're doing some baseball today. This is actually the first time that I've been on this show for an MLB slate. I've done some basketball here a bunch of times, actually, but Gary and I are going to take you through MLB slate, MLB betting, all the stuff. So what's going on, Gary? And welcome, I guess. Have you been on the baseball panel regularly or not really?
Yeah, this is the Tuesday show. It's usually me and Bukes. So
your thing.
Steve's out winning on the slots every single night, taking home thousands of dollars. So Matt and I are gonna, guide you guys through this 15-game slate over on DraftKings.
So let's see. We got the screen share working, I think, and we're gonna go through some of the pricing. Where do you want to start for this slate? I'm a little torn on what I think the ownership will be for a lot of these teams, which I think is common for a slate this large. To me, it kind of seems like there's some chalk that is worth avoiding because it's just not enough upside. And then there's other chalk like at Coors Field where it's like you can't really miss out. So I don't know. What are your thoughts, just like overall sense of the slate here?
Yeah, on these 15 gamers, like you said, it's obviously a little hard sometimes to gauge exactly not just where people are going to be heading most often, but, will it be the sort of chalk that you have to avoid? Even when it comes to the pitching on this slate, I think we have enough sort of high upside, expensive pitchers where I'm not even necessarily sure that someone like Corbin Burns, who's coming off 49 DraftKings points his last outing, I'm sure he's going to be popular just because people saw what he was able to do, but it's not that great a matchup necessarily against the Cardinals. He's the most expensive pitcher on the board, and I think there are other good options above $8,000. So I don't know if there is really one guy in particular on the pitching side of things that I feel like is going to be toxic from an ownership perspective. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, my biggest issue with Burns is really just what he forces you into in terms of lineup construction. I don't really have an inherent problem with him. He will be popular. I think Huascar, I think that's how you say his name. That's at least close anyway. Maybe you know him better than me. But that's more.
I'm like 90% sure you were right on that one.
Huascar. It's close to that. I think he's fine chalk at 7,300 also. So like Burns, I'm not excited to play him. Noah also not excited to play him, but I think they're fine. You definitely run into the problem of too much ownership in your lineup on the whole if you play those guys together. Like you need a super off the board stack, I think, to compete in GPPs if that's your pitching pair. Alek Manoah is probably the third guy there that I don't really want any part of. And to me, it's mostly the park. Like in Washington, pitching in that stadium in Nationals Park just makes things tough. And I think that's the main reason to avoid him, even though the upside's there. But the lineup's bad. And I see you making a face there, right? Like it's after Juan Soto, what is there to be scared of?
Yeah, I think I would just, maybe we get to a point sometimes. And again, I'm not sure how you kind of quantify these things and maybe rank them in your own head, but I would say for me, park factors maybe is like a fourth or fifth tiebreaker sometimes when it comes to these pitching matchups where, especially in this current MLB climate, like I don't really remember a time when baseball has mimicked basketball so severely where there are teams that have just punted the season. And Washington is clearly in that bucket of teams. Now, Soto is left-handed. That is Manoah's sort of Achilles heel. So there is a chance that he's able to do some damage. But I think we even saw a very similar kind of situation for Manoah in his last start against the Angels, where you could argue the only scary bat in that lineup is a generational left-handed hitter. And even the worst case scenario took place in that contest where Shohei Ohtani did hit a 2-run home run off Alek Manoah. And yet Manoah still set a career high in strikeouts with 11, racked up 32 DraftKings points because the Angels are pathetic. And I think the Nationals might even be worse. So I'm in on Manoah in this game. I think it's I would think he'll also be popular. I would say that might be the reason to fade him if you're going to fade him in a GPP is I think people will latch on just with how anemic Washington has been lately, with how well Manoah is pitched. He's got a 1.35 ERA across his past, 1.53 ERA across his past 6 starts. But to see his salary go down $500 after posting a 32 DraftKings point game, it's too tempting for me to pass up. But again, I will concede Nationals Park is an offensive park. I just think it might be maybe something I would put towards the back of my mind just with how bad the Nationals are.
Yeah, I think that's all fair. So if we didn't have to consider ownership, this might be my favorite pitcher or in the top 2 or 3 on the whole slate because the upside is massive and the proficiency for strikeouts from Manoah is clearly there. So it's more that I think there are better plays, there are better pivots in his range than, let's say, like for Burns, where there isn't. I mean, Sandy Alcantara is right between these two guys, and I think he'll be a fraction of the ownership off of both of them. So like that's probably my favorite pitcher on the slate is that you just probably get Sandy Alcantara anywhere between like 5 and 15% owned, while Manoah and Burns are like 30 to 50 range. So it's not that the park makes him unplayable by any stretch. I think it hurts him a little. And with the ownership being so high, I think that's where like you just need to nitpick a little to knock someone who's the chalk in my mind. Like if someone is going to be 30 or 40% owned as a pitcher on a massive slate like this, if they're not perfect, I don't really want to play them. And there are flaws here. Manoah is a little inconsistent. He has massive upside, but as the chalk guy, like there's clear downside too. And Juan Soto could do what Shohei Ohtani did and hit a home run or 2 or 3. I mean, Juan Soto is as good of a hitter as anybody. So it's more just, it really is the ownership. Like I'm mostly fixating on ownership here, and everything else that I'm saying about why I don't like Manoah as much, it's more just nitpicking. So I don't really disagree with anything you said there.
No, that's fair. And yes, I would be shocked if he's not one of the top 3 most popular pitchers on this slate because his price point is very surprising considering what we've seen. But yeah, there's, like you said, there's a lot of guys who are in interesting spots who are clearly talented pitchers who probably won't pick up that high in ownership because you do sort of have the tent poles of Burns and Manoah in this $8,000 and up range. I mean, Alcantara, as you mentioned, going up against a Braves team that's been hitting very well as of late. I mean, really, Nady Eovaldi is kind of an interesting play at $9,700. We tend to shy away, or not shy away necessarily, but there's always the asterisk in everyone's mind when you're looking at a 15-game slate and knowing it's actually a 14.75 game slate because this is the second game of a doubleheader, and that's going to knock people's perception of stacking the Yankees, stacking the Red Sox, et cetera, et cetera. But for pitchers, especially in this day and age where, the allure of a complete game is so rare. It's rarely something we even think about getting those, 2.5 bonus points for a complete game or maybe 5 bonus points for a complete game shutout. But Eovaldi can pitch 7 innings in this game. And while the Yankees lineup did look good this afternoon, heavily assisted by walks, they have been struggling to score runs. I know 17 of their last 24 games have gone under. And a big part of that is their offensive production. Anthony Rizzo's still on the COVID IL. Some other guys also still on that 10-day IL, excuse me. But yeah, Eovaldi has dominated the Yankees so far this season. He's only allowed 5 earned runs across 4 starts. He's got an ERA below 2 against the Yankees. And he's coming off a really, really good start in his last outing. So I think you've got someone like him at 9.7. Even someone like Chris Bassett, who I think gets overlooked quite a bit when we talk about elite, quote unquote, pitchers in baseball at 9,100. So you're right. There's a lot of different places to go where you can find similar upside to Manoah.
Yeah, I think Eovaldi could be a good one. I've struggled this year to try to work in the idea of the complete game or the extra chance of a shutout in the 7-inning game. I do think it's a real thing, and you definitely create more variance for your pitching choices with less innings because while at the same time the pitcher could be struggling and they get pulled earlier because you don't need as many innings from a bullpen because the game's shorter. Like if Eovaldi is 4 innings, 3 runs, a couple base runners, like they could definitely yank him earlier than they normally would because they don't need as much out of their bullpen. But at the same time, like if he's going really well and maybe Boston's got a lead, you just leave him in and then he gets the bonuses for maybe a complete game shutout. Like that is possible. I probably still prefer Alcantara, and that's mostly because of the park in Miami. Similar matchup. I think probably pretty similar ownership. I think Adam Wainwright is in the same category. But I do think it makes sense to look to these guys as tournament pivots just in general. In my mind, I think the best way to play tournaments on this slate, though, is to go cheaper at pitcher, just because I think there will be some egregiously underowned offenses at the very, very high end.
Right.
So I'll just scroll down a bit here, but what do you think about guys like Dylan Bundy and Casey Mize here, who are actually facing each other, but two offenses that can strike out a lot and aren't very good?
I mean, I will say I saw Bundy getting a little bit of love today. While I understand that you can still pull up the season-long numbers for Detroit and be somewhat underwhelmed, this is a very different team from what they were in April and May. Those numbers still heavily bring down some of their statistics, although those strikeout rates have been up across the last 2 weeks. Mize also has been terrible his last two starts. Opponent Woba up over 500. He is not a strikeout-oriented pitcher by any stretch of the imagination. So those two in particular probably don't move me all that much, although I understand the process. I would actually say my favorite cheap pitching play, and look, there's obviously some inherent risk involved in this guy too, but Taylor Hearn is someone I'm very interested in at $4,700. A lot of these numbers are as a reliever, so take them with a grain of salt if you want to. But someone with a career 9.9 K per nine, 25% strikeout rate, has really nasty stuff. And he's been transitioning from the bullpen to the rotation for the Rangers just because, they're bored. They have nothing else to do. But his last 4 outings, each of which has gone at least 3 innings, he's been built up to about 70 pitches. So maybe optimistically we could say 80 to 85 tonight. But Seattle has been terrible against left-handed pitching. They have the 3rd highest strikeout rate in the league against left-handed pitching. If Hearn can pitch 5 innings, which I really don't think is insane, is it likely? Maybe not, but I would give it about a 50-50 chance. He could be looking at, 4x value, maybe even 5x if somehow the Rangers can win this game. So of that super cheap group, I would say Hearn is probably my favorite name.
I think he's a good call too. And I mean, the biggest benefit to playing him is just how cheap he is and how unique you can be on offense if you play a pitcher that costs that little. Just a quick note on the Tigers, who you mentioned. Eric Haas got scratched from the lineup. I think it was like 20 or 30 minutes ago. And it's crazy, but that actually matters these days, where like, if you look at the prices here, he's more than $1,000 more expensive than the next highest Detroit player. 5,100 scope is 4K. So yeah, I mean, if we would have said like 4 months ago that this catcher that no one had ever heard of was scratched from the lineup, that affects the opposing pitcher. But Grayson Greiner, I think, is just a much worse hitter. That's who's filling in. So I like the improvement in the matchup for Bundy. But for me, it's not about these guys specifically. I think Hearn is kind of the same, where it's like you're playing these guys so that you can afford hitters that other people aren't affording. And so that you could get away from, I think the Twins are probably the team, and maybe we should just shift to hitting here. But like, I don't think that they're playable at what is likely to be their ownership against Eli Morgan. Do you feel differently? Like, maybe I'm wrong about what the ownership is, or maybe I'm just wrong. Like, this is a good enough spot and it's worth playing the chalk here.
No, I would agree with you in the sense that I think they are the obvious cheap stack. They are mispriced. There's really no way around it. Jorge Polanco has been mispriced for about 2 months now. Josh Donaldson is maybe cheaper than I've seen him in a half decade. Actually, probably longer than that. I mean, 3,500. And he's been strange this season. When he's actually playing, he's still been pretty good. I think he kind of gets swept up in this injury thing and just the Twins' downward spiral in general. But yeah, between him and Garver, whichever Twins bat, Rooker, whoever you want to play at the top of that lineup, I think you're right. If you're in a pinch and you need one guy to like complete a lineup and you need to save some money, sure. But you're correct. The Twins are going to be very, very popular. They've been hitting the ball well lately. Eli Morgan is quite bad, specifically against right-handed batters. But the amount of ownership they're going to carry for a team we have seen struggle immensely this season, it is a little daunting.
Yeah, if there's a guy on this team I want to play, it might be Donaldson. And it is weird because Morgan is right-handed. I think there's an assumption that lefties have an easier time against him. And Jorge Polanco could easily be the highest owned middle infielder on this whole slate because he's a switch hitter. So he always has the platoon advantage. But him and Max Kepler batting from the left side of the plate. But because Morgan throws a changeup as like his primary out pitch, that tends to be like a reverse platoon split kind of pitch. It depends on the way the pitchers throw it. But in a general sense, like if you were to pick
Marco Estrada sort of.
Yeah. That's not the pitcher you want to, or unless it's early career Estrada, that's probably not the guy you want to be compared to.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think I'm just looking away from this team entirely. And there's 15 games. So like if you need a second baseman who's cheap, like David Bodie is probably going to be unowned because Polanco can just be thrown in there at second base. And I think the same goes for like a lot of these other positions where it's just like there are players who I would expect to perform similarly who will just be a quarter of the ownership of each of the Twins players because the lineup fits so well together. And then because you have the presence of Corbin Burns, there's just more of an intuition for most people to want to play the cheaper stack. So my hunch is that there are at least a handful of players at Coors Field who won't be chalky in any real sense. The more well-established guys like Tatis and Story, and probably Cronenworth too, because he's cheap, but those guys should get ownership. But do you feel like there could be a bunch of guys in that Coors game where just like no one's really looking to play Charlie Blackmon or Trent Grisham or Will Myers, like those kinds of players where maybe they are single-digit owned across the board?
Yeah, I think San Diego specifically, for some of the reasons you were talking about, where salary will just be spent elsewhere. And you'll be left in a situation where you just can't afford to pay the rates for some of these quality San Diego bats. And yeah, I think San Diego in general, they do switch up their lineup quite a bit. They're a team that you tend to have to wait to actually see a lineup. I mean, Will Myers can be batting anywhere from cleanup to eighth on any given night. So it is nice to actually see a lineup, and some people just aren't patient enough to wait for those things. But yeah, some of the cheaper guys like Connor Joe, probably going to be very popular tonight, just considering how cheap he is. He's leading off.
Yeah, he was like 30% owned yesterday and hit a home run. So more reason for people to play him.
Exactly. It'll be crazy today, which again, multi-position eligibility. He fits in almost every lineup. It's understandable. But yeah, I do think some of the more expensive aspects of this, Blackmon might actually be the best case here, the best example of this. And he brings a lot of it upon himself. He's had a terrible season, but we're still talking about someone who people will be scared away from because the stats aren't great and the salary's still high. People will be scared away because Matt Strom is starting this game, even though he's only going to pitch one inning. And Blackmon will still probably see, I don't know, at least 3 plate appearances against a right-handed pitcher in this game. He might be the guy who ends up with the lowest ownership in this contest and therefore would maybe be your best pivot opportunity.
Yeah, I think so too. I think third base is also a spot to find leverage here because of Donaldson. So these two guys here, Manny Machado and Ryan McMahon, you mentioned Blackmon, lefty, but maybe for one at bat, McMahon might not even face Matt Strom. Like they may have a righty in before he even comes up. He's batting 6th tonight. I would guess he faces him once, but maybe not even. So Machado and McMahon, like with Donaldson, in some smaller field contests, we could see Donaldson like 30 or 40% owned tonight because it's just like points per dollar. These guys aren't close to him. So these are probably my 2 favorite players in the game. But I do think, yeah, Blackmon, who I mentioned, and you mentioned, some of the outfielders are probably good plays. And then we have this weird shortstop dynamic where Tatis, he has one more day maybe where he's shortstop eligible for DFS. And now that he's playing the outfield, he gets his position switched. But this could be the last day where him and Cronenworth both are at the same spot and you can only play one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting. And again, for the reasons we've been spelling out, he is Fernando Tatis Jr. And we can never underestimate people's ability to try to get him into a lineup. But at the same time, if you're stacking Padres, Cronenworth fits in so much easier. You might just not even have the money to consider Tatis. So, yeah, again, not to sound like a broken record, but some of the expensive San Diego bats in this game, it could be shocking to see how low owned they end up, despite the fact that this is the highest total game on the slate.
Yeah, just to recap from yesterday, in the large $5 GPP, Tatis was in the 29, maybe 30% area. Story and Cronenworth were both 13. And it's kind of similar. Like there were other good shortstop choices yesterday. Trey Turner, shortstop eligible, but Corey Seager was out of yesterday's lineup and he has a platoon advantage tonight. So assuming he plays, he's going to eat into that ownership. And then Polanco, who we mentioned with the Twins, like I don't think 29, 13, and 13 is even close to what we get to with these three players. I think we probably see them all come in at like half of that. So Fernando Tatis Jr. at Coors Field, almost regardless of price, if he's going to be like 15% owner or less, you have to like that to some extent. He's just, I mean, I think he's the best fantasy hitter that there is because of the home run and stolen base potential. Even if Vlad Guerrero is a better hitter, quote unquote, overall, he doesn't steal bases. And the fact that Tatis does, I think sets him apart as like the guy you want. If you can get him low owned ever, basically, he's my favorite guy on any slate where he's unpopular. So I don't know that this is my favorite game on the slate for offense. I think there are a couple others, but it's up there. Like I think this is a rare situation where we could see Coors Field under owned to some extent. But if you had to pick, and I think we'll kind of cap the DFS talk and move over to Sportsbook at least for a little bit. But if you had to pick a stack or two, like where are your favorite spots tonight?
I think for similar reasons, like we've just been talking about, just affordability, and if people not having the money to spend up, the Jays are always in a good spot if you think they're going to be underowned. We talked about the park factors and them working against Alek Manoah possibly. Eric Fetty's been very bad his last 9 starts. His ERA is up around 8 in that span of time. He is someone that in that span has struggled more with left-handed bats than he has with right-handed bats. And the Jays aren't a team that bring a lot of left-handed bats to the table. However, when your right-handed bats are elite, I care a little bit less about the split stuff. And also there are some opportunities here, to save some money. I think Corey Dickerson is arguably one of the better value plays on today's slate at $3,400 with no George Springer. He's hitting 5th in this lineup. I mentioned that Fetty had been struggling with left-handed opponents recently. In that 9-start span, a 439 opponent WOBA to left-handed bats. So Dickerson, who, I mean, God, there might be some people still not even aware that Corey Dickerson plays for the Blue Jays. It's not really a name we've talked about a whole lot this season, but I think he, for his premium lineup spot, for his price tag, for the exposure you're still getting to like the Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s and the Teoscar Hernandez's of the world, just through sheer lineup osmosis, I think Dickerson's a really good spot. But, obviously Semien, Guerrero, et cetera, if you can afford them, which, if you start using guys like Taylor Hearn, maybe you can.
Yeah, we're on the same page here because this actually might be my favorite team too. Who's playing Bo Bichette when you have 3 shortstops at Coors Field and then you have Jorge Polanco for like 3K? Just nobody. And then Semien, similar boat. Vlad's 6,400. I mean, but this is not even a bad spot. Like this is actually a very good spot. And if we didn't have Coors Field on this slate, like this might be the chalk.
Yeah, and I think we sort of talked about the inverse of this with Connor Joe, where you hit a home run when you're chalk and suddenly you're double chalk. Bo Bichette's last game, he was 0 for 5 with 5 strikeouts. So it's definitely a situation where some people just happen to click on the name, they check out the recent game logs, and if you see 5 strikeouts in someone's last game and say, hey, I could have Fernando Tatis Jr. for $100 less, why wouldn't I just do that? I agree. I think Bichette of the Guerrero, Bichette, Semien sort of trifecta, I think Bichette will easily have the lowest ownership of that group.
Yeah, and I should mention George Springer got put on the IL like a few minutes ago. But I don't care about that so much for the purposes of this stack because if Springer was playing, we might have 4 outfielders to choose from, and Springer is by far the most expensive. And while Springer probably is the best hitter of this group, I mean, Teoscar Hernandez at 5,400 still potentially has massive upside. He's actually been really, really good lately. Grichuk at 4,200 is underpriced, I think, and then Dickerson, who you mentioned. So it's not like you can't stack this team because Springer's not playing. There's still plenty of really, really good bats. Probably the biggest knock against the Blue Jays besides their prices is that the bottom of the lineup is not great with like Espinal and McGuire. You have a couple hitters at the bottom and then a pitcher spot. They normally have a DH. So like turning the lineup over a few times might not be as easy as it normally is and I think having the pitcher spot there is a big reason why. Also, I kind of meant to mention this with Manoah, but the fact that they're in the National League could mean a shorter outing for him if he comes up at a time where there's a key situation in the game and they have to hit for him because they're trying to win. These games have gotten really important for the Blue Jays where they're trying to make the playoffs. So I think if the game is close, they might.
As the resident Toronto Blue Jays expert, they trust their bullpen so little. It would definitely take quite the situation in the 5th and the 6th inning to get him out of there if he's pitching well. But the National League element of this definitely does add a little bit of risk you normally wouldn't get.
But yeah, either way, I think focusing on Manoah for that reason is just, nitpicking, like I was saying before. Right. You're probably right about the Jays pen, which has been bad, but it's more the stack has a harder time getting through multiple times through the order because they have the pitcher batting. I think it's more that, but even considering all of those things, the upside here is enormous and the ownership should be really low. Another team that I think is in contention for my favorite that I think will be similarly unowned because of their prices is the Oakland A's against Ronaldo Lopez. I mean, just look at what these guys cost. And it's a good spot. It's just Marte and Olsen are in the 6,000s now. And I do think we covered it. Like, there are enough cheap pitchers where you're not sacrificing that much to play a really, really overpriced team. So I'm really interested here. Do you like this spot at all? Like, because then you kind of have to play Taylor Hearn or Casey Mize or Dylan Bundy or two of them maybe to fit this. So that might not be the best way to go about things, but I'm interested in that lineup construction.
No, definitely. I think the A's also have an element. You can almost look at sometimes something that would be viewed as a negative as a positive in a GPP sense. And we talked about this a little bit with Tatis and Cronenworth both having shortstop eligibility, and you kind of having to choose between one of those players. But maybe that opening up the door for a little bit of getting off a little bit of chalk. Maybe you don't worry too much about chalk with Oakland as you're talking about, but the thing the A's kind of force you to do is choose between Matt Olson and Mitch Moreland. And Moreland hitting 6th in this lineup tonight. He has been hitting cleanup in the recent past, so maybe it's not as tough a decision. But Moreland, with how hot his bat is at $2,700, is a really tempting value play. But you can't play Matt Olson in the scenario where you use Mitch Moreland. But again, I think it just does create different dynamics and different timelines and definitely creates more variance with this stack than with your average team.
Yeah, I think the decision between those two first basemen probably should come down to how you feel about some of these like off the board cheap pitchers that we've talked about, and just like if you're comfortable playing them. Because if you can afford Olsen, just play Olsen. But if you want to fit Corbin Burns with an A's stack, like you're going to need Mitch Moreland and maybe also Elvis Andrus or Josh Harrison. So I think it just comes down to that. Like if you can fit Olsen, he's the better player, but Moreland, if there wasn't another first baseman in this lineup, he'd probably be one of my favorite plays on the slate. So I think he's a good choice too. And for a stack, like, yeah, you can go either way. It kind of depends on what else is in the lineup. But to me, like that's the gist of it for this DFS slate is like, don't play the expensive pitchers with the Twins and hope that the chalk fails, and look to some of these overpriced teams. Like there are others that we haven't mentioned. I think there are a lot of good choices here, but to me, it's Toronto, Oakland, the Coors game. I think like those are really my top four. Should we look to any other spots, or you think let's jump over to Sportsbook and see what's going on there?
I would just say quickly, I don't know if the public perception of John Means has quite caught up with where John Means is right now. I still think people look at John Means and look at his price point and go, oh, he must be pitching well. He's not. So I will admit I am 0 for 750 in knowing the right days to stack the Tampa Bay Rays, one of the most confounding teams in all of baseball. But I really, really like the top of this lineup. The fact that you can get Randy Arozarena and Nelson Cruz in their preferred handedness matchup, both for less than $4,700. It's just really tempting. And then even Wander Franco, the only success he's had, I shouldn't say only, but the vast majority of the success he's had so far this season is hitting as a right-handed batter against left-handed pitching. So I do like this Rays lineup. I never expect the Rays to be one of the more popular teams. And John Means has given up 3.3 home runs per 9 to right-handed batters across his last 9 starts. So the numbers are getting really ugly with John Means, who also was one of the poster childs for, oh, wow, what happened to your spin rate? Where did it go all of a sudden? So I think the Rays could also be a sneaky, nice stacking opportunity.
I think the upside's there. I actually would like this spot a lot more for them if they were on the road, because then you get John Means in Baltimore, which, like, home field advantage, normally a good thing. It's not for Orioles pitchers, and Tampa's a pretty decent pitchers park. So the upside might not be there with some other teams, but like, yeah, the Rays shouldn't be owned tonight. And they have some really good power hitters now. I mean, Nelson Cruz in particular, and that price is affordable. So I could see that one working out too. This just occurred to me, but Orioles announcer Gary Thorne, do you ever get mistaken for him? Is that, or am I the first person? I can't be the first person who said
No,
that.
the first person. Not the first person.
There's no way.
He used to do the play-by-play commentary for the NHL video games.
Right.
So growing up in Canada, I definitely got a lot of people making that connection.
Right. Okay. So not that original, but nonetheless, still close names. Let's do some sportsbook stuff. Where are you looking for value tonight? There's a million things to choose from. Between props and game lines, we have every team playing. So where should we look?
Yeah, I'll just rehash a couple things that kind of we've already talked about from the DFS perspective, but I think Jay's run line is really nice at -125. It has moved. It was -120 this morning. The nice thing about the Blue Jays is if they're going to cover on the money line, about 90% of the time they cover the run line. They actually only have 8 wins this season by 1 run, and that's a team that's 9 games above 500. So the only 2 teams with fewer 1-run wins than the Toronto Blue Jays are the Baltimore Orioles and the Arizona Diamondbacks. So when the Jays win, they win by 11 billion runs. The run line seems like a pretty safe bet to me, considering that the offense should have a very nice night tonight against Eric Fetty. I just talked about Randy Arozarena, but his total bases prop tonight to go over 1.5 total bases is +105. Might be +100 now, very possible. But Arozarena is sort of started hitting like he was hitting when we all thought he might be the greatest hitter on the planet last September, October. He's got a 203 WRC plus since the All-Star break. As I mentioned, throughout 2020 and 2021, he is preferred to face left-handed pitching than right-handed pitching. So at plus money, I really do like betting Arozarena. And just in general, I would say that if you come into a DFS slate with a couple players that you're going to be getting like 80 to 90% exposure, you might as well go over into the DraftKings Sportsbook and take a look at what their total bases prop is, because why not double dip?
Yeah, I feel that way about the Cubs. We didn't really talk much about them from a DFS standpoint, but I feel like targeting Vladimir Gutierrez and his sub-4 ERA,
very much.
His peripherals don't support anything resembling that ERA. I think it's at 3.95. He should be a pitcher like well above 5, right? And he's pitching in a hitter's park. So Cubs money line, Cubs props, Cubs DFS players, like maybe it's more, I don't want to like give them away too much, but no, that can't.
I'm going to ask you because I feel like I saw a little groundswell, not like a ton, but there was a little momentum throughout the afternoon of like, oh, Vladimir Gutierrez is a good DFS play today.
Interesting.
And I would say stack against that chalk because as you mentioned, I think it's his last 7 starts, and that includes the nice little stretch he's had his past 4 starts. His FIP is still like 5.65. He should not be succeeding at the rate he's succeeding, and he's due to blow up very quickly.
Yeah, I sort of have a rule with Great American Ballpark in general. It actually functions like a high variance park because for whatever reason, it generates strikeouts. Maybe it has something to do with like the vision aspect in center field, but yeah. So, but at the same time, it's a pretty short field, like short fences, and the ball flies out of there. So you kind of get like both ends of the spectrum a lot of the time. So if Gutierrez were to be 2% under something, like he might be one of my favorite pitchers on the slate because for 7K, like the upside is massive against a really bad Cubs lineup. But if he's somewhat popular and no one's playing the Cubs, like these, let's call them quad A hitters to be nice to them, they could do really well just because like the pitching that they're going up against is bad and the park is conducive to home runs. So I think like maybe there's some alternate money line or alternate run line where like the Cubs win by a couple runs that's more worth getting into than just the raw money line. But I kind of just like all things Cubs for this night of DFS, sports betting, whatever. I really think like their range of outcomes is just so massive where they could strike out 17 times or they could score 17 runs.
No, I completely agree. I think Gutierrez look, we saw last night what the best case scenario for Gutierrez is, or someone like Vladimir Gutierrez, which, Wade Miley went out and struck out 7 guys across seven scoreless innings, which is what can happen when you face this Cubs team. They've got a 33% strikeout rate in the month of August. They're terrible. But Wade Miley, I would say, is someone who I actually kind of trust at this point. He's a soft contact savant. His FIP and his ERA are relatively in line. I liked Wade Miley last night, but I just don't think Gutierrez checks those same boxes for me. And yeah, look, it's putting a lot of eggs in the Frank Schwindel basket. I understand not a lot of people want to do that, but if you are someone who wants to use Corbin Burns, or if you want to use Burns and Manoah, which could be the chalkiest pitching matchup or duo on the entire slate, I guarantee you, if you want to variance that lineup, stacking the Cubs is a pretty good way to do it.
Yeah, that's where I'm going for sure. Like, I'm not going out of my way to play much Burns tonight, but if I have him, it's probably with the Cubs, because that is like the cheap team that I think has the upside and also the low ownership to go with it. The other thing to note is with the money line here, the Reds are at minus 165 now. That line had actually gotten up to like minus 180 or so earlier, and it's come back down. And it's not because the public is on the Cubs. I mean, no one's betting on the Cubs in any capacity ever at this point. So I think like we're probably seeing some number of sharp bettors like drag this thing back where it's like, okay, the Reds are overvalued now, and Jesse Winker's still out of the lineup. So if you're stacking the Cubs, doesn't matter for that perspective. But if you are looking for the Cubs to win the game outright, not having Winker there on the other side against Hendricks, definitely a big deal. So, but I mean, I think that it's just like one of those things where a team has just been so bad for such a long stretch that they just start to get undervalued. We've seen it with a few teams this year where there's an overcorrection, but like the team is still bad. It's just they're not as bad as people think they are.
No, I agree. And look, Kyle Hendricks had a terrible start his last time out, but realistically, he's been much better since about the middle of May. He's been a slightly to above average pitcher in that span of time. So, this is the night to bet the Cubs. We're not going to say that very often.
Yeah, they may not win. Honestly, I would probably say they are likely to lose, but it's close enough to 50-50 to make this money line enticing. Before we wrap, any other games you want to look at?
I do have a lean towards the under in the Red Sox-Yankees game too. I sort of mentioned earlier that I like Nathan Eovaldi as a DFS option. He's had a lot of success against the Yankees so far this season. In general, he's just been the Red Sox best and most consistent pitcher in 2021. His ERA is not great. However, his FIP and his expected ERA are much more palatable, and I think a better representation of how good he's been so far this season. And we don't have a ton of history with Luis Gil, or I don't think it's Gil. It's like Luis Gil or something like that.
I think it's Heel. Yeah, I thought it was Gil too, but it might be Heel.
But either way, he's been fantastic in his first 2 appearances, borderline unhittable. He does have prospect pedigree, so it's not like this came out of absolutely nowhere. And as I mentioned, the Yankees right now, not counting this afternoon's game, they had come into Tuesday 5-0 to the under their last 5 home games, 11-3 to the under their last 14 games against teams above 500, and 17-7 to the under their last 24 games overall. So I think taking the under in that contest is definitely one of my favorite bets on this slate.
Makes sense to me. Those 7-inning games are definitely intriguing for a lot of reasons. And I don't think we have lineups yet. I'm not sure if you mentioned that or not, but we don't. Boston's out.
Theirs. It looks pretty normal. There were no notable absences. I did not see a Yankees lineup for game 2, but
yeah. So I guess that'll be worth paying attention to. All right. I think that probably will do it for us here. So thanks for joining me and letting me host. It was a fun first time to do baseball and hosting. It's a first time for both of those things. So very exciting.
I think it was informative.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. So we have Madden coming up later. There's a few more games on tonight's schedule. And then Jeff and Glash are on the slate tomorrow. And thanks everyone for tuning in, and good luck tonight.
It's the hashtag not safe for work duo, the Congeniality crew going out with a little gun show, a little bang. Look at Christian with the pop. Oh, give them what they want, baby. It's Rossi, Christian DeAndrea wrapping up 1 of 3 today. This is your last one, and you did the switch over with the crew, so you got to work with literally almost everybody here today. So going out with a bang. We love it. Christian DeAndrea can be followed at Train Island on the social medias. Make sure you're subscribing to the postroute.substack.com in about 18 hours to get a little something in the inbox.
Right.
Email inbox. And look at that. Boom. Slide into those DMs while you're at it. There's the poster and everything. I am Jason Rossi. It is a Tank Top Tuesday. If you got your tank top on, make sure to tweet at us. Oh, what is that? What was that?
Oh, this is the jersey of the world famous Mad Cow adult lacrosse team that barnstorms across the Midwest to play unaware college students of club teams. So yeah, we basically just play like bad college teams, and depending on how badly we've been eliminated from the playoffs, our level of effort varies, but our level of alcohol consumption always a constant.
There you go. Gotta love it right there. That's what you get with Christian. Again, I'm at Jason D. Rossi. Make sure if you celebrate Tank Top Tuesday with us, we only got 2 more of these. The whole ship's going down on a Tank Top Tuesday, technically 2 weeks from tonight. So make sure to post. You can at Train Island, at Jason D. Rossi. Hope you're celebrating along with us. We got Broncos hosting Carolina here. Christian, what'd you do with your award-winning lineup?
Well, the Teddy Bridgewater Bowl is in full effect, and I love that Broncos defense, so I don't have a ton of confidence in Carolina, and yet I still captained Christian McCaffrey. I still threw DJ Moore into my lineup. I was even going to get Robbie Anderson in there too, or Curtis Samuel. Samuel's been really inconsistent, so I was like, nah, not him. Then I was like, you know what? Even though Drew Lock sucks eggs in this sim and probably in real life, I'm still going to invest heavily in that Broncos passing offense. So I have Cortland Sutton, I have Jerry Jeudy, I have the Ham man himself, KJ Hamler, and I have Noah Fant as well. So pretty much every passing opportunity for me is going to be a scoring opportunity when the Denver Broncos have the ball, and every run will be a dagger into my heart. Rossi, how about you? What does your lineup look like for this 6 p.m. sim?
I went with sorry, some of the comments are already getting to me. That's a nice catch. I went with Christian McCaffrey captain as well. DJ Moore. I did go with Kirk the Square because he's just so versatile in these sims. Yeah, he can get you a 1.7, but he could also hit you for like a 15-pointer. Jerry Jeudy, Noah Fan as well. We have a little crossover, and then Brandon McManus to wrap out my lineup. You mentioned Drew Lock, highest passer rating over the week 1 of the preseason. So,
he had that one amazing no one covered KJ Hamler, which it was just stunning to watch. I mean, it wasn't like Minnesota didn't know who he was. They'd been practicing with the Broncos all week. They knew what KJ Hamler was capable of, and they still decided, we're not going to cover him. So he scorched free for an 80-yard touchdown pass. Absolutely glorious to see the Ham man getting it done like I hoped he would last year, and could be a breakthrough candidate this year. This Broncos passing offense, Rossi, I really like it. I think they have so much young talent there, and I'm just concerned, who the hell are they going to throw the ball to? Apparently Philip Lindsay 25 yards downfield. Sure, right, of course.
Get him involved. I talked about this. I've recently made my official pick that the New York Giants will be the team that I'm behind, that did not make the playoffs last year. I'm feeling a big turnaround this year, and the Broncos are right on there, though, Christian, but I just don't trust. Incomplete. Was that a Jake Butt throw? But I just don't trust the quarterback position. It's nothing to do with Teddy Bridgewater. I just think that they're going to give Drew Lock too much opportunity potentially, even though this Broncos team, in my opinion, should be a playoff team in 2021. This should be a team, with 17 games that hits over 500. That defense, barring injuries, of course, we're talking in a perfect world. We know they're coming, but the passing game, just the weapons they have, Cortland Sutton, Jerry Jeudy, who had a high target rate, his completion percentage not so great, or his completion when thrown to, and just the awful passing that Drew Lock did. But maybe he makes that jump that I believe Daniel Jones will take. Also, you got Melvin Gordon, who, if he's fully healthy, we've seen what he can do in the past. I think this offense at least could keep that defense off the field, and that's what you got to aim for if you're a Broncos fan. And is that ball even caught? I think the ball actually skimpered by.
Yeah, tough to tell what happened there. It was definitely back at the end zone. It looked like it might have been fun, might have even been Jake, but couldn't tell from that angle what the number on the jersey was. But either way, not a touchdown. Brandon McManus coming out. Oh,
no, get out of here with this.
No, this never works out the way the challenging team intends, but we will at least get to see who it was. Okay, it was Sutton, and it doesn't look like he's got 2 feet in. One, maybe toe tap.
It doesn't look it, but
I tell from that angle. Whoa! They overturned it. It's a touchdown for the Broncos.
Never know what you're
Courtland Sutton, back of the end zone, and a successful challenge. Are you kidding me?
Dude, it's been a long time since I've seen one of those. I usually mark them right off. I just say I would have been like TP, blow right through it, bud. But he knew what he was doing. So first opening drive, there it is. Drew Law connecting with Courtland Sutton back of the end zone on a 3rd down. Rossi, Christian DeAndrea with you. We got Michael, our ace producer, TP, our technical director, Zach and Bailey and Ops. Great crew here. Same guys I was chilling with last night. Good to have them back. And yes, as Christian, you were remarkably commenting too. Nick Thomas says, "Oh my God, you guys still do these?" And you know this is the tone. I haven't been here since the 3rd sim ever. Haven't watched in a while, though. Great to see you guys still at it. Well, Nick, like all good things do come to an end. You have rejoined. Maybe you came on the 3rd sim ever. Well, this is basically the beginning of the 2nd to last week. Because 2 weeks from tonight will be the end of the simulation commentation. Yes, I'm making it a word. And but the Sims will go on. Don't worry. There'll be plenty of free showdowns. There'll be a lot more content coming around the NFL season. So, but us, the Christians, the Rossies doing the simulated football commentary, it's going to cease to exist. At least put on a permanent hiatus. We're going into hibernation, as you can tell, because I'm very bear-like in my tank top. So. But thank you for joining us. And smash that like, everybody. Give those likes out like there's nobody's business.
Yeah, absolutely. Drop them in while you still can. And, Sutton, a guy I have very high hopes for because he was great for a bad Broncos team in the past. And then last year was hurt. Couldn't really show off much. Only had 3 catches for 60 yards, which is no laughing matter. Coming back off an ACL surgery. And if there's any semblance of consistent passing in Denver, they have just so many guys who can feast. But let's see, who was it that pointed it out? Yeah, Jordan Lindbaum. The drop rate among the Denver Broncos, completely untenable. Judy, 10 drops. KJ Hamler, 7 drops. Between them, they dropped about 11% of the passes that came their way. So just, gotta change there. It's like having a roster full of Deontay Johnsons behind you.
Love that. And thank you guys for joining us. This is Christian's 3rd sim of the day, baby. Get it while the getting is good.
Right. Loading up now. I'm only Terrelin briefly through the, I don't want to do tomorrow's 4 p.m. out there. Glash jumped on it before I could add it to the docket. I could take advantage of a little free time, maybe go down to the lake, go for a little swim, go show off these pipes, get a little sun.
Yeah,
hopefully you got like a month left of the nice weather. They'll start coming in tonight. And part of me is like, you know what? It won't be getting into hoodie weather. Like I bought, or rather a friend bought for us because he wants to hang out on a porch, but he bought one of those nice big propane heaters, with the big.
Yes.
And so we can get that going and we can watch some college football out on the deck, bring a projector out, hang up a sheet, and watch some football in the nice breezy fall out here for 3 weeks at last. But then part of me is also you know what? Once that warm weather's gone, it's gone for 9 months, and I'm gonna miss it. I miss it so much. You do really learn to appreciate the summer when it's only here for 3.5 months.
I feel you there. Here in New England, same deal, dude. We have our Twitch homies over here saying, let's see what we get here. We had Reed Stee says Rossi's dressed up in his miniature gorilla. Nailed it. We also have my guy Obi-Wan saying bear-like. Come on, more like Ewoks. Harry Garden Gnome says fifth time. Hey, listen, we are where we are, baby. Let it out. Be comfortable. It's all good. Artist formerly known as Brother Phil coming in with some reality on me. Says, unfortunately, my dear Rossi, the Giants' former biggest problem named Pat Shurmur has caught on as the OC in Denver. He has been pumping the brakes on the Broncos offense just a bit. That's a good point. I didn't actually know that.
So Shermer, I think, actually does well as an assistant in some situations. He does well working with quarterbacks. He showed that in Minnesota. When you promote him to a big deal kind of role, that's when he struggles. But Philadelphia for offensive coordinator in 2014 ranked 4th in points. In 2013, Philadelphia second in yards gained. With the Vikings in 2016, all right, not as good, but with the Vikings in 2017, number 1 in total yardage. So he's a capable offensive coordinator in the right situation. And what he is pretty good at is wringing the most out of an uncertain quarterback. Now, granted, Kevin Stefanski had a lot to do with that in Minnesota,
yes.
But Case Keenum had the best year of his career with Pat Shurmur as his offensive coordinator. And Sam Bradford had the best year of his career with Pat Shurmur as his offensive coordinator. Again, Stefanski deserves quite a bit of credit there, but Shurmur in the right situation can get a lot out of a mediocre quarterback, which is good because that's pretty much all the Vikings have right now is a couple mediocre quarterbacks. Denver taking over here, by the way, after the missed field goal attempt.
Don't like that.
From Graham.
As Bob M says, "Come on, Sly."
Yeah. I stole a Kenny Duceyism there, calling him Graham Canott.
Was it me who remember last week? What did I call somebody? Nick Folk? Or no, I said Shane Graham. Shane Graham for the Patriots. Listen, we all get our brain farts. Appreciate everybody here again. Yeah, 2 weeks to the point. The commentating will end, but don't worry, the Sims aren't going anywhere. Bob M says, holler out some Ian Thomas for me, Rossi. I need to take one first place before these Sims are done. Sims ain't going nowhere, just us. Just the gum flapping entertainers, the tank top wearing bad boys of the Sim. Christian DeAndrea, Jason Rossi here with you on a 6. But we're going to relish in what we have now and not worry about what's not to come, I guess, in the future.
2 full weeks of this left. I mean, we're going to go out there, get that money. Hopefully you will too, in the free rolls, in the paid contests. And hopefully you're not relying on Melvin Gordon right now because he has 2 carries, 0 yards. In fact, none of the running backs really doing anything. McCaffrey only 1 yard on the ground. 1 catch, though, for 17 yards. And, of course, the guy you need to have is Courtland Sutton, who officially doesn't have a touchdown to his credit, but obviously did haul that one in the back of the end zone. So it looks like that's just a statistics glitch here in Madden.
Yeah, he's getting it. All right, he's getting it. Zach and Bailey will take care of that. Again, it's Michael.
Caps.
Thank you guys for joining us again. If you're rock your tank tops. I heard TP saying he's rocking the tank. Love to see it. We see y'all over there as well. Long stroke. Tim Tebow calling Thursday Night Football. What do you think about it, Rossi? Sure.
Yeah.
Go for it. I personally, today broke my heart a little bit about Tim Tebow. Tavon Austin is a bad guy. I want him thrown out of the league. He stole that pass intended for Tim Tebow. That could have made the difference of at least lasting another week.
Right. Yes, sure. Especially when you're run blocking as well as Tim Tebow. He really signaled off a ton of lanes, and I think he proved himself as a capable H-back. It's just, the Jaguars have a really good team, really tough roster to make, and that's why Tim Tebow is out of the league right now, and no other reasons whatsoever.
Listen, you got to learn on the fly, all right? He was been much better in the next week, but I joked about it. I tweeted today. I said, hey, the Patriots are down like all their tight ends. It was just Devin Asiasi at their practice with the Eagles. Bring Tebow in for a week, but I don't think that's happening. I think Tebow might be.
It was a fun. Was it a fun ride? It was mostly. You know what? The Jaguars sold a bunch of uniforms. Urban Meyer got people talking about the Jags, and a bunch of frustrated sports writers got to bloviate all over a guy getting a mostly undeserved opportunity to try out a new spot. You know what? It worked for all parties involved. The aggrieved, the Jaguars, the Tim Tebows. So, good on you, Jags. You got what you paid for, and it was a low-risk, high-reward thing. Ooh, Philip.
Yeah, showed a move there, though. He did show off.
Nice move. Yeah, it looked like he just ran forward. He would have been fine. Instead, he runs right into Kawan Short. 4th and 6 coming up. So, Broncos about to kick a field goal here, take a 10-point lead.
Yeah, give me that McManus points. Long stroke also says, where's the snow globe cat, Rossi, so I can say goodbye? We got time, bro. We got 2 weeks. You'll get your chance. Mr. Nick says, what up, Rossi and CDA? You two are the real MVPs. Gonna miss you.
I mean, hopefully we'll be back. Emerson pointed out today, we've been saying it for a while, but the language on the official announcement is paused. The sim broadcasting commentary is paused, so maybe we'll be back. Maybe they'll slide us into the new. Who knows what the future holds for us? We just know that we won't be doing these sims for the near future. That's all.
That's it. As of September 1st, we won't be here. Again, if you want your voices to be heard, hit up all the socials. You know how this thing works. But appreciate you guys. Listen, at the end of the day, we got 2 weeks to make it right and have some good times, talk some football, talk some smack, pop on a tank top or two, flex on them, the usual.
Yeah.
But we appreciate you guys being here. Make sure you're connecting with us on and off of the Sims. Christian has the postroute.substack.com. Make sure you put your email there. I got the Pop Culture Pile Driver podcast.
Check it out. And if you're using iTunes, drop that 5-star rating in.
Woo!
5-star rating for the Pop Culture Pile Driver. You won't regret it.
No, and it's free. Just like a like here on this simulated football game. Oh, wow, Longstroke just taking shots over here. Longstroke, I can't tell if you're being friendly, jokey, or not. Taking shots at Christian, saying you're going to be holding Ducey's jock strap. I don't think Ducey's ever worn a jock strap.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that sentiment.
I'll do it.
I mean, how many organized sports do we really think Kenny Ducey's ever played? I can see he probably played some Little League baseball.
Yeah.
But, so did Owen Meany, so, I don't know.
That's a good point. I don't know. Not sure. Brian C. says, Ross.
You guys were all expecting a John Irving reference in today's right? You're like, oh, man, do the world according to Garp next.
Brian C. says, Rossi and CDA, if the keyword is pause, does that mean you'll slide into everyone's DMs? Thanks, I'll hang up and listen. Yeah, dude. You got to slide in first. That's the way it works. I've chatted with quite a few y'all outside here, and still do on the daily, so we can keep that up. We go on a quick drive there for Carolina, so Denver will get the ball back. Already up 10-0 here. Was a Cortland Sutton touchdown back of the end zone. It was a reverse call. Very rare do we see that.
Yeah, Carolina just stinking up the joint right now. Missed field goal and now another punt. So Broncos got a shot to pull away with this one, and we're getting some prime Drew Lock there, baby.
Listen, last night it was Raiders-Jets. I thought those might have been the worst two paired teams for a sim. The game was all right. But Denver always is lurking. They have too much talent, but just Drew Lock throws so many incompletions can really slow down the pace of a game.
Yeah, Lock has the arm talent to get him there. He can throw a ball through a big red barn, but without the accuracy, he's going to struggle. And he did have a reasonable rookie season. If you put stock into quarterback wins, you're like, oh man, Drew Lock could be the guy, because this was a bad Broncos team until Lock shows up, goes 4-1 after coming off IR, and he's responsible for the bulk of the team's wins and only playing in 5 games. And then next year, 13 games, still hits that 4-win plateau, leads the league in interceptions. His passer rating drops by more than 14 points. He took a major step back, way less accurate, way less efficient. Once teams had a little bit of game film on him, they realized they could kind of baffle him. And he's a guy who the talent is there and his progressions are just too slow. He misses open windows. He misses opportunities. That can change. We have seen guys let the speed of the game come to them. Josh Allen, a pretty notable example there. And Allen has better 5-star tools than Drew Lock does. Allen, when he gets in trouble, can kind of throw his way out of it. Drew Lock doesn't have that mechanism built into him, so he's going to have to be very patient, very careful, and he's going to have to just memorize his reads back and forth and flip through them like a guy with high standards scrolling through Tinder.
Hey, what's up, Eric Court? Lance, Lance, we are going to be ending the sim commentation on August 31st. Yeah, see, coming in. I know a lot of you guys made the announcement last Wednesday during the 2 o'clock, but hey, listen, I know you guys will be trickling in here, kind of confused what's going on. Probably throw some lineups in on the app and just kind of go about your day. Maybe don't jump in the chats too often. totally appreciate it. But Lance, yeah, we as of September 1st, they'll just be moving forward with The Sims without the live commentary of the wildly entertaining likes of myself and Christian. No tears will be shed here. Listen, it's been a great opportunity. We both agree. Great crew. Like, again, we're just here. We show up about 5-6 minutes at most before, chat it up, have some fun with you all, the workers behind the scenes, the Michaels, the TPs, the Dax, the Baileys. Those are the ones doing the hard work. So listen, we'd love to keep doing it. They made a decision. We get it. That's business. We've all been there. If you haven't been in the past, you will be in the future. And no, we're super stoked to have done it, and we'll see what happens in the future. Like Christian said, it's a pause.
Yeah.
I think the famous line from Friends, we were on a pause, they said.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Jordan W. says, Ducey told us sports he played that day. Buke said everyone was listing their high school sports resume. Forgot what Ducey said he played, but some kind of athlete. I'm sure.
I feel like Ducey probably like maybe baseball and tennis. I don't know if those sports would overlap since high school. Like maybe men's tennis was a fall thing for him, not spring. I don't know.
Yeah. Who knows? Good for him. Will you guys, and Eric Court, will you guys be in the chat? Eric, I'll be honest. First day, maybe. Second day, I don't know. Third day, I'm not sure. I don't know how to answer that yet. I want to say I will be here and there, but it's really going to depend on all of you. If you guys are still showing up here, chatting it up like you are, or you were even months ago to today, like, sure, maybe we'll pop in. Or maybe it's one of those things I need a break for a little bit. I'm just talking personally, not speaking for Christian. Everybody else is, wow.
Oh,
what a move, DJ Moore.
Nice breakthrough there. I actually think that is...
Oh, it's Kurt.
Yeah, Dirty Curdy there. Former Carolina Panther with a nice little juke. And that's exactly what the Panthers needed to maybe jumpstart this offense. 4 for 56 for Dirty Curdy right now. Ball out at midfield. Going no huddle, but all 3 timeouts remain. Should be plenty of time for the Panthers to at least get in scoring position. That helps.
Another one.
Joey Sly would be a 50-yarder from here. That time it is DJ Moore. His first catch of the game goes for 17.
Yep. Lance says.
So TP saying that Kenny played tennis in high school. Rossi, what did you play in high school?
I played football, basketball. I played baseball, but not for high school. Like, I still played in my town league, but I was a horrible.
American Legion ball?
Yeah, horrible baseball player.
Ooh, a little more Dirty Curdy here. Oh, wow.
All the way!
The RAC into effect there. So 2 big catches for Curtis Samuel. Took him out of my line. I was like, this guy stinks. He's been doing nothing lately. On this drive alone puts up about 12 points. Absolutely beautiful drive for Curtis Samuel, the former Panther turned Washington football teamer.
Yeah, I gotta love it. Babysitter Billy's calling me. Let me message him just saying.
Oh yeah, no, TP, we got you. No, Kenny played tennis. Yeah. I don't know if you played tennis. We had a decent tennis team in high school. I did not play it. I was playing golf and pole vaulting in the springs. And then winter was indoor track. Fall started off with football, and then I tore up a whole bunch of things, got a bunch of concussions. And then I ran cross country. Yeah. And then
That's safer on the brain.
Yeah, cross country in college until I couldn't anymore, and then lacrosse.
See, that's a sport I just never had in my area, my hometown.
No, we didn't either. I loved it though. Like, it was a ton of fun to play. Like, good guys to hang out with. Like, for me, it was like just being back in a team environment in college was just meaningful. Like, I hated Carnegie Mellon. It's a terrible place to go to school. Like, everyone was kind of miserable. But like lacrosse was fun, and you'd take road trips. So you'd be in these you'd be in like Gas City, Indiana, and East Grand Rapids to play games. Where's Eastern Michigan? Either way, like you in places that you'd never go anyway, but you're just kind of hanging out with the guy, your teammates, and hanging out after games. And yeah, it was a good time, even though we ran out of money, so we had to get the cheapest possible bus transportation, no AC. They did have one TV, but the DVD player was broken, so we could only bring VHSs. And the only 3 VHSs we had, Rossi, were Cool Hand Luke, Aladdin, and The Little Mermaid. And we watched all 3 constantly.
Dude, I love it. I love when those memories are just watching the same stuff over and over again.
Yep. Yeah, TP, cross player, attack. Yeah, see, I didn't have the stick skills to be attack or regular midfield. I was a long stick mini because I could just run for days, and I was also very good at clandestinely cheating. So like I got real good at the throw check, and turns out that's a great way to stop the ball. Just dink.
Man, you're getting crushed over here too. Longstroke says Rossi looks like a 5-star center for Drew Bledsoe. Now that's
little Max Lane. All right, producer Mike behind the scenes, football, baseball, and shot puts. That's a classic combo right there. So Mike, I gotta assume if you're throwing the shot, you're probably a lineman, and in baseball, you're probably like a bigger dude if you're throwing the shot. So maybe you're behind the plate, maybe handling third or first. Yeah.
Oh, catcher, you're right.
Behind the plate, called it. Okay,
love it.
I would occasionally throw the shot as part of the decathlon, but like as you can tell, a guy who was running 1500s was not much of a shot putter. I think I maxed like 36 feet.
Love it. Nose guard as well. Oh, love that.
I was loving Olympic shot put this year, in part because the U.S. had 2 record-setting individuals, but those dudes were like, it must be a nightmare to sit next to either of those guys on a flight because they were just wild individuals.
Yeah. 30 seconds left here in the half.
Yep, we're still rolling here.
Yeah. See if they can get back into this one, maybe tie the game. It was a Joey Sly miss that leaves us 10-7 here. If you're just joining, it was a touchdown by Cortland Sutton. We had a Curtis Samuel touchdown who had a great drive in the last time out. 31 seconds here on the clock. Talking a little sports we played because we're superior athletes on and off the sim here. Ooh, I don't know what Bridgewater's doing. He's dancing around. Ooh. He's actually going to get this first.
Big deal. Shout out Gas City, Indiana. Dude, Taylor University, we used to play them. And I was interested in why they called it Gas City. And so they had a massive natural gas reserve underneath the city. So what they did, because they had no idea that gas could just run out, they built these amazing, I think they called them flambeaux, which are basically just pipe systems where they just had like eternal flames, a whole field of them. And when they wanted to, they would turn it up and turn it down. And so Gas City had gas for like 50 years until they basically wasted it. It was just wonderful.
16 seconds here left. TP is dropping. That's awesome. Guru says, I played football and track, sprints and hurdles. Track varsity as a freshman, football varsity as a sophomore, played 1 year in college and switched to golf and was on a snowboard team too. Gotta love that. You go to college and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna have some fun. I'm not trying to go pro.
Damon Ariel throwing out the hop, skip, and a jump as a triple jumper in 6th grade. Who else we got there?
DJ Moore with that catch. So they're out at the timeout. So we're going to go to the half. We have a little sweat clip we're going to get to you guys in a moment. It's Christian. It's Rossi. It's a Tank Top Tuesday. Spread the love. Throw in a tank wherever you are. It's warm where I am, at least. What's your degree over there, Christian?
Oh, it's toasty over here. Yeah, man. It's like 85. So let's see. It is 84 degrees right now. Beautiful day. I was actually outside for the first half of the sim, and then my laptop was overheating a little bit. I had to come back in. Poor Emerson had to carry the sim without me, and then I went to double overtime, and Reed and Jeff came in, and then we spent the last 15 minutes of the sim addressing Jeff's golf attire and his calf strength. So normal sim stuff here than our last 2 weeks of broadcasting, the stuff that the sim fam craves.
Yeah. Speaking of Moose's juicy calves, so earlier today on the Sweat, Moose and Garion debate whether Justin Fields will take the first snap of the regular season for the Chicago Bears.
I say no.
All right, guys, Justin Fields was impressive in his preseason debut with the Bears. The Ohio State product went 14 in 20 for 142 yards and a touchdown. He also added a touchdown on the ground. So right now on the DK Sportsbook, you can get Fields at plus 190 to take the first regular season snap for Chicago. Jeff, are you taking it?
Oh, man. I mean, these situations are obviously tough. You're trying to read the tea leaves. You're trying to get inside the mind of an NFL head coach, which is like, I mean, you almost have to think backwards with some of these guys. But I do kind of like this situation. I don't mind these odds of plus 190. I think you have to look at the fact that the Bears Andy Dalton is the incumbent, but it's not like Andy Dalton has been a Bear any longer than Justin Fields. Andy Dalton is still being marched out in the preseason games. They're getting him reps. They're looking at Andy Dalton just like they're looking at Justin Fields. And you have to like what you saw from Justin Fields in the first game if you're part of the Bears organization. Matt Nagy's come out. He hasn't said concretely that like this competition is over. Andy Dalton's still the guy, but they're both going to be out there in week 2. And I think that's significant. The Bears are still evaluating. And I think that at plus 190, Justin Fields is a better talent. So I don't hate this bet.
All right. How do you feel about this bet, Garion?
Yeah, I think going back, it might have been 2 months ago, we talked about this prop. The odds were a little bit steeper for Fields at that point, but that was one of the key points that I remember really wanting to drive home that Jeff brought up, which is Dalton is also learning this Bears offense. Dalton is also trying to get the communication down with the coaching staff. Like, he didn't really have an advantage just in the sense of, I've been inside this organization for years. So maybe Fields had a little less ground to make up, aside from the fact that, he's just also Andy Dalton, who might be a pretty easy quarterback to catch in a competition like this. I did want to make the point, as someone who watched way too much of this game, that Fields did a lot of this damage in the second half against third and fourth stringers. He actually looked really bad in the second quarter when he played. I believe he was 2 for 7 going into halftime. He'd almost thrown 2 interceptions.
All right, we're back. Yeah, that's right. Moose and Garion break it down. If Justin Fields will take the first snap of the regular season for the Chicago Bears, you get much more of that every single day, and that's not going anywhere either. 11 o'clock Eastern, the Sweat. Christian, first snap of the regular season, Bears at LA Rams. Who's taking the snap under center for the Bears?
Ooh, I think it's going to be Andy Dalton. I really do think Justin Fields is ready to take over. I think it's going to be more of a Tyrod Taylor in front of Justin Herbert situation where, you know what, it's a really bad matchup for a rookie quarterback going up against those Rams. Might as well let Andy Dalton take that beating, because Jalen Ramsey's going to be following Allen Robinson around. Aaron Donald's going to be there to attack the middle of that offensive line. You don't want to – building confidence is a big, big deal as a rookie. And I know that Fields is playing with a chip on his shoulder. And maybe this is where you need to increase that chip a little bit more. I wasn't starter to start the season. I fell all the way out of the top 10. You know what? Cool, man. Just soak up those chips and use them. Throw them in the fire. Use them like that. 'Cause it would be better for him to come out and play angry and a little disrespected than for him to go in week 1 and get the crap beaten out of him by Aaron Donald. So – I don't necessarily trust the interior of that line. I really do like the Jason Peters signing, get a very flexible, albeit very old offensive line. Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
Obviously today there's some cuts going down. Obviously Tim Tebow, quote unquote, the most notable. A guy like Kerryon Johnson got cut today by the Eagles, which that one's kind of interesting. I know he's hurt, but a couple things in here too. First, Fidel's asked, who's this mystery guest? Well, it's Christian, because when I made the contest this morning, I didn't know who I'd be working with, because Christian helping out BK, who, yes, had a little emergency last night I covered, and he's helping out his kids' football team. He's a coach.
He's going to spend more time with his family. Oh.
We joked.
All of a sudden, family's more important than Sims. Come on, man.
Yeah, 2 weeks. As Freeze Pop said last night, just quit, dude. You got 2 weeks and you're already dropping off. Just kidding. But this was an interesting one. I kind of like it. We'll just fly through this. So there's a guy, Problem Kids Gaming, said, categorize each NFL team. He gives these categories. I'm going to change a little bit. He says elite, mid, needs work. I think we say we have to go with championship, but playoff, do you think they're making the playoffs? And we can go over the amount of allotted teams, whatever. Do you think they're making the playoffs? Do you think this is, and then you can say they're fighting, or they just completely need work. I'm going to say a team. We'll both give it. We'll fly through it as best we can. So the first one I have here, I'm just looking on my ESPN app, New England Patriots. Where do you see them? Contending for a playoff spot, kind of in that kind of rebuild-ish mode, or you think they just completely, are they in that middle need work?
I think they're mid. I think they're right in the center. They could be a playoff team if they can get some decent quarterback work, and they do have the offensive upgrades to help along a middling and questionable quarterback. So I would put them at the brink of playoff, but at the top of the mid tier.
All right, I will agree there. I still think they're a playoff contender, but I have to see it. The first month is going to be very important there. Buffalo Bills. Any doubt they're a contender?
Playoff team.
Okay. New York Jets.
Let's ask Kenny Ducey what he thinks about. No, they're terrible. Zach Wilson is going to have so many questions to answer this year, and I am a little bit worried about him, even though he does throw a very pretty football. That team needs so much work.
Agreed. Here's an interesting one. Miami Dolphins.
I'm going to put him in the mid-tier, although I do like what Tua has shown this preseason. Maybe if he can get that downfield passing going, and he does have a good roster for it. He's got a bunch of wideouts who can help him, including Will Fuller and his former college teammate Jalen Waddle. So I think they can make the jump. I mean, this is a 10-win team to begin with. I think they are mid, but very close to the playoff tier as well.
Yeah, I'm going to put them in the mid as well. Pittsburgh Steelers.
Great defense, tons of questions on offense, mid.
Cleveland Browns.
Playoff team.
Playoff.
They addressed their biggest weakness by reloading on defense, and they got a lot of good playmakers, either for cheap or deep down in the draft. Newsome, Owusu-Koramoah, big time guys, and a big time play there from the Ham Man.
Got it. So there he is, KJ Hamler, deep, just like you saw him from Drew Lock in the preseason week 1. He gets it done here 2 weeks out from the end of the commentation. KJ Hamler with the touchdown. Next team.
And now he's knocking on the door of the bonus. One more catch will get him there. That puts him at about 97 receiving yards.
Him and Samuel probably one catch away each. Next up, Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, no.
Need work. Coach specifically, with all due respect. We'll see. We're going to find out what Zach Taylor is. Baltimore Ravens.
Playoff team. I think they're making it in. Even if Lamar Jackson doesn't improve from the prior year, they still are a force to be reckoned with. The defense is good. The rushing attack will be a problem for some teams. And they did make upgrades to their passing game, so I think Lamar will be better.
Yeah, I want to say need work, but the team is too consistent. Great coaching staff. Always get it done. Always find a way to win, enough games to make a playoff or be right there. So, yeah, they are a playoff team as well, in my opinion. Here comes a crappy division. Houston Texans.
Awful.
Need work. A lot of work, regardless of their quarterback position. Tennessee Titans.
I mean, I feel like one of these teams has to be a playoff team. Someone needs to win the division. The Titans are the closest thing to a sure thing there. So let's say playoff for them, even though their defense puts them closer to that mid-tier, and they did make some moves to address that unit, and they got Caleb Farley in the first round to help them out at cornerback, Monty Rice in the third. They did make some moves to bring in some linebacking talent, particularly bringing Bud Dupree in to beef up that pass rush. But if anything happens to Ryan Tannehill, if he takes a step back, if Julio Jones can't be the guy, because they did lose some pretty important offensive talent, it's going to be tough to take them seriously in the playoffs. So they are a playoff team, let's say, but they are very close to that mid-level. Same goes for the Browns, who have a great defense, and no one knows what the hell is going to happen to that offense. The personnel is great. The blocking is great. The running backs are great. The quarterback is iffy, and the receiving core should be good, but who knows?
No, they're going to be elite. Odell Beckham's going to be a monster this year. I agree with you. I think Tennessee's a contender. Indianapolis. This one's very intriguing.
Just said it. I'm going to say mid, but with the potential to be playoff if Carson Wentz comes back healthy and can get close to his 2017 stats.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with mid there. The Tebow-less Jacksonville Jaguars. Okay. We'll go. I can't disagree with that. And the most intriguing division, in my opinion, in the league, this is just me, AFC West. We'll start with the team we have here, the Denver Broncos. Where do you place the Denver Broncos?
I'm going to say mid in a playoff team if they can get average quarterback play. If they have a quarterback who gets a passer rating of 90 or above, they're going to postseason.
Yeah, agree with you there as well. Mid, and yeah, they can get something there. By the way,
30 into the bonus.
Bonus, baby. Gotta love it. Kurt the Squirt. Maybe the most non-talked about team from a national standpoint, but yet will be making headlines once the coach makes any comments once the season starts. The Las Vegas Raiders. No, I feel like no one's talking about this team. So what do you think, Christian? Where do you have them as we stand here on August 17th?
I'm going to go mid to good again. I think Derek Carr is a very slept-on quarterback. I do like that offense, even if there's some pieces that don't make a lot of sense. They did make some nice moves here. That Yannick Ngakoue addition made a lot of sense, and they bought low on some guys who can really help them out. Solomon Thomas, Casey Hayward. They drafted well. They went out and brought in
that guy.
Yeah, that guy, and this guy, and that guy. I know they went out and they got Trevon Moehrig in the second round. He's a guy who could have been a first rounder. They made some reaches, but it's a very John Gruden team, which suggests to me they're probably going to be hovering around 500. They're going to beat some teams they shouldn't, and they're going to lose to some teams they should not lose to. But that, to me, puts them firmly in the mid-tier, but I wouldn't be surprised if they came out of nowhere, did snatch a wild card. I think the AFC West is probably out of their reach, but I can see this being a playoff team. I'm going to put them in that mid-tier.
Like that positivity.
Ooh, yeah.
Ian Thomas, Bob M. Bob M, where are you at? There's your guy. Ian Thomas with the touchdown. Bridgewater tosses his second of the day. First one was to Curtis Samuel, who's in the bonus. There's the one to Ian Thomas. So it's going to be 17-14 after the extra point. Next, we got two more here in the AFC. We got the Kansas City Chiefs.
Playoff team, of course.
Yeah, playoff team. I think, it would take a lot. The division, I don't think, is good enough, even if they have a severely down year. Chargers, another intriguing team. Michael, season ticket holder, so beware of what you say here.
No, Chargers, I do have questions about that defense, the secondary particularly. Derwin James staying healthy is going to be an issue. And, of course, when you're dealing with Chargers, you have to consider the fact they have the worst luck of any football team out there. But they also have the chops to be a playoff team. I think the AFC West is probably the most competitive division in the AFC, second only to the NFC West overall. So I think all these teams at the very least are mid, and you can make a case for any one of these teams making a rise and getting the postseason.
Yeah, I agree. None of these teams, quote unquote, they all need work in some ways, but they aren't in that low of a category for what we're doing here. Again, problem with gaming dropping in, and he's a Chargers guy. We'll go to that NFC West. Arizona Cardinals.
Cardinals, I think they're mid. I think they are a team who obviously a lot of people think can make the leap. They might need to make the leap if Cliff Kingsbury wants to keep his job. But I'm not sold on their production. They tend to fall apart at inopportune times. I don't think they're there just yet. I have not seen anything from Cliff that suggests to me that this is a team that when push comes to shove is going to do all the right things to win games. I mean, they're kind of like a nice mirror image of the Raiders in that they're going to win games you don't expect them to win and lose games they should not lose.
Yeah. Don't forget, overall, Chargers can't win a Super Bowl. I will say they're mid as well. I just worry about a quarterback already having the injury, like a shoulder injury this young, and a Kyler Murray. There's something there that's just, I know their defense, they bolstered up that, and I know it's aging, but we'll see. They definitely have the weapons, but I think the division, a lot of things lead me to being mid as well. The San Francisco 49ers.
If everyone is healthy, that's a playoff team. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind there. Keeping everyone healthy is the problem. But, I mean, that defense, even with all the injuries that were dealt to it, still only slid from, like, first in the NFL to sixth in the NFL last season. And even if Jimmy G is just going to be a caretaker quarterback, that's a team you can win with. That's a team that can get to the Super Bowl. Trey Lance comes in and gives them any extra value over Jimmy G, then you're looking at a potential division champion. I'm going to go ahead and say playoff.
All right. Ooh, I like that. I'm just not seeing it there with San Fran, and as time goes on, I'm seeing it more and more. And every time I hear Kyle Shanahan talk, I want this team to be good because I just think he's an excellent interview. He is the absolute opposite of a Bill Belichick. He's so honest, he's so endearing, and he'll like never really say anything that's going to aggravate like the press or the media. He tries to give it to you straight, even in tough topics like, hey, you drafted a quarterback third overall. He's like, yeah, I called Jimmy Garoppolo. I let him know what our plan was. Gotta love that. We'll finish out the rest of the NFC in a moment. Yes, please do subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. Flex on those tank tops, baby. TP's wearing one. Michael already confirmed he is shirtless. No confirmation on the pants. He's our producer, TP, our technical director, Zach, and Bailey and Ops, both on the toilet as we speak. Chris D'Andrea coming at you from, look at that beautiful landscape and the beautiful tank representing, what is that again, lacrosse?
People want to see it. It's Mad Cow Lacrosse.
It's a great logo.
Yeah. You got the cow print shoulders up there, and the go into every game, like instead of like hands in, instead of like team on three, be 1, 2, 3, Mad Cow moo.
Oh, is that a thing? I like that.
Oh, yeah, and then we go off and we play like UW Stout and Ripon College, and occasionally we had to throw down against Notre Dame's club team, and it was never pretty. It was like a whole bunch of like rich kids who grew up on the East Coast who were like, I'm good enough to play lacrosse somewhere, but I don't want to invest any more time in it, so I'm just going to come over here and mess around. And like they were basically just tooling on a bunch of 30-year-olds who were like, no, I'm not chasing him. He's gone.
Love it. We're here in the fourth again, 17-14 advantage Broncos over the Panthers. We're just ripping through the NFL, just going through a couple categories here. We have contenders? Are they a mid-tier team, or they need work? We'll now land on a team that just paid buco bucks for a safety they traded several first-round picks for. That's Jamal Adams. That is the Seattle Seahawks.
Playoff team. I mean, nothing's really changed there to make me think that, they're going to fall off this year. This is a 12-win team last season. The core of that team's coming back. Yeah, the West is going to be a little bit tougher, but you have all the ingredients to be good. If the offensive line holds up, this is probably another double-digit win team for Russ Wilson.
Love it. I'm somewhere in between here. I think I'm leaning towards playoff team because, again, I'm not leaning there with San Fran, so I'll go there. And then the Los Angeles Rams.
Playoff team, I think Stafford, I don't think he's going to be as good as people want him to be, but I think he will be enough of an improvement over Jared Goff. And he has the playmakers around him, the defense around him, to maintain like a 10-7 or maybe an 11-6 season for Sean McVay and his Rams.
Yeah.
But if one team, if we're banking on one team to fall out of the playoffs, besides the Bears, because let's face it, 8-8, they barely qualified in the first place. I can see, the Saints are up there, the Rams as well. If you're looking for teams that are not going to be able to get back to the postseason, Saints, Rams, my top two picks there. Then the Bears, and probably the Washington football team. The NFC was kind of a mess last year.
It really was. That's why, with all due respect, I know Brady's the GOAT and all that, but kind of had a little bit of not too stiff. He found the stiffest competition there at the end with the Packers. But speaking, we'll go to that division now, the NFC South, Atlanta Falcons.
Sorry, I was just looking at that terrible Drew Lock pass. Is this going to be a roughing penalty? No. It's going to be a clear penalty. Uncatchable ball. Cool. Sorry, which one were we starting with?
We're going to go Atlanta Falcons here. Let's just be honest. They need work. They need all.
It's not happening this year.
Defense is brutal.
It's going to be a no for me. Oh, wide open guys everywhere.
Jake Butt? Who are we getting here?
Might have been old Jake Butt.
Indeed.
Wow.
A little butt action on a Tuesday, baby.
Wow. The retired Jake Butt. 2K in the flex, giving you 2.3 fantasy points per game. And that is his first touchdown since sim number 60. Rossi, this is sim like 180. Went like 120 games between touchdowns. Amazing. The former Michigan Wolverine inked that lucrative deal with, what was it, Charmin? Because, Jake Butt. Yeah.
I like it. Clean it. As Small Ben says, booty. Gotta love it. Give the butt. He is 0.73 owned in the flex. Thank you, Michael, the extraordinary producer here. Next up, we have the New Orleans Saints. You said you think that they could be a team that does not make the playoffs again. So where do you place that?
Yeah, offense has got way too many questions. The defense still has a lot of great players on it, but isn't as solid as it previously had been. The secondary is a bit of a concern. I'm going to say mid with the capability of being a playoff team. But
this team sniffs mid and sniffs like a team that's about to go on a big-time downfall, in my opinion, over the next few years with that cap. Carolina Panthers in this sim.
Need work.
Yeah, I want to like them more than I do, but defensively, still not loving what they've done. And Sam Darnold, I think he'll be better. I think he can make some moves, or make some plays in this offense. But I'm still not there. They could shock us, I think. Next up, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
playoff team. They brought everyone back from the Super Bowl winner somehow. And unless Tom Brady falls off an absolute cliff, they will be.
Like literally falls off a cliff, not like play-wise. Like I think the man is undeniable. There's a weird thing, and I've said this about the Chiefs. People have heard me on The Sims. Something about like all the same team returning aside. If it wasn't Tom Brady, I'd have no faith. I'd say that having all the same people back, maybe they get fat in the offseason. A little like, we did it last year. Yeah, let's run it back. They talk about it, but their actions speak differently. But knowing Tom Brady's in that room and in the ears of all these players and the motivation he brings and just the way he just turns an organization around.
That was basically bobbled 20 yards behind the line of scrimmage before falling harmlessly to the turf there. The Panthers about to blow this one.
Yeah, it looks that way, down by 10 with 4:38 left. But yeah, I'll obviously put them in the playoffs. We go to the NFC North, Chicago Bears.
Depends on Fields. I'm going to say mid with the possibility of an upgrade to playoff team.
Yeah, I agree with that. Detroit Lions.
Bad.
Yeah, just a lot of work. Green Bay Packers.
Will be good again. I think they're probably going to win the North without too much of an issue unless something weird happens with the Vikings. I don't think that's going to be the case.
I'm giving Tater Hater a shout out. I'm assuming he's winning because whenever people tell me to check the standings, that means they're winning. So congrats, Tater Hater. Don't hatch those eggs before the chickens poop. The Minnesota Vikings. I agree with you on Green Bay, by the way.
Mid with a chance to be good. Cousins is still not the guy, but we've seen the Vikings play basically wild card football every year. Kirk's been there, so I'm not going to begrudge him anything. The defense is a concern. That secondary is a bit of a mess, but they have some great offensive players, and they should be able to win shootouts, even if it just means Kirk Cousins has to throw the ball 50 times for like 280 yards.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. The information, I know there's a lot of players in the same boat that he is in, but just seeing what has happened in their preseason worries me a little bit. I think it could cost him a game somewhere down the line. I think that could happen a lot. That's just my opinion. No one has to talk much about it. But I still like the Vikings a lot. I just think they're right at that mid. I don't think I could see them being like a 10-7 ball club, but the NFC, we talked about the West. I think there's enough teams that might be in that same, maybe it's a tiebreaker or something like that. That kind of keeps them out for a key loss. Then we go to the NFC. Last year was the least. This year should be better. Damon says the Vikings will be 7-10. Could happen.
Rogue saying that it wasn't on Kirk last year that the Vikings were bad. I mean, Kirk also had games where he just didn't show up. He's not the guy making the throws. If the game's on the line, you're not going to trust Kirk Cousins. He has one fourth quarter comeback in each of the last 3 years. He's like the opposite of Matthew Stafford. Like he's a little bit overvalued because no one realized what he did. He's completely fine, but he's one of those guys where the numbers do lie. If you break down his game film, you're like, oh, this guy isn't making throws to get him there. He's basically putting the ball up, and guys are running under him and taking care of things. He's also the guy that went out and lost to the Colts in week 2 and had 113 passing yards on 26 attempts. He's the guy that only had to, he's just kind of a poorly pieced together quarterback. And he's
the problem is too, he doesn't take the chances when you need him to. That's what I think it is too. He plays it almost too safe sometimes. Yeah. That's a weird quality to have, especially in fourth quarters. He's like checked out of deep passes. Their stories, like I don't know. Maybe this year things change, but
to his credit, that playoff win over the Saints in 2019, he made 2 very important, very clutch throws down toward the end. I just don't think anyone is taking him seriously. Like if you have a playoff game and Kirk Cousins is on the other side of the field, your number one issue is not stopping Kirk Cousins the way it is stopping Aaron Rodgers, stopping Tom Brady, even stopping Josh Allen, and not Jimmy Garoppolo. Kirk is better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, they're on that same level, I think. I agree with what you're saying here as we get a McManus field goal to put this game out of reach, but we'll see what the Panthers can do. But let's wrap up the NFC East here. Dallas Cowboys. Tonight we'll get our second episode of Hard Knocks.
I'm going to say play it for Jason. The defense really does worry me there, but clearly they have clearly they have the potential to outscore an opponent, and the NFC East is kind of a mess. So, I mean, we got two playoff adjacent teams really in the East right now, and it's the Cowboys and the Washington football team. So both those guys are in that mid-tier where they can make the jump.
Yeah, I'm gonna still keep him in mid right now till McCarthy can.
And Robes, I see it, but you're going like raw stats on that defense. If you look at weighted DVOA stats, Minnesota ranked 18th, which is right about where they finished in the overall NFL standings. So it's not like their offense really outplayed the defense by all that much. If you take into account the schedule they had, they were roughly average in that. I mean, the offense was a top 10 unit, but top 11 passing. A lot of that was on Dalvin Cook, not Kirk Cousins, who was carrying that offense. Kirk is fine, but I mean, good quarterbacks are better than fine.
So we'll just rush through these ones. I'm putting the Giants as a playoff team because I can't back down from my prediction. I'm assuming you're going to put them somewhere else.
I'm going to drop them down in the back, but yeah, no.
The Washington football team.
I think they're going to win the division. I'm going to put them up there, even if Fitz as even an average Fitz year, which is asking a lot. He's 38, but I think he can be the. I mean, this is a team that, granted, made it to the playoffs with 7 wins, but still made it to the playoffs with a smorgasbord of terrible quarterbacks. If they can even just get a slightly below average guy who can make passes, complete passes downfield, they'll be fine.
Yeah, my issue with Fitzpatrick, every time he gets a contract to be named the starter, this happens. He stinks. We get another catch hit from McCaffrey. And last but not least, the Philadelphia Eagles.
Bad. Yeah, they're going to be they're like competing with the Lions and the Texans for that number 1 pick next season. It's just too much of a rebuild going on there. They are eating so much dead money after the Wentz deal. They know this is a gap year. They're going to go from there.
That's a congeniality crew right there, giving it to you straight. Problem Kid Gaming. That's what you asked for. We ran through the whole damn league, baby. Problem Kid Gaming says, before sim commentary ends, can you share a cup of coffee with us, Rossi? Nah, dude. Not gonna lie, I'm not gonna do it. Haven't drank a cup of coffee my whole life. I'm not doing it now. It's a gateway here. So this game's gonna wrap up here. Probably get maybe 2 plays here out of Carolina with 23 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the garbage time is very real. X Factor lit for Christian McCaffrey. Teddy Bridgewater got a shot at the bonus here. Ooh,
yeah, he's in the bonus, actually.
He's in the bonus, okay.
DP officially let us know we're going to pass. Going to be a flag.
It's going to be a hold, and they're... Yeah.
Why don't we, while you do this, Christian, why don't you give us your award winners? Who's going to be the post-route.substack player of the game?
I mean, I think you got to give it to the man himself, Dirty Curdy.
Yeah.
He's just kind of blown up today, 30-plus in the flex, 8 catches, 131 yards, and a touchdown. Could even add to that. So he's having a great game, 33% owned. So people kind of stayed away due to the cost. Hamburglar up there as well. He's going to fall short of the bonus, so he will not make it. And for that Babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner today. Noah Fant stunk up the joint. Jerry Jeudy stunk up the joint, but Christian McCaffrey came in with a high price and he was nearly 100% owned in our free roll, 45% captain, and he's only had about 13. Well, okay, that helps, but it's still not going to get him out of the Babysitter Billy award. Christian McCaffrey just did not do enough today to justify the salary, and therefore he is the Babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner for this 6 p.m. sim.
There you go. That is Christian DeAndre. He just did his 3rd of the day, baby. Give it up to him, putting in that Lord's work here, because that's what we do. Also, shout out to our guy, Problem Kid Gaming. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate everybody here from you guys over on Twitch, our Twitch homies over there, to everybody in the chat. Freaking H, great energy in the commentary. What a way to wrap this up. Christian, you back tomorrow?
I am. I'm back on at 2 with ZT, so I'll catch you guys then. I got 2 on Thursday, 2 on Friday. I'm, again, rolling all the hours in that I can. Now I got to go break off, make a little dinner, get things ready. Look at that McCaffrey number. 13 carries, 24 yards. Oh, he's got
that ain't it. That ain't it. But appreciate you, Christian. Thanks for stepping in for BK here tonight. Make sure you go give that man a follow over on the Twitter machine or wherever your social media plats come. It is at Train Island. And as the moving blimp comes by of the postroute.substack.com, place your email. In about now we're at 15 hours. You will be getting a juicy NFL content email in your
More
inbox.
trades, baby. More trades, except this time on the defensive side of the ball. What trades do we want to see this preseason? Coming to your inbox tomorrow.
I love that. And by the way, shout out to Michael, TP, Zach, and Bailey. Great crew. And shout out to Christian also for supplying the tank top and the Tank Top Tuesday, baby.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good idea, Rossi. I feel my arms feel free. I got all this motion. This brain is unencumbered.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Anyways, all right. I'll be back with Freeze Pops in just about an hour. Till then, coming up next on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Emery Hunt, don't say that 5 times fast, joined Ross Tucker to discuss the top 10 prospects in the SEC conference. That'll be intriguing. We'll see you guys back here in an hour. Christian, have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow, bud.
Always a pleasure, Rossi.
Bye.
Pour yourself a cold one.
Let's drink 'em, huh?
And listen to Ross Tucker break down the top college prospects on another tasty edition of The College Draft.
Yeah, it is Daddy Soda time here on the College Draft Podcast presented by DraftKings. They got a ridiculous college football betting offer right now. You just put $1 on a college football bet, and they'll give you $200 in free bets, which is insane. I am Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. Those of you that check us out on YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL, can see all the helmets behind me. And we are getting closer and closer to college football season. Next week, we will be breaking down the top prospects in the biggest games in week 0. And by we, I mean primarily he, Emery Hunt, absolute stud at F-Ball Game Plan on Twitter, Football Game Plan on YouTube, footballgameplan.com/2022 draft guide. And it's last but certainly not least today, Emery. Today, we are breaking down the 10 prospects you're most excited about in the SEC. We kind of saved the best for last.
Yeah, and it's funny because, when we look at this list, a lot of people will say, well, where's this guy? Where's this guy? All the top prospects are juniors. So we're looking at some seniors to get excited about for this draft class that you need to get familiar with. I think draft community loves to go to underclassmen all the time and always ignores the senior prospects until it's too late. So let's just look at some seniors that you want to have earmarked going into the season.
Absolutely love it. Let's talk quick, though, because I want everybody to know this. Just a friendly reminder, we are 3 podcasts in one. So in 30 minutes, we're going to give you the NFL Draft Podcast, which is the prospects to watch that weekend in college football. We're going to give you the College Football Podcast, talking about the top games. And we're going to give you a College Football Betting Podcast, where Emery will make his picks against the spread. This year, we got Nebraska at Illinois. We got a Big Ten matchup. UConn at Fresno State. Fresno always has a couple dudes. I know UConn has at least one dude, and I'll be doing their game the following week. Hawaii at UCLA. Chip Kelly always has some guys. UTEP at New Mexico State. And Southern Utah at San Jose State. What a program San Jose State has done. Brian Brennan, what a job turning that group around. I mean, I can't believe it. Next Saturday, we got 5 FBS college football games.
Yeah, and I'm excited too, man. And it's good to get those games, on that slate in week 0, so to speak, because how often do you get to watch San Jose State? We talk about the season last year they had. They went toe-to-toe with everyone in the Mountain West, and they're looking to get back out there on the field after what happened in that bowl game against Ball State. So I'm excited to see those guys out there play. And just the fact that we're getting college football back and we'll have fans in the stands. So this, Ross, because you were there this past weekend calling the Eagles game, how different it makes the broadcast when you have fans and that Nat sound out there in your ear.
Oh, look at him, man. Look at Emery with the fancy term, Nat sound. I love it. Dude, it was awesome. First of all, I I love preseason games. I love getting a chance to see these kids play for the first time. And the energy was awesome. The other thing I love is I love as stars emerge. There was only 2 games last Thursday night. It was Patriots Washington, and then my game Eagles Steelers. And I was watching for some of the guys you were talking about on social media, like Pete Guerrero, the running back from Monmouth. But Emery, how about the speed that Quez Watkins from Southern Miss showed? I mean, dude, now he made a 4.35 at the combine. I had a buddy of mine who's a Steelers fan. He was like, dude, Quez Watkins isn't that fast. Dude, he ran a 4.35 at the combine. He was the second fastest guy at the combine. He's fast. And he made Trey Norwood. I mean, Emery, that was like Trey Norwood's second or third play in the NFL. That had to be, he went to Oklahoma. He's a draft pick. That had to be a wake-up call holy crap.
Bro, he was a safety. So he was already back there and had an angle and did not touch Quez Watkins. When he pulled away, I was like, damn. And I'm glad it happened, in the spotlight like it did. So all these high school kids that say they run 4.3 sees what a 4.3 looks like.
That's a great point. By the way, this Thursday night, Emery, it's the Patriots and the Eagles. It'll be on NFL Network. They'll have our broadcast. It's the only game on that night. So you have no choice but to watch your boy on Thursday night. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. I'm fired up for it. I was actually at the Eagles and Patriots joint practice yesterday, which was very entertaining to see those teams go head-to-head. Thought the Eagles did a lot of good things. Both teams did. I thought, by the way, Mac Jones looked better than Cam Newton, but we shall see. Let's dive into the SEC, Emery. Really fired up about it. I think the first couple guys, I know you are primarily highlighting seniors, but I think the first 2 guys, certainly the first guy, is just so outstanding as an underclassman that you had to mention him, and that's Derek Stingley, the corner from LSU, who started and was a stud as a true freshman on the national championship team.
Right. And, when it's so obvious that these guys will jump to the NFL, you almost be remiss not to include them. That's why the first 2 guys are on there. And you're right about Stingley, been a stud since his freshman season. He was actually our number 1 high school prospect on footballgameplan400.com, our high school scouting site that we did. And when you go back and read the report, this dude was a can't miss prospect. So selfishly for me, I'm enjoying watching him hit the ground running as a freshman and become the stud that he became. So we had him as the number 1 player out of the entire, recruiting class of that year. Stingley can play any side of the field, has great ball skills, and this year, to show that athleticism and skill set, he's going to play a little offense too. So I'm excited he's going to put all of that out there on film this year, his final season in Baton Rouge.
So let's talk about that for a second. How much does it matter, do you think, to NFL scouts if he plays some offense?
Not much. It just helps LSU out, because they're going to need someone that's going to be a playmaker, even though they usually have good depth at that position. But I just think it shows his potential of what he can do. Kind of like what we saw with Patrick Peterson. We saw Patrick Peterson touch the ball on offense at times at LSU. So it's not surprising to see this happen. So we also know he returns kicks or punts and everything. So just more opportunities with the ball in his hands gives you a little bit of an idea of how versatile he could be as a pro player. Sometimes you may need a player or 2 on offense. Hey, throw Stingley out there. He's done it. You have it on tape. I think that's why they're doing it.
Let me ask you this, Emery, since you're from New Orleans. Is it pretty much 100% LSU fans in the state of Louisiana? In other words, Pennsylvania, there are a lot of Penn State fans, and they are diehard. I would say, I'm just throwing this out there, I would say Pennsylvania is probably about 80% Penn State, 15% Pitt, and 5% Notre Dame for whatever reason. I think Notre Dame just has fans everywhere, but a lot of Catholic people, a lot of people in the coal region like Notre Dame. because it goes way back. What is Louisiana as it relates to LSU?
It's funny. I'm glad you asked that. I would say it's like 90% LSU, about 4% Florida State and Miami, and 3% if that adds up to every other school in the state. And when I was playing at UL, we go to the local Walmart, for groceries or whatever, and they'd be all LSU shirts in there that they're selling. Again, born and raised in New Orleans, Tulane is legitimately right down the street. It's 2 blocks away from the high school I went to. All we saw on TV was LSU. Tulane in '98, my senior year, they were in the midst of the undefeated season. They were 12-0. No one cared until maybe the 6th or 7th game of the season. LSU was always on TV, even though Tulane's offense is what we come to know now as the spread offense, and it was still LSU. And so I just found it amazing that, these people are just so diehard LSU fans, and that wasn't always the case, because at one point in time, a nice little stretch from the late 80s to 95 when they signed Kevin Falk, LSU was kind of mediocre, but it was still dominant in the state. So it's 90% LSU. Then everybody loved Florida State because they won, and everybody loved Miami. Then, if you're in Ruston, you like La Tech. If you're in Lafayette, you like UL. So it's very specific, but it's all LSU.
What about your number 2 guy, George Pickens, the wide receiver from Georgia?
He's on this list for 2 reasons. One, he's just so dynamic that he was going to be a guy that's going to enter the draft early. But now you compound that with the fact that he's going to be working through an injury. He tore his ACL in the spring, I believe. And so we may not see him this year. He may just decide to opt out and just continue to rehab and get ready for the draft. But what he has put out there on film, he's a guy that can track the football really well, good hands at the catch point. Another one of these football game plan 400 highly ranked prospects. He just plays the game like a grown man. He was one of those guys that we saw as a high schooler just look pro ready. And it's hard to see that, for a lot of high school players, but for someone that was just so physically developed in how he played the game, how he attacked the ball, how calm he was with the ball in the air, all of that we started to see at Georgia very early. And I think he's just destined for stardom.
Next up, we've got your number 3 guy is an offensive lineman from Arkansas, actually, Myron Cunningham.
I'm a big fan of O-linemen, and particularly tackles that are aggressive in their pass sets. Like, they take the fight to the defensive end. It's not like a wait and see approach and try to play the hands and, do all of those things. Cunningham is someone that is like, nah, I'm not going to wait. You're going to see these hands first. And he does a good job. He does a really good job in the run game. And yes, sometimes it can be a little bit over aggressive and guys can slip his blocks, but you like that attitude, and you can coach up the other things around his game to get him to be a little bit more consistent. But you love what you're seeing up front for him. And a big reason why Arkansas could be one of these sleeper teams in the SEC this year.
As an edge defender, you've got Christopher Allen from Alabama listed.
Yeah, I like how active he is with his hands. Someone that doesn't like to stay blocked. He's able to disengage and flatten to the quarterback, show some good acceleration to close on the ball carrier. And I just think that in this defense this year, last year you didn't really have the dynamic pass rusher for Alabama. I think this is the year we'll see Allen's name just kind of skyrocket and jump up, because I do feel as though he has that potential with how well he does, at the point of attack, playing a run, and also being aggressive and active and consistently trying to get to the quarterback.
So I feel like the SEC has some of the best names every year. Auburn safety, Smoke Monday. That's incredible. Smoke Monday. That's an amazing name. I mean, that's got to be one of the top 5 names this year.
If you were a scout and I was a GM and you handed me his name, oh yeah, let's take him. I don't even have to see his game. I want somebody named Smoke Monday on my defense, like off GP. Give me Smoke Monday. I'm drafting him. But when you watch him play, he plays like how his name sounds. He's just a good football player, man. It's like Adrian Amos, someone like that, right? Someone that just is around the football, making plays in space, good tackler, has solid ball skills, and you like how active he is as a blitzer. someone like Smoke Monday is going to have a long career in the NFL. I just love watching him play, how aggressive he is. He's a hitter. And again, it shows up every day. Every time you watch an Auburn game, he's making a play or two that just leaves you like, man, this dude can play. Whether that's the only play he makes in the game, but it's the one play he does make is very impactful.
Well, speaking of guys that are hitters, how about Ventrell Miller, linebacker from Florida?
Explosive upon contact, man. I thought he would have came out last year, but decided to come back to Florida. Their best defensive player, in my opinion, is Ventrell Miller. So watching him just dominate in the run game, show that speed and explosiveness that you want to see at the second level. You just love the attitude, the want to, and he's going to be an integral part to their defense this year because their cornerback, who's also a really good player, is now going to be out for the season with the torn ACL.
So before I get to Jordan Davis at 7, I do want to talk at some point about Evan Neal because I think that guy's awesome. I also think LinkedIn Talent Solutions, absolutely awesome. Listen, we all know, Emery, you got a couple small businesses. Small business owners are busier than ever. You're focused on managing and growing your business. You can't be spending a ton of time recruiting. That's why LinkedIn Jobs has made it easier to find and hire the best candidates for free. 740 million professionals on LinkedIn. They fill out targeted screening questions to get your role in front of the most qualified candidates. It's easy to filter and prioritize the top candidates you'd like to interview. Critical to have the right people. Look, this whole podcast is about the NFL teams getting the right people through the college draft. LinkedIn Jobs will help you hire the right person for your role. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your first job for free at linkedin.com/draft. That's linkedin.com/draft to post your first job for free. Terms and conditions apply. All right. Our second Georgia Bulldog, Emery, and that's the aforementioned Jordan Davis from Georgia.
Another guy that I thought was going to come out last year, but decided to come back, and that's a big get for Georgia because he's someone up front that just kind of, dominates, and you have to account for him. Sometimes with two blockers, sometimes you have to slide, protect to his side because he's just a disruptive player. He destroys run games. He's someone you're not moving off the spot. And you want to see how he develops a little bit more nuance to his game in terms of, what he can do from a pass rushing perspective. I know that's hard to ask a nose tackle, so to speak, to do, but you just want to see someone kind of like what we saw from Tedaro Slayton at Florida last year, and now he's with the Green Bay Packers. You may be a big guy like Quentin Bohannon of Kentucky, but now he's in the NFL. It show a little pizzazz up front to where, you can be a pressure player and not just a one down run stuffer. And I think Jordan Davis has an opportunity this year to showcase that. He's a really good player. Could have been a first-round pick last year. I do think he's still a first-round type talent for Georgia.
Then we've got Ali Gay, an edge from LSU. It's funny, some of these schools, I swear, LSU, Georgia, Auburn, Alabama, those four in particular, and I guess Florida, those five, always so good up front on defense. Like their front sevens, a million dudes always. Tell me about Ali Gay.
He was a JUCO transfer, and his first game at LSU was against Mississippi State. And you just like, man, this dude, number 11, is making all the plays. Like he's playing his butt off. And you look at how he wins. You talk about again, Ross, I love to go old school players and guys that we remember growing up. Remember how heavy-handed Sean Jones was that played with the Raiders and the Oilers? That's Ali Gay. It's like he put those paws on you and you kind of stunned and stymied at the line of scrimmage. He just moves you out the way and goes and makes the play. And he had, I think, a couple of sacks. Now, granted, it probably was easier to sack KJ Costello than it is to sack someone that can get out there and scramble like Bo Nix. But, when you're Ali Gay and you're winning that strongly at the point of attack, you're going to be good versus the run. You have upside in the passing game. I think he's the underrated prospect in the SEC.
Interesting. Okay. I like it. I like when we got underrated guys. How about safety Leon O'Neal Jr. from Texas A&M?
I think this could be this year's version of Jordan Fuller, who was at Ohio State. It was an okay player, but has grown and blossomed into a really good player, starter for the Rams, right? And O'Neal is someone that has good enough awareness, good ball skills, can make plays in the open field as far as tackling is concerned. I think he can play either safety spot, which is advantageous for him going to the pro game, because you're going to have to be a little bit of a combo safety. You want to see how well he can do in one-on-one coverage. I think that's an area for him to grow this year. But in terms of just playing safety, I like his game. And I think, him being another key part to this Aggie defense that's returning is going to be huge for them if they want to try to upset Alabama and win the SEC, which they have a good chance to do if they figure out their quarterback situation. But O'Neal is someone that has good all-around game. And I do think because he's not the most dynamic player, people are not talking about him, but that's why I compared him to Jordan Fuller, someone that could end up being a much better pro or getting his credit that he deserves as a pro that he doesn't get as a collegian.
You know what's so funny? I think people don't understand how important football intelligence is and how quickly you process things. Like watching the Eagles the other night, Alex Singleton, who's got to be an Emory Hunt favorite. I mean, he played Montana State, played in the CFL for a couple of years. He's been on and off of practice squads. He's the Eagles' leading tackler last year. He really processes well. Like he has a feel for what's happening, and he's there and he flies around. Even another guy that went undrafted, even though he started a zillion games at Wisconsin, TJ Edwards. Like some guys just see it better than other people. And those are a couple of examples. And I think guys like Jordan Fuller, you mentioned Leon O'Neal, they just see it better. And that's a hard thing to teach. I mean, obviously you're teaching the coaching points and you're like, hey, here's what you want to look for. But it just comes more naturally for some guys than it does for others.
Absolutely. And it shows you that you can't just plug and play with a lot of different players. And you think about someone's background, let's say like Alex Singleton, who played in the Big Sky Conference, where you're going to see a lot of different offenses, right? And then he goes to the CFL, where the field is wider, the game is spread out. So it is to your advantage to get to where you have to be quickly. So now you condense all of that in the NFL game. Well, no wonder he's getting from point A to point F in a hurry, right? Because he had to do that in a wider game. It's condensed. He's still able to play as fast sideline to sideline. And you're right. Sometimes it just comes natural. Some people can just instinctively, understand what an offense is trying to do for them. And I just think are due to them. And that's why guys like that, like you mentioned, just have a better feel for the game. And I just think that is, like you said, is an underrated element to when you are studying prospects, and why sometimes we use the term maybe a better pro than he was in college.
By the way, I mentioned him earlier, Evan Neal, 6'7", 360 for Alabama. Really looking forward to watching him. He started the first 2 years, true freshman, true sophomore. Now he'll be a true junior. I think he'll play at left to take over for Alex Leatherwood. Really excited to see what he's able to get done this year. And then you've got a quarterback, which I think is interesting. I don't know much about this guy. I got to be honest with you, Emory. Maybe I'm showing myself here, but Hendon Hooker from Tennessee, I never even heard of this guy.
Yeah, he transferred from Virginia Tech, and he was the Virginia Tech starting quarterback up until last year, then he grad transferred to Tennessee. And the reason why I added him on here is because we know what that position looked like the last 3 years at Tennessee. With their Garantano is now at Washington State. And so they bring in Hendon Hooker, who played some good football for Virginia Tech. And you wonder if they can get that player with Tennessee or for Tennessee, then we know Tennessee has enough talent to where they can be competitive. Their issue the last 3 to 4 years has been the quarterback position. And it's interesting to see the guys that they brought in, developed, and try to, play they decided, you know what, man, we need a grad transfer at the position. Hendon Hooker comes in with an opportunity to really stabilize his game, elevate his game, and work himself into maybe that day 3 area of the position. Because I know everybody talks quarterback SEC. They want to talk about JT Daniels, and other players. But someone like Hendon Hooker, who's a senior, who's played a lot of games, played good football, can kind of help stabilize what Tennessee has and maybe showcase what they have at wide receiver more so than what the previous quarterback group did.
Make sure you check out this man on social media so you know where he is, because he's everywhere. At FBall Game Plan on Twitter, Football Game Plan on YouTube, footballgameplan.com/2022 draft guide. Reminder, we take requests. We're like a DJ. We take questions. You got a question about a specific prospect? Emery knows him. I'm telling you, Emery knows him. He will be able to tell you about that guy. So give us an email. Let us know. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. Love those of you that spread the word via social media. Love those of you that rate and review the show. It means a great deal. If you can do that right now it's the end of the show, that'd be great. I think we're done here. No, I think we're done here. The keg is kicked. We're all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the College Draft Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, Even Money, and The Business of Sports. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
here it comes. Welcome into your 8 o'clock Madden simulated football game, baby. We're here. We're rocking. 2 weeks left. We're going to absolutely tear this old girl down, but we're going to do it in the nicest way possible. I am Jason Rossi, pumped to be with my tag team partner here for the 8 o'clock simulated football commentation. That be our guy coming from the big arch, and we're not talking about the golden arch. We're talking about that single one, so it's kind of like in lowercase n, but he's coming straight out of the Lou. Or the St. Lou. Is he a St. Lunatic? Who cares? He saw me freeze pops. How the hell are you, my friend?
What is going on, buddy? Yeah, I guess it does look like an N. I've never really thought of it in a letter context, more of like a shape context. But gotcha. Yeah, we can go with the N. That's cool.
Yeah, the little N.
Lowercase, a large lowercase N. That's what the arch is.
It's very oxymoronic. I just come right out. I see Kane drop Tebow to AEW Rossi. Oh, my heart shattered into 55 pieces this morning.
What a ride. What a ride it was.
Listen, absolute brilliance by the entire Khan family. Jacksonville Jaguars, 85 jerseys.
They made money.
Selling like hotcakes, and they just drop them. And I said it last sim, and I say it again. Tavon Austin, you're a coward. You're a bad guy. You don't need people like you in this league. Stealing that pass from a wide open Tim Tebow. Because guess what? That's the difference. He makes that catch. Yeah, I know he can't block. What would he do? It was his first time doing it. What did you think he was going to do? Just start laying people out? No, these are professionals who have been playing the position forever. The guy hasn't taken an NFL snap in ever a tight end. Come on.
Ever a snap at that position ever in his life.
There you go. So I'm just saying. I really wish he got a little more of a chance. And I said this also this morning. I tweeted out, Patriots only have Devin Asiasi currently healthy.
Oh my God.
Bring him in. Belichick and him know each other. McDaniels drafted him. Just why not for a workout? At least bring him in for a week. Let's have some fun.
The Patriots love to just create circuses for no reason.
Chad Ochocinco, Albert Hainsworth, Tim Tebow.
They had talent still, though.
Hey, listen, there's the great trader, Bill Belichick, the GM. You can't question certain things. Drafting, we can always question, but the real facts are, the guy can trade like nobody's business.
Kicking the tires on old players. He's very good at that.
Yeah, I'm just saying. It's just me. But anyways, we don't have to talk about that. We have Baltimore and the Cleveland Browns. I think I had a weird internet issue there. I think I bounced out, or maybe it's just that I took 2 sips of this polar beverage and I'm literally down.
Yeah, it's very bubbly, huh?
Yeah, I also just downed some protein, like straight powder.
Wow. So you're like ready to rip, bro.
I'm ready to go to bed too, but I just needed it. Anywho, Browns and the Ravens, 2 teams that made the playoffs last year. Freeze Pop's gut says both teams make the playoffs this year. Yay, no.
Yeah, I think so. I think the way the AFC is shaking out ahead of time on paper, that both these teams will be playoff teams this year. I think that's a fair assessment.
Here's the deal. Ready? Let's do it. In this sim, I want to know all your division winners and who your wild card teams are. You obviously things can change. I'm sure you're going to do stuff for the podcast, but I'm very intrigued.
I like this.
On August 17th.
By the way, I think it should be mentioned that both you and I made free rolls, so it'll be. I don't know which free roll we're gonna give you guys updates on. I say we just don't do any updates on the free rolls.
Yeah, I won't even talk about it.
You guys could just check which ones you want.
Yeah, I don't even. I'm not asking your lineup. I'm not doing anything. I don't care.
And I'm not telling.
I know. If I win, I'll tell Obi-Wan only. If I lose, I'm a coward, like I always am.
Yeah, huge coward.
Yeah, Lamar Jackson. No surprise here as Michael's dropping some of our ownership in our Slack channel behind the scenes because man does work, hard work, and he's got the body of an Adonis. Lamar Jackson coming in at 89%. 89% in this contest.
It's crazy.
48 in the captain. That is some big numbers. Hollywood Brown, 37%. 36 for Willie Snead, if you have the need for Snead. Mark Andrews coming in at 39%. Jake Dobbins, 20. I want to talk about those last two real quick. Mark Andrews from a tight end position, talk a little fantasy. Second half, we'll talk about the division winners playoffs, so you can ponderosa your way into it.
Ponderosa. We used to call it Ponderosa in high school. Because we didn't like it. We didn't like the food, Rossi. That was the joke.
Really? Oh, wow. Yeah. Haters. Can't believe it. I like all food. By the way, I had an excellent meal today on one of my staycation trips. There's a place called Redstone. I don't know if it's a chain or not. I have no idea. This place was just...
I have never heard of it.
Okay. Everything was wood smoked, so literally everything was delicious. Not wood smoked.
Sounds delightful.
Yeah, it was wood fire. So like everything was cooked, rotisserie chickens, barbecue food, steak tips, everything with using the old wood fire, whether it be grill or in an oven. But anywho, that's beside the point. We also just want to let you know, I'm sure me and Freeze Puffs will be teaming up again. We did not go with Chick-fil-A for the half a person that thought we were going to do that tonight. But going back to the players.
If you had reminded me earlier enough in the day, I would have done it.
You know why this happened? Because I was driving back. Oh my God, a fake punt.
Whoa.
And it went absolutely nowhere. But kudos. Who is that? That's like a third tight end or something, right? 31. To go to my Madden Sims info page. Is that Jamal Lewis?
No.
You sure? He was 31.
Jamal Lewis, what do you think he's doing right now? You think he's watching this sim?
I don't think it's legal for me to say over the air. Janovich, thank you, Zach. Zach brings it to reality. He's like, hey, moron. Janovich. No, I'm guessing Jamal Lewis is making sure his body's very relaxed right now. That's what I said.
Of course. Probably chilling in a hot tub.
Just loving life. Him and BK. Bunch of BKs in his hot tub right now. Gets off coaching up the kid. By the way, your line, so it was about 4:45 this morning when I woke up for no reason. I was so aggravated. And I went from my bed to my couch, and I'm famously not a couch sleeper, but when times of need, I don't know if anybody else is like this, but once I can't fall back to sleep in my bed, I have to change it up because I think my body was warm from the sun. Doesn't matter.
No, I understand that.
So I go to the couch, and as I'm laying my big old dome on the pillow, I just thought of you saying, BK should just quit. Dude should just quit. He's got like 2 weeks. He's already tagging out of Sims. And I laughed about it at about 5:02 while watching some ridiculous YouTube video.
It's true. Just quit, man.
Just boot. By the way, for those, no tank top. I didn't tell Freeze Pops about Tank Top Tuesday, so I didn't want to.
Wow, you're just leaving me in the dark on everything. You're making rogue free rolls. You're not getting Chick-fil-A. You didn't tell me about the Tank Top Tuesday.
Stink.
Like, what are we a team here, or are we enemies?
Definitely not enemies. Probably just somewhere in like
frenemies,
borderline co-workers that will never talk to each other again. Anywho, circling this all the way back, Mark Andrews, tight end for the Ravens 2 years ago, was a top 5 tight end in fantasy.
Yeah, and then he stunk last year with pretty much every other tight end in the league.
It was a 2-man show last year. It was really just Waller and Tunyon had a nice little year for himself, but for overall, Travis Kelce, Waller.
Tunyon was very boomer bust.
Yeah, he was all touchdown dependent. But anyways, this year, the position's going to have a bounce back year. I'm assuming some big things from players like, a Kyle Pitts. I just think he's undeniable. I think, especially having Matt Ryan, I think he'll be good. I think TJ Hawkinson makes a jump. I'm big on Higbee. I think Gerald Everett gets play. Maybe not all. Obviously, Kittle will be back in action. You believe he'll be back, even though he's never had.
Devin Asiasi, the tight end 3 of the Patriots, set to have a huge season.
Never know, dude. I don't know is Chris Herndon still the tight end for the Jets? Somebody's got to catch a ball there. Anyways, but Mark Andrews, what are your expectations from a guy like him coming back? Lamar, knowing they're trying to boost that passing game. There he is getting into the red zone. What are your thoughts there from Mark Andrews heading into this fantasy season?
I think he's, a top 10 tight end. There's a bunch of guys I'd rather have over him. Personally, I'm going to try and stick away from anyone that's not Lamar Jackson or J.K. Dobbins on the Ravens. I don't really want to mess with the pass catchers there because they're such a run-heavy team. So if I get stuck with Mark Andrews, it's fine. It could be worse, but I think we know what the Ravens are at this point. They're a run heavy. We are faster than you. We're going to keep the ball on the ground team.
We are faster than you, and you know it.
Right, little dodgeball action.
I love it. It's nothing here at the end of one. He's Freeze Pops. I'm Rossi. Make sure you check out Great Day Nation on your podcast apps. Give the man a subscribe, a 5-star review if you're over on the old Apple podcast. I am part of the Pop Culture Pile Driver. Same deal. Subscribe wherever you listen. You can hear what I talk about outside of Sims, even though nowadays you're probably going to get a lot of that anyways. Aside from all that, Freeze Pops, you said you have a little... You're working with some charities, and I love that. So tell us a little bit.
Yeah, so a friend of mine helps run the St. Louis Crisis Nursery, and they have a fundraiser coming up on Thursday night called Celebrity Night. And in the lead up to that event, they have a page set up with celebrities. I'll put that in quotes. Local people from St. Louis, media figures, people that are known in the St. Louis area. They have these things called star jars, which are essentially tip jars where people can donate to that person's star jar, and all of the proceeds go to the St. Louis Crisis Nursery, which helps kids stay safe, because some kids grow up in homes that aren't the greatest, or they have challenges with meals and being safe from a day-to-day basis, having a place to sleep. This place takes care of that stuff for kids. And I think it's a great cause. I was happy to join the roster of people. It's been live for a few weeks. We've already raised a lot of money, but Thursday is the event, so that's when the fundraiser ends. So I'm making a last-ditch effort to raise money. So I'll post the link to my specific star jar over on Twitch for those that are on YouTube that would like to go over and check that out and maybe donate some money. It's going to a great cause, because who doesn't love helping out kids? Come on.
Yeah, you got to, and that's awesome cause, Freeze Pops. I highly commend. Yeah, send that link in there. I'm going to read a little bit about it. I appreciate what you said, and I trust you. You know that. I do my digging, but I'll definitely give what I can here.
Yeah, absolutely. And any small amount to large amount, whatever you want to give, it doesn't. There is no minimum, and I think that's the idea behind it being a tip jar, is you can give an extremely small amount, because it's all about all of those small donations equaling, something meaningful for some of these kids here in the St. Louis area that need help.
Yeah, gotta love it. I like to put my money where my mouth is with that stuff. We did the Boston food bag thing for your 24-hour stream, so
yeah,
get behind this. Also, we
absolutely
had Lamar Jackson scored throughout that, and obviously did not want to interrupt.
I appreciate that.
So if anybody can, that'd be great. As you said, you dropped the link over on the Twitch. See Justin Craven's over there, Obi-Wan, CJ. Justin Craven, what's up, my man? The Batman. I'm keeping Lamarcus bat. Lamarcus bat. We have Fidel's, Michael, Kane, Boston Joe, Scott Groves, Queenie. What's up? Boston. Did I say Boston Joe? I think I did. Abby Rizzle.
Boston Joe.
Boston Joe. Joel. Boston Joe. We got Mr. Need a Brick. Mike
Boston
Bauer.
Joe's here.
Boston Joe's in the house. Mike Bauer. Who else we got here? Justin Nye, Mike Bauer, Boston Joe. I'm just going to keep repeating. Jordan Lindenbaum, Trace Evans, Bruiser B. I'm just going to read up the whole chat since this morning. I'm going to go back. How far back will this allow me to go?
I think it does. It'll let you go back from at least the time you logged on.
Okay, I see. Small Ben was the first person that said anything when I first joined then. Tater Hater, Boston Joe. You get a punt. Boston Joe's here. Ken, Brian Anderson.
For those that maybe aren't on Twitch or don't have the ability to get over to Twitch, you can check out my social media pages for the link to the star jar at yaboy TC Fresh, YABOI TC Fresh. The link is also in my Instagram bio under the same handle, and you can check it out on Facebook at Tommy Freeze Pops.
Oh, speaking about helping people out, there's Lamar. But yes, go check him out. Let's do it. Personality is here. Boston Joe, Mitch Turbo, Emulator, Boston Joe, and our guy, the Bad Boys of Pop, is in the house. What's up, Bad Boys? Also, shout out to our crew, Freeze Pops, Michael, our Aces producer. Love this guy. Love working with them. We got TP, technical director extraordinaire, keeping me happy. We'll say that, to say the least. And doing his damn thing, one of the best as well. Zach and Bailey and Ops tag teaming it, making sure everything goes according to plan. Let's see what we got here.
Keeping things running tightly.
Tight, baby. Tight as a tiger.
Keeping it tight.
I have to throw my tank top back on. Not everything's tight, but it's there. A lot of meat. I didn't get as much comments about the chest
man meat.
Oh, I got a ton, dude. I'm telling you, bask in it. I'm basking that hair.
Who were you with last sim?
Christian. You
guys both rocked tanks.
Dude, you have a tank top around?
I'd have to dig.
Yeah, that's a problem with you.
Well, we did pack a lot of stuff.
Oh, that's a good point. It's a good point. We are in the latter now portion of August.
For sure.
I want to cry. Everyone thinks we're going to get upset about the end of the Sims. I'm just going to be upset because summer's going to be.
I mean, I'm packing because of the move.
Because of Moose. Moose, yes.
Yes, Moose. I'm moving to Canada. I'm with Moose.
That would be awesome, actually. Very quickly, I need Kane. Can we block Kane from the chat? He dare use the name Blake Jarwin earlier. We all know that guy's the biggest coward, and he's not allowed. Blake Jarwin, and now it is going to be Tavon Austin. They're both not allowed to be spoken. So if anybody says those names in the chat, we're going to have to ban them until we're all gone. He'll be back September 1st.
Justin Cravens, my man, the Batman, over on Twitch. People are saying, I still can't believe you made those bats. They're extremely cool. I still got mine.
Oh, dude, mine's under my bed. Mine's a weapon. So
I have mine displayed because it's sick. It deserves to be displayed.
What did you? Oh, Freeze Pops, right? You had a nickname.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it says Tom the Freeze Pops on there.
Yeah, he was really asking. He's like, "What's your nickname?" I'm like, "I don't really have one."
What does yours say? It's Rossi?
Yeah, it just says Jason Rossi, DK Sim fan.
Nice.
So I feel like it's a gift from the Sim fam, even though I know it's from him, and he's an incredible person. The only reason I know that is because Michael got to meet.
That's right. I believe on FaceTime?
No, I think in person.
No, Michael went to the museum and he wasn't there.
That's right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Damian Williams asked, LOL, Rossi, what did Tavon do? Look at the highlight of wide open Tim Tebow down the seam, ready to just make the team, and then...
You know what? I don't think Tebow would have caught it. I'm just going to say it. Yep. I'm going to be that guy.
J.E., who scored? Don't matter. Back to the point. No, I'll tell you right now. No, I'm kidding. It was a touchdown by Lamar Jackson. Shocker. No, Tavon Austin is out. He's out.
Tavon Austin has never been in. I hate Tavon Austin. He's one of the more useless players in the history of the NFL. Was completely overdrafted, was overpaid, never lived up to the hype. Get Tavon Austin off of my television screen. Get out of the league. You're a waste of space.
Dude, now you're talking my language. I don't agree with 90% until the end. If he wasn't on the stupid Jags roster for absolutely no reason, then maybe Tim Tebow wouldn't be getting cut today, and we'd see him one more time, and people would actually put their eyeballs on the game. But no, we have to cut Tim Tebow because he missed the block. Like he's the first. I'm sorry, Isaiah Wynn did a big whiff. Yeah, I know it's Chase Young.
It is weird that you bring in Tim Tebow and you cut him after one preseason game. Like, what did you expect?
You know what that really means? He stinks. Like, with all due respect.
Well, that, and also it means that this was definitely partially a money grab by the Jaguars to get Florida Gator fans to buy Tebow Jags jerseys.
Their whole roster is a money. Well, not whole roster, but like bring in Urban Meyer. Are we for real?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry. I'm still like I'm not over.
No, it was a terror.
With like
I have been ripping Urban Meyer all offseason. I cannot wait for that to just fail tremendously.
I wouldn't doubt him being Steve Wilkes-esque. 1 year, see you later. Speaking of, by the way, also, Josh Rosen cut today. See that news?
Okay, didn't see that. Wasn't necessarily on my radar.
You don't have him pinged as your topics for on Twitter?
No, I don't. We're not really checking in on Josh Rosen too frequently these days. Maybe we should be, though.
Should. CJ says, wait, Emerson should be the only one crying about Tebow. Nah, dude, I'm a Tebow fan.
Tebow's one of my favorite college players ever. I just think at this point, trying to play a new position at his age is sort of a losing battle.
Oh, look at this. Damian Williams. I don't know if this is a conspiracy theory true. I'll have to Google it later when I wake up at 4:45 tonight. He says, there's a backstory, guys. Urban signed Tebow to help him get his pension. Tim is 3 games short.
Thanks
for the help, bud.
It's believable, but at the same time, Tim Tebow does not need that pension.
Yeah, I think he'll be all right.
Tim Tebow has made his money. He's a very wealthy man. He comes from a wealthy family as well.
Yeah,
but I like the conspiracy theory. It makes sense.
Yeah, and let's be honest.
Yeah, it's 3 years. It's a 3-year thing before you get that pension.
Got it. And just so you know, Tim Tebow also going to go ahead and assume he's going to be on like CBS, NFL Network, one of these.
No, go right back to ESPN. They own his rights.
Oh, that's right, because he's part of the college coverage.
That SEC game day show that they do.
And guess what? He's probably already going to get boosted from there. Like, they're probably going to find another spot for him. Like, he'll do that, and I just assume he might not do NFL talk, but he'll do other stuff. He still is somebody I think people...
Tebow's going to be a rich man for a long time.
Yeah. Shout out to Tebow. We're thinking of you, bud. We care about you.
We miss you. Do I have Tebow's number?
I was just going to say, do you have his number?
Stand by.
Everybody's holding.
No, I don't. Let's see who I have for Jaguars on my phone.
You got Stenerud's number?
Yeah, I have Jan Stenerud's number.
Cool. I'm going to have to talk to him before this whole thing's done.
I texted him the other day, actually. Sent him some pictures. He asked me to send him some pictures. And I did, and his response was, thank you very much.
Oh.
In his Norwegian accent.
Yeah, they're all these Hall of Fame kickers. You have to be foreign. Vinatieri about to boot down that door, too.
What do you mean? He's Italian.
Well, yeah. Kareem Hunt with the catch. By the way, Kane says Tebow, one of the most hated college football players ever. Tebow.
No,
hold on.
Tebow is more like
I gotta tell you these names. Hold on. Let me tell you these names: Tebow, Danny Warhol, Ken Dorsey, and Fred Taylor. That's personal. Those guys aren't hated.
No, yeah. What? This guy clearly just hates Florida football teams.
Sloppy Sake says, Rossi, Tim Tebow should try mixed martial arts next.
He is kind of yoked.
Not kind of. The dude has got absolutely massive.
Does he have that killer mentality, though? I don't know.
He doesn't need it, man. He's just, oh man, it's just such a weird, the NFL's so weird. If we went looking at a 10-year, we're in 2021, go back to 2011 draft and just like some of the things that have transpired and guys who thought would be like all-timers, like Tebow, not that he thought he'd be an all-timer. I just didn't think he would have been out of the league for 4 years. And then I also just think like Andrew Luck, like just
I know that we don't talk about the Andrew Luck thing enough.
No, that's like going to go down as like, it's going to be, wow.
It's a huge what if.
It's not just a what if though, but like, well, yes, of course it is. But I mean, it's also just like, I feel like it's already kind of swept under the rug. Like people aren't even talking about it anymore because the Colts were decent, right? The Colts never got like horrible. So that's like the thing. And this could be one of those, it's just weird. It's such a weird story.
It really is. Oh yeah, I just want to, spend time with my family. I just don't have the love for the game.
Good for him. Sad.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's probably a guy that he made his money.
Okay.
And he's like, you know what? I'm good. I don't want to get my brain bashed in.
Honestly, watching him play though, like another one of those guys, just fun. Like we've talked about this. Like, who are the fun quarterbacks to watch? And he was one of them.
Totally.
It's an adventure every time he takes a snap. Both quarterbacks in this game, I think, I'm more on the Baker side than the Lamar side. Lamar's super electric. Don't get me wrong, but like Baker, like you never know if he's gonna just like start doing
completely implode or win the game.
Honestly,
yeah,
very Favre-esque, and Lamar doesn't throw enough for my liking. Like the way that offense to me, I'm just not into that style. It's like I'm gonna sit down for 3 hours. But
I think that if you're a Ravens fan, you'd wish that it was more than a one-dimensional running offense, right? Because a good defensive coordinator can shut that down. Like, you're not going to win a Super Bowl with that offense. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen.
It's going to be tough at the very least. But don't forget, Sammy Watkins did make the jump over there. We'll see if he's still got some magic in those legs.
Sammy Watkins never had magic.
Sammy Watkins, another one of those guys. You forget. The whole draft,
so good at Clemson.
And like the whole draft was traded by the Bills. But
yep.
So we'll pick this up. We're going to pick our winners in the play. We're going to pick the playoff teams basically.
Let's do it.
But first, earlier today on the Sweat, Garion Thorne, which sounds such an awesome name. Like whoever's parents are, I want to shake their hands, kiss them on both cheeks, and if they're in for the lips, I'll give them one of those too. And our guy Moose debated whether Trey Lance would take the first snap of the regular season for the San Francisco 40 Niners.
Third overall pick, Trey Lance, had a solid debut as well. 5 for 14 for 128 yards and a touchdown. That 80-yard bomb, though. He's plus 250 to take the Niners' first regular season snap over Jimmy G. Garion, has Lance done enough to tempt you into taking this number?
No. I think this is the one, and I think most people probably felt this way because we were presented Trey Lance as maybe the highest upside quarterback in this draft, but definitely the most raw. A guy who was not going to be NFL ready right away. And, for as much as Kyle Shanahan, I'm sure, looked at that game tape and was salivating at what Trey Lance can possibly do, I think, again, you have to look at how these quarterbacks were sort of utilized in this contest. And unlike the Bears, who had Andy Dalton kind of go out there and play a couple, 3-4 series because they need to take a look at this guy, the plan was always going into this contest that Jimmy Garoppolo would play one series. Well, Garoppolo played one series. It just doesn't seem like right now the distribution of snaps is the kind you would see for a competition that is actually open. I still think Trey Lance is going to start at some point this season, but I don't think it's going to be.
Jeff, what do you think?
Yeah, this is one I would stay away from too. It feels like the 49ers, even with Jimmy Garoppolo coming off injury, like they're not really in a rush to get him reps. It just seems set. This is what we're doing. We're starting conservative this year. We're going with Jimmy G. We're just going to try and not lose the games on offense and let our skill players, make simple plays and get the ball into their hands. Trey Lance, his performance in week 1 was a lot better than it looked on the stat sheet. So there is a door here, because if he comes out and he just rips it in week 2, things could change real quick, because some of the throws that he was making were, like Garion said, absolutely ridiculous. He did also have 4 drop passes by the 49ers wide receiver crew, and he was up against the number 1 D-line for the Kansas City for a lot of that game. I don't know what Andy Reid is doing, but they got a lot of reps. So it was a tough spot for Trey Lance, and he still ripped some absolutely mind-boggling passes. So a situation that could still flip on its head, but I'm not really expecting it to, and I don't really want a piece of this bet for Lance to start week 1 either.
And we back. So I ask you heard Garion Thorne, you heard Moose. Mr. Freeze Pops, what cold day in hell are we talking that Trey Lance could be taking the first snap for the 49ers?
I mean, look, Jimmy Garoppolo is a guy that gets injured all the time, right? So maybe he takes a training camp injury.
There you go.
The fact that he's still on the roster, I think he's going to be the week 1 starter. But Trey Lance has been damn good this preseason in that, and he's looked good at training camp. I'm not one to freak out about preseason. Yeah. That's not the type of guy I am. I've watched enough football to know that this is all fake for the most part. But, Russell Wilson was really good in the preseason, and look what happened. I mean, he was the week 1 starter for Seattle back in the day when they paid all that money for Matt Flynn. So it happens.
True.
But I just think Jimmy G has won enough to earn that spot if he's healthy.
No, I agree there. And you bring up a good point. That Russell Wilson point should be brought up more, because I've always stood by I'm watching Trey Lance who throw a P down the sideline. I saw, I saw Justin Fields look really good as well. These are guys in the third quarter. He's playing cornerbacks that aren't even going to be playing football in 3 weeks. But you still have to build momentum, right? All the rookies actually had some nice highlights this weekend, 5 from the first round. So we'll see. I'm intrigued. Wait a second. AT Aliens exists as my 2 favorite hosts with a crying emoji face. You guys deserve your own show together.
I agree.
Let me slide in the DM. Look, I'm really good at sliding the DMs or emails of bosses. So maybe I'll hit up the Vegas insider people.
Sure.
And I'll just say, hey, I got an idea. And they'll say politely no. Maybe not. Maybe they're open. Who knows?
I'll tread lightly on that situation. I need to keep at least one job.
Oh, but no, I don't get people in trouble. I just shut down the whole Sims by asking too many questions. We got a big run there. Wow, is he going to take it to the house?
Get in. No.
Nice run there by Chubb.
All right, so let's go division by division here. Which one do you want to go to first?
Okay, hold up. I wasn't prepared. I guess. Look at you. I like your style. He's like, let's get right to action. Where do you want to start? You tell me. You're the guy. You're the man.
Let's start in the North. We got both teams in front of us here.
Let's go division winners before wild card. Let's go through the division.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go.
Appreciate it.
As the Browns fall short here of the touchdown. But I'm going to go with the Browns to win the North. I think the Steelers regress. I think the Ravens are too one-dimensional to win enough games in a 17-game season to win a division. And I think the Bengals will be better, but not good enough to be the division winner. I think the Browns maybe stay around the same, if not get a little bit better, and they win the North.
Kareem Hunt says, I hear you, Freeze Pops, as they score a touchdown there. He's taking a selfie, snapping a pic to Ron Stannerud right there, saying, well, get at me, bro. I will say, what's up, Kyle? I will say the same. I think the Browns have a great coach. I think their offensive mindset will be in play. They have the two-headed running back with Kareem Hunt, with Nick Chubb, offensive line improvements. I think you have Odell Beckham returning. I think Baker got comfortable in what this offense really needs it to be. I think he's a better Kirk Cousins. You might think that's obvious, but I think Kirk wasn't able to appease his receivers in this style offense where I think Baker will be able to, and I think he has more of a take chance mentality that will, trust me, will run him into some issues at times, but I think this is a double digit, 11, 12 win team in a 17 game, and I think they take it as well. I will agree with you. Pittsburgh, I think, trending down. I think they'll still have a decent year. I think them and the Ravens will compete for playoffs. We'll get to those later. But
I also think the fact that Cleveland doesn't have to play a first-place schedule helps them. Because, remember, the Steelers won the North. Yep. So the fact that the Steelers are coming back with, a Gumby quarterback. And, look, their defense is great, but we all know the Steelers ended the season on a terrible note. So just momentum not in their favor. And I know it's been a while since they played football games, but that stuff can carry over.
And I'll be honest, I've said it and I'm not going to do it here. I think that team's lost it a little bit. I think when you go 11-0 and then you basically, you win 2 games.
Essentially every game after that.
Yes, honestly. And it started with that weird Washington game on a Wednesday.
And they really should have lost the last few games of that win streak too. Like it was like a fraudulent 11-0.
Yeah,
they were trending in the wrong direction before that first loss.
There you go. I agree. I'm with you. Kane says the Ravens take the North. It's hard to pick against the Ravens. Excellent coaching. Always find to game plan around their teams, but I think we'll both agree. Cleveland takes that one. Where do you want to go next?
Let's go with the West because Ty Gallo Kane on YouTube shared his division winners, and the first one he listed was the West, and he said the Chiefs. I cannot pick against the Kansas City Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes rarely loses football games. I don't really think that I don't need to say much more, that the Kansas City Chiefs are going to win the AFC West and will for the foreseeable future.
I so want to pick against them because I think they're going to have a slight down year. And then with that, but that's like the Patriots 10 years ago having a slight down year, still a playoff team, still winning the division. I think Denver has a chance to compete like pretty well with them. Vegas and the Chargers. There's no real bad team, right? But I'll take the Chiefs as well. It's too risky not to. There's no team that's there. If Aaron Rodgers was in a Broncos union, we're just having a conversation right now.
Very different story, yes.
Yeah, I will take the Chiefs.
So this is going to seem like a name drop, but it's more of just a funny story from Canton. I was waiting for Morton at one point on one of the nights early on. I think it might have been the first night we were there. And I was waiting in the lobby, and Willie Lanier, who is in the Hall of Fame from the Chiefs, absolute legendary linebacker from those Hank Stram teams, It's just hanging out. It's just him and I sitting in the lobby. The Hall of Fame game is on. Yeah, that's right. We were waiting. I was waiting for Morton to get ready to go to the second half of the Hall of Fame game, which we ended up just not going to. And Willie is just sitting there and he's quiet, and I'm just trying to make small talk because it was awkward. And I'm like, so, man, the Chiefs looking good next year, man. Your Chiefs. And then he proceeded for the next 45 minutes to explain to me why he thinks the Chiefs are going to be horrible this upcoming season.
Did he say because they've played a lot of games last few years?
He says that if you paid attention to the games, that they were winning close. They were playing a backyard, schoolyard style. They weren't respecting their opponents. And the Super Bowl was a microcosm of the Chiefs' arrogance in the way that they have been playing since Mahomes took over, because they knew that there were issues, and at halftime they didn't make the adjustments, and the Bucs and Brady exposed them. And he thinks that the Chiefs are headed in the wrong direction. He does not think they're going to have a great season.
I gotta talk to this man. I was amazed because, again, Willie Lanier, synonymous with the Chiefs, one of the all-time great Chiefs, and I'm just trying to make small talk with the guy, and it was as if he was waiting for someone to ask him, what do you think about the Chiefs for next season? He unloaded. And then when Morton finally comes down, he's like, hey, what did I miss? And I was like, oh, nothing. Just the Chiefs are going to go winless. And Willie laughed, but then he proceeded to give Morton like 25-minute lecture on it. He was ready to talk about why he doesn't like the Chiefs next year. I don't know what to tell you. We're both lock and step here. Both have Browns, both have Chiefs.
I'm picking the Chiefs.
Yeah. Where do you want to go next here?
Let's go with the AFC South. I am going to pick the Titans because, and look, I've been on these streams high on the Colts. I love the Colts roster, but the uncertainty with Wentz, and I know people hate Wentz on here too. I thought it was a good situation for him coming back to being a Frank Reich guy and all that talent around him. I thought it was a good situation for Wentz. I still like the Colts roster, but they have a really tough schedule to open the year. We've gone over it before. It's something like 9 of their first 11 games are against really good teams. And they're playing the NFC West, so that doesn't help. And I just like the Titans. I'm more confident in the Titans right now. The Julio Jones thing is a great acquisition. It's going to open up more running room for Derrick Henry. I like Tennessee to win the AFC South at this moment. On paper, I think it makes the most sense. And plus, Houston's garbage, and Jacksonville, they might improve slightly because of Trevor Lawrence, but not enough to make a noise towards the playoffs.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think Indianapolis, even with Wentz, I'd love to see one of these other guys get a shot, but we'll see. I agree. Tennessee takes that one.
Leaves us with the East. I'm curious. I'll let you go first on the East here.
It's Buffalo. Like, I'm a Pats fan. I want to say the Patriots, trust me in my heart, but it's just I'm not there yet. The quarterback position's a mess. Weapons are still not great. I think the defense is a top 3. Has a chance to be a lockdown again, but I'll take the Bills to take this division. Everything is just clicking, and coaching is good. Players are good. It's 10-7, by the way, at the end of 3. He's Freeze Pops. I'm Rossi. How are you? We're great.
Hi.
We're stoked to be here with you. 2 more weeks till the commentation ceases to exist. It goes on a permanent hiatus.
Not permanent, just paused. The statement said pause, Rossi. I'm going by the official company statement.
So
they're pausing commentary.
So every day I'm going to wake up and just press play and see what happens. But yeah, we're pumped to be here with you guys. Thank you guys for being with us, talking a little pick 'em. If you got them, the division winners, we're going through the AFC. So far, we both have agreed on all the divisions. We have Cleveland.
And I'm going to agree with you on Buffalo as well. I think they have the most complete team. I like Josh Allen heading into this season. I think he's going to be even better.
Yep.
And I like Sean McDermott. All he's done is make that program better and better year after year up in Buffalo. So that's going to be my pick as well. I personally like the Dolphins in the direction they're going in. I am high on Tua, but I just think Buffalo has that edge over them at this point. I do think New England does improve, but they're going to play around with that stupidity at quarterback for too long for them to get moving in the right direction. I think Cam Newton starts too many games and it puts them in a hole. I think that Mac Jones should start from week 1, and I know there will be growing pains, but I think he gives them the best chance to win right now. I don't like Cam Newton at quarterback.
All right, so we got a quarter left here. Who you're going to be?
Fumble. Big man picks it up.
Who's going to be your 3 wild card in the AFC?
Okay. That's tough. I will go with Baltimore for one of them.
Yep.
Because while I don't think that they can win a Super Bowl with the playing style they have, I do think that they're still talented. They have a good defense. Lamar Jackson's good, so I'll put them in one of those spots. I'm going to put the Chargers in another one of those spots. I think they have a really talented roster. Herbert was great. Now he's had the full off season to be the CEO of that organization. They got Anthony Lynn out of there, who I think was just an actively bad coach. Now they got him gone, so
you didn't know why he did things. That's all I know.
It was bad. It was bad. So those are 2 of the spots. The last spot is really a toss-up for me. I want to say Indy just because I think that they have the most talented roster overall from the teams remaining. I like Miami. I don't want to say the Steelers because I do think that they regress, but I think it could be any of those 3 teams.
3 teams make it.
I know. No, but for that last spot.
Oh,
I'm going to say Pittsburgh. I know that's uninspired.
Oh, doink.
But
no good.
I'm going to go with the Steelers.
All right, so for the purpose of time, I'm going to take the Patriots. I'm going to take – I was fighting between Denver and the Chargers so much.
I just don't think that the Denver has their quarterback situation figured out enough for me to trust them.
I think they calm it all down with Bridge. I think the Bridge can do it, but gut says Baltimore. I cannot put Baltimore in there. I just think they're just so well coached. I think it's a down year for Pittsburgh. I'm not there with them. They're not doing it again, those 3 teams. I will throw in, and then Brother Phil saying he wants to have a hot take that the Chargers will come out of nowhere, but the coaching, sometimes these rookie coaches can surprise you, and that's where I'm kind of like, do I go Denver? Do I go Chargers? Do I have Fangio? Is he good? Is the defense really going to be able to carry that team? The Chargers, is their defense going to be healthy enough? Does Herbert maintain the play he had? I'm taking Indy out. And you're welcome, Indianapolis. You don't have to give up a first-round pick.
The Rossi curse.
Nope. That could be it, too. So I'm going to say New England. I'm going to say Baltimore. And I'm just going to switch it up. I'm going to say Denver. I'm going to say Denver makes it. And a tiebreaker being like 9-8. Let's rip through the NFC West here. I mean, the NFC in general. Let's just go right down north. Let's go East. Who do you got in the East winning?
Cowboys.
I have the New York Giants because I've been talking about it, and I'm not backing down now. NFC North.
Packers.
Yeah, I gotta go with the Packers. There's a part of me that wants to go on that limb with the Vikings. I can't do it. So I will take the Packers as well. NFC South.
Bucks.
Yeah, it's chalk here. Bucks. And then NFC West. Take your poison. I was so high on the Rams over the last few months, and I'm cooling off like you wouldn't believe, but who do you got first?
Rams.
It's so hard because I look at these teams. Like San Francisco, I'm not there yet, but every reason is giving me to pick them. But and is it time for Russ to cook again? Is this team, they signed Jamal Adams, who I think it's going to hurt them in the long haul. But to be different, I'll take the Seahawks.
Okay.
Yucks, take the West. And now, who will be, dare you, Queenie says, Giants equal Detroit. Don't you dare. This is my comeback year. Everybody had an off year last year. 2020 was an off year. People laughing at my Giants pick. Watch out where we go next. All right, so now you have 3 wildcard teams here for the NFC.
Seattle, San Francisco, and let's go with Washington. So I think 2 teams from the NFC East are going to make it. I like Washington's defense. I think that Fitzpatrick wins them some ball games. I do think the Bears get better, but I think that they're going to start Dalton for too many games for them to actually make the playoffs. I'm going Washington, but I do like the Bears as a sleeper. Good call. Mike Bauer, Jordan W., a few others on YouTube throwing them out there. They did make the playoffs last year with Trubisky.
Yeah. Dobbins, again, last year was an off year for everybody. Dobbins, baby. There you go. Gets a touchdown. Game's basically out of reach now. 3.5. 2-score game. Okay, I'm going to say wild cards here. I'll say the Rams. I'll take the Vikings. And there needs to be another team. Like, I know I put the Giants already, so maybe that's the shock team. There has to, like, there's going to be that shock to the system team that nobody's really thinking of, that sneaks in. That's a great story. And if I'm just going to take a risk, and I'm just going to throw one out there, I'm going to say the Carolina Panthers.
Whoa, why?
I'm going off of anything statistically.
You're playing the numbers here, and you're like, this is just going to be a random team that makes it?
Like well, I still wish it was Bridgewater, and I know people are like, oh, you have faith in Darnold? Maybe this is what he needed. Maybe this changes scenery, and it's just a team that will win small ball, that will run the ball, Christian McCaffrey healthy. Like there's always those teams. Like, I don't see the Saints being very good this year. I just don't. I don't see, you talked about the Bears being a playoff team last year. I just don't see them returning. I understand the defense is really good. I still don't have a lot of faith in, I loved the coach in the past. I just think there's a lot of broken pieces there, and maybe he can put it together. The Bears easily could be that team.
They made the playoffs last year.
Yeah, I was thinking about Dallas, but just something tells me that NFC South is going to – I think New Orleans is going to stink. I think Atlanta's going to stink. Tampa Bay is going to be good. And I think Carolina can win some of these games. So there's always one. So that's the reason I'm going to go with it. There's no
The NFC South is going to stink outside of Tampa. I do think that New Orleans is going to take a step back. I don't think Atlanta is going to be fantastic. I think they're going to be more middle of the road. They'll get better because I think that a lot of things broke unfairly their way last year from a luck perspective and from a health perspective. So I do think Atlanta gets better, but they're still not great.
Yeah.
But with that said, I can't get there with you because Darnold has been in the league long enough for me to now, believe him in the fact that he's just not that good. At a certain point, you have to believe the body of work in front of you. And we're not talking about a guy that's been in the league for 1 year. We've got 3 or 4 years of this. We've seen it. He's just not that good.
Let me remind you. What did you think of Ryan Tannehill in Miami?
That's a fair point. Totally fair point. But Tannehill is a special athlete, and I haven't seen Darnold be as athletic as Tannehill. We saw flashes of Tannehill in Miami, and those teams won 8 games, and he threw for a lot of yards. People look at the Tannehill thing now in Tennessee. Oh, look at this great comeback story. But if you really actually look at the numbers with him in Miami, he wasn't as bad as people are making him out to be. He just wasn't top 10 quarterback winning. He was actually not as bad of a quarterback as he's made out to be when he was with the Dolphins.
He also wasn't good. That's just my thing. I think
Darnold has been actively bad.
I still think Darnold has something. That's just, hey, listen, we'll see. They could be 5-12 for all I know. I'm just right. I'm not putting all. I just think there's always a team there. I think Arizona's too thought.
True. No, there always is. Arizona's in the mix. No doubt.
I think Arizona's going to stay. I'm getting behind.
Really?
That. Yeah,
I think they have good talent.
Me too. But they're all older. Kyler Murray has a bum shoulder already. This young in his career. I'm sorry. There's something there. I think
Kingsbury is kind of a joke.
Yeah, I don't see it working, and it's no disrespect. I'd love to see them be good again. The 49ers are a team I'm probably going to regret not saying, but that division, there's too much. I think the 49ers next year. I honestly think 1 more year for them to fully bounce back. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what all goes on. Those are our picks. Listen, again, those could change in 2 weeks. Who knows? But we're just having a little fun exercise tonight.
I love it.
It's good to have it. It's good to have some fun, talk some football with all of you. I like some people.
I love football.
I love football. Damon says, I'd love to see the Browns go all the way just because their fans deserve it. Damon, that's a horrible reason. Screw the fans. I'm just kidding. Queenie says, we said that at the same time. What do we? Oh, Panthers going to shock the world. Oh, must have said that. Mike Bauer says Bears got better, Vikings are in a decline, and Lions are insane. I disagree with the Vikings on a decline. I still think I think this is a year that things could click for them.
I like the Vikings.
Retooled that defense. Wow, that could have been a pick six. Retooled that defense. Looks like they're going to give it a shot. Bruce Harding says, who's your Cinderella team for each conference to possibly go all the way at the Super Bowl, just like the Giants did? After all the teams I picked, I guess that would be like either the
Does
Giants.
Cleveland count?
I don't know if they're last year, maybe. Look at your playoff teams, though, there. Like, would it be...
I mean, Cleveland's going to win the division, so I guess they don't really count. It's just like, do they count because they're Cleveland? You know what I mean?
I'll say yes, but if there's another team that's on your playoff, like Pittsburgh, they could be Cinderella.
I don't think any of my wild card teams are going to win the Super Bowl in the AFC. I guess maybe the Chargers of the three that I gave would be the one that has the best chance because maybe Herbert just goes on a tear. How cool would that be if they played in their home stadium there in LA? Really putting down true roots, getting to play in their home stadium. But
that would be cool.
I guess the Chargers are my answer by default.
Kane says the Raiders out of the AFC, the Vikings for the NFC. Yeah, for me, I guess my picks would either be the Patriots or Broncos. And then for the NFC, yeah, either the Carolina or the Giants. But I don't see Carolina. I don't see either one of those going to the Super Bowl. But hey, you never know. All you got to do is get in the dance, right, Freeze Box?
Yeah, exactly. I think in the NFC, my pick would be Washington because any of those other NFC West teams that I put in the playoffs as wildcard teams, that they're not really your traditional Cinderella if they make it that far because everyone knows they're talented, you know? Like if the Niners made it to the Super Bowl, even with a rookie quarterback, it's not really that shocking. Oh yeah, I guess it's shocking because a rookie quarterback would be playing in the Super Bowl, but we know how good that team is.
Dude, I'll tell you right now. A part of me, like this year, I don't know. I think we're like last year. It just seemed too much. Like I feel like last year didn't happen. The more I think about it, Tampa hosting the Super Bowl, playing the Super Bowl, winning.
Pretty crazy.
There's just so much there. Must be says New England and Chicago. Chicago would be a fun one. Make me think if I'm going to play Madden. By the way, I'm going to go throw a parlay on the sportsbook app with all those picks.
Okay.
I'm going to go
Are
absolutely.
you going to split the winnings with me, dude?
Why would I?
Because we did this together.
Throw yours on and I'll throw mine on, and then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, there we go. All right.
It's like $5 to win like $1 million.
$1 million.
Yeah.
All right, where did you finish in your contest?
I'll look now.
Well, I guess scores are still finalizing, of course.
Of course. I'm probably horrible, so let's see. I've currently live 95th out of 102. I'm done.
I'm in 50th out of 111.
Willie Sneed is the Not Your Kid award because I said so. No.
Okay, Willie Sneed, congratulations. Not my kid, not my problem. I'm going to go with Kareem Hunt for the wooden nickel. 56% ownership, 16.6 in the flex. So if you had him in your captain spot, I bet he was pretty good. So let's go Kareem Hunt. And I don't really want to look to see if that is a valid choice.
No, don't worry. You stick to it. I did want to bring up one thing because this is a topic I think only me or you would really well, I'm sure I could have done it with Christian. He would have told me his college stats from 19 years ago. But today, the Detroit Lions parting ways from a man who held long snapped the ball to Jason Hanson, who was on the Mount Rushmore of the Detroit Lions. And don't forget that either, you sons of guns. This is a man, long snapper, underappreciated position. 17 years, 260 games. Don, I believe is it Malbec, kind of like the wine?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I've heard his name before, but I didn't know. And Jason Hanson, he's the only one. He's only second behind Jason Hanson for most games played. And this is what Lions owner Sheila Ford said. Don Malbec will go down as one of the all-time Detroit Lions greats.
Love that.
That says two things. One, it's not a very talented franchise. Two, got to give love to a player that's been on your roster that nobody knows the name till I probably just said it. They thought it was their neighbor. 17 seasons long snapping for the Detroit.
I love long snappers.
Love it.
Shout out to Lonnie Paxton.
Oh yeah, the most famous snow angel ever. So we're gonna go final here. 20-10 is gonna wrap it up here. Brother Phil says, as far as threatening the entire field with your arm, Jameis is an upgrade over Breeze. Could open up the offense, throw more deep stuff. It's game management that has held back Jameis. Yeah, and the fact
And I think it'll continue to hold him back.
And
Michael Thomas is going to be out, so
bad news.
Yeah.
That's it. You're going to be joined by Moose, right, for Madden After Dark?
Moose, baby.
Love it. I don't know. I think I'm back tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Can't confirm that. And I don't know who I'm working with because
I'm with Glash for Madden After Dark.
Oh, next?
Wednesday.
You scared me there.
No, I'm with Moose next.
Yes. Okay, do we know who I'm working with tomorrow? I just know I'm back tomorrow. It doesn't really matter. Whoever I'm there with, I'm there. And I'm excited to be there.
Heck yeah, baby. I'm
going to be with, Moose. Pumped. Wow, my day just got instrumentally better. That's now the way you say it. But Freeze Pops, this has been a pleasure, my dude, as always. Make sure you go check out what Freeze Pops. He's doing great stuff for charity for the kids, baby. For the kids.
St. Louis Crisis Nursery. Go check it out. Donate to my Star Jar. Check out my social medias. I tweeted them out today. It's on my Instagram bio. Go on my Facebook at Tommy Freeze Pops. Go check it out. Go donate. Any amount helps a lot.
Hold on, I gotta find it. I'm gonna retweet it before I leave. Tommy Freeze Pops, co-host of Great Dane Nation. Look at that pin tweet, you and Tom Brady. Just mugging.
I mean, you got to do that.
Yeah, you got to flex on. That should be the profile pic. That's really the move. All right, here.
Yeah, I kind of like the picture of me in the Freeze Pop.
I'm gonna do the original one you did.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna give that one the old retweet. So that's been retweeted as well. So appreciate everybody. Do what you can to help out the kids. Again, on behalf of Michael, amazing man. TP, good job. Zach, Bailey, ops were great. Everyone's been great. Chat, you've been great. I'll be back tomorrow. Freeze Pops. We'll take it on home. We'll bring this baby to a nice, soft, gentle landing for Madden After Dark with Moose. But before we get there, remember that we have tons and tons of great content here in the Dream Stream, including coming up next, again, golf stuff with Pat Mayo. But remember this more importantly, drink your water. Remember, it costs $0 to be a good person. Do your best to do so. Don't be a troll on the internet. Try to be kind to others. Donate to worthy charities like what Freeze Pops is doing. And you know what? Call a friend, text a random person on your phone that you haven't in a while. Maybe you just need that push. I try to do it like once or twice a week. And when I'm done with this, I'm sending that too. And slide in someone's DMs if they're open. Why not? Anyways, you guys have yourself a great rest of the evening. Freeze Pops, leave them with a little something to just keep them wanting to come back for more for you and Moose.
I was gonna sing something and then I didn't. It didn't come to me. So I was gonna sing a song and then I completely blanked. So hey, tune in at 10 and I'll finish that note for you.
There he is. We'll be back again at 10 o'clock for Madden After Dark. Here is Pat Mayo and people talking about whacking balls and golf coming up this weekend.
The Northern Trust kicks off the FedEx Cup playoffs this week. Liberty National in Jersey City, right across from Manhattan. I was there the last time I was here, walked the course. It's a pretty cool course, although everyone seems to hate its guts. I actually think it was a pretty cool design. Like when I was walking around, it's maybe it's just more the ambiance and the atmosphere of where it is laid out. There's also like bad fescue that can really get you. There's a ton of bunkers around this course too. 7,410 yards, par 71. Patrick Reed won the last time that we were here. I don't want to belabor this too much because generally speaking, Jeff, and I put this in my column up on DraftKings Sportsbook, that top players generally win the first playoff event.
Yeah, and when you look at the past winners of the Northern Trust, despite being different courses, they're all great, like almost super elites only, who are not just super elites, but they're super elites in great form. So that has sort of been the road that this event has given us, Pat. And as we sort of discussed or alluded to in some of the lead-up conversations we've been having, we love the majors, but pound for pound, the numbers show this is the strongest field of the year. and arguably the hardest tournament to win of the entire golf season.
I agree. And you have to treat it like a WGC, I think, when it comes to betting. I have 2 bets in already, and that might be where it is for me. Like I said, I wrote up in the column about the past winners of the first playoff event. There's 124 players in this field because Louis is not playing in this event. He's 8th in the FedEx Cup standing, so that's good enough to get him through to East Lake anyway. It might put him down in the rankings if he doesn't return this week, but he's going to have a shot at the big money. That's why he skipped the Olympics, was to win this $15 million if you can win the FedEx Cup. And it'd be really funny if somehow, I guess he won't because he's not playing in this event, but if he had come like second in the first 2 playoff events, he might have had the most FedEx Cup points going into East Lake, where then he wouldn't have to shoot the best score in order to win, which would be the most classic Louis situation of all time. But that's not going to happen anymore. So 124 players, top 65 and ties make the cut. And Hunter Mahan in 2014, a winner that we hit. I think that was at Plainfield or Plainview or Daniel Plainview. Hunter Mahan was out there drinking milkshakes and winning us 80-1 bets in 2014 because, I don't win any bets recently. I have to remember old bets that I've won. Bought me a laptop, but he was 41st in the world rankings when he won. He was the only guy outside of Heath Slocum in 2009 who won this event and outlasted like Ernie and Tiger Woods. He was ranked like 191st in the world or something. Other than that, it's been top 25 guys.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I guess I take back the super elite comment, but very elite players who are playing incredibly well. And I got to say, this has been a spot on the schedule, Pat, that has been so kind to me.
Bryson?
Patrick Reed last year. Bryson off the 3-putt to miss the cut at the PGA Championship where he had like a meltdown. Not on the course, but like we saw him like freaking out like after. Turn that into back-to-back FedEx Cup wins, summer of, and we had that great I had the DJ in that playoff versus Spieth, where it might be the most orgasmic way to play that hole in the history of life, where he took on that water on that 18th hole. I watched the video of it this morning. I Googled it. I had to watch that whole play out again.
So here's another one. In the past 6 years, 4 of the past 6 winners of the opening event of the playoffs have already won previously in the calendar year, and 5 of the past 6 winners have been ranked inside the top 10 in FedEx Cup points coming into the tournament. So if you were just doing this shorthand-wise, although I didn't bet any of these guys, so maybe that makes me a jamoke in this situation, Morikawa, Spieth, Cantlay, English, Rahm, Answer, Bryson, Louis not playing, Justin Thomas and Sam Burns would be your most likely winners of this event.
Interesting. I also saw Jeff Ulrich tweet that 7 of the last 10 winners finished T22 or better in their previous starts before winning, and have a slew of in-form results before their win.
So
I guess there's a road. But who just won the WGC?
Answer.
Yeah, I guess I kind of overlooked him. It was right off the Olympics. I don't want to say we kind of got burned, but like really keeping that like elite end vibe. Like I wasn't really looking at him. I guess I had other losers like Sergio in that like price range.
Yeah, I had English and Sergio for the Answer price point that week, but that happens. Let's talk about the favorites in this tournament. Rahm is the overall favorite at DraftKings Sportsbook, 8-1. Spieth is 12. DJ is 16. Morikawa is 16. Xander is 18. Rory and Brooks are 22. Bryson and Thomas are 25-1. Abraham, the Mexican Allen Iverson, the Answer is 28. So is Casey. So is Berger. So is Scheffler. And that's everyone, 30-1 and below. I've bet 2 guys in this range. I revealed it a little bit earlier in the show. I bet Rory at 22-1, and I actually caught Berger at 33-1. Those are my 2 bets for this tournament at the top end. I gave hard consideration to, I wanted to bet Morikawa and Spieth. I didn't love the odds versus those other guys because I'm greedy and I want a bit longer odds, but I probably can't bet 3 of them. And I did give Dustin a look too. It's just, I'm going to use Dustin as my one and done because I'm essentially out of top end guys and I haven't used Dustin to this point. So that's the path that I'm going there in our 3-man type of thing. But I don't know if he was the first round leader here in 2019. That was the last time it was played at this course when Patrick Reed won. When you hit him it was 2019 at this event at Liberty National. He won. He outlasted Harold Varner III and someone else. I think it was actually Answer who came in second place. But that's where I'm going.
Answer was second to Reed.
Yeah, he was second to Reed. And then like Rahm and Adam Scott were fourth and fifth. Actually, I can tell you, I have it written down in front of me because I made note of this. Reed, Answer, Varner, Rahm, Scott, Louis, Snedeker, Rory, and Spieth all tied for sixth. I like this course for Spieth a lot. I think it sets up really well for him, but I don't like his odds. So I'll go with Berger instead.
So we're very similar because I have bet those guys. And sometimes you might think we talk about these things beforehand, but we did not. We did not. Like everybody, DJ having that sense that he is coming around, that the results haven't been as bad as, or the play hasn't been as bad as I think the results. You're sort of just waiting for him to burst. I was tempted, but there were just some real big numbers. And you said you bet Rory at 22, Pat?
Yep.
You should cash that out and go to that other weird place and take a 25.
I will do that as we speak.
The place that's available multi-bordered. Because I made that bet at 25 to 1. So
okay, yes, I will go do that. Better number for me. You know I have money on that site.
Yeah, and you get a full I like making those early bets where you did, because if I like a number, I like making it.
You can cash it out.
Wanting to protect it, but knowing I can get a full cash out if one of those like sketchier books posts a better number.
Yeah, that's the move.
So yeah, that is the move. And honestly, I'll say my word, a consortium of players, like a lot of people. I like the elite guys, and you're getting some juicy numbers. You're getting juicy numbers like Justin, Brooks, Bryson. So there are some really juicy numbers, but it is Rory who I've moved on here. It is Daniel Berger who I've moved on here, and I can't resist it. Maybe it should be Scotty Scheffler, but I bet Victor Hovland 35 to 1. So those are the three bets that I've made, and I anticipate making one more bet, probably in that 25 to 40. And then there's one guy flirting in front of 100 who I'd like to bet when we get down there.
That 25 number is gone, my friend. I'm going to have to stick with the 22.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's fine. I thought 22 was a good number. Obviously, 25 is a better number, but 22 is good enough for me. Justin Thomas is 25, which I thought was really surprising.
Yeah. I like that. That's one of the guys who I am thinking about. Also making, four guys, one bomb from between 25 and 40.
Yeah, I mean, on one of these other sites, actually, it does have better odds. Off the tee and have to scramble. If you're not consistently getting it up and down at this course, you're cooked. That was leading me. That's why I wanted to go to Spieth, because I was like, oh, because I went back and looked at how did Spieth do that year. He finished inside the top 10, drove the ball poorly, and chipped it really poorly. But he gained like 8 strokes putting, so that can kind of make up for it. But I just worry about guys who are really bad around the greens. That's why I kind of gave up on Neiman when I gave him a look. It's one of the reasons that I gave up on Hovland when I was doing my look too.
Yeah, that's fair. This is a very demanding golf course, and you're not wrong to say you were there and it was awestruck. Like, I've never been there, but it strikes me as one of the most beautifully set up courses visually, and it's. I mean, I guess every PGA Tour event is so beautifully manicured.
Yeah, but this is like a made for TV course. It almost looks like.
Yeah, but this is like, yeah, they put a lot of money into that place. I think a couple private guys bought it, and they really made it in, I don't know, it might be private, right? It's a beautiful, like, just a beautiful, what's the word? Not like where, I don't know, it's hard to get on, I think. I think it's private.
I don't know if it's private or not. I guarantee you it's a very exclusive course in order to get
that's
a
the
tee time.
word.
I'm not speaking to the actual design of the course and how it plays as a golfer. I really don't know anything about that, to be perfectly honest with you. Some people get like really triggered about that kind of thing, and I don't think I think like the design guys don't like this course, but I can just tell you from being there, it's just really, it's like immaculate to look at.
Yeah. And I think, exclusive and exquisite, and they take great pride in its well, I know it's in Jersey, so they're not playing in the winter, but it's one of the best manicured golf courses in the world, I think is what I was trying to say, whether the pros are there or not.
When I do the DraftKings show, that's going to come out either on Tuesday evening or Wednesday morning for this. Like, I'm going to like Morikawa and Spieth, along with Rory and Berger, and maybe even Bryson. But a lot of that will depend on ownership for outright bets from this. And I'll talk more about those guys then. I like Rory and I like Berger, and we're on the same page with that.
Yeah, but okay, so let's obviously, like, with the numbers and this feels so weird, Pat, because we get to majors and there's so many guys under like 20 to 1. And now there's like half that, and some of those guys are 25, 22 above. So I don't know, the books are really enticing me, and there's an opportunity to make a card of elite golfers and be able to pick like more than one or two of them, like you could at a major, sort of, if you wanted to play these same guys, if that makes any sense.
Oh, absolutely. And the problem is this next range, the 30 to 70 is where they sucked all the value out, because they packaged everyone. Everyone seems like 15 to 20 points too short in this range to me versus where they should be. But that's because they pushed down the top end, squeezed up this like middle tier. You got like Hovland and Cantlay at 30, Webb at 35, Reed, Matsuyama, Cameron Smith, Adam Scott. They're all at 40 to 1. Then you have Matthew Fitzpatrick, Poulter, Connors, Hatton, Finau. They're all at 55. Harris English is also 40 to 1, by the way. Sam Burns is 60. Sung Jae, Henley, Kokrak, all 65 to 1. Neiman is 65 to 1. Kisner is 65 to 1. Lowry and Harmon are 70 to 1. Then there's a drop off. So there's a lot of guys in this middle range who, I don't know. I'm not saying that they can't win, but I don't really like the odds of literally any of these guys except for maybe Patrick Reed.
Yeah, I was going to say, oh my God.
Is your fire alarm going off? Are you in danger, Jeff?
No, I hope not. Yeah, you are right. I don't really have any interest in those guys, and the books kind of did a bad job because they didn't even make them bettable. Like, sometimes you could take those guys, give me a big enough number, I could be tempted, but they're allowing me to spend all my units between, say, 22 and 40 to 1. Berger, I will say, I'm all in on Berger. I've been betting Berger a lot and losing. But when you bet Berger at a big event, you get sucked into that great finish, and you're like, I'll be there next time. Like, I made that mind up, watching him play the end of the U.S. Open, playing the end of the Open, playing the end of FedEx or St. Jude. I'm just for this guy. Any like, was it tough at all to differentiate for him with like Cantley or Scheffler there?
Not to me. I think that him and Scheffler are the closest too, because both continue to lurk in these big tournaments. Berger's gotten across the finish line so many times that he's not going to get across the finish line every time because no one does that. But at least I have faith that he can close if he's going to be in it. And I really like what he does at this course for his skill set. Like, only Morikawa has been better with his irons over the past 50 rounds, and especially over the past 24 and past 23, and he's coming off 9.5 gained at Memphis, which is a course where he normally plays really well. Didn't chip it all that well, didn't putt it all that well, didn't drive it all that well, and he's not a great driver of the golf ball, but he hits a ton of fairways, and I think that's really going to be key here. Generally, he's pretty good around the green, and between you see Scheffler have these spike putting weeks, and that happens. That's really good for guys who you want to win. I just feel like Berger's just a consistently better putter.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need to be sold on Berger. I've watched our Ryder Cup part. To me, he is special. I think, yeah, I do like seeing him I guess him and Cantley are always been kind of, I've kind of put them together in some ways. Paul Casey, I guess that's
we've already moved on from this range, by the way. Why are we talking about Paul Casey? Are you going to bet Paul Casey?
No, but I just want to say, in many ways, he strikes me as a guy that would play well here, but I guess it's the same thing as Hovland. You just there's a scrambling aspect that you believe would undo them.
No, I mean, Casey's not bad around the greens. Casey's just so much like Sergio. One of these weeks, it's all going to work out for Casey. He's going to get on the same page. He's going to win. He can most definitely win this event. He's someone who should be 50-1 in this field. Then I would have a ton of interest. I have zero interest at 28-1 for Paul Casey when I can bet Rory at 22 or Berger at 33.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I guess I was just looking at something else because he is closer to that Reed number in other places. I'm sorry. I thought we were still in the 30 to 70. I'm happy to move.
No, we are in 30 to 70. I'm just looking at 28-1 because we're talking about DraftKings Sportsbook here.
Sorry. Love DraftKings. Like you, there's just a lot of these next tier guys that I think I'm getting such good price on really elite guys that the next tier I'm not really going to have much to say about in the betting market because I'm not betting them. I don't think their numbers are high enough to tempt me, and my units, when you show me the numbers I'm seeing, my units are mentally allocated right now, if not already bet.
Adam Scott has won at this course. He has come in 5th at this course, and he's coming off a really nice week where he probably should have won when all was said and done. But, obviously he can't putt, but the approach was back. The driving was good. Was that because it was a shorter course? I don't know, but everything, he gained in all 4 facets of the game. I don't like the 40-1. I think I'd rather go Hideki or Reed over him at 40-1. And I just don't know what to do with Adam Scott. I think he's going to be a popular play. Maybe it's easier on DraftKings, but I'm kind of with you. There's no one in this range whose number I like from 30 to 70. I think they're just all overvalued.
I will say, if you could ever believe in the guy, Finau at 60 does seem large, but I guess that's a state of his game.
Yeah, at 55-1 on DraftKings Sportsbook. I mean, I mean, yes, I'm looking at a 60-1 right now as well. I don't know. I can see it. I mean, it's hard to imagine him ever winning anything, but he won in Puerto Rico one time, so at least he can get across the finish line.
You dueled Steve Marino. You don't think he could win versus one of these guys?
But this is actually a fair price on Finau, and all it took was 4 years of not winning and him finally hitting a cold streak of not coming 3rd every single week, and finally you have a bettable number on him.
You just said it. You literally said it. You said it. And on the other part of that, Pat, to the flip end, I don't mind to rewind back up the board, but in my opinion, right now, what Rory McIlroy has been doing the last few weeks with his ball striking, to me, we are getting old Rory with a new Rory betting number, if that makes any sense. So I'm so excited about him this week.
Me too.
Just
him leading everyone in ball striking at the WGC and not being able to make a 2-foot putt, Rory can figure that out.
So now in my head, I've convinced myself we're getting old Rory game, but new Rory number. So I'm in. And maybe on the other side of that, Finau, it's you said it. I think you said it perfectly. To to sum up why we got here, but this feels fair. Abe Answer just took his monkey at right. I don't know. I love Finau. I'd be happy if he won. If he won this event, he'd be locked back into maybe that Ryder Cup. That would be fun. I guess 50 to 70. He's the only guy that I would even consider. And we've kind of passed it, but Reed at 40, it just sticks out like a sore thumb. Like the gang is together. By gang, I mean the best players in the world. He wanted this course. You want to throw that 40. He took a week off, so he's rested. That's a very tempting, nice little way to end a power short card at the top if I decide to, I tell you.
70 to 1 and over. I wrote up Aaron Wise in my column this week. He was actually 6th in birdie or better rate at this course in 2019. And just shockingly enough, he couldn't putt. He switched to a broomstick putter, actually gained strokes putting at the Wyndham Championship. Let a few back away in the final round, but he plays well at two very distinct things, places that are on like coastal courses and places with smaller greens. And it gets really good fields. Like if you go back and look at like the past 4 months, he has 2 top 10s. One was at Wells Fargo and one was at Memorial. And this is like that. This field is more like those fields and like the other jabroni events he plays.
I would totally agree with something like that. And like you think it's like the opposite. Like a guy like Kisner looks at these events as like, I just want to finish T25. Well, those like Heritage Sedge Fields are his bread and butter, like where he can get his trophy, where he can maintain his status forever and ever. Aaron Wise, not bad. 90 to 1, Pat. We've ridden that roller coaster. It's been tragic. But why bet Paul Casey at 30 when you could bet Sergio at 90?
I was just looking at his numbers. I think the one thing that might save me is that he was so terrible with his approaches at the 3M, although maybe that, I mean, it's killed his number. He's the same number as Kevin Na. See, woo, is down there as well. Brennan Grace, just all the guys who lost last week.
And we just had a conversation, right? Like at the start of this show, me, you, and Tim were discussing 3 spots on Team Europe. Poulter seems like a lock. You gotta figure Whistling Straits and the young guy Bobby Mack goes. Justin Rose just showed some life. So Sergio, we've decided in our we agree. I think it's between Sergio and Rose for that final spot. Justin missed his putt. Let's have a couple of weeks, Serge.
I mean, that's going to be bad news for the European Ryder Cup team, though. When they're just like, nah, Sergio, we're not giving you that 2-footer. Why don't you putt that one out?
And I'll be honest, Pat. I mean, we speak about Ryder Cup at Christmas. We tend to pick it up in the middle of the year. Nobody in like that back end of Europe picked up the mantle and ran with it. That's why Europe is left with this situation. Like no kid wanted it. We bet Matt Wallace a lot. He didn't take it. And I'm not picking on Matt, and he's maybe not even talented enough to be in this discussion. But from Victor Perez, like there was a lane for somebody to barnstorm their way onto Europe Ryder Cup, and they didn't. So now Pondrick is left with just having to pick from old horses.
Just trying to look at what the numbers tell me from this range. Seamus Power rates out to be like one of the best guys in this field, based on everything that he does, based on his current form. Is this too, he's doing it. He did it at the Barbasol. He did it, 3M. John Deere was playing really well. Like, this is a totally different class of field. But if he's playing well, right?
I guess I'm not going to have money left. If I go into events like this, much like that last WGC, Pat. If I get beat by the back, I'll get beat. But the history shows, the numbers show, my beliefs tell me these are going to be won in a very finite part of the betting board. If I get got, I get got. But I'd rather swing where I'm going to swing than swing up there and feel like an idiot when like the 20, it's being fought between a Rom and 2 guys in the 20s.
Should we actually be giving legitimate consideration to Hideki, who continues to just ball strike the out of everything? Maybe he'll putt a little bit. And he just putted not as awful at St. Jude. He wins.
Yeah, I mean, the Olympics, the St. Jude, he shows up time and time again, and it's weird. I mean, in our show, it's like, I don't know, he's like just perennially disrespected in that, like, we don't really talk about him a ton. And I guess that's just because if one of us wanted to bet on him, we would talk about it. I don't know. I'm just happy to see him do well, but I haven't been betting him. I don't know what to say about it.
Yeah. Is there anyone else? Like I bet Wise at 300-1 with an each way. I'll probably play him first round later, but honestly, 3 guys might be the card this week. I might add a Reed or Hideki or maybe someone in the 30s to go along with it. Maybe you've talked me into Fina. Who knows? I want to wait for that middle section numbers to drift first before I go anywhere near it.
That's probably fair because there are a lot of guys in that range that feel unbettable, and you're like, there's no way people are betting on him, so I'll just wait for the books to see no one's bet on him and let the competition sort itself out. No, right in front of 100 with Sergio might be as deep as I'm considering. Like, that's a long shot for me this week. I did give a shout out at the top, a deserved one, to my boy John Hasselbauer for the Kisner call last week. As much like, just like all you guys with Henley, like, I still want to give you credit for circling it. You know, we shouted out Grace right there, but I gotta say, man, full marks to Cease Peters and that Sloan call that he was banging the drum on from Monday of last week, that he found himself in that playoff. And if he hit that 13th footer on the first playoff hole, it would have been a Roger Sloan win. So I didn't really want to finish without mentioning that. Other than now seeing the very back of the board, like, I don't know, like, there's a consortium, there's a group of people that love betting Matt Wolf. I don't really care for it, though.
I'm a big Matt Wolf better. I don't know if this is the proper venue for him in this situation. I was more looking at
Max Homa. Like, he's always a gamer. He's like Munoz, right? It's either like a great T15 or like a miscut. They seem to have that vibe, don't they?
Yeah, I feel like Keegan Bradley is someone that could play really well here, but I just don't know if I'm going to end up getting there. Go back to Henley. That wouldn't be smart. Griot was actually, I think, 4th in ball striking at this tournament in 2019. He missed the cut. That's how bad he was on and around the greens.
And, I mean, congratulations to Ben Raza for Griot not winning as a favorite, so he can still catch Griot potentially at a bigger number in full field events.
I actually feel like Griot hasn't won in 8 years now.
I think he literally won the first, maybe even before we started doing shows.
No,
like
he won the Safeway in 2015. His first career PGA start was his win.
Crazy.
So it's been 6 years since he's won.
I said Sergio, but what about Grace?
It was a lot of putting last week. A lot of putting.
But the stats show he's been doing it. Like, even
I agree with you. I mean, Grace is the type of player that, I mean, around the green, I have no issues with Brendan Grace. He's one of the best. He has some of the best touch of anyone from around.
So is he
the
like
greens.
a poor man's Reed in that like recipe?
Yeah, I think that's a really good call. I could go back to Grace, no problem.
Listen, I don't really have units to throw around back here, but I'm just saying, like, he keeps showing some really nice form, and his odds don't really
Jeff,
give him
you don't need to say units. You're on the Pat Mayo experience right now. You can just say, I don't want to waste all my money betting on Brendan Grace, because
you're right.
There are certain places.
Me.
There are certain places that people in the space work for, and in order, like, I never put units on my thing because sometimes I just arbitrarily bet on people weird amounts of money, just if I'm feeling it or not. And I know that all the people that list their units and do everything like that, and you included, and you have to do it for Odds Checker so people can keep track of everything. That's great. That's not how people really bet. They just don't.
I agree. And listen, those units go out. I put them on a Tuesday. I send them to Odds Checker.
So you might bet 5 more guys.
Everything needs to be accounted. I might add. No, if I add, I'll usually like to try to put it on there for the next, but I might make that bet even bigger or something. Or you're not wrong. And in the end, I'm still like a degenerate who loves to like just throw it around. I don't like live and die with every point. Like we have our friends that, a 10-cent line is the world, but they're professional gamblers.
Yeah, they are
professional
professional gamblers. And that 10 cents means so much to them that they will take entire NFL weeks off from betting. It's like, oh, there's no value on this slate. They're not betting it to bet it like we do.
Yeah, where I'm like, I don't know, that extra 10 cents just going to cost me like $9 if I lose. So you know what? I'm still going to bet this game. I'm going to sit down and watch for the next 3.5 hours.
Yeah, I'm gonna bet this game because it's on. How about that? I'm betting golf this weekend because I'm going to be watching it for 4 days.
Yes. So forgetting all that, I just feel like my exposure this week is really going to be taken with the players of great name and pedigree, and other losers that I like to bet that don't win often, that I'm not going to have much to throw around at the back because I don't think they're very live.
Let's move.
I get God.
Yeah, you get God, you get God. I mean, it just happened to me, like I said, I think 4 weeks in a row I've had someone in second place, or I've had the leader at the turn on Sunday going into it with like multiple stroke leads. So, it's given me a stroke at this point. How much worse can I do by not hitting winners? Let's find out. Quick picks for the Northern Trust. I got Rory at 22-1 because I missed that 25. I got Daniel. How's your burger? 33-1, and Aaron Wise 300-1 with a top 5 each way. I'll probably play that top 20 and first round leader as well, but that's all I got for now. I will put my full cheat sheet into the newsletter along with all the promos, all the deals going on right now down in the description. Also, Jeff, runthesims.com. The NFL version of fantasynational.com is completely operational as of today. Runthesims.com/Mayo will get you a discount. You want to fuck around with the optimizer, the custom game simulations. You can turn all the levers and knobs all you want, and there's betting tools up there as well with visualizations. It is incredible. I highly recommend if you're going to invest a cent into DraftKings, DFS, or betting on the NFL this season, you're going to want runthesims.com. And like I said, /Mayo will get you a discount off of that right now. If you love Fantasy National and you heard it from me, trust me on runthesims.com. Jeff, your picks.
There it is. My picks: Rory 25-1, Berger 33 or 34, Hovland 35. What we are going to do next is honestly stare down some really juicy JT or Bryson. One of them, call it a day. Maybe finally believe in Scheffler, although Scheffler's the placer. Hovland's going to be the winner, if I have to guess. Although I don't want to make a bet who's going to win first because I lose those, especially to Pat every time. And then I'm not going to lie, Reed and Finau call me too if I want to ignore all those guys I mentioned previously and just go to that 40 Reed, 60 Finau would be a fun way to do it. In terms of long shots, I got nothing triple digits, but you heard me say Sergio and Grace would be the two guys at the back that did look nice to me.
I could see those guys as well. Billy Horschel at 100 kind of sticks out like a sore thumb to me too, of a guy who's just playing a little bit better than maybe his results make it seem, but I could be talking to that. But like I said, the newsletters where I'll have the cheat sheet. I got more time to figure this out. Listeners League link is in the description. The DraftKings show is on Wednesday. One and done picks. I already said it. I'm going with Dustin because I haven't used it. Who did Tim say he was taking? Do you remember?
Oh, he told us Cantlay.
Yeah, Cantlay. All right, so Cantlay for Cost. Who do you got? I have it in front of me so I can tell you if you've used someone.
Have I used Rory?
Rory. No.
Let's go.
Rory McIlroy it is. Sure you don't want Rory Sabatini, who just entered himself in like the Austrian Masters or whatever it was?
Czech Masters. I was wondering why he wasn't going to be in that. So I guess that makes total sense that he's gone over there.
Yeah,
I saw Willett was like the second favorite or something. Right?
Rory's over there to claim the Czech Republic back for Slovakia.
What's up, guys? Welcome back into the DraftKings Dream Stream. Madden After Dark. Little one more game action for to end this Tuesday. My name's Jeff Ark. Joining me, Tom Carroll. Back for one more game. Tom, were you just on the last one as well, or?
I was. Me and Jason Rossi cutting it up. Gave our division winners. Gave our wild card spots. Talked a whole bunch of nonsense. We were supposed to eat Chick-fil-A together. He didn't remind me. He went ahead and made another free roll after I made one. It was kind of a disaster, but we made it. We're here. We survived.
All right. Well, you heard it here. I mean, wild time with Rossi. We got already forgotten the game today, but, we got a game
Chiefs,
going.
Washington.
Chiefs,
at
Washington. I knew the Chiefs were on because I did make a lineup. Did you make a lineup?
There you go. I did. I made one, got it in the last second, sort of hastily put this together, so probably won't be a good lineup, but hey, that's par for the course. Mahomes in the captain spot, Washington, DST, Butker, Tyreek Hill, Steven Sims Jr., and Sammy Watkins.
All right. I put Sammy Watkins in the captain spot. I'm not sure why I did that. Normally I just pretend Sammy Watkins doesn't exist in Simland, but I actually captain him.
It's a good way
tonight,
to play
so
it, usually.
We'll see how that goes. Faded Tyreek. I got Mahomes in there. I got Kelsey. We got McKissick, Sims, and Inman on the other side. So faded Dwayne Haskins. So, did you fade Tyreek as well? No, you didn't fade.
No,
Tyreek.
he's in there.
You're the smart one of the group tonight. Safe to say. All right. Hope everyone's doing good. Tuesday. Not quite the middle of the week, but close. Get the green action earlier today as well. Everyone's doing good. And golf lineup set. Some preseason football, week 2 coming up. McKissick on a little rush to start. What's good, guys? Nice. Drop stuff in the chat. Do whatever you want, really. Hang out, have fun. Here for your players. We are here for a couple more weeks.
Do whatever you want, man.
I mean, we're pretty much at that state.
I mentioned this on the last Sim, Jeff. I want to mention it here off the top. I am working with the St. Louis Crisis Nursery on a fundraiser they have called Celebrity Night. You can donate to my Star Jar, which is like a digital tip jar, trying to raise money for the kids here in St. Louis. And I'll post the link over on Twitch. Rossi retweeted the link for me on Twitter. You can catch it on my Twitter as well, at your boy TC Fresh, YABOI TC Fresh. Same thing on Instagram. You got that link in the bio. Hit me on Facebook at Tommy Freeze Pops. Anywhere you can find me on social media, you can find that link. Donate to my Star Jar. Let's help have these kids live an easier life here in St. Louis. Times are tough. Pandemic has put families in a lot of bad positions. No kid should have to not, have a nice place to sleep and 3 meals a day. That should be a given for all kids everywhere. So trying to help out here in St. Louis. I'll post the link in the Twitch chat as well for those on Twitch. So go ahead, any amount, whether if it's $1, $20, $100, whatever it is, go ahead, donate. Every little bit counts.
Absolutely, man. You're gonna throw that in the Twitch chat, and did you
Just
say you're
threw that
also
up on
throw
Twitch.
on your Twitter as well? I assume.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So you can find it under Tom's Twitter. You can find it in the Twitch chat. Obviously, YouTube, we can't really throw links. I mean, you can throw links. There's not actual links.
They'll just get banned immediately.
Yeah. So, anyways, that's cool, man. That's like Tom said. I mean, it doesn't have to be a massive amount to make.
No, I think that's why they're calling it like a Star Jar, because it's like the tip. It's like a tip. So they're trying to make it so you don't feel like you have to give $1,000.
Absolutely, man. Yeah. JD, another rush. Washington. A little headway here early on. I assume we haven't done the ownership percentages yet, but we're gonna do that. We'll do that right away here. I assume the Chiefs guys are just absolutely
of course, especially against Washington.
Yeah, we got Haskins at 17% only. That's maybe the lowest I've ever seen a quarterback. Definitely one of the lowest percentages. What? Oh, no, incomplete. Okay, I thought maybe I had a chance there for a sec. Did go incomplete, though, so 3rd and 8. Haskins at, what did I say, 17%. McKissick, 37%. McLaurin, 28. Inman, 35. Sprinkler, 45. Sprinkler's popular. And then Sims, I mean, you got to play Sims in the sim. He's 30%. So some people went with the value plays for Washington. Oh, we're going to get a review here. Yeah, that did look close. Oh, did he get that foot down? I don't think they're giving it to him. Don't see points up. So this is just going to be what it was before. Yeah, 3rd and 8. Ron Rivera, not happy. Sim Ron Rivera. Okay, that was a close play, though. My eyes were not deceiving me. That was really, really close to being a brilliant end zone touchdown, but it was not.
I actually picked Washington as my final playoff team in the NFC for this upcoming season.
Okay.
Because, I wanted to just switch it up, get a little crazy. I didn't want to put all NFC West teams in that spot. I don't even know if that's mathematically possible. I didn't really trust any of the other teams in the NFC South. So it became a question of, okay, am I going to let Chicago get this last spot here or Minnesota? And I was like, you know what? I like Washington's defense. They're young. Fitzpatrick's fun. They have fun pieces on offense with McLaurin and Samuel. Let's go with Washington. Ron Rivera is a guy that knows how to get teams to the postseason. I like 2 teams coming out of the NFC East. Cowboys and Washington. One of the great rivalries in football.
Yeah, that's a bit of a hot take. 2 teams out of the NFC East. I don't think many people have that. Obviously, we do have the extra wild card spot, though. So
exactly, and that's what it is.
For sure.
So many playoff teams are going to make it.
Yeah, I mean, look, if the Giants end up sucking, I think we know the Eagles are probably going to be bad. McKissick with a nice play there. It's actually a really good drive by Washington, eating up 5 minutes. But, I mean, if the Giants do end up, blowing up or being bad, I mean, and Dak goes back to form, I mean, those could be the 2 best teams easily, Washington and Dallas. And, yeah, maybe they just beat up on the weaklings and both get up to 10 wins or something. So it's definitely doable. It's possible. I mean, you could see some, the NFC West just kill each other and ruin their own chances. Is that in? It is. Wow, they gave it to him. Oh, is that Peyton? That is Barber, isn't it? Or wait.
No, he didn't get in. It's 1st and goal. Oh, did he get in?
No, he got in. It's a touchdown.
He just didn't switch it over yet.
I just don't know who it is.
There's points on the board.
Yeah, no, it's a touchdown. I feel like
the extra point is good.
I'm gonna have to look up. I'm gonna have to look up the number.
It was Barber, my friend.
It was Barber. Okay. I have seen Gibson in this game do things before, so that's why I was hesitant, and I couldn't remember Peyton Barber's name, obviously.
Andy Reid is felt in Madden.
Yeah, he looks like Glash, dressed up as Andy Reid. Sim Andy Reid looks like Glash dressed up as Andy Reid. That's legitimately.
I think Glash was on a WNBA broadcast tonight.
I think the Sim just saw what Glash looked like when we first started doing this, and they made the switch for Madden 2021. They're like, we like the look of this guy. We're going to make him our Andy Reid for 2021.
Bruiser B saying, Freeze Pops, I got a message on Facebook that Happy Joe's has a new store in St. Peters, Missouri. I won't bug you anymore. Bruiser B, I still appreciate you giving me the offer of buying me a taco pizza from that place on my birthday weekend. Birthday weekend just got a little crazy. It wasn't like I was going out of control because, the world isn't like that at this point, and I'm not that age anymore. But you get busy with the family and stuff. It just didn't work out. I do plan on going there before we move to get that taco pizza. So I am going to hit you up to buy that pizza for me because, hey, you offered. I'm going to take you up on that offer, man. It's going to happen.
Friday. I'm getting my nails done Friday.
There we go. Morgan's getting her nails done Friday. Maybe she'll pick up the pizza and bring it home.
Okay. Excellent.
I'm going to hit you up, bro.
Oh, a little RPO action.
But we won't go to the St. Peter's location. We'll go to the one that's closer to us. Webster Groves. Because that's kind of near where you get your nails done.
They did, Mike Bauer. I am Matt Ryan. It's just a complete Matt Ryan is me is a better way to put it. Yes.
You do kind of look like Matt Ryan.
Kyle, I can't give away emails. I don't know when Terrelin is on again. But if I find out, buddy, I'm going to tell you.
Lash's email is...
The Glashinator.
The Glashinator at MrDressUp.com.
Let's see. Glash's phone number is 978. No, I'm kidding.
69, 60. No, I'm just, yeah. Yeah. Anyways, if you're just joining us, Washington went up. First drive of the game. Peyton Barber, short touchdown. KC trying to answer here, doing a pretty good job. Already one big completion. I think that was to Hill.
Bruiser B, look, I can redeem a birthday gift at any point post birthday. If Morgan is the vehicle to pick up said birthday gift, I think that's fair game still.
This one's going to come back holding.
What do you guys think? Am I still allowed to redeem this free birthday pizza nearly a month and a half after the birthday? Almost a full 2 months.
Well, okay,
it's been on the to-do list.
Why did you get a free birthday pizza? Like, who gave
Bruiser B spent some time in the St. Louis area, and he's been a huge advocate for the taco pizza from this place, and I haven't been able to go there yet. So much so that he DM'd me on my birthday, or right around my birthday, saying that he will buy me a pizza, the taco pizza from Happy Joe's, on him, but the timing just didn't work out. You know, certain meals were planned, plans were planned. I couldn't just squeeze in a pizza.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I think it's fine.
I think I'm still able to redeem it.
It's birthday pizza. I mean,
the coupon doesn't expire.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
thank you, Morgan.
It's my
touchdown.
guy. It's Sammy. Slamming Sammy Watkins, breaking a tackle.
No, that's not Sammy Watkins. That's not Sammy Watkins.
It's Marcus Robinson. That's true. Watkins is 14. God damn. I got so excited.
Ghost
I'm like,
Machine saying Happy Joe's.
It must be Sammy
Happy
Watkins.
Joe's Taco Pizza is fire, according to Ghost Machine on YouTube. So there you go. We got a second St. Louis person here supporting Happy Joe's Taco Pizza.
That was DeMarcus Robinson, as Tom pointed out. Sorry about that. I just saw it wasn't Tyreek Hill, and I got excited. I'm like, it's got to be Sammy Watkins. So.
All of these Chiefs receivers having numbers in the teens.
Yeah, it's really annoying.
It's confusing. Yeah.
It's a little ridiculous and annoying, and I don't know what they're doing.
It would make Tom Brady upset. Remember, he was the only guy that was mad that you could have random numbers.
The random number changes. It's going to change the game. No, I'm going to be throwing to my O-line now. So I can't tell the difference between a 300-yard O-lineman and my 180-yard, 180-pound wide receiver who runs like.
Do not make fun of my friend Tom. Stop making fun of my friend Tom.
I would if I saw him. I would have been like, "Hey Tom, you think about those numbers? You should chatted him up."
Yeah, it wasn't front of mind at the conversation while having the conversation.
I forgot about that.
He was the only guy. Everyone else was like, "This is a great idea," and Brady was like, "This is horrible. What's next? Gonna start playing games with a frisbee?"
Oh man. Ice hockey. Yeah, I mean, look, we're early in the week, so obviously the golf hasn't started yet. That's the end of the first queue, but definitely if you got questions, throw them up. Doing some more research tonight, get some lineups set for tomorrow. And yeah, like I said, if you're just joining us, we had a Peyton Barber touchdown inside the 5, and then we had the DeMarcus Robinson, number 11, not number 14, which is Sammy Watkins, touchdown. So DeMarcus Robinson, 2 for 43 and a touchdown. He's on pace for a big game. Hill, Kelsey, 1 catch each. Steve Sims, 1 catch. Sprinkle, 1 catch. Inman, 1 catch. That's where we stand.
Noah Moon is locked into Vegas Summer League basketball, Celtics Kings, on your television screen right now.
I know a lot of
or
people
ESPN.
are just like super hyped about the summer league. That's just something.
This
like,
is
if
the
you-
first year where I haven't really cared. I actually
Yeah.
usually get really pumped for it. There's just no one that super excites me. I know people like Green, they like Cunningham. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just not that pumped about this rookie class, and I know that runs counter to a lot of what the basketball nerds are telling me. But I went to Summer League a few years ago. It's been a while now. I think it was 2016. It was when Ben Simmons, Jaylen Brown, Brandon Ingram, like that crop of guys was there. And it was a blast. If you're a sports fan and you're looking to do a fun Vegas trip, I highly recommend Summer League. Full bar, cheap tickets, not that far from the strip. It's a fun time. And the arenas aren't that loud, so you can heckle guys and they actually hear you. Like, I was yelling at the top of my lungs, Ben Simmons stinks! Touchdown.
McKissick
J.D.
does get
McKissick.
in. Wow.
And it was evident that Ben Simmons could hear me, as he couldn't hit any outside jumpers. Couldn't hit a free throw either.
When did the NBA start the summer league?
I don't. It's been going on for a long time. I don't know.
Okay.
That was a joke about Ben Simmons not being able to hit shots. If he's never been able to hit shots.
No, I mean, it would be weird if he did start hitting shots at this point in his career. Yeah, I was down in Vegas this summer, and I remember we just got like, we were like, I don't even know. We were staying at like this, it was basically an apartment complex, and we got into the elevator, and these just really tall dudes came in, and we're like, we're just like, you know, my buddy and I, who are average height, just like, okay, this is weird.
Now, be honest, Jeff, you're short.
I mean, I'm 5'7.5", so technically that's like average height. But anyways, I am short. Anyways, these giants walked in. We're like, this is weird. And then it kind of clicked later. We're like, they're here for Summer League. But this was like a decade ago. So again, that's why I asked. I don't even know. It might have been like one of the first years of Summer League. But I feel like it's been going on for a bit longer than that. But I really don't know. I know it's relatively new, isn't it?
I mean,
like last 20 years kind of
as
thing?
long, yeah, sure. When that's, you know, that's pretty old at this point.
It
I mean,
is.
LeBron was playing Summer League back in the day. Like,
Was he? Okay, yeah. All right, so maybe 20, 15 years. I don't know, something like that.
It used to be, there used to be like multiple places where they played Summer League. Now Vegas is the main hub. I think they do some Summer League in Utah, I want to say. There's been Orlando Summer Leagues in the past. But LeBron actually played in a Summer League in Boston. They were playing at UMass Boston.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, Summer League's a thing. I mean, these young guys, they want to test them out, and it's sort of a way for dudes that are like fringy roster guys to have like unofficial tryouts for teams. And yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah, some people noticing in the chat. I mean, J.D. McKissick isn't as highly owned as he normally is, simply because of who we're going against here. The Chiefs players always own.
Oh, what a bad fumble!
Yeah.
I thought he was down.
Yeah, and guess who it was? It was my guy, Sammy Watkins. This is why you never play Sammy Watkins ever in anything. Sammy Watkins is free week 1. Don't play him.
I have Sammy Watkins in my lineup, and I'm in 90th.
I'm in my captain spot. I have McKissick though too, so it's saving me a bit. But
and now I'm even lower.
Ooh, that should have been a pick.
Negative points for Sammy Watkins.
Washington quietly winning this game though. Yeah, negative points for Sammy Watkins somehow. I don't even know how it's possible. Oh, they didn't register his catch. He does have a catch, so I mean it shouldn't be negative points, but they'll get that updated obviously.
Of course, stats are updated manually. Gonna miss saying that to you guys.
Oh, look at his going again. Here he goes again. J.D. McKissick. I just
Oh, 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 oh. I like when stadiums play that and everyone gets pumped.
Yeah, that's a big one in hockey games.
Yeah, big time.
Love that in hockey. Okay, so McKissick obviously having a half here. Actually, that was technically like having a quarter and a little bit. Going absolutely bananas. 2 rushing touchdowns, 86 rush yards. He's already got 2 catches. He's got 24 points. We are 3 minutes into the second quarter.
Are you a fan of bananas as a fruit?
As a fruit? I mean, they're not my favorite, but like, I don't,
Rank your fruits.
Bananas are, grab some. They're
Top
fine.
5 fruits, go.
Top 5 fruits? Okay.
Yep.
Mango, 1. I'm gonna throw kiwis in there, although not technically number 2, but it's in there.
Okay, so you're giving a top 5 in no particular order, but mango is the number 1.
Mango's 1. Mango's my favorite. Absolutely love mangoes. Okay. You get perfectly ripe mango. It's great. Kiwis I definitely enjoy, so I'll throw them in there. The bomb missed. I'm just trying to make sure I don't forget anything here.
Seems like kiwis are number 2 for you. You're just being a coward.
I don't know if I'd put them number 2. I think they're, like I like there's some berries I really like. Like raspberries are good.
Okay.
See,
why can a berry be a fruit, but a hot dog can't be a sandwich? I'm just saying.
Because a berry is a fruit.
Okay, but a hot dog is a sandwich.
Masquerading. It's just it's like a subgroup of fruit.
As is a hot dog for sandwiches.
That's fine. I'm not going to get into that argument with you. You want to make it a subgroup? That's fine. Fine. You win. Okay.
All right. I've distracted us from the question.
Okay, I'm gonna throw some berries in there, probably raspberries. So kiwi, raspberry. Sure, we'll put kiwi 2. Pineapple. I'd throw pineapple in there.
Yes, I'm glad you said pineapple.
I'd probably I might even put it like above, maybe like 3 or something like that. And then for 5, I'd probably just go, pretty tame, maybe like just apple or like banana. I mean, I'd probably throw banana in front of apple. Probably put banana 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's where I'd go.
Okay, I'll go peaches 1.
Is there any fruits you just like won't eat? Because I'm pretty open to.
I like all fruits. Yeah, pretty much.
Like I'm not like, oh,
you know what?
No, it's. Yeah.
Watermelon is kind of underrated. It is overrated. Sorry,
I
was
agree.
About to say the exact opposite of what I meant to say.
Yeah.
Other than that, I'm pretty open to every fruit.
Yeah. I agree. Watermelon, especially if you get like one that's like a little bit overripe, like it just tastes like kind of dust. Like
Yeah,
it's not,
I'm out on watermelons.
I'm really not
So
a big fan.
for me, peaches 1, pears 2.
Oh,
love a good
nectarines.
pear. Okay. I was going to
nectarines in my top 5.
3.
You know what?
Clementines and nectarines are tied for 3. 4 pineapple and 5 grapes.
Grapes, okay. It's not bad. Get some good grapes.
Love a
Nectarines
good
would actually
grape.
be my number 2. So I'm going to push banana out of my top 5.
Banana's honorable mention for me.
Banana's fine. You have some on your cereal.
I think banana, like, flavored things is really good. Like, I like a banana milkshake.
Yeah, that's true.
Banana pancakes. Shout out Jack Johnson.
Jeffrey Orris throwing out dragon fruit.
I don't think I've ever had dragon fruit.
Trisha throwing out strawberries. I don't dislike strawberries. Peach. Pomegranates. Tomatoes. Oh, yeah, no, not the tomatoes debate. Tomatoes technically a fruit, I know.
I love tomatoes.
I wouldn't eat tomatoes when I was younger. I mean, I still don't really like them raw, but I'll eat them.
My go-to
another
pizza
fumble.
topping. Wow. Can't hang on to the ball. Chiefs, what are you doing?
Amazing.
My
Wow.
go-to pizza topping of late is just tomato.
Just tomato. Okay.
Yeah.
Just give me some diced tomato on top of that pizza.
I mean, I don't hate tomatoes on pizza. I legitimately think that's a good place to have tomatoes. You know, salad is fine too. I wouldn't eat them when I was younger. I don't even know why. I think it just became like a mental thing. Like, I just don't really like the look of these things. Vidal says watermelons and bananas are top 2. I don't know, man. I just feel like there's so many better fruits than watermelons and banana. Like, I don't dislike them, but yeah. Nobody really in on mango here. You guys just got to get some mango.
Nah, mangoes are legit. You guys got to open up your eyes.
Amazing, dude. You carve
You know
up
what else
mango?
is a really good?
Like a
if you're into the tart sour type variety, grapefruit.
Yep. Yeah, I can get down with grapefruit. I know some people, it's like, yeah, I can't handle it, but I like it, man.
Love the discourse on hot dogs and sandwiches.
Touchdown.
The sprinkler.
28 points for the Washington football team with 2 minutes left in the second quarter. 2 J.D. McKissick rushing touchdowns. A sprinkler touchdown. And I can't even remember who scored the other touchdown.
It was Peyton Barber.
Peyton Barber, right? We had the early vulture who I didn't want to confirm. But yeah. So Barber, sprinkler, this is gonna stand. I mean, they always stand. And 2 J.D. McKissick rushing touchdowns. Holy guacamole, Tom!
David Gorgie is shouting out strawberries as a favorite fruit. Cantaloupe. Yep, cantaloupe is delicious. Cherries. Cherries are one of Morgan's favorite foods. Those pitted cherries. Good snack.
Yeah, I can get down with cherries. I mean, you know, they're a bit more work to eat because of the pits. But like you sit down with like a bowl. You got a good like spitting jar for the pits. They're tasty, man.
Jay Nem saying hot dog is not a sandwich. STFU. Okay, Jay. Take it easy, brah. We're just talking food here. All right, now he's dropping some bad words in there, Jay. That's how you get yourself. That's how you get yourself put in timeout for a few minutes. We do not use the R word here. Spread the word to end the word. It is 2021. We do not use that language anymore. Figure it out, dude. Just sorry. There's no more patience for that type of stuff. Don't use hate speech.
You know what? I'm not a big fan of most melons. Like honeydew melon, cantaloupe. I don't say I dislike them, but I really just like they'd be like last on my list.
I don't know. I like cantaloupe. Good cantaloupe is very underrated.
I'm kind of out on it.
Really?
Not out
Okay,
to the
give me
point
your
where
thoughts.
I say I hate it, but I just, in terms of fruit, definitely it's like down there for me. That Bruiser B, that's a good idea. That's a good use for a cantaloupe or a melon. Sticking ice cream in the middle, yeah, that's a good idea. Jordan Lindenbaum, that's a good idea too. Yep. Can't really talk about it on air, but it's good.
Yeah, Pack Rat was asking if a certain beverage was a fruit. No. But only enjoy that if you're above 21. Damon
All right,
Ariel.
Mahomes trying to get one back here before half. Get a timeout. That was to Hill.
Damon Ariel asking if rhubarb is in the conversation. I've only ever had rhubarb in a rhubarb pie. Ooh, Orlando Hewitt, a plum on a hot summer day. I actually like that. That's a good call. Plums are underrated. A big, juicy plum.
I don't mind plums as long as they're firm.
Love a firm plum.
They get 2 ripe, I'm out. There's Kelsey with the touchdown. They cut the lead to 14 before half. This game, folks, a lot of points here. We got a Kelsey touchdown. We got a DeMarcus Robinson touchdown now for the Kansas City Chiefs. So Mahomes starting to pile up some yards too. Mahomes could be on track here for a monster game because, quite frankly, the Chiefs are going to need him to just keep this one close at this point.
Kyle, I am on
to
answer Kyle's question. I am on with Tara Lynn on Thursday at, I believe, 6 p.m. Eastern. So I know she'll be back at least for that sim. He was wondering. Freak of Nature asking if a pulled pork sandwich is a fruit. No, but it is a sandwich, and it can be delicious if done correctly. Avocado is my favorite fruit. Avocados are considered like super fruits. I think that's one of those situations where I think of it as a vegetable, so it's hard for me to think of it in the fruit context. But hey, I'm the guy saying a hot dog's a sandwich, so what do I know?
I know. Avocados I can't even discuss as a fruit. To me, they're just a vegetable. Hope everyone's doing good. Hope everyone's eating a lot of fruits and vegetables.
Mike Bauer saying, millions of peaches. Peaches for me. Millions of peaches. Peaches for free.
Peaches come, peaches go.
Bad Boys of Pop saying an avocado shake is delicious. Oh. Cannot say I've ever had that. Most of the shakes I've had are like, either sweet or like fruity. I've never had a savory shake. That when you put it in that context, it kind of sounds gross. Kareem asking if a Choco Taco is a sandwich. Of course.
Reggie says strawberries are part of the rose family. I love all this info.
So are roses
fruits?
Are roses fruits? Yeah, should I
or
start
are strawberries
roses?
plants? What are we getting a review for here? I don't even understand. I've had like 5 reviews in this first half, about a bajillion points.
Jeff Parr is asking if he's saying avocado ice cream is great. That's one of Brady's favorites, famously. Not sure where you can get it, but Brady famously big on the avocado ice cream. Miguel, 1984, asking if a torta is a sandwich. Yeah, of course a torta is a sandwich. One of the best things you can get at a Mexican restaurant. Torta.
Rel's eating a peach now.
Jealous.
Exciting stuff here on a Tuesday night.
David Gorgie saying, I've eaten flowers with sushi. Yeah, sometimes they'll throw a flower type thing on the sushi plate.
Sure.
I'll eat it. Anything you put on a sushi plate, I'll eat. Cover it in soy and wasabi. What I like to do is, in the little side dish, you throw a clump of wasabi in there with the soy sauce and you kind of mix it up with your chopstick.
Yeah, a lot of people like that. Yeah.
No way asking if Tara Lynn is a sandwich. Nope, she is a human being. And if you think human beings are sandwiches, you, sir, are a cannibal. Shadow Fox asking if an empanada is a sandwich. Of course it is. Miguel just saying he wanted to hear me say torta. That's why he asked. So you're welcome. There was this place in Boston next to my college called Maria's. I think it's still there. It should be. If it's not, I will cry on air. They had delicious tortas. Varda Robinson saying, when I was a kid, we would go swimming in the public swimming pool that was by the high school. And the high school had plum trees. So when we would go get done swimming, we would go eat the plums off the tree. Pretty cool. Some wild plums.
Wild plums and wild times here in this sim, folks.
Washington laying down that hurt.
Yeah. 168 yards from Mahomes, 2 touchdowns, 132 yards for Haskins, and 1 touchdown. We had Demarcus Robinson with the touchdown. We had Travis Kelce with the touchdown. J.D. McKissic did it, the bonus there. I was waiting to mention he had a late rush there, garbage time.
A first
rush
half bonus.
106 yards, 2 touchdowns for J.D. McKissic. That's a monster half. Peyton Barber with the touchdown, only 1 carry for 4 yards. So technically, like, McKissic could even have 3 touchdowns if he didn't get vultured. I mean, that's how crazy his half was. He got vultured and he still has 2 touchdowns. Cray.
That's cray.
Demarcus Robinson, 3 for 80, leading receivers. Tyreek Hill, 4 for 41. Kelsey, 3 for 30. McLaurin, 3 for 36. J.D. McKissic has 3 catches, 2 for 16 yards. So
he's having a day. I mean, let's just give him the wooden nickel now.
It's pretty, yeah. I'd hold off because, I mean, like, it was
an early nickel for our friend J.D. McKissic.
You might end up spending 2 nickels tonight, though, Tom, because they are playing the Chiefs, right? Anything can happen.
True.
With the Chiefs.
Tyreek can just go off. Rob Rand saying a bacon, lettuce, and tomato is my favorite fruit sandwich. BLTs are among my favorite sandwiches. You can call it a veggie. You can call it a fruit. It's a delicious sandwich. I had a BLT on recently. I don't remember what day. But it was good. Thick bacon is the key to a good BLT.
I wouldn't know because I don't eat bacon.
Oh, is that a personal choice? Is that a religious thing? Or you just...
It's definitely not religious. It's just I just don't eat bacon. I just don't eat pork. I don't eat pig.
Are you a fan of pigs? Like, did you have pigs growing up, or
I didn't have pigs growing up?
You just don't like pork,
but
like you just don't enjoy eating it.
In general, I think we should try and eat as less meat as possible.
Oh, so you're a vegetarian?
I'm not a vegetarian because I eat chicken.
Okay, gotcha. So you don't eat red meat, or is pork red meat?
I don't even know, but I don't eat pig.
You don't eat beef. You don't eat pork.
I'll eat beef from time to time. I'm not staunch. I'm not like out here to try and change the world. I'm just
sounds like you don't want me to eat pork anymore, man.
Well, I would appreciate it if everyone stopped, but I'm not going to like sit here and
is
tell
this,
you to
is this
stop.
an environmental thing? Like, did you watch Food Inc. and get freaked out about
No.
all these cows farting into the ozone and,
well, I mean,
causing a mess here?
Look, I mean, if you want to get into that discussion, if we do want the planet to survive, longer than 100 years, I mean, the more we become reliant on less animal food, then yes, I mean, it will help us. But that's not necessarily why I've cut down my meat. It's just A, I like animals a lot. B, pigs are actually like really intelligent, and I don't feel good eating them. I don't. And they also see, I don't really like pork that much. Like I dislike ham.
Do you dislike bacon?
I don't dislike bacon, but I don't really love it. Like crispy bacon I used to really like when I was younger, but as I grew up, I'm kind of just out on pork. So I'm not a big fan of it. B, I like pigs because they're smart. And C, it's kind of good that everyone should be cutting down their meat intake, if you ask me. It's also going to keep you healthier, folks, whether you want to believe it or not. So, anyways, I don't really care. Do whatever you want. This is not me
listen to
trying
him.
to start some anti-meat agenda here. I'm just saying what I do.
The anti-pork movement has begun.
I don't eat bacon. I do not partake. Oh, look at that move. Tyreek Hill almost got him loose.
You should get a potbelly pig
And I'm sure there'll be no opinions on bacon in the chat. Don't worry. I'm sure nobody will have anything to say about it. Oh, Steeler agrees with me, so that's like the one person ever that's agreed with me about this take. Lisa says the planet's going to take care of itself. Sure. I mean, I think that's a very selfish view, but sure. That's what you think. That's what you think.
I mean, there's lots of ways to help save the environment. Recycling, reducing your carbon footprint by, walking when you can and carpooling. Reducing your energy use when possible. Maybe if you're in the market for a new car, you look for a hybrid if you can afford that. electric vehicle. There's ways. Eating bacon, I'm going to continue to do that.
Everything's fine for you in small doses. Like C-Card said, bacon's not bad. Just don't eat it every damn day. It's true. Look, like I said, I'm not out here trying to proclaim like I'm some vegan superhero.
I bet you.
I still eat chicken.
I bet you convinced at least one person in here. And you know what? That's a win.
I mean, look, a big part of it is I just don't like it. Like, I just don't like pork. It's probably my least favorite meat. So it's really easy to cut out something you're not like, it's like me cutting out cantaloupe in fruit or something. Like, it wouldn't be that hard. But yeah, I don't eat much beef either. Like, I have like 2 steaks a year kind of thing. So
Zach, our buddy here on Zoom, saying that outside of bacon, he's not much of a pork guy either. I like a good pulled pork sandwich with extra pork by throwing some bacon on it.
Pulled pork is not bad. Pulled pork sandwiches.
Yeah, barbecue pulled pork sandwich. Come on.
I mean, I haven't had one in like 10 years, but
Now Bailey on Zoom saying, I don't like bacon, but I'll eat pork. Wow. Dissenting views. We used to do pork chops when I was a kid because they're kind of cheap,
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. I mean, I ate pork chops when I was growing up too.
From Fresno saying carnitas. Carnitas is pork, I believe. Carnitas tacos. People love to get carnitas from Chipotle.
All right, Chiefs driving, man. Now inside the 5. There's Sammy. Finally, a positive play. I think he actually hung on to that one. 23 yards.
Congrats to him.
Could have put him inside the 5-yard line.
El Paso #1 saying freeze. The best sub places Firehouse, Jersey Mike's, Subway, and if Quiznos exists, them.
Oh, CEH.
Touchdown CEH. Wow. So El Paso #1 standing for the chain sub restaurants. I'm more of a local deli guy if I can do it, but I'm not above going to a Subway. I like Subway. Eat fresh. Haven't eaten a lot of Quiznos in my life. They weren't really big where I grew up. You don't see a lot of Quiznos these days.
No, you don't. Feels like maybe they've just, slowly disappearing. Quiznos was like definitely higher quality.
They had a time in the sun, no doubt.
Yeah.
And Subway was really, really strong, like late 2000s, in the late aughts. Quiznos was like the cool alternative.
Yeah, it was because
they did the toasted stuff,
toasting.
And then Subway started toasting, and Quiznos couldn't keep up. Glash joining in on YouTube saying, "Just dropping in to say love you, mean it." Hey man,
Glash just trying to, get in with the DK Sim fam, try and get on their good side before this all comes to an end.
Yeah, we haven't talked about that once this entire sim. I was proud of us. After talking about it in basically the entire time for 2 straight sims with you over the weekend.
Well, it's one of those things. Once you address it a couple times, it's like, well,
I needed to just get it out of my system.
Oh no, for sure. We all did it on our first sim, right? I mean, but then once you address it, you're like, well, I mean, okay, we still got like 2 weeks to go here, so head down. I'm sure the last
just
couple days
grind, baby. Prize Picks saying Publix is the best point blank period. Yeah, so I've been to Publix a few times because my grandparents, they're snowbirds. They had the place in Florida. So when they were living, I forget what the name of the town was, but they were living in a particular place in Florida, and Publix was like the go-to grocery store near them, and they have a sick deli.
Right.
Only been, I think, once.
Okay.
Bad Boys at Pop saying Subway tells us to eat fresh, so I go to Jersey Mike's. It's sad when your company's motto literally tells you to go somewhere else. Shots fired! Brah, brah. My parents really like Jersey Mike's. It's like a new thing for them. It's one of those, like, you know, the pandemic like just started new habits for people. That became like their go-to spot randomly.
Jersey Mike's?
Yeah, they told me that recently. They're like, we love Jersey Mike's now. We pay a few extra dollars. It's just so good.
Is Jersey Mike's like a restaurant?
Yeah, it's like a Subway-esque type place.
Oh, okay. So it's just, yeah. It's not like, yeah, right. Okay.
Nathan K saying Penn Station is lit. Never been to Penn Station. There's a bunch of them around St. Louis. Heard it's good. I had a coupon for a free fry from Penn Station for a while because the Billikens hit like 10 plus free throws in a game once, and then the coupon expired and I never used it. That's my Penn Station story.
There's Sprinkle with a first down.
Hey, the sprinkler.
Wait, he had a first down. I think he gave it back.
Yeah, they'll give him the forward progress.
Oh,
Hey,
they gave it to
Chiefs,
him. That was
Chiefs
close.
are in this ball game, folks.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think most people kind of expected this. I mean, you know, it's the Chiefs. They're playing Washington. I mean, you know, probably we're going to come back. So here we are. But I mean, Washington getting another first down, you know, trying to drag out some clock. Just trying to keep Patrick Mahomes off the field. Probably a very, very good idea. Good idea. Run it again. J.D. McKissick already hit the bonus. Already 2 touchdowns. 122 yards now. Going to be 3rd and 2. Washington just trying to grind it down, man. Trying to slow this down for you guys. We don't like that. CH just had a touchdown. Bad Boys of Pop says Blimpies used to make a good sandwich. Blimpies.
Never been to Blimpies.
I think I've maybe been to Blimpies like once in my life. Blimpies.
I actually don't even know if I've ever seen one. Got to be honest.
I've not seen one in a while.
I'm going to check where I am in the contest here. 124th.
Wow.
That's not good.
I'm
Let's
in
see why.
57th, but if I had literally captained anyone but Sammy Watkins, I would be much higher because I do have McKissick. I got Kelsey.
And Hill's
Mahomes.
not having a great game either. I mean,
Hill
he's
is
only got
definitely
10
busting.
points in the flex. He might be the babysitter Billy winner, to be quite honest.
Yeah. Fading Hill was not my problem tonight, surprisingly. My Sammy Watkins call, not so great. So Tyreek Hill 5 for 56. I mean, it's not terrible. You know, Kelsey only has 4 for 37. He just got the touchdown. Sprinkle 4 for 54 and a touchdown now. So Sprinkler outscoring Kelsey. That's huge. You know, if you went Sprinkle in Classic or something. Robinson still at 80 yards.
El
That's
Paso
where we are,
number
folks.
1 saying St. Louis Billikens. Haven't heard that one in a while. They have a cool logo. I agree. I'm leaving St. Louis, as I've mentioned, at the end of the month here, but I will remain a Billikens fan. It's a fun basketball team to root for. They're competitive every year. They care about the program. I like Travis Ford. It's a fun team. I enjoyed going to Shea Fitz. That'll be something I take with me, leaving St. Louis.
Steeler asking if we just stick with Russell Henley for one more week. Man, I mean, I'll have some exposure to Russell Henley just because he's one of those players where I almost always have some exposure to, man. But, you know, he is in a range with like Shane Lowry, Sergio Garcia. Probably rather play one of those guys. You know, if I had like one. That was a field goal, right? Yeah, we missed it. You miss it? Yep. You did miss it. Okay. I was just expecting that to go through. Then when it didn't go through, I thought for a second maybe I saw punts, and then, okay, missed field goal. Wow. That wasn't even that long. That was like 45 yards, wasn't it? I don't see them miss from there very often.
Kickers
Okay.
are bad in Madden. Let's just call it what it is.
Fair enough. Let's do that. Yeah, that was like 45 yards because, I mean, they kind of faked me out, man. But yeah, back to Russell Henley. Yeah, I mean, Lowry and Sergio in that range. Again, Sergio is just playing so well. I feel like that's kind of the play in that range for me. But, I mean, I don't have a problem like sprinkling Russell Henley into your GPP lineup or something. Definitely could see him bouncing back real quick. Who knows? Who knows if that putter just straightens out a bit. But can't say he's the top play in my range for me. Kevin Streelman there at 7,400 is playable too.